Chapter 2796, Endless Lightning Prison. The Tao tribulation pressure grew stronger and stronger, akin to the apocalypse. The powerhouses above the surface of the sea were all akin to facing a great enemy, in a constant state of anxiety. If it was an ordinary Tao tribulation, then forget it. Yet, the power of each of their Tao tribulation increased by a lot. 3 laws became 5 laws, 5 laws became 7 laws, and 7 laws even became 8 and 9 laws. When Yuan saw this kind of chain reaction, he could not help but be stunned. Consider yourself ruthless. Your father isn't playing with you anymore, goodbye. One of the grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens could not withstand this terrifying to the extreme pressure and immediately left. An electric snake directly fell, seemingly from above his head. That person did not even let out a scream and kick the bucket. He could not run. Everyone's faces turned pale, having looks of despair. Brat who is surnamed Yi, I'm going to kill you. Mine is 3 calamity Tao tribulation. Qian Kui bellowed as if feeling a great terror. 99 became 1 calamity, 81 power of rules. 3 calamities Tao tribulation, that was 399 Tao tribulations. It did not sound like much, but 99 turning into 1 calamity, this was a qualitative improvement. The Tao tribulation's power would also increase significantly. This calamity Tao tribulation was exclusive to true sovereign heaven powerhouses. However, in reality, many true sovereign heaven powerhouses were not qualified to reach a calamity Tao tribulation. The first time many true sovereign heaven powerhouse transcended their tribulation, it was also merely 7-9 Tao tribulation or 8-9 Tao tribulation. 9-9 Tao tribulations were very few. But, once it reached 9-9 Tao tribulation, it would also be a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. That was dangerous. What sovereign Qian Kui transcended before was a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. He barely managed to succeed in overcoming the tribulation. Logically speaking, this 4th Tao tribulation should be a 2 calamity Tao tribulation. But this time, it directly became a 3 calamity Tao tribulation. He was not even sure about a 2 calamity Tao tribulation. 3 calamity Tao tribulation, wasn't he dead for sure? Yuan grinned and said, Lord Sovereign, don't be angry. Once you get angry, the Tao tribulation will come down immediately, I warned you before. When Qian Kui heard that, he could not help but suffocate. Yeah, Yuan warned previously not to make a move against him. But why would he take the words of a measly little lower Saint Sovereign Heaven to heart? It was merely a slap, was there a need? But it was this slap that caused a problem. It caused a big problem. Shit, mine is a 3 calamity Tao tribulation too. Damn, me too. Fucking brat, you harmed this sovereign to death. The other 3 great true sovereign heavens also started screaming wildly. At this very moment, they had already cussed out Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors. But it was useless. Among the 3 of them, some had just transcended a 1 calamity Tao tribulation. Originally, transcending tribulation, this sort of thing had nothing to do with them. But who knew that Yuan's tribulation was like a small flame? The small flame ignited Qian Kui. This big flame. The big flame burned bigger and bigger, igniting all of them. With this, it exploded. At this very moment, one should not look at how Yuan was calm. His scalp was also tingling currently. His Tao tribulation that came was not a 5-9 Tao tribulation. It was a 6-9 Tao tribulation. Did this, all freaking skipped, 6-9 Tao tribulation, it was virtually the pinnacle of grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven. Because if it went a step further, it would be 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation, that was the tribulation of true sovereign heaven powerhouses. 6-9 Tao tribulation to deal with a lower Saint Sovereign Heaven, it must be said that heavenly Tao thought highly of him. Ha ha ha, boy, you're 6-9 Tao tribulation. You're dead for sure, dead for sure. Sovereign Qian Kui felt the strongest response with Yuan. He could not help bursting out laughing when he sensed Yuan's Tao tribulation. This guy bit off his own head. 6-9 Tao tribulation, the pinnacle of Saint Sovereign Heaven. This punk definitely could not overcome it. Seeing Yuan die miserably under the Tao tribulation, he was very happy. Yuan rolled his eyes and said, when I just broke through Saint Sovereign Heaven, I directly transcended a 9-law Tao tribulation. Then, on the day I became a divergent cultivator, I transcended a 3-9 Tao tribulation. This time, I originally planned to transcend a 5-9 Tao tribulation. Now that I'm transcending a 6-9 Tao tribulation, what are you all excited about? Fighting with heaven is so much fun. Qian Kui, Hollow Dark. They knew that Yuan was monstrous but did not know that he was monstrous until it reached this level. Broke through to Saint Sovereign Heaven and immediately transcended tribulation. Transcended 3-9 Dao tribulation on that day. 3-9 Dao tribulation, that was upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, alright. No wonder this boy was so monstrous, turning the entire sea upside down. At this time, above the void. How was there any void? The tribulation clouds were exactly almost above their heads. Looking from a distance, the sea had practically connected into one stretch with the tribulation clouds. Following that, an extremely spectacular scene appeared. A series of electric snakes of different thicknesses descended from the sky and slowly fell. Yes, it was not fast. But it gave people a misconception that the world was seemingly going to be destroyed. Looking from a distance, that stretch of ocean looked like an endless lightning prison. The lifeforms in the lightning prison were currently receiving the baptism of terrifying rules. Under the tribulation clouds, everyone's expressions changed wildly. This feeling of awaiting death was really sour. Goodness, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to die. Yuan, you heaven damned, you caused people great harm. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Yongqing's arms and legs waved around as he cried out strangely over and over again. Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. This guy was really a living treasure. What Yongqing was transcending was a 5-9 Dao tribulation. It was also very dangerous to him. However, Yuan felt that there should not be a problem for him to overcome it. While talking, the Dao tribulation fell. The Dao sword shone brightly between Yuan's brows. The Dao sword flew out, pointing straight at the firmament. Yuan held the Dao sword in his hand, his entire body and mind pouring into the Dao sword. Going against Dao, one would have to draw their sword and point at heaven. From then on, he would no longer rely on external forces to transcend tribulations, but only by relying on himself. He was fearless and not afraid. Everyone was doing their best, resisting the Dao tribulation. The entire world was quiet. Yes, it was the calm before the storm. Only one figure faced those countless Dao tribulations and rose to the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the surface of the sea burst apart. Tsunamis instantly swept up, miserable screams rose and ebbed. When the first round of Dao tribulation fell, many people immediately turned to ashes. The Dao tribulation was too strong. Qian Kui gave a muffled groan, his entire person suddenly slumping a lot. The power of the 3 calamity Dao tribulation directly caused him to be seriously injured. There was none among the other 3 great true sovereign heavens who was not like this. Yuan's entire person was blasted into the sea. The power of the 6-9 Dao tribulation was too terrifying. What was the most powerful thing in this world? Great Dao transformation. That was merely a form of recognition from Great Dao. What was truly powerful was Heavenly Dao itself. Ha ha, again. Yuan roared wildly, rising into the sky again. Dao tribulation fell again. Was there anyone who transcended tribulations like this? The power of Yuan's Dao tribulation was not the strongest, but he appeared so out of place among this group of people. Everyone was suffering silently. Meanwhile, he drew his sword and asked heaven. Without the slightest surprise, Yuan was slammed into the sea again. And right at this time, Qian Kui suddenly rampaged and dashed straight toward Yuan this side. Boy, if this sovereign is going to die, you'll have to be buried with me too. Qian Kui roared wildly. Chapter 2797, What a Wrongful Death. After enduring the first 3 calamity Dao tribulation, Qian Kui knew that he could not bear it. He completely could not take it at all. The 3 calamity Dao tribulation was too terrifying. After one bolt, his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were almost scattered entirely. Therefore, he was going to drag Yuan to die together. What right did this guy have to not die? Bringing the terrifying Dao tribulation, Qian Kui pounced over frantically. Sovereign Qian Kui's Dao tribulation was 3 calamity Dao tribulation. Even if Yuan was an exceedingly freakish monster, under 3 calamity Dao tribulation, it would be certain death too. Seeing this scene, a hint of delight flashed across the corners of the mouths of Hollowdark and the others. Is this boy finally going to die? Ought to be. How many people did you drag down the water? Hollowdark, the 3 of them were about to cry. Why did they have to get involved in this messy situation? If he wanted to take the sea route, wouldn't it have been fine to let him go? Having a few generals die, having a few grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens die, what did it count for? He was dead for sure now, damn it. Sniff sniff. Dead for sure. Ha ha ha. 3 Calamity Dao Tribulation, see if you still don't die. Sovereign Qian Kui let out a wild laugh. This distance was merely an instant to him. But, just as his body stepped into the region Yuan was undergoing tribulation, a sudden turn of events happened. A bolt of incomparably thick electric snake fell with a loud bang. This Dao tribulation was much stronger than previously. Qian Kui did not even have time to let out a scream and directly turned into nothingness. A true sovereign heaven was dead. Although sovereign Qian Kui died under the Dao tribulation, everyone felt that it was Yuan who entrapped him to death. After all, if not for Yuan, it would also have been impossible for sovereign Qian Kui's Dao tribulation to have arrived now. F5 Calamity. 5 Calamity Dao Tribulation. It became a 5 Calamity Dao Tribulation. Holodark cried out strangely. When transcending tribulation, how many tribulation it was how many it was. It was never heard of that the number of tribulations could still increase. Really broadened horizons. Who else? Yuan laughed coldly and looked at Holodark as he said. Holodark's neck shrank, and he immediately withered up. Holy hell, what was going on? Yuan secretly scolded stupid. He was a divergent cultivator. Furthermore, he was an extremely monstrous divergent cultivator. You used your Dao tribulation to smite me. Even if you were willing, was heaven willing? You were fucking fighting heaven for its job, wasn't this courting death? Finished saying, Yuan raised his sword to the sky, meeting the Dao tribulation again, incomparably fierce. However, in the next second, he was slammed into the sea again mercilessly. However, Yuan did not mind. Only by experiencing the baptism of Dao tribulation could he become stronger. All around, miserable cries lingered on incessantly. In the lightning prison, the Dao tribulation was too strong. This was heaven's wrath. Under heaven's wrath, who could survive? Bolts of Dao tribulation fell. The saint sovereign heavens who died became more and more. Originally, there were hundreds of saint sovereign heaven powerhouses in this sea. In a blink, there were only a scanty 30 people remaining. The auras of the 3 great true sovereign heavens became weaker and weaker. Finally, Sardine could not hold on anymore and was killed by the Dao tribulation that landed. The power of 3 Calamity Dao tribulation was too terrifying. 2 of the 4 great true sovereign heavens were gone. Argghh. Damn it, Yuan, I'm going to die. Hurry up and come save me. No, you'd better not come. Once you come, I'll die even faster. Yongqing's body was covered in injuries, but he was full of energy. This guy was really stubborn enough. Yuan also had no choice but to admire this guy's strength. He himself was also unbelievably weak right now. But his Dao sword grew stronger and stronger. The stronger the Dao tribulation, the greater the benefits that he got. Very soon, Tian Wei could not hold on either and was smote to death by the Dao tribulation. 4 great true sovereign heavens, there was only Holodark alone left. However, he was also at death's door and almost kicking the bucket. Arg, I hate it, Yuan, this sovereign is cursing you to be torn to shreds by heavenly Dao. Carrying strong unwillingness, Holodark also passed on. The masters of 4 great sea regions all perished in less than 2 hours. No idea how long had passed. Everything returned to tranquility. Above the sea, it was calm and tranquil, as if nothing had happened, except for the massive corpses floating on the sea. Everything seemed to be a dreadful sight to behold. With the Dao tribulation, the powerhouses of 4 great sea regions practically all dwindled to zero. Whalebillow looked toward that weak to the extreme young figure as if looking at a devil. Yes, Whalebillow did not die. He actually pulled through. He himself did not dare to believe it either. What he overcame was the same as Yongqing, 5-9 Dao tribulation. He actually did not die. As if feeling Whalebillow's gaze, Yuan grinned and said weakly, "What are you looking at? Shouldn't you be thanking me now? After this tribulation, you'll probably be these 4 great sea regions' new master." Whalebillow was speechless. What Yuan said was right. He was very weak now. But he could feel that his body was brimming with vigorous vitality and was currently growing like crazy. This Dao tribulation let him pry into the door of a new world. The true sovereign heaven gate was originally difficult to open. But because of this incident, it revealed the tiniest gap to him. General-level powerhouses were elites among elites of the sea race to begin with, their talents being extremely strong. This Dao tribulation was destruction and also new life. He was the only war general who survived. Apart from him, there were also 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens. Several hundred Saint Sovereign Heavens, only the 4 of them survived. But, experiencing this Tao tribulation was a baptism to them. Their future road would be even broader. You're not killing me, Whalebillow said fearfully. This was not instinctive fear, but that he saw that Yuan freaking swallowed another heavenly pill. In this short while, Yuan quickly recovered. Fuck, we don't have a life or death feud either. Kill you for what? I originally didn't want to kill people. It was you all who forced the situation to become what it is now, one step at a time. If we really want to say it out, the culprit behind this situation is you. Yuan said coolly. Whalebillow stared dumbfoundedly. A frenzied pursuit that lasted close to a month, chasing until everyone in the 4 great sea regions was in an uproar, and even 4 great true sovereign heavens moved out. But, tracing back to the source, the cause was merely a bit of face. Qian Kui's sea region's face. His, Whalebillow's, face. Later, Whalebillow naturally knew that Yuan had shown mercy previously. But, at that time, he could not pull back anymore. In the end, this was like a vortex, getting bigger as it spun. In the end, even true sovereign heavens were swept in. Then, everyone died. The 4 great true sovereign heavens died so unjustly. It was just that before this, who could have thought that chasing down a measly little lower saint sovereign heaven could cause such terrifying consequences? Fuck, stop chatting, I'm dying. Yuan, hurry up and save me. Yongqing said weakly. The current Yongqing was incomparably miserable. His lower body was directly blown away. The 2 arms only had 1 upper arm left, becoming a human stick. His entire person was weak to the extreme. However, this guy actually advanced. This guy broke through to half-step true sovereign heaven. Yuan threw a heavenly pill to him. This guy's severed limbs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Whalebillow saw this scene, he was envious to the extreme. This heavenly pill was really freaking awesome. Meanwhile, he would probably have to recuperate for a few years before he could recover to his peak. Yuan brought Yongqing away. Whalebillow looked at the 2 people's disappearing backs, his gaze flickering as he said, in the future, when humans pass through our sea region, we absolutely mustn't provoke them. Yes, the other 3 Saint Sovereign Heavens replied immediately. At this time, Whalebillow was the supreme ruler of the 4 great sea regions. Yuan did not know that he blazed a sea route for those who set out to sea. Chapter 2798, Blood Race. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. At the Heaven One continent's land of extreme north. Above the sea, there was a huge region. This place had heavy fog all year round. Furthermore, it was very strange. Even divine sense was unable to penetrate it. The powerhouses who entered this heavy fog had never been seen to come out before. In the course of time, this place became a region where few people tread. Hence, people called it the restricted area of the sea. However, at this time, there were indistinct figures in the large fog. There was actually an army hiding in it. In this army, each person emitted powerful blood energy from their body. There were 2 of them whose blood energies were the most exuberant. These 2 people, one was called Han Guang, the other was called Chili. They were the commanders of the army, true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Commander Han Guang, this large fog created by the fog rain cloud. Swallowing beast is really the best place to hide our whereabouts, Chili said. With a laugh, Han Guang nodded and said, if not for this region, it's very hard to hide our blood energy. Wanting to launch a surprise attack would really not be easy. Fortunately, this fog rain cloud swallowing beast that the few Lord Blood Emperors killed didn't set off any waves either. There are still 10 days. Once Commander Lu Chuan they all arrive, we'll be able to launch a surprise attack. At that time, those lowly humans will definitely get a big shock. Ha ha ha, talking about how he was pleased with himself, Chili could not refrain from letting out a loud laugh. Han Guang also smiled and said, yeah, all of their energy is at the south. They absolutely won't think that Hegemon Bloodsky crossed worlds and came, opening a spatial passageway at sea and launching a sudden raid from the northernmost end. The northern cities don't have many powerhouses. We just have to occupy a few cities and gain a firm foothold. They will be attacked in front and from the rear. This Heaven One continent will be ours. When talking, the 2 people seemed very excited. Suddenly, Han Guang's brows furrowed, and he said, MN. Someone barged in. Mie Chen, you bring a team of 100 and kill these humans. I obey. A half-step true sovereign heaven immediately stepped out of the ranks, bringing 100 Saint Sovereign Heaven subordinates and entering the fog. 11 years had already passed since the Tao tribulation annihilated the true Sovereign Heavens. Yi Yuan 5 people arrived at the periphery of Heaven 1 continent, being even more cautious. At that time, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing caused an uproar in the sea regions. All the powerhouses were drawn away by the two of them. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Xiaoqing, they all were left alone. Yi Yuan looked at the nautical chart in his hands and said with a smile, "We're already very close to Heaven 1 continent. After passing through this fog, we'll be there." The moment Yang Qing heard, he said excitedly, "Ha ha ha. A new continent. This exalt is going to dominate this continent. Only I am invincible." Xiaoqing fawned on him by the side. "Master is amazingly talented and will definitely reach the top within 1,000 years, dominating the continent again." Yang Qing had a smug look as he said, "Xiaoqing, at that time, you'll be the number 1 true spirit under my command. Yi Yuan, you'll be the number divine general under me." By the side, Yi Yuan 3 people rolled their eyes. Who gave these two fellows the courage? Reckon that most of the time, Yang Qing would have to pretend to be subservient, right? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in shock and anger, "Careful." His voice had yet to fade when 100 figures emerged from the fog 8, besieging the 5 people from all directions. But Yang Qing was not fearful and said with a loud laugh, "Saint Exalt. Azureski's journey to hegemony will begin with you guys. Watch my spear." Yang Qing and his opponent forcibly exchanged a blow, and he was actually repelled by the other party. He could not help getting a shock. The other party was clearly somewhat surprised too, not expecting that Yang Qing's strength was actually so strong. Yi Yuan was not courteous, directly blowing up a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven that rushed forward with one punch. Big Yellow, Jingfei, and Xiaoqing each used their own means to attack the enemy. However, among this team of 100, the weakest was also Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. The majority were Upper Saint Sovereign Heavens. This lineup was rather scary. They were not at all inferior to the sea folks who hunted Yi Yuan down back then. At present, Jingfei already reached Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven too. Coupled with the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, her combat power was quite strong. Big Yellow went without saying, he already reached peak Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He was not the slightest bit afraid when facing off against Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heavens. However, the difference in numbers still put a lot of pressure on the 3 of them. Yi Yuan was different. His aura released, ending one with one punch. Having transcended the 6-9 Tao tribulation, the Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan's strength was already extremely terrifying. He fought with the half-step true Sovereign Heaven Yang Qing before, beating the other party until he howled. Therefore, even if it was a great Tao transformation Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, Yi Yuan killed them very casually too. He dealt one punch each, directly beating the other party into a cloud of blood, mist. But very soon, Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. He discovered to his horror in those powerhouses who were blown apart by him, their physical bodies actually condensed again. Apart from their auras being slightly weaker, their strength actually did not change much. This shock was by no means insignificant. In the sea of consciousness, Mitn cried out in surprise, "It's the blood race. Why would Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven have so many members of the blood race?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, "Blood race?" Mitn said, "The blood race is an extremely powerful race. They are powerful and extremely aggressive. The blood race relies on devouring the blood of all races to strengthen themselves. The most terrifying thing is that the life force of the blood race is extremely tenacious. Even if there's still a drop of blood left, they can also recondense their physical bodies anew." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly from listening. Revival from a drop of blood. This was equivalent to a race that could not be killed, unless your strength was much stronger than his. Otherwise, there was no way of killing the other party at all. So that's how it is. In that case, if we want to kill them, we can only completely obliterate them, Yi Yuan said. Mitn nodded and said, "That's right. Wanting to kill them, there's only one Wei, we need to use absolute strength and completely wipe them out. Yi Yuan nodded and said, understood. Yang Qjng, you hold back that. Half-step true sovereign heaven, leave the rest to me. Yang Qing shouted, fucking hurry up. These guys can't be killed at all. I almost can't hold on anymore. Facing Mie Chen by himself, Yang Qing naturally had the strength to fight. But, next to him, there was a large group of Saint Sovereign Heavens harassing. He was under tremendous pressure now too. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, universe sword formation releasing grandly. In an instant, it enveloped all of these Saint Sovereign Heavens. Kill, Yi Yuan shouted coldly, the universe sword formation directly launching the strongest attack. Clouds of blood mist exploded with a loud bang. After experiencing the 6-9 Dao tribulation, the power of Yi Yuan's universe sword formation directly increased a lot. These Saint Sovereign Heavens were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Only those transformation grand completion Saint Sovereign Heavens could barely manage to block for a few rounds. But very soon, they were killed too. Yi Yuan's universe sword formation directly transformed into a meat grinder. Those blood race members that revived were also directly annihilated by Yi Yuan. However, the power of the universe sword formation was too scattered in the end. It was unable to completely wipe out these blood race members. Yi Yuan did not care and continued garroting. Toward the back, it was filled with blood mist inside the sword formation. Over there, when Mie Chen, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Qing, saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. He thought that Yang Qing was the strongest one in this party, so his first target was to lock onto him. As for Yi Yuan, he did not take him seriously at all. But only now did he know that Yi Yuan's strength was much stronger than even Yang Qing. Chapter 2799, Killing True Sovereign. Ha ha ha, foolish human, you can't kill us. After a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven revived, he laughed wildly, and said to Yi Yuan. The blood race's revival from a drop of blood had a great impact on humans. An opponent that could not be killed was sufficient to make people's will collapse. Is that so? Isn't your revivals getting increasingly slower? Yi Yuan laughed coldly, suddenly pulling back his divine essence. The universe sword formation immediately disappeared. Sure enough, just as he talked, he killed many times in a row. The recovery speed of these blood race members clearly became much slower. Dragon might overflowed from Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan threw a punch out, directly slamming onto a cloud of blood mist. That cloud of blood mist directly turned into nothingness. With this, the world became clean. The pupils of that grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven shrunk, and he cried out in alarm, this. How is this possible? Yi Yuan said coolly, is there anyone who can't be killed in this world? It's just that your numbers are a lot, so I was wearing you all down first. Done talking, he slammed another punch out, obliterating another blood race member again. In terms of large area attacking means, the universe sword formation was indeed unparalleled. It could magnify Yi Yuan's strength several times over. But in terms of single target attack, the universe sword formation was inferior to the Nine Heavens Dragon transformation fist. Presently, Yi Yuan's bloodline evolved into battle spirit level true dragon bloodline. The power that this move erupted with was dozens of times of his power. Furthermore, this power was concentrated in a single point, the destructive power extremely strong. It was perfect for obliterating the blood race. Yi Yuan dealt a punch each, the numbers of the blood race could be seen, reducing auto speed visible to the naked eye. That grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven was also directly obliterated by one punch. In the depths of the fog, Han Guang's expression changed. He could sense through bloodline that his subordinates were vanishing one by one at an extremely fast speed. What's wrong, Lord Han Guang? It's merely a few Saint Sovereign Heavens. Could it be that Mie Chen can't take care of it? Chili's perception was lacking, but seeing Han Guang's expression, he immediately understood something. A hint of shock flashed across Han Guang's eyes, and he said, there's only Mie Chen alone left. What could it be? A true sovereign heaven? Chili's shock was by no means insignificant. Han Guang shook his head and said, one half-step true sovereign heaven, the others are all ordinary Saint Sovereign Heavens, there isn't even a grand completion one. Mie Chen died too. This time, Han Guang was really shocked. Died too quickly. It was less than 15 minutes from start to end. Unless the blood race encountered an opponent whose strength greatly exceeds their own, they would never die so quickly. The half-step true sovereign heaven Mie Chen could practically capture same rank opponents with ease. Even if he encountered a monster from the human race, he could always run away if he could not beat. Now, they were all dead. No can do. They are going to pass through the fog. They already know that. We're lying in ambush here. If they bring this news over, then all of our previous efforts will be wasted. Chili, you bring people over to kill them. No, everyone move out. You must kill them. These blood race members made a surprise attack on you all. They have probably already discovered you guys. There might be a great conspiracy for them to lie in ambush here. Mitn. Yi Yuan nodded and said, in this case, we have to bring the news to heaven. One continent and inform the humans there. Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually run into this sort of thing before entering heaven one continent. Those that came out to ambush them already had a half-step true sovereign heaven realm. There was probably a true sovereign heaven existence in the depths of the fog. Retreat. Yi Yuan shouted coldly, his figure retreating explosively. It's too late. A figure came out of the void and struck a palm towards Yongqing. This palm was incredibly fearsome. It was precisely Chili. Arg, why is it me again? Fuck, I'm not the strongest, you idiot. Yongqing cried out strangely, but his figure dodged bizarrely and actually avoided this certain kill strike. Chili's pupils constricted, looking at Yongqing rather astonishedly. This half-step true sovereign heaven actually evaded his charged blow. However, after getting a shock, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Chili's mouth. This move of his was not a killing move at all. The real killing move was Han Guang. Right at this instant, the 5 people withdrew out of the fog. And right at this moment, a large palm fell from the sky. The power was completely incomparable to Chili. The lethal blow of a middle true sovereign heaven was akin to doomsday to a really dead for sure this time. Yongqing cried out strangely. Big Yellow and the rest could not even move a muscle under this palm. Han Guang's strength was completely not on the same level as Chili's. Above the void, Han Guang was expressionless. Killing a few Saint Sovereign Heavens was merely a matter of lifting a hand to him. Even if they were half-step true Sovereign Heavens, they would be inadequate, too. But right at this time, an incomparably terrifying force suddenly burst forth beneath his palm. This power made him feel heart palpitations. Chili's face originally carried a mocking smile. But at this time, his expression changed wildly. Commander Han Guang, be careful. Yet, it was already too late. This astonishing sword directly chopped apart the giant palm, heading straight for his main body. This sword shone with boundless radiance and was extremely dazzling, forcing everyone until they could not open their eyes. When this sword appeared, it seemed as if it was going to chop the firmament. Chili, who was not far away, his breathing was about to stop. Han Guang's body was actually directly smashed by this sword. Everyone present opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This sword was released by Yi Yuan. No one would have thought that a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven would kill a middle true Sovereign Heaven with one sword. He directly crossed a large realm to kill the enemy. This sword already surpassed cultivation realm. This Lord Han Guang was actually killed by one sword. What kind of joke is this? What a dazzling sword. Is this human really middle Saint Sovereign Heaven? Earlier, I thought that the strongest was that half-step true Sovereign Heaven. One didn't expect that it's this unremarkable fellow. Before this sword move, nobody took Yi Yuan seriously. Among the 5 people, Yi Yuan was not even as good as Jingfei. But this sword made Yi Yuan seemingly look dazzling to the extreme. Dao sword, the strongest sword that Yi Yuan unleashed. The power was far more powerful than the A1 encompassing sacred trees sword of heaven killing. This was Yi Yuan's sword of defying Dao, all of his comprehensions in this life. Similarly, it was a sword that was unleashed using his life. After unleashing a sword, Yi Yuan's complexion was pale to the extreme, like a living dead. Big Yellow. Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Actually, there was no need for his order. Big Yellow already carried Yi Yuan and scurried into the fog again. And everyone was still in shock. No one even went to stop them. Yongqing 3 people had long known about Yi Yuan's trump card and also followed after instantly. Above the void, that cloud of blood mist that was smashed apart by Yi Yuan, attempted to condense together. But it could not do it. Under this sword slash, the blood race actually found it difficult to revive. Chili and the rest actually forgot to chase for a moment. Commander Han Guang, are you alright? Chili asked worriedly. Finally, that cloud of blood mist recondensed. Han Guang was alarmed and furious to the extreme, shouting loudly, "Chase! What are you all in a daze for?" Chapter 2800, Secretly Killing. Translate ECR. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chili, chase after. Kill them for me. Han Guang's angry roar reverberated above the sea. One sword inflicted heavy wounds onto him. What Yi Yuan's sword chopped was his Dao. The current Han Guang, although he revived, his strength was greatly diminished and was not even as good as Chili. Actually, without waiting for Han Guang's instructions, Chili chased into the fog right away. But, merely a short while later, he retreated again. Commander Han Guang, their auras disappeared. Chili said with a solemn expression. Han Guang's gaze turned intent, and he shouted angrily, "Everyone heeds my order. Conduct a carpet search in the fog. Once you discover their traces, kill, without amnesty." This army was composed of 5,000 blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens. After obeying the order, 5,000 people searched the fog in an orderly manner. Han Guang and Chili also entered the fog. However, Han Guang's brows immediately knitted together. "I was seriously injured by that brat and can't sense them anymore. Damn it, I didn't expect that punk is actually a divergent cultivator. Furthermore, he's so powerful." Han Guang was also stunned by Yi Yuan's sword. Directly crossing a major realm to chop the enemy, what kind of terrifying strength was this? If not for the tenacious vitality of the blood race, he would have immediately died from that just now. "Lord Commander, what should we do now? That boy seems to have the means to hide in this fog," Chili said in a solemn voice. Han Guang's gaze flickered, and he said somberly, "You go straight to the other side to guard. We absolutely can't let them enter Heaven One continent. That boy only has the power of one strike." Presently, his Dao sword suffered damage. "It's absolutely impossible to slash out a second time. As long as they dare to show their faces, kill them. I'll wait for Commander Luo Chuan. They all here. Once the army arrives, we'll immediately charge into Heaven One continent. At that time, whether or not they get out won't matter anymore." Chili's expression turned somber, and he obeyed the order and left. In the fog, the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest became dusky, merging into one with the surrounding fog, making it extremely difficult to find. In this fog, the Emerald Sea Divine Conch could unleash the greatest effect. Even if these Saint Sovereign Heavens passed by them, they could forget about finding them too. "Master Yi, are you alright?" Big Yellow asked concernedly. Yi Yuan's complexion was deathly pale as he said weakly, "I want I. However, my Dao sword has been severely damaged and needs to be nurtured." This move held incredible power, but it was a mutual destruction fighting. The Dao sword was linked to Yi Yuan's life. They were bound together for good or ill. Dao sword was where Yi Yuan's foundation lay. Once it was executed at full power, its power was much stronger than the sword of heaven killing. But the sequela was also immense. Within half a month, Yi Yuan had no way of taking action. Yi Yuan's Dao sword was currently in the Myriad Realms Mountain, Mr. Rowing, the Grand Mist energy to nurture. Grand Mist energy was the source of all things. It could nurture the Dao sword. If not for this, he would not be able to recondense the Dao sword within a few. "You this fellow, to actually still be hiding such a powerful move, are you planning on using it to ambush me, this Heaven One continent's overlord?" Yang Qing cried out strangely. Jingfa's mouth curled, and she said disdainfully, "With your pathetic appearance, Big Brother Yi Yuan can pummel you with one hand. Is there still a need to sneak attack you?" Yang Qing smiled coldly and said, "That's just temporary. This Exalt is going to break through to true sovereign heaven right away. At that time, wouldn't I abuse him 1,000 times over? Alu, keep talking nonsense, and you can get out for me. Go face the blood race army alone by yourself." Yi Yuan yelled coldly. The moment Yang Qing heard, he indeed shut up sensibly. These blood race members were too strong. They could not be killed at all. If he went out, it would be certain death. "Master Yi, that true sovereign heaven already went to the other side. We can't get out now either. What do we do? Big Yellow said worriedly. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, this fog is our natural barrier. That middle true sovereign heaven was heavily wounded by my Dao sword. He definitely won't be able to recover to the peak within a month. The true sovereign heaven on the other side is afraid of us entering the heaven one continent. He absolutely won't dare to come in easily. Then we'll kill them until they are terrified. The moment Yongqing heard, he could not help being greatly excitedly and said, "Haha, this is good, this is good." Lingfei, who craved nothing short of the world being plunged into chaos, was naturally very excited too. With two true sovereign heavens around, they had nowhere to hide under the Emerald Sea Divine Conch too. But if it was just one true sovereign heaven, when the Emerald Sea Divine Conch activated water rule and hid in the fog, it was like nature itself. They could turn into hunters in the fog, and the blood race army would be their prey. Damn it, where are those few fellows hiding? We've already searched the fog several times and didn't even see a damn thing. Could it be that they can still evaporate into thin air? They must have some concealment means. We can't lower our guard. Sigh, what methods can they have? That strongest punk is already half dead. But, got to say, that sword of his was really terrifying to actually kill. Commander Han, Guang with one sword, I'm still a little scared until now. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and search. This fog is too big. The 5,000 of us can't even set off any waves after spreading in. A blood race team was currently searching the fog due to that, their divine sense detection range was very small. They could only patrol back and forth continuously. It was just that 3 days had passed. They did not find Yi Yuan 5 people's shadows at all. The army of 4,900 people split into squads of 49, carrying out a carpet search of the entire fog area. This squad was one of them. At the back of the team, a ball of water quietly enveloped the 3 people who were talking just now, without making a sound. These 3 people were merely middle saint sovereign heavens. Being covered up by this ball of water, they got a big shock and instinctively wanted to cry for help. But they could not cry out in the water curtain at all. At this time, a figure appeared. Yongqing looked at these 3 people with a playful face and suddenly stabbed a spear towards one of them. This spear did not have the slightest rule fluctuation. But, after the tip of the spear pierced into the body of that blood race member, a terrifying destructive power exploded in his body. That blood race member was directly wiped out by Yongqing. At the same time, the 2 blood race members beside him also directly turned into nothingness without making a sound. It turned out that Yi Yuan injected 2 streams of sword energy and directly garroted these 2. Yongqing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said angrily, "You snatched my people again." Yi Yuan made a shushing hand gesture, signaling for Yongqing to leave. The 2 figures escaped into the fog again, disappearing. Very soon, another squad passed by them. When Yongqing saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly. They nearly got exposed. "You this fellow, killing people too slowly." Yi Yuan looked toward Yongqing and said lightly. Yongqing was angered until his expression was livid, but there was nothing that he could do. Wanting to immediately obliterate and also not make any sound, it was really difficult. Sniff, you're really a freak. Even killing people is faster than me. Chapter 2801, Breaking Through the Encirclement. Zicheng, the human blood that you got the last time was pretty good. Do you still have any? Share a little with me. Zicheng, MN, Zicheng. At the tail of the team, a Saint Sovereign Heaven was currently talking to the guy behind. But he talked for a long time, and the other party ignored him. Turning around to look, his hair could not help standing on end. He was gone. There were 10 people behind him. Why were they all gone silently? When did they disappear? Lord Zhao Ming. Lord Zhao Ming. Things are bad. Zicheng, they all are gone. That Saint Sovereign Heave cried out in alarm. Lord Zhao Ming was their 100-man team's captain, a grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. When Zhao Ming turned around to look, sure enough, he discovered that 10 people were missing, and his hair also could not help standing on end. 10 people. They were gone without even setting off any waves. Where are they? Zhao Ming said in a cold voice. That Saint Sovereign Heaven smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. We were still talking just now, but when I looked back, they were gone. Zhao Ming's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "It must have been done by those guys. They hid in this fog and secretly killed us. No way, we can't go on searching like this. Otherwise, we'll die out." Suddenly, Zhao Ming attacked abruptly, hitting into the void. Very soon, there were 2 teams of 100 men each that felt this commotion and rushed over. "Where's the enemy? Where are they? Zhao Ming, what are you doing?" When the 2 captains came over and discovered that there were no enemies at all, they could not help feeling annoyed. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, "You guys quickly check. How many people are missing in your 100-man squad?" The 2 captains were taken aback and hurriedly checked their 100-man squads, and their faces could not help changing wildly. The 2 teams were missing 9 people when added up. The scariest thing was that they actually did not notice it at all. What's going on here?" one of the captains said in shock. Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice, "It must be those guys who did it. We can't continue searching like this. Quickly inform everyone, let's gather together." The other 2 captains nodded one after another. Very soon, the army was gathered together. Upon checking the numbers, more than 300 were missing. Everyone had a gloomy look on their faces. "Fu Hai, where's Fu Hai? Also gone." Suddenly, a blood race warrior shouted. A hint of strangeness showed on everyone's faces. The army was already gathered, and these few fellows were still stabbing them in the back. "We can't do this. Quickly go. Can't stay in this fog anymore," Zhao Ming said in a solemn voice. Everyone was very much in agreement. Hence, the army of 5,000 withdrew out of the fog. Hearing the reports by Zhao Ming and the others, Han Guang's expression was incredibly dark. "Damn it, we might not necessarily have so many losses after experiencing a great battle too. These few humans, this commander will definitely kill them," Han Guang said furiously. Adding in the 100-man squad that was lost previously, this blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven army already lost close to 500 people before even engaging in war. When their blood race fought with the Heaven One continent, as long as Emperor realm powerhouses did not appear, it was very hard for 500 people to die too. One had to know, this army was a Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Even when facing a 5,000-strong human Saint Sovereign Heaven army, they completely crushed them too and absolutely would not suffer such heavy losses. The recovery ability of the blood race was extremely strong. The greater the battle, the harder it was for them to be killed. But, who knew that after encountering 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens, they actually had so many people being ambushed to death within a few short days. Han Guang's heart was dripping blood. But now, he had already mounted the tiger and found it hard to dismount. He was seriously injured. It would be hard to recover for a while. It would be to no avail if he entered too. If he let Chili go in, he was afraid that Yuan they all would directly run away. After all, Chili's divine sense was too weak and could not penetrate the fog too much as well. Unless Yuan they all showed up around Chili, he could not do anything to Yuan they all either. "Lord Commander, what should we do now?" Han Guang's gaze flickered, and he said, "All of you go to the other side and block off this fog. Once they come out, kill without amnesty." The subordinate's expression changed, and he said, "That way, we are at risk of exposure." Han Guang said in a solemn voice, "Who cares? Chili alone might not be able to stop them. If even one of them escapes, it will be fatal to us. Commander Luo Chuan will be arriving in 3 days. After he arrives, it will be the time of death for these guys." In the fog, Yongqing was as destitute as snow. These guys are really dumb. Under Saint Exalt Azureski's slaughter, they don't even dare to enter the fog anymore. Yongqing showed off and said. No one paid attention to him. Yuan said in a solemn voice, "They seem to be waiting for someone here. This shows that this Saint Sovereign Heaven army isn't all of it. We can't wait anymore. Otherwise, not only will the news not be sent out, we'll have to die here too." Yuan felt that the blood race probably still had even more true Sovereign Heaven experts that would be arriving one after another. No matter how weak Heaven One continent's human race was, it was also impossible for it to be conquered by 2 true Sovereign Heavens. Therefore, they must be waiting. "How many days do you still have before you can recover?" Yongqing asked. 3 days. 3 days later, on the coastline, the 4,000 over people blood race army were waiting in full battle array. Suddenly, several figures suddenly rushed out and charged right into the army. The moment Yuan unleashed his universe sword formation, he immediately slew more than 10 Saint Sovereign Heavens. The others killed frenziedly under his cover. Especially Yang Qing. When a spear rushed out, someone would definitely die. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Chili's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? This boy only used half a month to completely recover." However, he did not have time to be surprised. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan 5 people's speed was too fast. They instantly formed an opening. The moment Chili's true sovereign heaven pressure emerged, he charged straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and a Dao sword actually condensed in his hand. Chili's expression changed wildly, retreating ever faster than when he came. Because this sword of Yi Yuan's was already chopping down right at him. He knew perfectly well that this sword directly crippled Commander Han Guang. However, Yi Yuan suddenly grinned, the Dao sword in his hand directly disappeared without a trace. The terrifying pressure vanished right away. Scaring you. Goodbye. The 5 people turned into afterimages, flying straight for the continent. On the other side, the void trembled, and one figure after another stepped out of the void. Focusing one's eyes and looking, there were actually more than 5,000 people. These 5,000 people were shockingly all Saint Sovereign Heavens, and the true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the forefront actually reached as many as 5 people. Commander Luo Chuan. Han Guang immediately bowed to one of them. Commander Luo Chuan was a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven level super powerhouse. This 10,000-strong army was led precisely by him. When Luo Chuan saw Han Guang, his brows could not help furrowing slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's going on?" Han Guang hurriedly said, "Several divergent cultivators suddenly appeared at sea. One of them actually condensed a terrifying Dao sword and damaged my foundation with one sword." Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" "Still in the fog. I've already ordered Chili to stop them at the coastline." Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice, "Useless trash." Chapter 2802. Inciting Heavenly Punishment, Reporting Information. One figure after another dashed out of the fog. Luo Chuan's eyes turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Where are they?" The coastline was starkly empty. Where was there still a hint of any presence? Han Guang's pupils constricted, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Damn it. Those few punks must have broken through the encirclement. Trash." Luo Chuan yelled loudly in shock and rage. How great a price did our blood race pay for this northern war situation? Even Hegemon Bloodsky acted personally. Now, it failed just a step away from success. Han Guang was in fear and trepidation, immediately kneeling down. How could he not know the severity of this matter? But how could he have known that a middle Saint Sovereign Heaven could slash him with one sword move? This sort of thing was seriously too surprising. "Ming Shu, you lead the army to station here. This commander will go and chase after those humans. I hope that I can make it in time." Luo Chuan instructed and immediately disappeared. Yi Yuan 5 people killed their way out of the heavy encirclement, fleeing while fighting. Chili was fearful of Yi Yuan's Dao sword and did not dare to pursue alone. He could only order the army to chase him down together. But, the closer they got to the continent, the greater the risk of being exposed. Right now, the blood race's setup had yet to be completed. Once detected by the northern powerhouses, the previous efforts would be wasted. Just based on them, these true Sovereign Heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens, it was naturally impossible to take down Heaven one continent. Wanting to gain a firm foothold in the north, the more important thing was still the cooperation of Emperor-level powerhouses and Hegemon-level powerhouses. Without them, any random human Emperor-level powerhouse that came could eradicate them. "Still chasing, you keep chasing, and I'm really going to kill you." From ahead came Yi Yuan's cold laugh. Chili's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "If you have the capabilities, try killing this commander." "Is that so? Then I'm coming." Done talking, Yi Yuan slashed a sword out backhandedly. Heaven and earth changed colors. The horrifying to the extreme aura made Chili's expression change wildly, his figure suddenly descending. But this sword did not land. Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said, "Hoo-hoo, still bluffing you." Fuck, it was another feint. Chili practically wanted to vomit blood. Along the way, Yi Yuan used this move to trick him 3 or 4 times already. Each time he saw that he was going to catch up, Yi Yuan would do it once. Yet, he really had no choice. Once he got too close, this sword of Yi Yuan's could really take his life. Yi Yuan's sword heavily wounded Commander Han Guang with a chop. His strength was significantly worse than Han Guang's. He reckoned that even if he did not die, he would become crippled too. In the blood race, trash had no existence value. Chile had no choice and could only hang behind Yuan like this, reducing their speed. He could only hope that Lord Luo Chuan could rush over as soon as possible and kill this vile spawn. This boy was too hateful. Still chasing? I'm already home, Yuan said with a grin. Sure enough, extremely far away, the outline of a city already slowly appeared in his field of vision. During the chase, both parties already flew an extremely far distance. Along the way, there were naturally traces of human activities too. But Chile split off a portion of the army and immediately started massacring. It was for the sake of keeping the secret. Yuan was completely clueless about Heaven One Continent. But, the appearance of the blood race made him have some judgment. Most likely, Heaven One Continent's situation was not optimistic. The blood race appeared behind the continent without a sound. It was likely an extremely important strategic intent. He came just at the right time and bumped into it. The most important mission now was to let the human powerhouses know. Otherwise, not only would he have to die, but Heaven One Continent would also probably fall completely into enemy hands. Mitn said before that the blood race was a very terrifying race. They would devour their opponent's blood and grow stronger the more they fought. Once they gain a firm foothold, even more powerful blood race powerhouses would appear. But right at this time, a shocking aura engulfed everything and swept over from a distance. The faces of Yuan and the rest changed wildly. This aura was far too strong. It was an existence that he could not possibly kill even if he brought out the Dao sword. Chile naturally sensed it too and said with a big laugh, "Boy, you probably can't go home anymore. Commander Luo Chuan is a grand completion true sovereign heaven. You're dead for sure." The other party's speed was too fast. They did not have time to escape into the city at all and would be caught up too. Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yongqing, hold him back." Yongqing's strength naturally could not compare to Chile. However, he was also strong enough. Delaying for a short while was still doable for him. However, this way, the 5 people immediately got caught in the army's encirclement. Yuan completely ignored those blood race members, directly controlling the Dao sword to rise to the sky. Yuan's Dao sword immediately became a giant sword, shooting straight to the sky. The Saint Sovereign Heavens that approached Yuan were directly obliterated by the sword energy exuding off of the Dao sword. Rumble. As if sensing Yuan's Dao sword, dark clouds immediately gathered overhead above the sky, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Yuan pointed at the sky with the sword once again. Furthermore, along with the increase in Yuan's strength, Heaven's might was several dozen times stronger than in the past. The sky within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles was shrouded by this layer of dark cloud. At this moment, countless powerhouses were shocked. What Yuan wanted was this effect. Far away, Luo Chuan's expression changed wildly, knowing that the plan this time had completely failed. On top of Northern View City's walls, several figures looked into the distance across the space. Northern View City was the city closest to Yuan. Song Miao was this Northern View City's city lord. A subordinate exclaimed, "City lord, which senior is this that's transcending their true sovereign Dao tribulation? This power is so terrifying." He had seen before City Lord, His Excellency, transcending true sovereign Dao tribulation before. It was merely nothing more than this. And City Lord, His Excellency, was an upper true sovereign heaven mighty expert. But, Song Miao's brows furrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "This isn't a true sovereign Dao tribulation. This is heavenly punishment. The person transcending the tribulation is a divergent cultivator. However, why would someone be transcending their tribulation in that direction? There seems to be something odd about this matter." The subordinate also said with uncertainty, "Yeah, there are many humans and true spirits over there. It isn't some good place to transcend tribulation. Why would there be someone who chose to transcend their tribulation here? The place to transcend tribulation, most people would choose a quiet and remote place. After all, transcending tribulation was having 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. If someone interfered, that would be certain death. Such a clamorous place was not suitable to transcend tribulation at all. Yet, someone was transcending tribulation. Furthermore, they caused an extremely huge commotion. This sovereign will go over and take a look. You all guard the city and activate the city protecting grand array and wait in full battle array." After he was done talking, Song Miao's figure swayed, and he headed for the place where the tribulation was being overcome. He was a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. His speed was swift to the extreme. But very soon, his expression changed wildly. Blood race. There were actually a large group of blood race powerhouses in the center of the storm. The hallmark of the blood race was very obvious. Once they started to fight, blood energy would surge to the sky. It was very easy to identify. This place is the land of extreme north. Why would there be blood race members here? Could it be that they secretly opened up a spatial passageway and plan on invading heaven one continent through the sea? Song Miao guessed the general idea very soon. But this conjecture made him break out into a cold sweat due to fright. This news was seriously too important. Chapter 2803, The Power of Heavenly Punishment. Atlas Studios. Immediately send news back to Chaos Origin Sect. The blood race opened up a spatial channel. They are invading from the north. Song Miao's words reverberated across the sky, immediately transmitting back to Northern View City. This sentence immediately caused a huge shock. What? The blood race actually appeared in our land of extreme north too. How can that be? Opening up a spatial passageway, the blood race actually used this kind of shocking method. Is the peace of the north finally going to end? In Northern View City, it was already completely shocking when they found out. The blood race was the nightmare of the Heaven One continent. However, the northern lands were far away from the battlefield. It barely managed to be considered as peaceful. The appearance of the blood race was a tremendous blow to them. They knew that the originally peaceful northern lands would turn into a savage battlefield. One powerful aura after another came from all directions. These auras were all true sovereign heaven. Brother Song, is it really the blood race? Someone stepped out of the void, looking at Song Miao as he said with a solemn expression. Song Miao nodded and said, absolutely true. That Dao friend deliberately called down heavenly punishment in order to deliver the message to us. He's being pursued by the blood race. Let's hurry up and save him. Beside Song Miao, one figure after another appeared. 8 true sovereign heavens actually appeared all at once. These true sovereign heavens were all powerhouses in the vicinity of Northern View City. They were originally attracted by Yi Yuan's heavenly punishment. When Song Miao roared, they immediately knew what was going on. Hearing Song Miao's order, they did not hesitate in the slightest, sweeping towards the center of the storm like lightning. On the other side, Luo Chuan also came howling while bringing an astonishing aura. Both sides were at an explosive point. The Chili who was currently chasing Yongqing, his expression turned ashen at this time too. He also realized that the surprise attack plan had completely failed. Their army was actually punched through by 5 Saint Sovereign Heavens. With Yi Yuan bringing along 4 people, not only did they kill their way out of the heavy encirclement, they even completely transmitted the news that the blood race came to attack, back to the humans. Until now, Chili still felt like he was dreaming. He looked at the Yi Yuan, who was akin to facing a great enemy, his eyes seemingly full of killing intent. Damn it, you, punk, must die under the Tao tribulation. Chili gritted his teeth and said. He did not dare to go and kill Yi Yuan, the power of this Tao tribulation was too terrifying. 7-9 Tao tribulation, the heavenly punishment that Yi Yuan called down was a 7-9 Tao tribulation. 7-9 Tao tribulation, it was a genuine true sovereign Tao tribulation. Furthermore, this was heavenly punishment, not Tao tribulation. The power of heavenly punishment was even more terrifying than Tao tribulation. One could say that this was the enhanced version of the 7-9 Tao tribulation. The current Yi Yuan, he also felt his scalp tingle. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment, this was completely a death-seeking action. But he had no choice. That true sovereign heaven was at grand completion. Even if he had the means to access the highest heavens, he would surely die without a doubt too. Fortunately, he sensed that the powerhouses from the human race there were here. Damn human brat, to dare ruin my blood race's shocking plan. I'll definitely kill you today. Luo Chuan's angry roar resounded across the horizon. The blood race really paid a huge price for the sake of this plan. They invested a great deal of power in the south, restraining countless human powerhouses. It was for the sake of dealing a fatal blow in the back. But now, it failed on the eve of success. And everything was because of this human brat. A punk who was only middle saint sovereign heaven. Even if you're transcending tribulation, I'm going to kill you too. He was a grand completion true sovereign heaven expert, his strength being immensely formidable. He did not fear the 7-9 Tao tribulation at all. And right at this time, the human true sovereign heaven powerhouses also just happened to arrive. Many thanks to fellow Taoist for bringing down heavenly punishment to send the message, saving the human race, saving heaven one continent. Song Miao said halfway and found that he could not continue anymore. Fellow Taoist, he discovered to his horror that the one who brought down the 7-9 Tao tribulation was shockingly just a middle saint sovereign heaven. Fuck, a middle saint sovereign heaven called down a 7-9 Tao tribulation. Also, this densely packed blood race army, there were several thousand people. There were even true sovereign heaven powerhouses among them. How did this guy run over? Song Miao only felt that his worldview was about to collapse. How did this kid do it? Although Yang Qing's strength was very strong, Song Miao saw through at a glance that Yi Yuan was the backbone of these 5 people. It was because he called down the heavenly punishment. A middle saint sovereign heaven, brought along 4 saint sovereign heavens, smashed through the defense of the blood race army, and sent a message to Northern View City. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. This was too freaking fake. Not just him, the true sovereign heaven powerhouses who dared to come were all inexplicably shocked. They all thought that it was a fellow Taoist. In the end, it was just a junior. What the hell, the young ones are really to be feared. This boy is going to defy the heavens. 7-9 Tao tribulation, can he overcome it? While in shock, the true sovereign heavens already clashed together with Luo Chuan. The imposing momentum was shocking. Luo Chuan fought 1-on-7, and he did not fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. This Luo Chuan was too strong. As soon as Song Miao and the others clashed, they immediately felt tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, another person took over Yang Qing and faced off against Chili. This true sovereign heaven was the weakest, being only lower true sovereign heaven. Fucking hell, it was really too exciting with this guy. It was virtually certain death outcomes along the way. I didn't expect that your father could actually survive. Ha ha ha. I, Saint Exalt Azureski, am indeed someone that heaven favors, and I will definitely dominate heaven one continent in the future. Yang Qing said with a big laugh. Right at this time, the 7-9 Tao tribulation fell. 3 thick bolts of lightning fell together. Countless cracks immediately appeared on the Tao sword. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, already suffering serious injuries. The Tao tribulation this time was different from usual. With 3 bolts of 7-9 Tao tribulation arriving together, the tribulation's power was tripled. Yi Yuan's Tao sword was immediately severely damaged. He was repairing the Tao sword, but the Tao tribulation did not give him time to repair it at all. Yi Yuan's Tao sword had not been completely repaired when another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation fell down. The cracks grew even more on Yi Yuan's Tao sword. Yi Yuan's complexion became deathly pale. Heavenly punishment was indeed different from Tao tribulation. Hey, Yi Yuan, you wouldn't die, right? This Tao tribulation is unusual. Yang Qing jinxed. When Song Miao and the rest who were fighting fiercely with Luo Chuan felt the power of the Tao tribulation, each and every one of them was extremely shocked too. Just how monstrous was this kid to actually provoke heavenly Tao until it wanted to eradicate him this much? That Tao sword was so strong. Ha ha ha, watching you get smote to death by Tao tribulation, this commander is satisfied. Luo Chuan let out a loud laugh when he saw this scene. He did not take these human true sovereign heavens seriously at all. However, he knew that he could not stay here for too long. The human race's powerhouses were currently gathering toward Northern View City. Once an emperor-level powerhouse came, he would die without a burial ground. But before this, he was still very happy to watch Yi Yuan get smote to death by heavenly punishment. This punk ruined the blood race's grand matter. He deserved to die. Tao tribulation fell down repeatedly. Yi Yuan was directly slammed until he was sprawled on the ground. Finally, it was another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan's Tao sword collapsed with a loud bang. Chapter 2804, Grim Situation. Dead. This guy is going to be killed by heavenly punishment for reporting information to us. Sigh. Song Miao secretly sighed in his heart. 7-9 Tao tribulation was too terrifying. Furthermore, it was 3 times the 7-9 Tao tribulation. Yi Yuan already could not hold on anymore. Luo Chuan laughed loudly and said, "You absolutely can't withstand this round of Tao tribulation. Dying under Tao tribulation, you're getting off cheap, brat." Ha ha ha, it could be said that he hated Yi Yuan to the bones. The implications of this reporting were too big. Now, for Yi Yuan to be able to die under Tao tribulation, he was naturally incomparably invigoration. While talking, another 3 bolts of Tao tribulation fell together. And Yi Yuan could no longer condense the Tao sword. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was dead for sure this time. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's origin divinity came straight out of his body. Then the bow bent, and the arrow was notched. The terrifying spiritual energy undulation swept up an extremely powerful fluctuation along with the arrow of God extermination. 3 arrow of God extermination released, directly clashing together with the 3 bolts of Tao tribulation. The terrifying undulation directly blew all the surrounding saint sovereign heavens flying. There were even those who did not have time to run away and were directly obliterated by this impact. Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation was too terrifying. They could not get close at all. Yi Yuan's origin divinity also immediately dimmed a lot. Luo Chuan's expression could not help changing. This kid was actually still not dead. The origin divinity attack just now was so formidable. Hu, your esteemed self has been let down. This young friend's stubbornness is admirable. Song Miao said with a laugh. The current Yi Yuan was seriously injured, but his essence, energy, and spirit were getting stronger and stronger. This was a divergent cultivator. Even when facing heavenly Tao, one would not cower or submit either. It was just that what Yi Yuan did seemed to be even more thorough and pure than others. The Tao tribulations came very fast, as if extremely furious at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shot 10 rounds of arrow of God extermination in a row. His origin divinity already dimmed to the extreme, as if it might dissipate at any time. But he did not have the slightest intention of backing down. His origin divinity turning dim, Yi Yuan withdrew his origin divinity, and his entire person turned into an azure dragon, rushing straight to the sky. All the way until now, his aura had not shrunk back in the slightest. Tao sword is gone, I'll use origin divinity. Origin divinity is weakened, I'll use my physical body. Want to make me, Yi Yuan, back down? There's no chance. The azure dragon that Yi Yuan transformed into was directly blasted down. But Yi Yuan got up immediately and flew toward the Tao tribulation again. He was slammed down over and over again, and he rose into the air again and again. All of the powerhouses present were visibly moved. Luo Chuan's expression became more and more solemn. He felt Yi Yuan's unyielding spirit. Even heavenly Tao was unable to shake it. This kind of shocking will was something that he rarely saw in his life. He knew that this heavenly punishment could not eradicate Yi Yuan anymore. It was also at this time that one powerful aura after another came from all directions again. These were the other city's powerhouses that rushed to the rescue. He couldn't stay any longer. If he continued staying, he would not be able to leave. This boy will definitely be my blood race's formidable enemy in the future. Unfortunately, I couldn't kill him this time. Luo Chuan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, a bloody light shone brilliantly on his body, and he smashed a punch onto the void. 7 true sovereign heaven powerhouses were immediately sent flying. Under Luo Chuan's word of command, the Saint Sovereign Heaven army immediately retreated. And Yi Yuan was still stubbornly resisting the Tao tribulation. When Yi Yuan woke up, he found himself lying on a comfortable bed. The sunlight seeping in from outside was a little blinding. His whole body felt like it had fallen apart, being weak to the extreme. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment this time could be said to be having narrowly escaped death. Taking the initiative to call down heavenly tribulation was different from Tao tribulation. When he transcended the Saint Sovereign Tao tribulation, Yi Yuan already reached the pinnacle in all aspects and could be said to be well prepared. But, taking the initiative to bring down heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had not reached his peak state within this realm. Coupled with the power of the heavenly punishment itself, it was a miracle in itself that Yi Yuan could survive. "You're awake," a gentle voice sounded out. Only then did Yi Yuan realize that there was someone in the room. This was a middle-aged man with the appearance of a scholar, looking very gentle. Yi Yuan remembered him. He was precisely the first person who rushed over to save me. It was also City Lord Song Miao. Senior. Yi Yuan struggled to sit up. Song Miao bowed to Yi Yuan and said, "This song gives thanks to little brother's grace of reporting the news on behalf of Northern View City's 1 million martial artists." Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "You mustn't." Song Miao got up and said with a smile, "This bow, little brother must accept it. You might not know what this heavenly punishment that you called down means to Heaven One continent." Yi Yuan actually had an idea in his heart. The blood race was hidden in the fog. They must be plotting something big. But, just how big, Yi Yuan was not clear. Hearing Song Miao's meaning, it was likely really very dangerous this time. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Senior is injured." Song Miao gave Yi Yuan a glance rather surprisedly and said with a smile, "It's fine." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "With blood beads entering the body, it will fuse into Senior's blood and destroy your bodily functions. Normally, you can suppress it. But, once you fight with people, this blood bead can kill you at any time." This time, Song Miao was really shocked. This guy actually saw through his own physical condition with one glance. Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, "The blood race's blood bead is incurable. Compared to the few fellow Davists who died, this Song is already very lucky." Yi Yuan said in surprise, the news had already been brought out. "Could it be that you all still can't deal with the blood race?" Song Miao shook his head and said, "This half a month, we fought 3 fierce battles with the blood race, suffering heavy losses. Among the fellow Taoists who saved you together on that day, 3 fell. The other 5 are all injured." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, not expecting that it was actually this result. The blood race was actually so powerful. He had the strength to crush those in the same rank, but it did not mean that everyone had. An unkillable opponent really had no solutions. The mere 5 of you were actually able to kill your way out of the blood race army's encirclement. It's simply a miracle. Song Miao sighed with admiration. Back then, when he saw that Yi Yuan was only Saint Sovereign Heaven, he was really stunned. With this bit of strength, how did they kill their way out? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, just what's the situation in Heaven One continent?" Song Miao already knew that Yi Yuan, the 5 of them were just from a wild continent and were not clear about Heaven One continent's situation. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan's actions and conduct were even harder to come across. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven has 3 main continents, Heaven One continent, Thundercry continent, and Lasting Wind continent. These 3 main continents occupy a vast area, facing each other across the sea. But now, Thundercry continent and Lasting Wind continent have all already become the blood race's territory. The various races, powerhouses of the 2 continents have all become slaves of the blood race. Heaven One continent is Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's sole remaining mellow fruit. The powerhouses of the other 2 continents have also retreated to defend Heaven One continent one after another. In fact, close to 1/3 of the present Heaven One continent has already fallen into enemy hands too. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard this. He knew that Heaven One continent's situation was grim, but he also did not think that it was so severe. Chapter 2805, Bloodline Upgrade. In order to resist the blood race, 32 hegemon realm powerhouses joined forces and built the absolute Heaven Barrier, only then barely managing to resist the blood race. But the vicinity of the absolute Heaven Barrier became a meat grinder. Countless powerhouses have died there. This battle is 1,000 years old. In these 1,000 years, the absolute Heaven Barrier was breached many times, but we forcefully fought back again and again. Within 1,000 years, 7 of our hegemon realm powerhouses died in battle. The Emperor realm powerhouses who fell reached 3 figures. But we finally managed to fend off. But no one could have thought that the blood race actually opened up a spatial passageway and launched a surprise attack from the north. If not for you risking your life to report the information this time, our northern cities would definitely have fallen on all fronts. At that time, Heaven One continent would be completely occupied by the enemy. Song Miao was laden with anxieties, clearly being very worried about the present situation. One could tell that the blood race appearing in the rear this time also made him break out in cold sweat from fright. Until now, he still had lingering fear in his heart. Yi Yuan also did not think that this end of the sea would actually be in such a situation. He heard Mitn say before, wherever the blood race went, it was akin to locusts crossing the border, having not a blade of grass surviving. They lived by feeding on the blood of all races across all the heavens, growing stronger the more they fought. Furthermore, their propagation was also different from other races. They were like spore organisms, splitting off directly from the main body, with extremely strong reproductive abilities. Furthermore, the stronger the main body, the stronger the bloodkin that split off too. They sucked blood continuously, growing stronger continuously, multiplying continuously, and expanding continuously. Until later, Once they scaled up, the race would become extremely terrifying. Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's current situation was precisely this sort of situation. More than 100,000 years ago, the hegemon realm powerhouses across all the heavens joined forces to exterminate the blood race and had once wiped out the blood race. But MITN also never expected that after more than 100,000 years, the blood race actually rose again from the ashes. Furthermore, they even displayed the force of a prairie fire. The Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven was actually only left with less than a third. No idea what kind of situation the other 32 heavens were either. Of course, that was too far away for Yi Yuan. If Heaven 1 continent were to fall, Yi Yuan himself would likely not be able to escape death too. Senior, is the current situation on the northern front not optimistic? Yi Yuan said. Song Miao shook his head and said, the blood race sent out more than 10 emperor-level powerhouses and a 20,000-strong Saint Sovereign Heaven army. Although we're prepared, the other party's strength is too strong, defending the spatial passageway desperately. We fought 3 bloody battles with them and didn't gain any advantage either. Instead, we suffered heavy casualty. Currently, the spatial passageway hasn't completely stabilized yet. The blood race's hegemon realm powerhouses are not able to pass through. But, as long as the spatial channel is there, they can continue to send powerhouses over ceaselessly. Once the spatial passageway is stabilized and they send hegemon realm powerhouses over, we probably won't be able to defend. Yi Yuan smiled and said, there's no harm. This Yi still has this bit of confidence. Song Miao frowned and said, little brother, you came from outside. You might not know the terror of the blood race. Even hegemon realm powerhouses will find it difficult to resist the corrosion of blood energy too. I know that you have battle spirit level chaos true spirit bloodline, but it's still not enough. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, a surge of bloodline power flowed out. Song Miao's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise, battle soul level. Your bloodline power broke through. During the heavenly punishment, Yi Yuan had displayed the battle spirit level chaos bloodline before. So, Song Miao had an idea in his heart. Chaos true spirits were born from chaos. Their bloodline was extremely noble. The blood energy of the blood race could corrupt all races across all the heavens but could not corrupt chaos true spirit bloodline. Of course, this was limited to Song Miao was injured by a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. His battle spirit level bloodline was unable to withstand the corruption of a true sovereign heaven powerhouse. Chaos true spirit bloodline was divided into 5 level, battle spirit level, battle soul level, battle god level, earth kun level, and heaven qian level. Heaven qian level bloodline powerhouses were virtually all hegemon realm. It was not up to Song Miao to not be surprised because the advancement of chaos true spirit bloodline was extremely difficult. In reality, the vast majority of chaos true spirit bloodline was innate and determined by talent. Wanting to take the initiative to improve it was virtually impossible. But, after Yi Yuan experienced the heavenly punishment, he actually directly raised his bloodline by a level. It was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled and said, heavenly punishment is a crisis and also an opportunity. As a divergent cultivator, each Tao tribulation is a life and death trial for this Yi. Since I succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, then I naturally have to obtain some benefits. Song Miao smiled bitterly and said, while that might be the case, how can the improvement of chaos true spirit bloodline be accomplished so easily? Young friend Yi is really too surprising. Back then, when I saw the heavenly punishment, I even thought which true sovereign heaven Tao friend it was. Didn't expect that it was actually a middle saint sovereign heaven, simply unbelievable. Yi Yuan's words were right, but there had been plenty of people who had overcome tribulations. If it were so easy, then Heaven 1 continent would not have fallen so far as to be nearly occupied by the enemy. Hence, Yi Yuan started to diagnose Song Miao. When his divine essence entered the body, Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong corruption force. This corruption force virtually wanted to corrupt Yi Yuan's divine essence completely. It even wanted to invade into his body by following Yi Yuan's divine essence. But very soon, Yi Yuan's battle soul level bloodline power erupted, immediately suppressing this corruption power. Chapter 2806, Doubt. Yi Yuan did not deliberately suppress this corruption power, but his noble bloodline allowed no provocation. Chaos bloodline was practically the 33 heavens' strongest bloodline. Carefully feeling this corrupted bloodline power, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Very complicated. The corrupt blood mixed together with the ordinary bloodline and already completely fused into one. It could not be purged at all. Even if Yi Yuan's control of divine essence already reached a transcendent level, he could not do it too. This kind of fusion was a unified entity. It could not be differentiated at all. After Yi Yuan stopped examining, Song Miao smiled and said, "This song appreciates younger brother Yi's good intentions. However, this song has a score in mind about this corrupt blood power. It's likely unable to be removed." Yi Yuan did not answer and asked, "Senior, those who got inflicted by the poison of corrupt blood such as yourself shouldn't be in the minority, right?" Song Miao nodded and said, "The northern land is relatively peaceful, but the vast majority of the people have participated in battles with the blood race before. This blood corruption poison naturally can't be avoided." Yi Yuan said, "I'll go take a look." Song Miao smiled and did not refuse either, bringing Yi Yuan out. Geniuses were all haughty. After Yi Yuan became aware of the overwhelming odds against him, everything could naturally be discussed. This blood corruption poison was not merely studied by grade 5, grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Even grade 9 heavenly alchemists had researched it before too, but it was simply incurable. Once the corrupt blood fused into the blood, no method could separate it. Unless the inflicted person died, otherwise, there was no way of separating it at all. Currently, Northern View City had a Saint Sovereign Heaven army of 2,000 stationed here. When Yi Yuan walked into the army camp, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. The army of 2,000 was already left with just 1,400 over people. Furthermore, many people were injured. Many of these injuries were due to blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Song Miao, "Senior, I want to take a look at a few more." Saint Sovereign naturally had no objections, bringing Yi Yuan to take a look at a few more Saint Sovereign heavens inflicted with blood corruption poison. But Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even harder. Zhao Chen was a centurion. With regards to Yi Yuan's action, he scoffed in derision. "Brat who hungers for fame and reputation, how ignorant. A country bumpkin who came from overseas, do you really think that alchemy Dao is so easy?" Zhao Chen said disdainfully to Yi Yuan's face. Yi Yuan still paid no attention to him and said to Song Miao, "Senior, there's a big problem with this method to control the blood corruption poison." Song Miao could not help being taken aback when he heard it. It was somewhat exaggerating things to raise an alarm, right? This method was not figured out by Dao Chen, this disciple, but devised by his master, an emperor-level powerhouse. You, a measly little middle Saint Sovereign Heaven, you're at the very best a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Yet, you're actually questioning a grade 7 heavenly alchemist. However, Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. Song Miao could not very well refute him either and said, "Oh, what's the problem?" He did not understand much about Yi Yuan. Actually, his thoughts were pretty much the same as Zhao Chen's, feeling that Yi Yuan was somewhat talking big to impress people. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "This method of controlling is using the power of true spirit bloodline to suppress the spreading of corrupt blood. But this kind of method has huge hidden danger. The pride of true spirit bloodline is even more so than that of the blood race. Using true spirit bloodline to suppress corrupt blood will indeed have a bit of effect within a short time. But, once a great battle starts, it's very easy for true spirit bloodline to lose control, and it will even cause a backlash to the master. At that time, our combat force will be greatly diminished." Yi Yuan saw through that this so-called treatment method was using chaos true spirit bloodline to suppress the power of corrupt blood. This method seemed flawless, but, once a genuine great battle erupted, it was very easy for Heaven One continent this side to crumble. It was just that nobody seemed to be able to take this in. The moment Song Miao heard, he smiled and said, "Brother Yi is worrying too much. Suppressing corrupt blood with the blood of true spirit, this is the method that the extreme medicine sect devised and has already been verified at the southern front. There's absolutely no problem." Zhao Chen was also impatient, completely disregarding Yi Yuan's face as he said, "City Lord Song, where did this kid come from? Such high-sounding sentiments. Extreme medicine sect is a hegemon-level holy land. Can the things that they figured out be questioned by people? In my view, this boy is completely haughty from being conferred favors. He wants to render even greater contributions and obtain even greater glory. Hoo-hoo, having half-baked knowledge but showing off. Kid, the bloodline suppression method that my extreme medicine sect devised has already been verified at the southern front. There's absolutely no problem, but now, you're saying that there's a problem with our extreme medicine sect suppression method. Who gave you the courage? Just as they were talking, Dao Chen heard about this from God knows where and swaggered in. Dao Chen looked toward Yi Yuan, his eyes seemingly full of disdain. He knew Yi Yuan and knew that Yi Yuan had rendered great contributions. But, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a foreign hillbilly and had never seen the world before. How could he grasp bloodline suppression, this kind of high-level treatment method? Chapter 2807, Great Battle Begins. Dao Chen came over, swept a glance over Yi Yuan, and said disdainfully, "You're that kid who called down heavenly punishment. Hulu, a trash who was spurned by heavenly Dao also wants to talk big to impress people. Your meaning is that my extreme medicine sect is setting everyone up. What? Malicious motives." Yi Yuan sized Dao Chen up with a glance and could not help being speechless. He did not expect that he would make contact with the extreme medicine sect so quickly. He knew that Li Changsheng was a member of the extreme medicine sect. Of course, to a hegemon-level holy land, a saint sovereign heaven disciple was simply unimportant. A countryside bumpkin also dares to question a hegemon-level holy land, really ignorant. Hulu, this kid really takes himself to be the savior. How laughable. The extreme medicine sect roams grand bright jade complete heaven unobstructed. It's the #1 alchemy path sect. This kid really ate the wrong medicine, to actually dare question them. The mocking voices lingered on incessantly. To these people, the extreme medicine sect was the absolute authority and could not be questioned. Both parties' statuses were totally not equal. Even Song Miao was also very disapproving of Yi Yuan's questioning. It was true that Yi Yuan, rendered great contributions. But, this was not your confidence to question authority. Senior Song doesn't believe me too. Yi Yuan looked towards Song Miao and said. Song Miao smiled and said, "Young friend Yi has just arrived. You might not know the extreme medicine sect's strength. The suppression method that they devised shouldn't have a problem." Dao Chen laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Heard that, kid? In heaven one continent, my extreme medicine sect is the absolute authority in alchemy. Questioning us, ignorant, bullshit. If Master Yi says that there's a problem, then there's definitely a problem. You these people can't tell good from bad and still speak sarcastically to Master Yi, what a bunch of fools." Before Yi Yuan said anything, he heard Big Yellow's furious voice come over. He heard that Yi Yuan woke up and immediately came over to find him, and just happened to hear these people making digs at Yi Yuan, and immediately could not continue listening anymore. In his heart, Yi Yuan was an omnipotent god. Especially in the alchemy path, it was even more so. Other people might think that Yi Yuan's martial arts were extremely strong and that his alchemy Dao was merely thus. But Big Yellow knew what Yi Yuan was truly incredible in. It was alchemy Dao. That's right, my big brother Yi Yuan's alchemy strength absolutely crushes your extreme medicine sect. Jing Fei also said. The moment Dao Chen heard, he could not help sneering as he said, "A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, ignorant." Big Yellow still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan interrupted him with a hand gesture and said, "All right, no need to say any more. Let's go." As he said, he brought the two and left. Looking at the few people's back views, Dao Chen was pleased with himself as he said, "Just this bit of capability and he also dares to step into the limelight and talk big to impress people. Being exposed by me, he ran away in disgrace. City Lord Song, these few punks hunger for fame and reputation. I'm afraid that they harbor ulterior motives." Song Miao frowned slightly and did not speak. No matter what, Yi Yuan rendering outstanding contributions was an undeniable fact. But regarding Yi Yuan's posturing, personality, he disliked it. Dao Chen said, "Hulu, ignore this kind of fools. The powerhouses from all sides have already arrived one after another. They will be able to launch a general offensive on the spatial passageway. This matter is the most important thing. To a proud son of heaven like Dao Chen, Yi Yuan, this kind of existence was simply insignificant. At present, the general offensive on the blood race's spatial passageway was the most important." Saint Sovereign nodded and said, "Younger brother Dao Chen, rest assured. The Northern Front has dispatched an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens this time. The blood race absolutely won't gain any advantage. Master Yi, these bunch of guys really don't know what's good for them. Could it be that you're letting it go just like that?" Big Yellow said indignantly. He currently had a feeling like his good intentions were fed to a dog. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "To them, we're outsiders. Heaven One continent is one of the main continents. The extreme medicine sect is even a hegemon-level holy land. To them, we're merely ants. If not because of the war with the blood race, we probably can't enter their sites at all. Even now, the words that I said have encroached on the authority of the extreme medicine sect too. It's naturally not tolerated by them. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror. He was aware of what Dao Chen they all were thinking in their hearts. He knew that he could not convince these people at all, so he could not be bothered to argue. Only by suffering a big loss would they know how severe the consequences were. They are going to have a great battle with the blood race tomorrow. At that time, they will suffer a loss. Jingfei said with a laugh. Yi Yuan frowned and said, there's going to be a great battle tomorrow. Big Yellow nodded and said, Heaven One continent this side has already accumulated an army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens. They will be attacking the spatial passageway tomorrow. Yi Yuan had just woken up and did not expect that there was going to be a big battle tomorrow. He said in a solemn voice, from a certain degree, this battle is even more tragic than the Southern Front. Tomorrow's great battle will probably be extremely fierce. The extreme medicine sect's method is indeed able to suppress the blood race's blood energy from corrupting. But this method can only treat the symptoms and can't treat the root cause. Under such circumstances, it's very easy for the extreme medicine sect's method to cause a large-scale collapse. When putting it like this, the few people's expressions became ugly too. They wanted to see Dao Chen and the other get deflated, but if the blood race gained a firm foothold at the northern front, then the consequences would be too severe. But they didn't take Master Yi's suggestion in at all. What can we do? Big Yellow said unhappily. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan said, there's only one night. I hope that I can make it in time. The next day, 50,000 troops were gathered on the coastline, majestic and mighty. The commander-in-chief of the army was a half-step Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse, Yu Ming. The war with the blood race was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the showdown of hegemon realm powerhouses. Regarding this level of powerhouses, the moment they took action, the sky would rent asunder, and the earth would split apart. The second level was the showdown of Emperor realm powerhouses. This level of showdown similarly caused a huge commotion. However, the battles of these 2 levels were few in numbers but large in scale. The casualties were not high instead. But, the third level, the battles below Emperor realm, was the most tragic. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Saint Sovereign Heaven and True Sovereign Heaven. This level of battle, they would often kill down to the last soldier. In this battle for the spatial passageway was clearly a fight to the death, neither could back down. Brothers, this battle consumes the life and death of all races on Heaven One continent. Once the spatial channel stabilizes, it will be our doomsday. Therefore, only victor is allowed for this battle. Defeat is not allowed. Are you all ready? Yu Ming said in a loud voice. To live and die together with Heaven One continent. The battle cries shook the heaven. Set off. Under Yu Ming's word of common 4, the 50,000 strong army set off. Above the sea, a black hole-like spatial passageway was currently giving off light. The army of 20,000 bloodkins was waiting in full battle array before the spatial passageway. This was a frontal confrontation without the slightest strategy. The 2 armies clashed head-on together just like that. The 2 armies met in close quarters. Chapter 2808, Reversal. Logically speaking, Heaven One army's numbers were 2.5 times that of the blood race. They should hold an absolute advantage. But the actual battlefield situation was not like that at all. The blood race army was completely overpowering the humans. The blood race was undying and imperishable. They did not need to defend at all. Their fights were simply a crushing-style battle. The same attacks, Heaven One powerhouses would die immediately, but the bloodkins could revive. Therefore, the blood race's army of 20,000 could completely be treated as 50,000 troops, or even more. The blood race's emperor-level powerhouses guarded the surroundings of the spatial passageway tightly, unfolding an incomparably tragic fight with the Heaven One powerhouses. In this battle, either you die, or I perish. Ha ha ha, you lowly humans can't even withstand a single blow. Luo Chuan directly tore a human powerhouse apart, sucking the other party's blood greedily. In such a battle, the blood race could recover their strength through feeding on the other party's blood. Therefore, in battles between both sides, Heaven One's side would often use several times the power to deal with the other party. But the result was still not optimistic. Blood dog, die, Dao Chen shouted fiercely, directly obliterating a bloodkin. The extreme medicine sect's disciples had extremely strong combat strength. Regardless of whether it was martial technique or cultivation method, it far surpassed powerhouses of the same rank. Dao Chen's combat strength was naturally extremely strong. It was strong until he could obliterate the blood race. Song Miao's opponent was an upper true sovereign heaven bloodkin. The two people went back and forth, fighting fiercely without rest, unable to determine the victor. Song Miao received the extreme medicine sect's treatment too, suppressing the blood corruption with the blood of true spirit. Therefore, his combat power when exerted at this time, virtually reached the peak. In the army, there were no less than 5,000 powerhouses who received the same treatment as him. They had received the extreme medicine sect's treatment. Their conditions had long already recovered to the peak. Therefore, they did not take Yi Yuan's words in at all. Zhang Yu, we fought 3 times. This time, I'll definitely avenge the enmity and kill you, Song Miao said with a cold smile. In the battle previously, Song Miao's opponent was Zhang Yu. However, he was struck by Zhang Yu's palm and corrupted by Zhang Yu's blood energy, growing weaker with each battle. Now, his strength recovered to the peak. It was time to win back face. With regards to Song Miao regaining his peak strength, Zhang Yu was very surprised too. The blood race did not expect that Heaven One continent's powerhouses actually resolved the blood corruption power. If that was the case, then the blood race's advantage would be greatly diminished. Just the likes of you. You're not qualified enough yet. If I can hurt you once, I can hurt you a second time. Zhang Yu was unrestrained and did not defend at all. Even if Song Miao regained his peak strength, he found it hard to take him down for a while too. The two people's strengths were similar, and the battle was extremely fierce too. Both parties' strengths were unleashed to the extreme. Suddenly, Song Miao's expression changed, his entire person's aura suddenly became extremely unstable. Zhang Yu naturally would not let this chance go and immediately rushed over in hot pursuit, not giving Song Miao any chance to catch his breath. Zhang Yu pressed a palm on Song Miao's chest, sending him flying out. Song Miao's complexion turned deathly pale. The blood in his body was boiling. He suddenly discovered that the true spirit blood that was injected into the body had completely gone berserk. His divine essence could not control it at all. When Zhang Yu saw the situation, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, you really scared me badly just now. I even thought that you all really resolved the blood corruption poison. I didn't expect that you're simply a paper tiger. Song Miao, prepare to die." Damn it, it turns out that what Yi Yuan said was right. Extreme medicine sect suppression method really has a huge hidden danger. Normally, it can't be detected at all. But, once your strength erupts to the extreme, the balance within the body will be completely broken, and the true spirit bloodline and blood corruption power will erupt at the same time. Now, it's really a fate worse than death. Song Miao was bitterly remorseful in his heart. It was because he discovered that what Yi Yuan said was completely right. They had blind faith in the extreme medicine sect and did not have any suspicions at all. As for what Yi Yuan said, they thought it was naturally for the sake of talking big to impress people, in order to win more attention. This type of people, he, Song Miao, simply looked down on them. Song Miao retreated while fighting, not daring to confront Zhang Yu head-on at all. And in the army, the blood problem of thousands of powerhouses virtually erupted at the same time. Arg, I'm not resigned to this. Injecting true spirit bloodline, this is quenching thirst with poison. I died so wronged. So what that Yi Yuan said was true. Many Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were killed by the blood race while holding strong unwillingness. At this moment, they felt incomparably bitterly remorseful. Although the blood corruption power was strong, they were not without the power to fight. But, in this current situation, it was directly equivalent to sentencing them to death. They could hardly even fight anymore. In the army, 5,000 people were suddenly defeated. It was really being routed like a landslide. The 50,000-strong army actually directly collapsed in an instant. When the blood race powerhouses saw this situation, each and every one of them was excited to the extreme, killing until the human army steadily lost ground. How can this be? How can this happen? The experiments previously clearly didn't have any problems. Dao Chen panicked. How could he still not know that the problem lay with injecting true spirit bloodline? But the experiments previously were clearly had no problems already. Why would such a major problem suddenly break out? Turns out that what that guy said was actually right. At this moment, he finally understood that what Yi Yuan said was true. But it was already too late. A rout was like a landslide. The present Heaven One army had already directly collapsed. Countless powerhouses were killed by the blood race, blood flowing to form rivers. At this time, 5 figures stepped out of the void. The 5 people each carried a set of bow and arrows on their backs. When Yuan saw the scene in front of him, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Sure enough, what he was most worried about still happened. Luckily it's still not too late. Each of you, find a good angle. Don't enter the battlefield. Shoot them with arrows. Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Hee, big brother Yuan's secret weapon, I really want to see just how formidable it is." Jingfei said with a laugh. The 4 people did not talk nonsense either, finding their positions at the borders of the battlefield and started bending their bows and notching their arrows. One sharp arrow after another cut through the air with a strong whistling sound. A blood race Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately gave a miserable scream when he got hit by an arrow, and his entire person's movements actually stiffened up immediately. Then he was immediately annihilated by a Heaven One powerhouse. That Heaven One powerhouse's expression changed wildly. It was because this bloodkin actually did not revive. He did not have time to think too much, immediately joining the other people's battles. This scene was still happening in every corner of the battlefield. One sharp arrow after another shot out. Blood race powerhouses fell down one by one. In the wake of the sudden appearance of Yuan, 5 people, the originally defeated Heaven One army actually re-established superiority. All at once, the human army counterattacked the other party, killing until the blood race's army was utterly routed. In a short dozen over breaths of time, Yuan 5 people directly shot hundreds of blood race powerhouses to death. This was true death. Those blood race powerhouses actually did not revive. Chapter 2809 Apology. It's actually Yuan they all. What powerful arrows, to actually be able to inhibit the blood race's revival. How did he do it? The significance of this is too far-reaching. It might affect the entire war. Previously, everyone all said that he was talking big to impress people. Sigh, we really had eyes but couldn't see. Turns out that what he said was all true. When Heaven One army saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. It was naturally impossible for ordinary arrows to accomplish it. They guessed that this might very likely be because Yuan dipped something on the arrows. This truly held extraordinary significance. Once this kind of method could be used on a large scale, it could absolutely reverse the war between Heaven One continent and the blood race. Meanwhile, the powerhouses on the blood race side were all incomparably alarmed and terrified. A few people dying was irrelevant to the blood race. But this kind of major killing tool was simply lethal to them. The ability that they relied on to roam the heavens unobstructed was actually being restrained. If this kind of weapon appeared on the battlefield, the degree of impact could be imagined. When Luo Chuan, who was in a fierce battle presently, saw Yuan, his pupils could not help constricting. Previously, Yuan breaking through the defensive life and sending news back to the Heaven One continent already gave him a huge shock. But that shock was far from comparable to the scene before his eyes. Zhang Yu, Zhu Hai, Chen Si, the 3 of you go and kill boy. Absolutely can't allow him to live, Luo Chuan said in a solemn voice. Zhang Yu gave a cold cry, immediately leaving behind the Song Miao who was opposite of him, and charged toward Yuan. 3 great true sovereign heavens pounced toward Yuan at the same time. The corrupted blood within Song Miao's body was currently boiling. He was already on the verge of death to begin with. Zhang Yu actually abandoned him at the crucial moment and gave him a lease of life. Without the slightest hesitation, Song Miao directly withdrew from the battlefield. Yuan turned around and ran without another word. Facing 3 great upper true sovereign heavens, he stood no chance at all. His goal had already been achieved. There was no need to continue staying anymore. Yuan's sudden appearance gave the blood race a huge shock. The human race side also won a fleeting opportunity to catch their breath. However, it was nothing more than that. It was impossible to turn things around. Therefore, they had to retreat now. The battle to destroy the spatial passageway this time, the Heaven One army had clearly already lost due to the eruption of corrupt blood. Yuan warned them previously, but nobody took it seriously and only treated it as Yuan talking big to impress people. In the end, they burned themselves. The thing that Yuan smeared on the arrowheads was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses. It was refined with 81 kinds of precious grade 5 heavenly medicines, and named Blood Suppression Morning Sun. The hardest thing to come by in this blood suppression morning sun was not these 81 types of grade 5 heavenly medicines, but it was the blood essence of blood race powerhouses. It was common knowledge that as long as the blood race had one drop of blood essence surviving, it could be reborn from a drop of blood. This ability could be said to be extremely heaven-defying. Normally, wanting to obtain the blood essence of bloodkin was simply impossible. Because if you wanted to kill them, you had to completely wipe them out. However, Yuan ambushed hundreds of bloodkin in the fog. Back then, he held a trick in reserve. When he eliminated the bloodkin, he attempted to use his Dao sword to suppress. In the end, he discovered that the blood race's blood essence indeed could not revive anymore. Yuan's Dao sword had been tempered by heavenly Dao, it could suppress all things. The blood race's blood essence was actually unable to revive under the suppression of the Dao sword. But even so, Yuan only obtained extremely little blood essence. It was also by relying on the advantage in timing, geographical, and human conditions back then. Otherwise, even if it was Yuan, it would be difficult to collect these blood essences too. These blood essence could only be used in medicine after 100 times of Yuan's refinement. Yuan made haste without resting and only created several hundred arrows. Yuan arrived quickly and left even faster. Not waiting for the three great true sovereign heavens to carry out an encirclement, he already made his getaway. This great battle actually ended just like that in the end. Of course, the Heaven One army suffered massive losses. The army of 50,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens actually had more than 10,000 casualties. Another large batch of powerhouses was inflicted by corrupt blood energy. And this was still under the situation where Yuan arrived in time to suppress the blood race. If not for Yuan, this battle's losses would be even greater, and they could even have been completely wiped out. The consequences of the corrupt blood energy erupting was seriously too severe. Outside of Northern View City, Song Miao stood in the air, his complexion deathly pale. At this time, the corrupt blood energy had already spread across half the blood in his body, and it was incomparably agonizing. However, he did not cry out in pain at all. He just kept looking at the horizon. Suddenly, a figure cut across the horizon and came towards this side. Song Miao's face revealed a look of great joy. Yuan returned safely. Seeing Song Miao, Yuan was a little surprised. At this time, he should be nursing his injuries in the city. "Senior Song, why are you here?" Song Miao looked at Yuan. Suddenly, he lowered his body and knelt down, saying, Song Miao had eyes but couldn't see. Song Miao blamed Brother Yi wrongly and also caused this great battle's defeat. "This Song apologizes to you in front of everybody today." Him kneeling caused a great sensation in the entire city. An exalted upper true sovereign heaven, Northern View City's city lord, actually knelt down and apologized to a junior. The powerhouses in the city had been guessing all along on what city lord Song Miao would be doing. They did not expect that he was actually specifically waiting for Yuan to return, to kneel down and apologize to him. While those people who ridiculed Yuan before, all lowered their heads in shame at this time. Song Miao really did not have scornful words or jeers back then. Rather, it was them who made extremely nasty remarks. As for Dao Chen, he wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. He used his authority from being from the extreme medicine sect to suppress Yuan's opinion, and he even mocked him to the best of his ability. As a result, it caused this miserable defeat. Yuan was also stunned by Song Miao's action. Song Miao doing this sort of action, it could be seen how regretful and how ashamed he was in his heart at this time. This person had a great breadth of mind. Yuan hurriedly helped Song Miao up and said, "Why is Senior Song going so far? You're this Yi's savior. This is killing Yi." Song Miao said ashamedly, "If back then this song gave Brother Yi a chance to prove yourself, maybe I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake." He knew that when Yuan was seeking his opinion back then, it was actually hoping for him to come forward and speak up. He ignored that look which asked for help. Yuan was merely a foreigner. His words carried little weight. Facing the extreme medicine sect, this kind of colossal titan, nobody would believe his words at all. Therefore, all explanations were futile. Hence, Yuan chose silence. However, he did not bear any hatred. Instead, he refined those powerful arrows that very same night and reversed the war situation. Otherwise, the consequences would be too dreadful to imagine. Yuan shook his head and said, "Senior Song, now isn't the time to say this. Your corrupt blood energy has already erupted all round. It will be too late if we don't treat it in time. Song Miao said, this Song's wretched life isn't worth mentioning. If I die, so be it. But, if I don't apologize to you, even if this Song dies, I'll find it hard to close my eyes. Yi Yuan said, does Senior Song trust me? Song Miao looked at Yi Yuan and nodded his head seriously. Yi Yuan said, this blood race's corrupt blood might not be without a genuine method of cure. Chapter 2810, Emperor. When Song Miao heard that, his entire body shook. He already harbored the will to die and no longer held any fantasies at all. He just wanted to repent to Yi Yuan for the mistake that he had committed before he died. But now, Yi Yuan told him that he did not need to die anymore. Is this true? Song Miao was agitated until his entire body was trembling. It was for him and also for everyone who was inflicted with corrupt blood. The blood race's corrupt blood was extremely powerful. A moment of carelessness in battle and one would fall victim to it. Comment. Especially in this kind of great decisive battle, it was even easier to succumb. The majority of the powerhouses from all races did not die on the battlefield but died under the corrupt blood. If Yi Yuan was really able to treat corrupt blood, that would really be the greatest good. This significance did not pale in the slightest to inventing the method to inhibit the blood race's revival. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I already have some leads, but I still need some time. However, before this, I can help you suppress the spread of corrupt blood power. Actually, Yi Yuan had long already begun his research into the blood race in the fog. This powerful race made him burn with eagerness. Yi Yuan discovered that the blood race's blood was indeed incredibly powerful and was a one-of-a-kind thing. Especially the blood essence of the blood race, not only could they revive from a drop of blood, but it was also an excellent material for refining heavenly pills. It was just that the blood essence of the blood race was too difficult to obtain. He originally planned on diving into research, who knew that this incident occurred, completely depleting the blood essence that he had gathered painstakingly. However, Yi Yuan already had some understanding of some characteristics of the blood race's blood. Corrupt blood power was merely one of them. Song Miao said spiritedly, if younger brother Yi can really resolve the corrupt blood, then you would really be the #1 hero in the world. If it was before, he naturally would not take Yi Yuan's words seriously. But now, he believed it without a shadow of a doubt. Yi Yuan exposed the huge flaw in the extreme medicine sect's treatment method with a word previously. Furthermore, this had already been verified by facts. Suddenly, the void trembled, and a figure emerged. Song Miao's expression changed, and he gave a bow and said, Lord Ming Yi. The arrival was a half-step Emperor Realm super powerhouse and also the Heaven One Army's highest commander. Ming Yi nodded slightly and said, Emperor Dan Fei wants to meet this little brother. Seeing Yi Yuan's confusion, Song Miao said, Emperor Dan Fei is presently the Northern Front's strongest person. An Emperor Vast Heaven Realm mighty expert. He probably wants to meet you because of those arrows. Emperor Realm's 3 heavens, Emperor Cloud Heaven, Emperor Vast Heaven, Emperor Sakra Heaven. Different from Sovereign Realm powerhouses, Emperor Realm powerhouses were powerhouses who truly transcended worldliness, their strength being unimaginable. In the battle previously, one should not look at how the Saint Sovereign Heavens and True Sovereign Heavens from both sides were fighting with a huge commotion. The real fights happened between Emperor Realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it and said with a nod, come on then. Ming Yi flicked his sleeves grandly, and Yi Yuan had no command over himself, disappearing from where he originally was. Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly. Was this the strength of Emperor Realm? This Ming Yi was not Emperor Realm yet, but his control over space was already strong to the degree that it made people's hair stand on end. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived in a garden. An old man in coarse cloth was currently watering flowers. Lord Emperor, Yi Yuan is here, Ming Yi said respectfully. In front of this person, Ming Yi, this half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse, was humble to the extreme. Yi Yuan sized this old man up and discovered that he actually could not see him vividly. He was clearly standing right there, but it was like he had fused into one with the surrounding garden. It was as if where he was standing was a world on its own. Emperor Dan Fei looked at Yi Yuan and said with a nod, sharp edge revealing itself, sword intent soaring to the sky, a peerless good sword. No wonder it isn't tolerated by heavenly Tao. Young friend, I hope that you can achieve hegemon one day. Yi Yuan could feel that the other party's gaze seemed to penetrate his physical body, looking at the Tao sword in the depths of his body. He did not have the slightest secrets in front of this old man. Of course, apart from Mitn, this guy was once a hegemon realm overlord. Wanting to pry into him, emperor realm was not enough. By the side, Ming Yi's pupils constricted too. He had never seen before Lord Emperor have such a high appraisal of a junior hegemon. This was the 33 heavens, paramount strength, the overlords above emperor realm. Wanting to reach this realm was virtually impossible. Just talking about grand bright jade complete heaven, it was boundlessly vast, the cultivators unable to be counted. But attaining hegemon this sort of words, there was really no one who dared to say it. Even Emperor Dan Fei, this kind of terrifying existence, did not dare to have the slightest excessive expectation for hegemon realm too. But he gave Yi Yuan this kind of appraisal. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said, Lord Emperor is too kind, hegemon realm is too far away, Yi Yuan had better be down to earth. Dan Fei smiled and said, a tough will, firm Dao heart, a good sapling. You should know why this old man is looking for you, right? Yi Yuan nodded and said, it's for those arrows. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint Lord Emperor. This kind of method can't be used on a large scale. I can only suppress a few hundred drops when suppressing the blood race's blood essence with Dao sword. Furthermore, the conditions to obtain the blood race's blood essence is too harsh. It can only be left up to fate. Dan Fei was not too surprised. He just let out a long sigh and said, as expected. The reason why the blood race is difficult to deal with is precisely because it's hard to obtain their blood essence. The extreme medicine sect has attempted many times and couldn't do it either. Either eradicate or let them revive. Your Dao sword is actually able to suppress the blood race's blood essence and make them unable to revive, indeed formidable. It was not that Heaven 1 powerhouses did not think of studying methods to target the blood race before. But, to research, one must obtain the blood race's blood essence. Yet, this was the hardest part. Killing a bloodkin was easy. But wanting to obtain blood race blood essence was as hard as ascending to heaven. It was just that Dan Fei did not expect that something that nobody had ever done before, Yi Yuan actually did it. Yi Yuan's Dao sword had experienced the tempering of Dao tribulation and absorbed large quantities of heavenly Dao's power. One could say that his Dao sword held heaven's might. No matter how strong the blood race's blood essence was, it also found it hard to take a single step under heaven's might. Divergent cultivators indeed had very formidable strength, but there was no one like Yi Yuan at all, using their lifeblood Dao sword to meet the Dao tribulations each time. This kind of thing was no different from seeking death. They did not have the attributes of heaven's might, so they were naturally unable to suppress the blood race's blood essence too. Ming Yi, who was by the side, was also shocked when he heard it. This boy was extraordinary. This kind of ability was what even hegemon realm powerhouses did not have. Of course, it was far too difficult to want to kill the blood race's hegemon realms. Originally, he still had a high and mighty attitude towards Yi Yuan. But now, it was completely gone. How could a character that even Emperor Dan Fei had praised repeatedly be of the common sort? Yi Yuan nodded and said, during this period of time, I've been constantly studying the blood race's blood essence. This is indeed a rarely seen treasure of the world. Even those natural treasures are greatly inferior. Originally, I planned on devoting myself to studying it. I didn't expect that I'd completely exhausted all the blood race blood essence that I've accumulated before. Chapter 2811, Xuanji 9 Leaves. Brother Yi, you're back. Brother Yi, this battle was all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back. It was all us who were blind previously. Be magnanimous and don't take offense at us. When Yi Yuan appeared in the Northern View City's army base, there was immediately a commotion. When those Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers saw Yi Yuan, they came up to say hello one after another. Among them, there were many people who were mocking Yi Yuan on that day. At this time, they were regretting it immensely. This time, if not for Yi Yuan, most likely only a handful of them would have been able to return. In fact, Northern View City might have directly been steamrolled by the blood race. A rout was like a landslide. It was not to be made a joke. Yi Yuan did not put on airs either, responding with smiles one by one. When these Saint Sovereign Heavens saw this, they were even more ashamed. Yi Yuan really had a mind as open as a valley. Brother Yi. Zhao Chen saw Yi Yuan, the look of embarrassment on his face becoming even stronger. Before the great battle, his words were the nastiest. But now, his face was slapped resoundingly. When he saw Yi Yuan, there was naturally indescribable embarrassment. Isn't this Centurion Zhao? Our master Yi is merely a foreigner. How can we dare call you our brother? When Big Yellow saw Zhao Chen, his anger flared up, and he immediately jeered. Zhao Chen's expression immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. With regards to this, Yi Yuan did not say anything either. Back then, Zhao Chen's words were indeed very nasty. His contempt for him was not only expressed in words, but also on the face. Zhao Chen clearly looked down on Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigners, especially when Yi Yuan got involved with the extreme medicine sect. That sort of contempt was impossible to hide. In reality, those who had this kind of notion were not in the minority. It was also that it was currently wartime. Normally, the status of Yi Yuan, this kind of foreigner, would be very low in Heaven One continent. Just like in the Rainclear continent, the native forces discriminated against ascenders. Yi Yuan did not know to make trouble, but it did not mean that he was submissive. Suddenly, Zhao Chen directly knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud and said, "Master Yi, it was all my fault previously. I know that you have great abilities. You must have the means to save my men. They're inflicted with the blood corruption poison. I beg you to save them." In each great battle, those who got inflicted with blood corruption poison were not in the minority. Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven, was poisoned by the blood corruption poison, let alone these saint sovereign heavens. Zhao Chen's men originally had many who were inflicted with blood corruption poison. In this battle, the blood corruption poison erupted all round. His men suffered heavy casualties. Over 70% of these remaining people were inflicted with blood corruption poison. If these people all died, he would practically become a lone general without an army. Of course, although Zhao Chen this person was very mean to Yi Yuan and looked down on Yi Yuan's background, he treated his men as his own brothers. For the sake of these subordinates, he would rather put aside his dignity and kneel down to Yi Yuan. Even Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven powerhouse, knelt down. What was wrong with him, this measly little centurion, kneeling? But Big Yellow did not buy it and said with a cold smile, "You, Lord Zhao, don't do this. Master Yi is merely someone with half-baked knowledge. The extreme medicine sect is the authority. Did you find the wrong person? You should be going to find the extreme medicine sect." By the side, Zhao Chen wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. He was sent over to learn from Yi Yuan. Along with him, there were also dozens of grade 5 and grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Close to 100 military doctors were deployed to Heaven One army. These military doctors were mainly from the extreme medicine sect. In fact, Zhao Chen was a distinguished talent among them. Before this, he was a highly respected extreme medicine sect disciple. But, after this battle, his status completely changed. The current Zhao Chen was like a big villain who had harmed nearly 10,000 troops. It was them who did not listen to Yi Yuan's words, resulting in this great defeat. If not for the extreme medicine sect pledging in all solemnity, even if those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison did not take part in the fights, this war would not have been defeated so thoroughly too. In this battle, those soldiers who were inflicted with blood corruption poison were like time bombs lying in ambush on their side, blowing up and injuring all of them at once. When Zhao Chen heard, he clenched his jaws tightly and suddenly kowtowed to Yi Yuan fiercely. Each sound struck everyone's heart. "Master Yi, this Zhao acted like a stuck-up snob, but my brothers are all good men. As long as you can save them, this Zhao is willing to pay it off with death." Zhao Chen wept tearfully as he kowtowed. All around, many people shed silent tears. In this battle, many of their companions died on the battlefield. The former fellow officers were no more together. But no one dared to step forward to speak up for Zhao Chen. It was because they were indeed too unfair to Yi Yuan previously. Someone who made great contributions came to their army and said something that could turn the tides. But in the end, he was looked down upon by everyone. If it were them, they would not be able to stand it too. Goodwill being taken for granted was probably like this. Everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his hand and patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder twice and said, "All right, take me to go take a look at your subordinates." Zhao Chen's entire body shook, and he kowtowed a few more times agitatedly and said, "Thank you so much, Master Yi. Thank you so much, Master Yi." When Yi Yuan saw Zhao Chen's men, he could not refrain from furrowing his brows too. Too awful. Some people's blood corruption poison was extremely deep, their entire person being already riddled full of holes, looking extremely hideous. Weak groaning sounds filled the tent. Blood corruption poison was extremely terrifying. Even the final outcome of Song Miao, this true sovereign heaven powerhouse, was no better than these saint sovereign heaven soldiers. Not only could this corrupt blood affect one's blood, but it could also even corrode the origin divinity, and there was virtually no cure. The only thing that could resist it was just true spirit bloodline. Therefore, after the extreme medicine sect suppression method was devised, it was a great boon to the Heaven One army. As for the words of Yi Yuan, this kind of minor character, they naturally could not take it in. It was not that Yi Yuan was even more impressive than the extreme medicine sect, this hegemon-level holy land. But that even a clever wife could not cook a meal without rice. They had fought with the blood race for thousands of years but never obtained a drop of the blood race's blood essence before. Yi Yuan came beside the soldier who was poisoned the deepest and started diagnosing him. Very soon, Yi Yuan's origin divinity traveled a circulatory cycle within his body, and he could not help secretly shaking his head. Master Yi, is there still hope for Chao Yiping? Zhao Chen asked worriedly. All the blood in his body has already been corrupted by more than 90%. In at most a few hours, he will definitely die beyond a doubt, Yi Yuan said. Zhao Chen's expression dimmed, blaming himself heavily in his heart. This scene was taken into Yi Yuan's sights, and his impression of Zhao Chen changed a little. This guy looked down on him, this kind of foreigners. But his feelings for his fellow officers were not fake. Yi Yuan ignored him but said to Zhao Chen and the rest, "You all watch carefully. This needle technique that I'll be performing next is called Xuanji 9 Leaves. After you guys learn it, apply the technique on the others. But at present, this needle technique can only temporarily suppress the blood corruption, poison. As for whether or not it can really purge the blood corruption poison, I still need to research more." Chapter 2812, Marvelous Work of Art. Xuanji 9 Leaves originated from the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was a powerful and profound needle technique. The Labyrinth Divine Palace back then was not only powerful in martial strength, but their alchemy Dao was also unparalleled. Disregarding other things, just this 100 Herbs Illustrated Handbook was not what ordinary hegemon-level sects could come up with. The various acupuncture techniques inside, poison arts, and other branches of alchemy Dao were all-encompassing and contained everything. When Yi Yuan entered the Labyrinth Divine Palace, he did not care about other books. He only paid the most attention to the alchemy-related books. In the last few decades on the Rainclear continent, Yi Yuan's martial arts did not make much progress. He spent a lot of time on these classics. The Xuanji 9 Leaves was one of them. This acupuncture technique used Xuanji star force as the guide, triggering the resonance of all the heavens, and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Its control over the flow of blood energy was especially unique. That day, after Yi Yuan diagnosed Song Miao's pulse, he had some ideas in his mind. This set of Xuanji 9 Leaves was extremely profound. With Yi Yuan's deep foundation, he spent close to a year's time before he thoroughly grasped this acupuncture technique too. These heavenly alchemists around Yi Yuan, even if they were grade 6 heavenly alchemists, it was also impossible to grasp this acupuncture technique within a short time. What he was executing presently was the acupuncture technique that Yi Yuan created from simplifying off the foundation of the Xuanji 9 Leaves by cutting out the superfluous to specifically target blood corruption power. Yi Yuan knew that the extreme medicine sect's heavenly alchemist's level was still extremely high. Under his guidance, grasping this acupuncture technique within 10 days was still doable. Yi Yuan focused his fingertips. A tiny divine essence needle condensed and forced out. With his current skill, he no longer needed to rely on physical objects. With the Dao sword as the foundation, the divine essence needle that he condensed had an even stronger effect than ordinary needles. Seeing this move, Xiao Shan's pupils could not help constricting. He was the commander of all the military doctors, extreme medicine sect's peak grade 6 heavenly alchemist. But Yi Yuan's move made him ashamed of his inferiority. Unless he had a needle-type grandmist treasure, he could not compare to Yi Yuan's ability to condense the divine essence needle. But needle-type grandmist treasures were too hard to come by. But the following scene made all the heavenly alchemists even more shocked. When Yi Yuan stabbed with the needle, the stars across the heavens actually produced a resonance. The entire camp seemed to have become a miniature universe. One of the stars was extremely bright. It was precisely the Xuanji star. In Chao Yiping's meridians, a pale yellow divine essence was swimming around. The meridians that the divine essence traveled were thick and thin, yet extremely fine. In reality, when applying the needles, this kind of situation would not occur. But Yuan did it in order to let these people feel it distinctly. But it was precisely so that the shock of the scene was even stronger. Especially those extreme medicine sect disciples, although they stumbled hard this time, they were still unconvinced in their hearts to follow an outsider to learn acupuncture technique. Many were bottling their thoughts up, wanting to see how impressive Yuan was. Now, they saw it. The acupuncture method had two sections. One section was on oneself. One section was on the patient. A person would work one's body to call down the power of heavenly Tao, injecting it into the sick body, reversing the universe. Regarding this step, Yuan calling down such powerful stellar power already made them lost in wonder. While in the sick body, the operation of divine essence and application of heavenly Tao power were also complicated to the extreme. But at this time, the meridians in Chao Yiping's body became incomparably clear. Even those meridians that were tiny until they were invisible to the naked eyes were manifested by Yuan. A marvelous work of art. Marvelous work of art. I didn't expect that acupuncture techniques can actually be used to such a degree. What a formidable acupuncture technique. My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a formidable acupuncture technique either. This level of acupuncture technique can actually be used so transcendently by him, truly godlike. Master. An absolute master. We all, heavenly alchemists' years of living, have been an utter waste. Very soon, cries of exclamation sounded out all around. Yuan used his acupuncture technique and completely conquered this group of proud peacocks. Originally, Dao Chen still had quite a bit of resentment in his heart. Although Yuan hit the mark, he was unconvinced in his heart, feeling that Yuan just caught it by sheer luck. But now, he did not have any temper in his heart at all. What remained was only admiration. Too formidable, such a wondrous acupuncture technique, he was absolutely unable to execute it. As a top figure among the extreme medicine sect's grade 5 heavenly alchemists, Dao Chen's alchemy path strength was not weak. Not only was it not weak, but it could also virtually look down proudly upon his peers. His eyesight was naturally extremely strong. He saw through that this acupuncture technique was after it was simplified. It was not hard for him to learn it. But, wanting to reach Yuan's level, it was impossible to achieve it without 10 years of hard work. And this was just the acupuncture technique post-simplification. But, how much time had Yuan been in contact with the blood race? He could simplify the acupuncture technique and even apply it to such an exaggerated level. It showed that Yuan's acupuncture technique had already reached an ingenious level of application. It could be used freely at will. Convinced, Xiao Shan's gaze had been fixed on the stellar power in the house. Xuanji 9 leaves. It's actually the legendary Xuanji 9 leaves. This acupuncture technique has already been lost for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, it actually reappeared in the world. Just what origins does this boy have? Xiao Shan said in shock. Xuanji 9 leaves. Is this acupuncture technique very formidable? Dao Chen wondered. Xiao Shan said, more than just formidable. Legends have it that this acupuncture technique can defy heaven and change fate, bringing the dead back to life. In fact, after grasping this set of acupuncture techniques, one will be invincible at the same rank in martial arts too. Flying needles killing people. Without making a sound, taking your life as easily as flipping over your hand. Do you think it's amazing or not? With this, everyone was no longer calm. Acupuncture technique was acupuncture technique. It was an aid to alchemy Tao. Now, Xiao Shan actually said that this acupuncture technique was also invincible in the same rank in martial arts. This was too terrifying. It's actually so formidable. My extreme medicine sect doesn't have such a fierce acupuncture technique either. How did he obtain it? Dao Chen muttered. Looking at a leopard through a tube and one was to see only one spot. He knew that Xiao Shan was not exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Although the acupuncture technique that Yuan displayed was not profound, what Yuan displayed was clearly just a very superficial part. This acupuncture technique was indeed extensive and profound. Except, the more formidable this acupuncture technique was, the more depressed Dao Chen was. Yuan was merely born in a remote continent at sea. How could that place possibly have such a formidable acupuncture technique? In fact, even extreme medicine sect, one of the top sects in the world, did not have it. This sort of thing was seriously too fantastical. In the wake of Yi Yuan applying one needle after another, the poisonous sores on Qiao Yiping's body were currently disappearing rapidly. His complexion actually became rosy too. I am actually not dead yet. Qiao Yiping opened his eyes, a little dazed. When Zhao Chen saw this scene, he could not help revealing a look of wild ecstasy. Qiao Yiping's consciousness was originally already blurry. Now, he actually regained his senses. Master Yi's means truly startled heaven and earth and made gods and ghosts weep. Chapter 2813, Grandiose Ambitions, but puny ability. You're not dead now, but you're also not far from death. After I applied the acupuncture technique, your corrupt blood power has been suppressed to 70%. But the consequence of this kind of suppression is that once it erupts again, you'll die even more horribly. Yi Yuan was not exaggerating to scare people. His acupuncture technique could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Actually, there was no essential difference between it and the suppression method of the extreme medicine sect. The only difference was that it was more brilliant than the extreme medicine sect's method. It sounded like there were no differences. But the heavenly alchemists present were long already inexplicably shocked. More than 90% of the corrupted blood was suppressed to 70%. Ever since the war with the blood race, nobody in the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven had done this. Furthermore, Qiao Yiping was inflicted with the blood corruption poison previously and later suppressed by the extreme medicine sect with true spirit blood. Now that it had erupted again, it could be said to be fiercer than a tiger. However, he was still saved by Yi Yuan. They thought that Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique could only control the spread of the corrupted blood. Who could have thought that it could actually directly suppress it back? At this very moment, many of the heavenly alchemists present actually felt ashamed of their unworthiness. Many thanks to Master Yi for helping out. By the side, Zhao Chen said gratefully. Yi Yuan said, "Don't be in a hurry to thank first. Whether or not the method to deal with the blood corruption poison can be found, it is still not known. It won't be too late to thank again after truly resolving this disaster." Zhao Chen shook his head and said, "This Zhao is already endlessly grateful that Master Yi is willing to take action." "Qiao Yiping, why haven't you thanked Master Yi?" Qiao Yiping hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master Yi, for repaying evil with good, and saving this Qiao." That day, among the people who mocked Yi Yuan, there was also Qiao Yiping. Hence, when he saw that it was Yi Yuan who came to the rescue, he immediately felt too ashamed to show his face. Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have accepted it. Turning his head to Zhao Chen, he said, "Go and gather the soldiers who are most severely poisoned by the blood corruption poison here." Yes, at this time, Zhao Chen was long already wholeheartedly convinced by Yi Yuan, immediately receiving the order and leaving. Xiao Shan was also exceedingly shocked by Yi Yuan's strength in his heart. But currently, his eyes were flickered indeterminately. He was moved by this heaven-defying acupuncture technique. There were also Dao Chen and many members of the extreme medicine sect who were similarly moved. Very soon, Qiao Yiping was carried away. Another injured person under Zhao Chen was carried in front of Yi Yuan. "Put away those stray thoughts. You guys only have a few days. After this storm, I'll impart you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves," Yi Yuan said to Xiao Shan and the others with his back facing them while he applied the needles. The moment these words came out, Xiao Shan somewhat doubted his own ears. Such a heaven-defying acupuncture technique, Yi Yuan handed it over with both hands just like that. This guy wouldn't be deliberately buying time, right? Just as his thoughts were running wild, Yi Yuan continued slowly, "In times of crisis, one should abandon the idea of sects in the first place. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed a supreme needle technique. But, no matter how strong I alone am, the number of people I can save is limited too. It's better to impart it. Only then can it save even more companions." Hearing these, Xiao Shan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Compared to Yi Yuan, they were too shallow, too narrow-minded. Yeah, if Yi Yuan really had some other thoughts, having suffered so much grievance previously, he would not have come forward at all. But not only did he step forward, he even overturned the tides and saved the Heaven One army. Very soon, stellar power lit up once again. After 5 days and 5 nights of treatment, saving dozens of patients in the most critical conditions, Yi Yuan never took a rest. Some of the heavenly alchemists watching from the sides were already drowsy with sleep. When even the person applying the needles did not rest, they were naturally embarrassed to rest. Many people secretly cursed Yi Yuan for being a freak. Was he not tired? Acupuncture was a workmanship ability that required extreme meticulousness. In the human body, even the slightest mistake could result in very serious consequences. Therefore, rest was necessary. But 5 days passed. Yuan had not made a single mistake. This sort of thing, even Xiaoshan, this true sovereign heaven, could not do it. Finally, Yuan spat out a mouthful of turbid breath and stood up. Learned it. Yuan looked toward Xiaoshan and asked. Xiaoshan nodded and said confidently, 90%. As long as I familiarize for another few days, the remaining 10% will naturally be learned without extra effort. Yuan looked towards Dao Chen and asked, what about you? Dao Chen said, 70%. Yuan nodded and said, those who feel that they can reach 70%, come forward. After speaking, 10 heavenly alchemists stepped forward in a row. These 10 people were all from the extreme medicine sect. The formula and essentials have all already been imparted to you all. Now, you guys apply the needles. However, I'll say the unpleasant things first. Human lives are at stake. How much ability you have, just say how much you have. Don't go beyond your means. Otherwise, you'll be punished by military law. Master Yi, you're also looking down on our extreme medicine sect too much. The extreme medicine sect's disciples, no matter how weak, they can also look down proudly on those in the same rank. The Xuanji 9 leaves is indeed formidable, but your acupuncture technique isn't difficult. To us, it's sufficient. Dao Chen said, brimming with confidence. The disciples of hegemon-level sects were absolute elites when looking across all the heavens too. Across the entire 33 heavens, hegemon-level sects could be counted too. The pride in their hearts could be imagined. Yuan nodded and said, all right then. You guys step forward and apply the needles. With regards to Xiaoshan, these few grade 6 heavenly alchemists, Yuan naturally felt assured. But, toward grade 5 heavenly alchemists, he was really quite worried. A doctor's benevolence, not being able to treat was fine. But killing people through treatment would be a big problem. Very soon, Xiaoshan and the others began to apply the needles. Stars illuminated in the camp. Among them, it was Xiaoshan's stellar power that was the strongest. To them, these extreme medicine sects' disciples, the days after the defeat were not easy. Hence, they also urgently needed an opportunity to wash away the shame of the sect. At present, it was clearly a great opportunity. Xiaoshan did his best. His performance was the best. As a grade 6 heavenly alchemist, his eyesight and learning ability were far from what grade 5 heavenly alchemists could compare to. These 5 days, he had already deduced countless in his mind. In addition, there was the demonstration of Yuan, this master. He was naturally even more confident. The moment a grade 6 heavenly alchemist took action, that was naturally extraordinary. Xiaoshan had the intention of showing off too, so as to restore the reputation of the sect. For a time, the other people's sharp edge was overshadowed by him all at once. Even the stellar power that Yuan called down could not compare to him. Master Xiaoshan is well deserving of being the commander of the military doctors, a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. In just 5 short days, he could cultivate this technique to such a boundary, remarkable. Master Dao Chen is also amazing. He's just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. His future prospects are limitless. The extreme medicine sect is the extreme medicine sect. This deep foundation is incomparable. The moment the extreme medicine sect's disciples made their moves, it immediately attracted a burst of exclamations. Not just Xiaoshan, the technique of the other extreme medicine sect's disciples also made people exclaim with admiration. But, seeing Xiaoshan applying the needles, Yuan's expression became odd. 90%. Was boasting done like this? Or did the extreme medicine sect's people all have such grandiose ambitions but puny abilities? Chapter 2814, Battle of Doctors. In Yuan's eyes, Xiaoshan's current technique was at most considered a pass. 60%. This guy actually bragged that he reached 90%. As for the others, only Dao Chen was slightly better, barely reaching 50%. The rest did not even reach 50%. Yuan could not help but have some doubts. Were these guys really from a hegemon-level sect? This needle technique was indeed born out of the Xuanji 9 leaves. But simplicity was not simple. Yuan's Xuanji 9 leaves had long already attained sublimity, completely under his control. Pray tell, could the acupuncture technique that he developed really be simple? If it was simple, it would also be impossible to forcibly suppress the berserk blood corruption poison. Xiao Shan's momentum looked very powerful, but he did not comprehend the essence of his acupuncture technique at all, even though he had already repeatedly emphasized it. Yuan could not help sighing. It seemed like he still thought too highly of the disciples of these hegemon-level Holy Land. He was actually like everyone else, blindly trusting these sects. He had already taught by precept and example. The rest could only depend on these people's own comprehensions. But looking at it now, it seemed like it did not go as he wanted. Although the current techniques of Xiao Shan and the others were still a little unfamiliar, even if they become proficient, it would be impossible to truly reach his level 2. Many of those heavenly alchemists were secretly watching Yuan's expression. Seeing Yuan secretly shake his head, these people could not help feeling unhappy. It seemed like Master Yi was a narrow-minded person too and could not stand to see other people get good. Poo. Suddenly, one of the patients started twitching and directly spewed out a mouthful of blood. His aura was rapidly wilting. The people present could not help jumping in fright. It was still fine just now. What happened? Yuan's expression changed, and he arrived in front of that person like lightning. Scram! He kicked that extreme medicine sect disciple flying with a foot, the divine essence needles in his hand penetrating into the patient's body swiftly. Along with one divine essence needle after another being injected, that person's blood corruption poison was finally forcefully suppressed by Yuan. Except, the effect of the treatment was much poorer. Yuan shot that person who was kicked flying by him fiercely and shouted coldly, "Told you guys just now, how much ability you have, just say how much. Don't show off your ability. With your bit of skill, you also dare to come out and apply the needles." In Yuan's view, as a heavenly alchemist, one could not do anything that they were not confident of. Clearly did not have the ability but wanted to attempt it. This was harming people, this sort of thing, Yuan could not stand it. The person who was kicked flying was called Zhongshu, who was also an elite disciple of the extreme medicine sect. Being berated by Yuan, Zhongshu said indignantly, "It's my first time applying the needles after all. How can I have absolute confidence? You're clearly holding a grudge against what happened before and using your position to get even with your personal grudge." The extreme medicine sect's disciples were extremely prideful. If not for the blow due to the incident this time, their arrogance could poke a hole in the sky. In his view, being able to reach this step for the first time was already very impressive. Actually, he was just on the cusp of being able and not being able to do it. But, for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's face, he still stepped forward without hesitation. It was just that he did not expect that he still messed it up in the end. When Yuan heard this, he smiled coldly and said, "You mean that because it's the first time you're applying the needles, you can treat the brothers' lives as a joke? If he died, he deserves it." Zhongshu's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "I didn't say that. You're making slanderous charges, surnamed Yi. Let me tell you, my extreme medicine sect's disciples aren't easy to bully." Xiao Shan had already finished applying the needles, but his brows furrowed together. He knew that he had bragged too hard. Just now, he pledged in all solemnity that he had already comprehended 90%. While he had completed the treatment, the effects of his treatment were much worse than Yuan's. It probably did not even reach half. He was a grade 6 heavenly alchemist. How could he not know the gap in between? Logically speaking, if he had comprehended 80%, the effects should naturally also be 90% of Yuan's. But now, it was not even half. He was fully focused just now and did not notice the rest. But now, seeing Yuan getting mad at Zhongshu, he figured out the whole story and said with a frown, "Yuan, I'll apologize on behalf of Zhongshu for this matter. First time applying the needles, mistakes occurring is inevitable." When Yuan heard it, he was even more enraged and said with a cold smile, "Hoo, you want to brush this over casually with a sentence." Previously, when using the true spirit blood to suppress the blood corruption poison, it was like this. Now, when I teach you guys the Xuanji 9 leaves, it's still the same. Are human lives worthless in your eyes? Doctors are not martial artists. One would rather not take action if they don't have the confidence. I clearly said before previously. Don't step forward if you don't have the confidence. But you didn't care at all and had to come forward to flaunt your superiority. Disregarding this guy, the others are also all lumps of shit when applying the needles. Actually, it could not be said that Yuan did not have anger in his heart for what happened before. The extreme medicine sect's attitude towards this sort of thing was completely different from him. Changing perspectives, if someone questioned his proposal at that time, he would definitely go and ascertain it. But these people did not take other people's opinions in at all. If say that his words carried little weight at that time, then what about now? He had already proved his strength, they saw it too, but they were still like this. Yi Yuan's dissatisfaction with these people also reached its peak. Therefore, his words were very nasty too. Xiao Shan's eyes could not help turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Zhongshu is the extreme medicine sect's disciple after all. What do you want? These words were using the extreme medicine sect to oppress people. The extreme medicine sect had a pivotal status in the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven and the Heaven One War. A measly little Yi Yuan was insignificant like an ant in front of such a colossal giant. Yi Yuan laughed from extreme rage and said, I said before previously, punishment by military law. It looks like you guys treated it like water rolling off a duck's back. Zhongshu did not care about these words at all and said disdainfully, what a joke. How many people have my extreme medicine sect saved in this war? How many great achievements have been made? Now, you actually want to punish me with military law. Xiao Shan also said in a cold voice, nobody can touch my extreme medicine sect's people. It became dangerously explosively inside the tent. Each and every one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples turned their noses up at Yi Yuan. Their haughtiness would not change because of Yi Yuan's monstrous performance. When a conflict happened, their contempt for Yi Yuan was no less. No matter how monstrous, he was also just an ant. In front of the extreme medicine sect, he was nothing. Suddenly, Yi Yuan restrained his imposing aura, turned around and came to the patient's side, and began to administer needles. This person had needles administered by one of the extreme medicine sect's disciples previously. The effects barely managed to suppress the blood corruption poison. Furthermore, it was very unstable. Yi Yuan saved the life of the seemingly hopeless patient again off of his foundation. He did not say a word, retreating these soldiers anew, including Xiao Shan's. When Zhongshu saw this scene, he could not help but snicker. He said disdainfully, I was wondering how impressive great genius Yi was, but it turns out that it's nothing more than this. Chapter 2815, Winning Sincerity with Sincerity. He still yielded in the end. There's no choice. Who made the extreme medicine sect to be so powerful? In our Heaven One army, only the extreme medicine sect are experts in alchemy. Even if one reaches the hegemon realm, they have to give them phase 2. Otherwise, this war can't be fought anymore. However, I feel that it's still Master Yi who's sympathetic to us, these common people. A doctor's benevolence, Master Yi is really thinking about us, think so too, but an arm can't twist a thigh. He can't help it as well. Yi Yuan's rage naturally aroused the strong dislike of the extreme medicine sect's disciples. But those ordinary soldiers felt that it was very intimate. Saint Sovereign Heaven, when placed on the Rainclear continent, was an absolute overlord. But, in this entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, they were barely qualified to be cannon fodders. In this war, they were even more so cannon fodder-like existences. To those powerhouses, their lives were completely worthless. Even in the eyes of these top major sects, disciples, their lives were worthless too. If they died, so be it. Being able to contribute to the Heaven One army, that was their honor. This could be felt from Zhongshu's words. But Yi Yuan's way of doing things gave them dignity. They were grateful to Yi Yuan in their hearts, but facing a behemoth like the extreme medicine sect, they were powerless to do anything too. Very soon, Yi Yuan treated those 10 people. Xiao Shan said, Yi Yuan, you've indeed rendered 2 great contributions, but compared to my extreme medicine sect, you're still too insignificant. Our extreme medicine sect is supporting the entire Heaven One continent. Do you understand? Dao Chen also smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan, you have to understand your status. You're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. Our extreme medicine sect isn't an existence that you can afford to provoke. These words were rather impolite already. A kind person gets bullied, a kind horse gets ridden. Yi Yuan, giving in, made Dao Chen and the rest even more proud of themselves. The Heaven One Army's heavenly alchemist system and the extreme medicine sect established their own systems. Other heavenly alchemists did not dare to fight at all. Those heavenly alchemists that were from the extreme medicine sect also regarded themselves as superior to others. Actually, the extreme medicine sect had committed a fatal error in this war. But nobody dared to raise it up and punish them to teach them a lesson. Hearing this, Yi Yuan slowly got up, looked toward Dao Chen, and said, "Oh. In this army, one needs to talk about status too. Isn't it? Military orders can't be disobeyed." Dao Chen said disdainfully, "In the army, military orders naturally can't be disobeyed. But who the hell are you? You're merely a foreigner from a remote continent. You don't even have status. You aren't a member of the army at all. You're actually giving orders here, how laughable. Haha, you said punish by military law, and we'll punish by military law. Do you think that your commander-in-chief Ming Yi, a measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist giving orders here, who gave you the authority?" Zhang Shu said with a loud laugh. "What was called overestimating one's own ability? This is called overestimating one's own ability." In the view of the extreme medicine sect's people, Yi Yuan's posturing action was really laughable. In the heavenly alchemist system, no one dared to posture in front of the extreme medicine sect yet. Zhao Chen was very anxious by the side. With regards to Yi Yuan, he already held him in great esteem. He could feel that Yi Yuan sincerely had the best interests at heart for his brothers. Otherwise, he could have long let the extreme medicine sect's disciples administer the needles. Yi Yuan set an example by personally taking part, taking great pains to demonstrate the Xuanji 9 leaves. It was for the sake of letting these extreme medicine sect disciples learn a little faster. Even so, he was still worried and planned on letting these people administer the needles in batches. Reality also proved that Yi Yuan was right. Zhao Chen also could not deny that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar of the Heaven One continent. But they did not have any compassion towards ordinary soldiers at all. In fact, many times, they were just test subjects. Now, seeing the extreme medicine sect's disciples target Yi Yuan together, he could not look on anymore and spoke up, "Master Yi saved our lives. He's our brother and naturally a part of the army. Right, Master Yi saved Heaven One continent and saved all of our lives. Now, he's helping us suppress the blood corruption poison. He's our brother. What Centurion Zhao said is right. He's our brother." The moment Zhao Chen opened his mouth, there were immediately many people who concurred. Sincerity was often won with sincerity in the army. If you were good to him, he would know. Furthermore, the feelings between fellow officers tend to be even more sincere. These few days, Yi Yuan administered the needles day and night without sleeping or resting. In the hearts of these ordinary soldiers, they had long already treated Yi Yuan as a brother. There were probably hundreds of soldiers present. When they spoke up simultaneously, it directly pushed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to the corner of the wall. Including Xiao Shan, each and every one of their faces was awkward to the extreme. This face was slapped resoundingly. "Zhao Chen, are you rebelling?" Dao Chen shouted angrily. Zhang Shu also questioned, "Yi Yuan saved your lives, but didn't my extreme medicine sect save your lives?" Zhao Chen said, "The extreme medicine sect has naturally saved our lives before, but you didn't. Not only didn't you guys save us before, you nearly caused the Northern Front army to completely collapse." Zhao Chen's one sentence directly cornered the extreme medicine sect again. They were unable to refute. It was because this was a fact. Dao Chen laughed from extreme fury and said, "Hoo, Zhao Chen, grew capable huh? Have you forgotten how you sucked up to us back then? Have you forgotten how you reproved Yi Yuan?" Zhao Chen said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "What you said is right. Back then, we believed in the extreme medicine sect too much, resulting in today's disastrous consequences. The initially over 300 men under me are only left with 100 men now. Among these 100 men, there are even 70% who are afflicted with blood corruption poison. If not for Master Yi, it would have been impossible for the 100 of us to return. Even if we returned, at most 20 to 30 of these 100 people can remain." The moment these words came out, the ordinary soldiers nodded one after another. Zhao Chen's current mood, they felt the same way too. For some centurions, the men under them were pretty much all dead. But the expressions of Dao Chen and the rest became ugly to the extreme. One should not hit the face when hitting people, but this face was really slapped resoundingly now. No one had ever dared to slap the extreme medicine sect's face like this before. Did these guys all eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Xiao Shan's face darkened, and he said, "Come, men. Zhao Chen is misleading people with rumors, slandering the extreme medicine sect. Take Zhao Chen down for me and punish by military law." Immediately, 2 attendant soldiers beside him stepped out of the ranks and immediately escorted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was clearly long prepared and did not resist. He was not a fool. Xiao Shan was a true sovereign heaven powerhouse, a commander of the Northern Front Army. When he came forward at this time and spoke up for Yi Yuan, he would definitely be retaliated against. But he felt that he should come forward at this time. Just as the attendant soldier was going to drag Zhao Chen away, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Stop." Xiao Shan looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You're not a member of the army. Could it be that you still want to interfere in our army's affairs?" Yi Yuan was indifferent and flashed a plaque, saying coolly, "What did you say just now? Say it again." Chapter 2816, Drag Outside, Kill. Seeing the token that Yi Yuan flashed, Xiao Shan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. "Great Commander token, how do you have this?" Xiao Shan said in shock. Although Xiao Shan was questioning it, the Yi word engraved on the token, as well as the unique aura emitting from the token, could not be faked. Regarding the Northern Front Army, not counting Emperor-level powerhouses, the highest commander was Ming Yi, this commander-in-chief. And below him were the 5 Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven Great Commanders. Below Great Commanders, True Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were all commander level. Each person had a corresponding token. Now, Yi Yuan actually took out a Great Commander token. The shock in Xiao Shan's heart could be imagined. There were only 5 of these tokens. Furthermore, their holders were all Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Where did Yi Yuan get it? Emperor Dan Fei conferred the Great Commander token and let me lead the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Commander Xiao, I wonder if this Yi has the authority to meddle in this army's affairs. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Shan and said it word by word. Everyone present was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan's pupils constricted, having a look of astonishment in his eyes. This Great Commander token was actually personally bestowed by Emperor Dan Fei. Emperor Dan Fei was the supreme commander of the northern battlefront in the truest sense. Normally, his movements and traces were elusive and secretive. The Saint Sovereign Heaven Army's battles were actually on the outer periphery too. The true core regions were the great battles of these Emperor-level powerhouses. That level of fight could be said to startle heaven and shock the earth. Logically speaking, Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi himself already had the qualifications to confer Great Commander. But the Heavenly Alchemist Division did not have a Great Commander. It had always been Xiao Shan in charge of it. Xiao Shan's strength was lacking, and he could not be a Great Commander either. But who could have thought that Emperor Dan Fei actually personally intervened in the affairs of the army and bestowed the Great Commander token upon Yi Yuan? Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan directly became his, Xiao Shan's, superior? This sort of thing was too comical. A measly little grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist actually became the immediate superior of him, a grade 6 Heavenly Alchemist. But something that Emperor Dan Fei personally concerned himself with, who could refute it? The likes of Xiao Shan and Dao Chen had always been calling Yi Yuan's identity into question before. Now, it was good. Not only did Yi Yuan become a member of the army, but he also even became the great commander of the Northern Front Army's Heavenly Alchemist Division. Could he not meddle? He could meddle too well. The Heavenly Alchemist Division's great commander was just nice in charge of all the Heavenly Alchemists present, including Xiao Shan. It was unbelievably appropriate. Actually, Xiao Shan's arrest of Zhao Chen was somewhat unjustifiable. After all, Zhao Chen was not his direct subordinate. But the extreme medicine sect's disciples were used to normally being domineering. Coupled with Xiao Shan's status as commander, he was the Heavenly Alchemist Division's great commander in practice. Even Zhao Chen's superiors would not intercede for him too. But now, things were different. If Commander Xiao has any doubts, you can go and ask Commander-in-Chief Ming Yi. Yi Yuan said coolly. No need. This token can't be faked. Xiao Shan said in a solemn voice. He had never felt so aggrieved before. As one of the extreme medicine sect's grade 6 Heavenly Alchemists, his status in the army was extremely respected. Even true sovereign heaven powerhouses had to beg him for help too. But now, he was actually being suppressed by a grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist. How could he not be gloomy? Yi Yuan naturally did not care about Xiao Shan's attitude. He said lightly, then can this great commander meddle in the army's affairs? You can, Xiao Shan said in a muffled voice. But these words were like a clap of thunder when they landed in Zhang Shu's ears, instantly stunning him. What was the meaning of this? Not caring about him anymore. That Yi Yuan was assuming a new official post, he would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Yi Yuan said coolly, since I can meddle, then this great commander will say a few more words here. In this army, the brothers with sects and factions are probably not in the minority. The hegemon-level sects in this Heaven One continent are also not just your extreme medicine sect alone. The extreme medicine sect has indeed rendered great contributions in resisting the blood race, but which of the brothers fighting on the battlefield doesn't have credit? The other hegemon-level sects have no credit, or is it that the saint sovereign heavens that came from hegemon-level sects have a higher status than those small sects? If that's the case, our side has already established factions. How will this war still be fought? After entering the army, everyone is a fellow officer brother. Heavenly alchemists are a member of the army too. Everyone has parents and were raised by them. Who's more valuable than others? You're a saint, sovereign heaven, but isn't he also a saint sovereign heaven? If you have the ability, try breaking through to true sovereign heaven. With the army being defeated this time, the extreme medicine sect can't absolve yourselves from the blame. Nobody is investigating you guys precisely because the extreme medicine sect has made great contributions. But committing mistakes is committing mistakes. We can't talk about it. Said a few words about you, and he has to get punished by military law. Xianxia, then how will you be dealt with for rebutting me, this great commander? Dao Chen, you're merely a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How should you be dealt with for talking back to me, this great commander? Xiaoxian's face turned black, and he was immediately choked until he could not speak. You're freaking sneak attacking me. Clearly had the great commander token long ago, but you didn't take it out. As for Dao Chen, his face even became ashen. Actually, it was really not that Yi Yuan ambushed him. After coming out from Dan Fei there, Ming Yi still had important military affairs to discuss, so he stayed behind and casually instructed his subordinates to bring Yi Yuan to diagnose and treat the soldiers. Yi Yuan was not someone who showed off either. He naturally would not take out his great commander token. If not for the extreme medicine sect pressing people too far, he really would not care for taking out the great commander token. Taoredi crushed you in alchemy Dao. What did I still need some great commander token for? Let him go, Yi Yuan said to the two attendant soldiers coldly. The two attendant soldiers were at a loss on what to do and looked toward Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan waved his hand, indicating for them to let go. Only then did they behave like they were granted amnesty. It was so uncomfortable to be caught between great commander and commander. When Zhao Chen was released, his two eyes were emitting light. He also did not expect that Master Yi actually performed an unexpected reversal, slapping the extreme medicine sect's disciples' faces resoundingly. In reality, after returning from the big defeat this time, they really felt aggrieved to the extreme. It was clearly a man-made disaster, but they could not say it out loud. The extreme medicine sect's prestige in their hearts fell to rock bottom all at once. Now, Yi Yuan saying it out in front of everyone, they felt much more liberated. Suddenly, Yi Yuan shouted coldly, Zhao Chen, take Zhang Shu down for me. Zhao Chen's entire body trembled, immediately stepping forward and arresting Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu yelled, Martial Uncle Xiaoshan, save me. Xiaoshan had a sullen face as he said in a cold voice, Great Commander, do you really have to do this? My extreme medicine sect's face isn't easy to slap. You've just arrived and might not know it yet. Among the Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses that came this time, there's also my extreme medicine sect's ancestor. The Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses were naturally not just Dan Fei alone. It was just that he was the strongest. However, Yi Yuan did not buy it and just said coolly, military orders can't be disobeyed. Today, if I don't kill people, you guys won't know the preciousness of human life. Our comrades aren't for people to use as experiments. Zhao Chen, haul him out and kill him. Chapter 2817, Resolving a Big Issue with Little Effort. Zhang Shu died. The entire army was in shock. Nobody expected that an extreme medicine sect's top disciple was sentenced to death just like this. Unexpectedly, but also within reason, the applause was continuous. The big defeat was not to be blamed on the fight. The loss was too pathetic. It was clearly the extreme medicine sect who caused the defeat, but in the end, they could not do anything to them. The Heaven One army needed a relief outlet, and Zhang Shu played this role very honorably. Extreme medicine sect's disciples finally got their retribution. Feels amazing. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan, a grade 5 heavenly alchemist, could actually become a great commander. Feel that he is intentionally helping us to vent this frustration. Haha, what a coincidence. I think so too. With so many of our brothers dead, what right do they have to be completely fine? Extreme medicine sect's disciples normally had aloof airs like they are standing high above the masses. Your father has found them displeasing to the eye for a long time. It was true that the extreme medicine sect was a pillar that propped up the sky. But this also developed the domineering personalities of the extreme medicine sect's disciples. Even if they were similarly saint sovereign heavens, they were also aloof from the masses. In their eyes, ordinary soldiers were not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them at all. Therefore, the people in the army who were unhappy with them were not in the minority. It was just that they dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. After all, when they get injured, they still needed the extreme medicine sect's disciples to treat them. Sentencing Zhang Shu to death, Xiao Shan flicked his sleeves and walked away. Everyone knew that an even higher level contest would start soon. At the Northern Front battle this time, the extreme medicine sect sent an ancestor over too. Killing the extreme medicine sect's people was equivalent to slapping their faces. How could they be willing to drop the matter? The wrath of an emperor-level powerhouse was not what a measly little saint sovereign heaven could bear. In the eyes of emperor-level powerhouses, Yuan, this great commander, had no weight at all. The extreme medicine sect's disciples were even sneering in their hearts. Do you think that by becoming a great commander, you can use a made-up directive to order people around and disregard my extreme medicine sect? Laughable. Great commander, just you wait to receive ancestors' wrath. When he heard the news of Zhang Shu being sentenced to death, Ming Yi was currently discussing military affairs with Emperor Dan Fei. He suddenly stood up and said angrily, "This boy, is he crazy? It's just been a few days, and he caused such a major problem. When Emperor Zuo Chen finds out about this news, he'll definitely be beyond furious. Lord Emperor, please hurry up and rescind your order. Otherwise, if it causes unhappiness between emperors, that will be a big problem." But Dan Fei's reaction was not as intense as Ming Yi's. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth even revealed a hint of a smile. He reached his hand out and pressed down, gesturing to Ming Yi as he said smilingly, "Just a small matter." Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Emperor, this isn't a small matter." But Dan Fei said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do you feel that Yuan did something wrong with regards to this matter?" Ming Yi said without the slightest hesitation, "Of course he's wrong. The extreme medicine sect is a pillar that props up the sky. How can one of them be killed lightly? Moreover, there's even ancestor Zuo Chen standing behind them. Originally, letting him be the great commander, Xiao Shan would definitely be unconvinced. Now, doesn't it leave behind even more of a handle for gossip?" But Dan Fei smiled meaningfully and said, "Ming Yi, you are not seeing it as deeply as Yuan." Ming Yi was startled and hurriedly said, "Lord Emperor, please clarify." He knew that he might have overlooked some aspects. Dan Fei smiled and said, "You're wrong. Not only will this matter not incur Zuo Chen's displeasure, he'll be grateful to Yuan instead. Yuan, this great commander, has also thoroughly established his position firmly through this matter. Additionally, he'll even get the whole army's love and respect. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Hulu, I really didn't expect that in just a few days, this boy would give this seat a huge surprise." Dan Fei stroked his beard and smiled, clearly extremely satisfied with Yuan. Ming Yi was dazed after listening, not knowing what it meant at all. When Dan Fei saw that he still did not understand, he could not resist shaking his head and sighing. Ming Yi was startled in his heart. Is Lord Emperor dissatisfied with me? The defeat of this great battle was entirely caused by the failure of the extreme medicine sect's true spirit method of suppression. After returning, it seemed like everyone had forgotten about this. Why is that? Because no one dares to mention this. How can a colossal giant like the extreme medicine sect be what a puny little saint sovereign heaven army can shake? But, if the soldiers don't say, does that mean that they really had no resentment in their hearts? Of course they do. The big defeat this time nearly caused extremely serious consequences, and it was entirely caused by the extreme medicine sect. The crux is that before the great battle, Yuan even warned the extreme medicine sect's disciples that there was a problem with this suppression method. The resentment in the soldiers' hearts is likely already rising to the sky. And just nice at this time, Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. What do you think those soldiers will think? Dan Fei explained skillfully and patiently. Ming Yi was dumbfounded from listening. But Emperor Zuo Chen there. Hoo, Zuo Chen, this old fellow, he understands it in his heart. Not only does he understand, but he's also actually very anxious in his heart too. Emperor realm powerhouses can naturally disregard the thoughts of Saint Sovereign Heavens. But the failure this time was also a tremendous blow to the extreme medicine sect. It even affected their status in the Heaven One Alliance. At this time, it's particularly important whether or not the soldiers are submitting wholeheartedly. Over at the southern front, there hasn't been too much war recently. There's still a chance to remedy it. But the northern front here has already suffered a big defeat. So how can the reputation of the extreme medicine sect be restored? Zhang Shu was just a minor character of little importance. His death won't affect much, but it gave the soldiers a great relief outlet. The soldiers understand in their hearts that they can't do anything to the extreme medicine sect. But they can imagine Zhang Shu as the extreme medicine sect and blame things on him bitterly. Following this incident, the extreme medicine sect's disciples will be doing their best to treat the injured in the future, and even eradicating the blood corruption poison under Yi Yuan's lead. Not only will the extreme medicine sect's reputation not suffer damage, but it might also make their prestige like the noonday sun instead. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan is, he's also just one person. It still needs the extreme medicine sect's disciples to really save people, isn't that so? A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist's death can minimize the negative impact of this defeat. Do you think Zuo Chen, that old fellow, should be grateful to Yi Yuan or not? Not only will he not do anything to Yi Yuan, but he'll also even recognize Yi Yuan's status as a great commander. Yi Yuan's position of great commander can be considered to be secured. Talking intel here, Dan Fei was even more pleased with himself, as if this was his own masterpiece. He also indeed had his breath taken away in wonder by Yi Yuan's ingenious brushwork. This move was even more amazing than him executing Xuanji 9 leaves. It was completely resolving a big issue with little effort. Ming Yi, who was by the side, was long already dumbfounded from listening. He completely did not expect that the death of a measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually implicated such a complicated situation. A puny little Yi Yuan could actually see the overall situation so penetratingly. Lord Emperor, his luck is also too good, right? Ming Yi shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Luck. Dan Fei continued and said, this isn't luck. This boy saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, seeing the world clearly, and has exceedingly high comprehension ability. He's definitely a world-shattering talent. This matter looks like a dispute caused by personal feelings, but in reality, it's a situation that resulted from him advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Each step seemed to be extremely coincidental, but when so many coincidences come together, it's no longer a coincidence. Chapter 2818, Great Work. Ancestor, Yi Yuan, this boy is bullying people too far. A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually dares to assume the majesty of the tiger and kill our extreme medicine sect's disciple. If this matter is dropped just like this, how will our extreme medicine sect still have face to continue stay in the Heaven One Alliance? In front of Emperor Zuo Chen, Xiao Shan could not stop his anger. How venerated was the extreme medicine sect, and how noble were their disciples? A measly little grade 5 heavenly alchemist actually rode on top of their heads. But, no matter how enraged Xiao Shan was, Zuo Chen seemed to be very calm. Just this, I got it, Zuo Chen said coolly. Xiao Shan was stunned. What kind of reaction was this? Ancestor, then Yi Yuan. Restrain our disciples properly. They all have to obey Yi Yuan's orders. This is the army. He's the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. No matter which sect you're from, you have to obey his orders. Zuo Chen still said calmly. Xiao Shan somewhat doubted his ears. Did he hear wrongly? Ancestor Zuo Chen was the extreme medicine sect's emperor, vast heaven powerhouse. He actually wanted his own sect's people to obey the orders of a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. How can this be? Could it be that our extreme medicine sect's disciple died in vain just like this? Xiao Shan said unwillingly. Zuo Chen said, how is it in vain? Zhang Shu's death was honorable. It's a worthy death. Transmit orders to the 3 armies. Zhang Shu treated others with contempt, went against his superior, and acted with utter disregard for human life. He should be punished for his crime. Yi Yuan has rendered amazing merit, his alchemy path talent being outstanding. This seat is going to take him in as a personal disciple. The day when the Northern Front's war is brought to successful completion, this seat will officially take him in as a disciple. Xiao Shan was completely dumbfounded. His brain seemed to be unable to think anymore. Emperor Zuo Chen's words shocked him into a daze. Yi Yuan killed an extreme medicine sect's disciple. Ancestor did not stand up for him. He even said well killed. No, this is not the main point. Personal disciple. Emperor Zuo Chen is actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. This is too outrageous. Emperor Zuo Chen was an emperor vast heaven ancestor. He actually personally came forward to take a puny little saint sovereign heaven in as a personal disciple. This sort of thing was simply even more shocking than the sun rising from the west. Are all these emperor powerhouses mad? Yi Yuan became his martial uncle with a sway of his body. A bumpkin from the countryside actually became his little martial uncle. Xiao Shan suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. He did not know how he left. His entire head was dizzy. Zuo Chen, this level of powerhouse, was simply disdainful to explain anything to Xiao Shan. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. Ming Yi's strength was up to par, with half a foot stepped into the door of Emperor Realm. That was why he would be treated differently by Dan Fei. As for him, Xiao Shan, he was not qualified enough yet. Everything that happened today was too fantastical and too unthinkable. First was Emperor Dan Fei personally admitting that Yi Yuan was the great commander of the Heavenly Alchemist Division. Following that, the extreme medicine sect's ancestor, Emperor Zuo Chen, was actually going to take Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. Two top emperors actually showed favor to a measly little saint exalt heaven at the same time. The position of great commander was already extremely respected to begin with. Now, Yi Yuan became Emperor Zuo Chen's disciple. This was even more terrifying. Disregarding other things, just based on seniority, Yi Yuan's seniority could scare people to death. One had to know, in the extreme medicine sect, even if Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses saw Zuo Chen, they had to call martial uncle respectfully too. Zuo Chen's strength was also an extreme existence among all the Emperor Vast Heavens. His status in the extreme medicine sect was very high too. God knew how many people wanted to become his disciple but could not. Among them even included some Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouses. Unsurprisingly, the entire Northern Front army was stunned again. Concerning Emperor Zuo Chen taking Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple, this matter was too sensational. In the entire army camp, there were discussions everywhere. Crazy. It's really crazy. I even thought that Emperor Zuo Chen was going to fly into a great rage this time and even get into a tussle with Emperor Dan Fei. Who knew that not only did he not, he's actually going to take Yi Yuan in as his personal disciple. What a miraculous play. Great Commander Yi Yuan killed the extreme medicine sect's disciple. Not only did the extreme medicine sect's ancestor not blame him, but also he's going to take him in as a disciple instead. Looks like the extreme medicine sect isn't all arrogant and domineering people either. The big shots above all have sharp eyes. Great Commander Yi Yuan is our benefactor. We also feel honored that he can soar to the sky in one leap. Beyond the shock, many people were happy for Yi Yuan. The sensational effect of this incident swept away the haze of the defeat previously. The love for the house extended to even the crows perching on the roof. Many soldiers' dislike toward the extreme medicine sect also reduced to the minimum. When Emperor Dan Fei heard this news, he could not help being stunned, then immediately could not help laughing as he said, "Old punk Zuo Chen is indeed as shrewd as ever. This move of pushing the boat along the current is used really brilliantly to the max." Ming Yi smiled bitterly and said, "Who could have thought that a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven became the Northern Front Army's popular figure all of a sudden? When I see this boy, I'll even have to call Marshal Uncle. How will I still be the Commander-in-Chief?" Dan Fei also laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Interesting. Interesting. Zuo Chen, this old thing has never followed a set pattern. It's what this seat admires the most. However, the move this time really surprised me. But then again, Yi Yuan is indeed a good seedling that's hard to come across. It's just that pity that he's a divergent cultivator." The words carried endless regret. How could he not know that Yi Yuan was a good seedling? But the fates of divergent cultivators were not up to them. Since time immemorial, how many divergent cultivators had there been? Those able to cultivate the Emperor realm were like the feather of a phoenix and horn of a qilin, very rare. Those who could cultivate to Emperor Vast Heaven could be counted on one's fingers. What did failing to attain it mean? Dead under Tao tribulation. When Yi Yuan himself heard this news, he also had a struck senseless look. He had never even seen before Emperor Zuo Chen, and the other party was actually going to take him in as a personal disciple. But, after thinking about it, he understood Zuo Chen's thoughts. This move held extraordinary significance. Indeed, these big shots operated from a strategically advantageous position. None of them were simple. He used a weaker force to deal with a greater force, and the other party took advantage of a favorable trend. He was going to become someone else's disciple. Nobody came to ask about his thoughts. Maybe he would refuse. Alright, actually, Yi Yuan himself was also quite moved. No matter what, the extreme medicine sect was the strongest alchemy path sect in Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, not one of. Being able to become the extreme medicine sect's disciple, no one could refuse it. Moreover, his master was even an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist. With regards to Xiao Shan and the rest, Yi Yuan looked down on them. Yi Yuan had high regard of himself, but he was not ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. In front of a Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist, he was merely an ant. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also knew that the likes of Xiao Shan were not the top class in the extreme medicine sect. The true elites were all at the southern front. The northern front's war was too sudden. The real elite disciples were unable to be transferred over for a while. One had to know, back then, Apil Alliance's holy son, Kang Yongning, practically forced him into a desperate situation. And he was merely a disciple taught by the extreme medicine sect's abandoned child, Li Changsheng. Looking at a leopard through a tube to see only one spot, the extreme medicine sect's strength was clear at a glance. Therefore, becoming a Grade 8 Heavenly Alchemist's disciple, Yi Yuan was actually not resistant to it. The urgent matter on hand was not acknowledging him as a master but to truly resolve the danger of the blood corruption. Chapter 2819, Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Sure enough, the following events went much smoother. The extreme medicine sect's disciples became incomparably respectful and submissive in front of Yi Yuan. No one dared to contradict Yi Yuan anymore. The word of Yi Yuan, this great commander, also truly carried the weight of 9 tripods. Under Yi Yuan's teaching, Xuanji 9 leaves and the rest grasped the blood corruption poison very soon and officially started to take over the suppression of the blood corruption poison. Although the effects of their treatment were far inferior to Yi Yuan's, it would barely suffice. Yi Yuan treated the most difficult group of people. The remaining risk became much smaller too. However, the extreme medicine sect's disciples also strictly abided by the rule that Yi Yuan set. Without full confidence, they were not to administer acupuncture on the soldiers arbitrarily. At present, there was naturally no one who dared to retort anymore. Within the Great Hall, more than 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses were all using strange gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, are you sure that you want to do this? You have to know, once the Blood Race's Emperor Realm powerhouses really make a move, you'll definitely die without a doubt. Emperor Dan Fei looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, they won't make a move. To the Blood Race, the most pressing matter on hand isn't to slaughter the human race but to guard the spatial passageway. No matter whether it is Emperor Realm powerhouses or the army below Emperor Realm, their numbers can't match ours. Under this kind of circumstance, the risk of making a move against me is too great. If you all take the opportunity to go sneak attack the spatial passageway, they will lose more than they gain. Of course, if they really dare to send people to deal with me, Lord Emperors can turn the ruse real and go sneak attack the spatial passageway. The Blood Race has 10 Emperor Realm powerhouses at present. Even if they send the weakest one to come and deal with us, your odds of winning will most likely increase significantly too. Emperor Dan Fei's gaze was gleaming as he said, this way, you'll face certain death. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, putting aside that there's an extremely low chance of such a thing happening, even if it really happened, the other brothers are willing to die for Heaven 1. So why won't I, Yi Yuan, willingly die too? These few days, Yi Yuan heard too many heartwarming stories when treating those wounded people. Although the Absolute Heaven Barrier barely managed to stop the Blood Race, everyone understood that the Absolute Heaven Barrier would ultimately be breached one day. The more it was at this kind of life and death juncture, the more touching stories would emerge. Such as a Chilyarch called Shenshong, his family of close to 100 people all died in service. At that time, Shenshong was still young, only greater sublime heavenly stratum. He watched his father's generation and forefathers die on the battlefield with his own eyes. The feeling of powerlessness permeated everywhere. Heaven One Alliance originally planned to let Shen Shang stay in the rear in order to present the Shen family's only bloodline. But, after his strength reached Saint Sovereign Heaven, he joined the Heaven One army without hesitation and became a warrior. This time, he was inflicted with blood corruption poison too and dying due to heavy injuries. But he did not have any regrets on his face. He proudly said that he killed 10 bloodkins. One should not look at how it was only a mere 10 people. This was an amazing record. The blood race was too difficult to kill. Another example was the great hegemon level Holy Land's Mirror Moon sect. They had a peerless Heaven's Chosen, Xianxia, who once appeared before. This Heaven's Chosen could be said to be invincible in the same rank. One had to know, being known as invincible at the same level across the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, this plane, how gloriously resplendent he was. But then he led a squad of more than 100 people and was in charge of covering a wound unit to evacuate. Who knew that they actually walked into the ambush of the blood race? There were 3,000 people in this division of Bloodkin. Furthermore, it was an elite team of Bloodkin, each of them was extremely powerful. Furthermore, there were even true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in the team. In order to cover the wound to evacuate, Shi Chuyong led this squad of 100 men to fight to the death. In the end, this squad of 100 people, they were all killed. But Shi Chuyong fought 3 great true Sovereign Heavens by himself, killing 2 of them. This division of Blood Race army suffered casualties of more than half. To the Heaven One Alliance, this was practically something impossible to accomplish. He fought 3 great true Sovereign Heavens alone. Did he not have the strength to escape? He did not. In other words, the significance of his survival was more important than this squad of 100 people and all the wounded. This was a super genius reputed to have the potential of reaching the hegemon realm. One after another, this kind of stories, they were far too many. Even if Yi Yuan had experienced too much, he also involuntarily shed tears at times. He was an outsider, but he was also a member of Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven, a member of the human race. Under such desperate situations, he needed to contribute. Yi Yuan was a peerless Heaven's Chosen, but he had never regarded himself as head and shoulders above others. Other people could contribute, he could too. In reality, he had always done so too. At this time, an Emperor Realm powerhouse ridiculed him. "Brat, do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens? Let me tell you, the young powerhouses in the blood race are even stronger than the Heaven One Alliance. According to what I know, 3 among the Saint Sovereign 100 sons came in their army this time, Yan Meng, Wu Shang, and Yuan Zheng. Just based on the 5 of you, you're going to challenge the blood race. Then can we, these Emperor realms, sleep in peace in the future?" This was an Emperor Cloud Heaven powerhouse called Wei Liang, but he was from the extreme medicine sect. With regards to Zuo Chen taking Yi Yuan in as a disciple, he was very unhappy about it. The most important thing was that Zhang Shu, who was sentenced to death by Yi Yuan, was his grand disciple. Originally, he was prepared to deal with Yi Yuan. Who knew that Zuo Chen actually interfered flagrantly? Helpless, he could only cease all activities. Now, he was even more annoyed by Yi Yuan's arrogant behavior. "Saint Sovereign 100 sons?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Ming Yi explained, "In the blood race, each realm will have a ranking. Saint Sovereign 100 sons is the strongest 100 people in the blood race's Saint Sovereign Heavens. Each of them is a peerless Heaven's Chosen. Their bloodline power is extremely strong and they are virtually invincible at the same rank. Compared to our alliance's top geniuses, they are a level stronger. Of course, this kind of might was established on the foundation that they were able to revive. This was also the blood race's greatest advantage. In the same rank, even if the human had equal strength to a bloodkin. But one party was not afraid to die. He could even revive after you killed him. How to fight then? Of course, this also showed how strong the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons' strength was. Yi Yuan became clear. Smiling at Wei Liang, he said, "Firstly, I'm not called brat. According to seniority, you should call me as your junior apprentice brother. Secondly, whatever Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, merely clay chickens and pottery dogs. I've really never been afraid of anyone in Saint Sovereign Heaven." Wei Liang, face turned black. Yi Yuan's words rebutted him until he choked. A Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually calling him brother. Yet, he could not do anything about it. Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Since that's the case, Don't blame this seat for not warning you when you die. Wei Liang said with a cold laugh. Several days later, above the sea, 5 figures descended from the sky in front of the blood race army. Yang Qing brandished a long spear in his hand, riding on Shao Qing, and was incredibly domineering. "Hoi! Blood race is trash, your grandpa Yang is here. Why haven't you come out to die? Your father, Yang Qing, is unmatched among Saint Sovereign Heavens. Who has the balls to dare come out and have a fight with your grandpa Yang?" Yang Qing shouted loudly. That feeling of invincibility was back. Chapter 2820, Crazy Provocation. The blood race army was silent as death. It was not due to fright. It was because they had never seen before such an impressive person. To dare come to the blood race army and call them out, no one in the Heaven One Alliance had this courage. Most importantly, there were only 5 people. Were these few guys crazy? Isn't your blood race the so-called strongest across the heavens? Why are each and every one of you like scaredy cats? Come out if you guys have the capability and fight one-on-one with your Grandpa Yang. Grandpa Yang will take on 10 of you by myself. No, 50, a bunch of weaklings. Your grandaunt is already in front of your door, and you all don't even have one who dares to answer the challenge. Your blood race keeps calling yourselves powerful every day. In the end, an army of 5,002 true sovereign heavens were actually killed by the 5 of us until we passed through. Weak, tisk tisk, really too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. Jingfei was also someone who desired to see the world plunged into chaos. This kind of provocative activity was all too appropriate for her. She was not tall, but she nodded her head and planted her hands on her waist, behaving like a senior when talking. Coupled with that disdainful expression, she completely had an appearance that aggravated people to death. The battle in the fog was the disgrace of the blood race. Many in the blood race army had experienced that battle. Being teased by Jingfei at this time, each and every one was unbelievably enraged. Coupled with Yang Qing's appearance that was asking for a beating, each and every one in the blood race army was filled with righteous indignation, taking the initiative to request to fight one after another. But, without any order from their superiors, they did not dare to fight arbitrarily too. In the blood race camp, indignation was long already overflowing. "Great commander, let me go and fight. I'll go kill that boy and avenge the hatred." The one talking was Han Guang. Back then, he had his foundation severed by Yi Yuan with one sword. Until now, he had not fully recovered yet and only had the strength of lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. Jingfei's words were like one slap after another, slapping him in the face. Because that fight, it was the army that he was leading. This battle was also his most disgraceful battle. Luo Chuan's expression was very ugly too, but he still shook his head and said, "They are just 5 people but dare to come outside of our barracks and call for battle. There must be a ruse. Moreover, you're not his match." Han Guang wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. In his current state, he was really not an opponent who could withstand a single sword from Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan's Dao sword was unleashed, he could most likely forget about surviving this time. But, having people block the front door like this, it was really aggravating. Looking at his appearance, Luo Chuan said, "Just wait. Commander-in-Chief definitely has a decision regarding this matter." The Blood Race Army's commander-in-chief was similarly a half-step true sovereign heaven called Blood Spirit. But he was currently reporting the situation here to the Blood Race's highest commander, Li He. The Blood Race's Emperor realm powerhouses were all guarding in the vicinity of the spatial passageway and did not dare to leave in the slightest. The army was stationed in the outer periphery. This is the Heaven One Army's strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. We can't fall for it. Send a few true sovereign heavens over and directly kill them. Remember, they can kill them, but take care not to be lured deep in by the enemy. Li He shook his head and said, "To them, guarding the passageway was the most crucial thing. In order to open up this spatial passageway, the Blood Race paid a huge price. Once the passageway was lost, nobody could bear this consequence." The unusual behavior of Yi Yuan and the rest made Li He even more vigilant instead. Several powerful auras emerged from the Blood Race camp. Yi Yuan and the others turned around and ran. The few of them grasped the distance just nicely. It was naturally impossible to deliver themselves to the hands of true sovereign heavens. "Oh my, you bunch of cowards, to actually use true sovereign heavens to bully Grandpa Yang. After Grandpa Yang breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll come and kill you all until you piss your pants." Yangqing scolded with vulgarities as he ran. Come back. Worried that the few great true sovereign heavens would fall into a trap, Bloodspirit called them back in time. The few true sovereign heavens could only return to the camp reluctantly. But they had just retuned and Yuan 5 people came back again. Blood Race's grandsons, do you all only use cultivation realm to bully people? Your father is invincible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. You guys can't even find a Saint Sovereign Heaven. A bunch of trash. Don't talk about whatever. The Blood Race is number 1. The Blood Race is invincible in front of your Grandpa Yang in the future. Your father will beat the shit out of you. Yangqing shouted at the top of his voice, yelling non-stop. Whatever unpleasant words there were, he would throw them out, being despicable to the extreme. Then, once the Blood Race's true sovereign heavens came, they would immediately run away. The moment you left, they came back again. Inside the Blood Race army, it immediately exploded, especially the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation, requesting to fight one after another. Great Commander, we seriously can't take it anymore. These few guys are bullying my Blood Race for having no one. Commander-in-Chief, let me go out and fight. Your father will definitely beat the shit out of him. See if he still dares to say anything about being invincible in the same rank. Yeah, Commander-in-Chief. Even if we aren't their match, it's also impossible for the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons to lose to them, right? Let us fight, let us fight. In the Blood Race camp, those who had some strength were practically about to go berserk. Even if their strength was lacking, they also proposed to fight. The Blood Race had always held a crushing stance towards the Heaven One Alliance. Even in this Northern Front battle, they had also just experienced a big victory previously. Such a suffocating thing, they were really not used to it. After a few times, even Bloodspirit, this commander-in-chief, could not quite suppress it anymore. Ba Hao, Jin Cheng, the few of you Chiliarchs go and challenge them. But be careful, although these guys have foul mouths, their strength is indeed very strong. It's rare for them to find a match in the same rank. Finally, Bloodspirit still relented. In reality, he also reached the limit of his patience. As the Blood Race's commander-in-chief, there was only him oppressing people and beating them up. When was it other people's turn to challenge at his doorstep? Especially Yangqing, this loudmouth, he really made people have an impulse to tear him to pieces. This guy was different from Jingfei. This guy's cockiness was simply innate. Even if he did not talk, he also made people want to beat him up. Moreover, this guy's mouth was simply too wretched. Seeing Bloodspirit relent, Ba Hao and the rest of the Chiliarchs all revealed looks of wild elation. Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. Which of us aren't invincible in the same rank? Unless we run into the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, otherwise, we're not afraid of anyone. These few punks are seeking death. Ba Hao said with great joy. The few Chiliarchs immediately rose into the air and faced Yangqing 5 people from a distance. The moment Yangqing saw the few people, he immediately got excited. He was loathsome, but he was also a madman. Hearing that the Blood Race had experts, he was excited to the extreme. Tisk tisk, the Blood Race finally has a few who have courage. Which of you are Saint Sovereign 100 Sons? The rest scram further away. Your father will really beat the shit out of you guys. Yangqing said cockily. The moment Ba Hao and the rest heard those words, they immediately wanted to tear Yangqing to pieces. He snorted coldly and said, "You wench, you're not worthy of having the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons take action. The few of us is enough to deal with you." Yangqing had a disdainful look as he said, "With just the likes of the few of you. Don't think that you guys are impressive because you can revive. Your Grandpa Yang is invincible in the same rank. I'll beat you until you can't revive." After he was done talking, Yangqing's long spear shook, and he charged straight toward Ba Hao. Chapter 2821, Provoking the 100 Sons. Weak. Too weak. Does your Blood Race only know how to brag? This kind of strength, you also dare to come out and pick a fight with your Grandpa Yang? I said that I'll beat you until you can't revive, then I'm beating you until you can't revive. Above the void, Yangqing flew up while brandishing a long spear. With the power of a single spear hit, Ba Hao inevitably vomited blood. Ba Hao, who was similarly half-stepped true sovereign heaven, was not Yangqing's match at all. Each and every one of the Blood Race powerhouses, faces became black as the bottom of a pot. Arrogance was not scary. The scary thing was that he was arrogant and you could not even beat him. This was especially true with Yangqing. this guy whose mouth owed a beating. Although Yongqing was detestable, his strength was really strong. Especially after following Yi Yuan and killing the sea race until the sky and earth dimmed, plus the success of overcoming the tribulation, his present strength really crushed those in the same rank. Ba Hao's strength was not weak. He was not bragging. He indeed rarely had an opponent in the same rank. But compared to the current Yongqing, he was far too lacking. Yongqing was not idling these few days either. He had fought with the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses in succession too. Without a single defeat. Hey, what are the few of you still in a daze for? Your grandpa Yang said to fight 50 of you by myself, so I'll fight 50 of you alone. Come at me together, let your grandpa Yang enjoy it, Yongqing said arrogantly as he suppressed Ba Hao. Those few chiliarchs were virtually going to explode. This guy was really too detestable. Those who came to guard the spatial passageway could be said to all be elites of the blood race. Their combat power was rather formidable. But now, they were actually being overwhelmed by someone in the same rank. They felt ashamed. Freaking hell, this is a race war, not a martial arts competition. Who's playing according to the rules with them? Attack together, tear this guy's mouth to shreds. Since you want to fight 1 on 50, then we'll fulfill your wish. Foolish human, you guys will find out that provoking the blood race is the biggest mistake of your lives. There were a total of 12 chiliarchs that came out. They were all the same, being half-step true sovereign heaven experts. With 12 people joining forces, the strength was clear at a glance. Yongqing was strong, but he was not strong to such an extent yet. Yi Yuan, you're still looking on with folded arms. Fucker, are you going to scam me to death? They're already ignoring the rules. You're still following the rules with them. Yongqing shouted loudly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, didn't you want to fight 1 versus 50? It's just 12 people now. It's not appropriate for me to make a move. Fuck you, you're always scamming me every time. Arg, I don't want to live anymore. Yongqing cried out strangely. This guy was a living treasure. However, his ability to pull aggro was also indeed strong. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have brought him here. Drawing 12 half-step true sovereign heavens at once, this was a big deal. Yongqing, this guy, repeatedly screamed strangely, but he could not be defeated in a short while. Yi Yuan's attention was in the direction of the blood race camp. He saw 3 figures at a glance. Even when standing in the army, those 3 stood out like cranes standing among chickens too. The gazes of the blood race powerhouses next to them when looking towards these 3 people faintly carried fear and admiration. This even included some true sovereign heavens. Yi Yuan virtually determined in an instant that these 3 people were the 3 in the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, their bloodline was extremely strong. Entering the Emperor realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. Yi Yuan even heard that the blood race had a long tradition of selecting the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. Most of the present hegemon realm powerhouses found their way to distinction by standing out from the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. It could be seen from this how strong the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons' strength was. Yi Yuan was looking at them. They were looking at Yi Yuan too. That punk is very strong. Yan Meng suddenly said. Wu Sheng did not agree and said, no matter how strong he is, so what? Just a divergent cultivator, an unorthodox path, utterly not worth mentioning. Yuan Zheng smiled and said, don't look down on this boy. I heard that when Luo Chuan was hunting him down, he called down a 7-9 Dao tribulation. Under the 7-9 Dao tribulation, he actually survived. Most likely, his combat power isn't beneath the 2 of you. The moment these words came out, Yan Meng and Wu Sheng's faces turned black. Among the 3 of them, Yuan Zheng's ranking was the highest, 88th place. Wu Sheng was ranked 2nd, 93rd place. Yan Meng was ranked at the bottom, 97th place. The rankings of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were attained by killing out of the blood pool. It absolutely could not have any falsehood. 88th place was stronger than 90th place. There was no question about this. Therefore, Yuan Zheng indeed had the capital to look down on the 2. Yan Meng was still okay, but Wu Sheng said in a great rage, Yuan Zheng, don't you be rampant. Before long, I'll definitely take you down. The Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were all lunatics, their combat power being extremely fearsome. They were naturally unwilling to be beneath people. Therefore, the rankings of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons would also frequently change. In reality, the strength below 100th place should not be underestimated too. Yan Meng was ranked 97th. He was not necessarily safe. It was also precisely this kind of mechanism that made the combat power of the blood race extremely strong. Coupled with their undying bodies, they had no opponents in the same rank at all. Therefore, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, these three people did not take him seriously too. Yuan Zheng was indifferent and said with a smile, with just the likes of you. Hu, after the matter here is settled, I plan to go and challenge Qi Lin. The moment these words came out, Wu Sheng two people's faces changed again. Qi Lin was the 85th rank powerhouse. If Yuan Zheng succeeded in challenging, then his ranking would improve greatly. This guy's strength had already reached this level, and right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly extended a little finger and beckoned at the three people with a playful look. The murderous auras on the three people instantly spread out. Yuan Zheng said in amusement, "Interesting, this guy is actually provoking us." As he said, he shook his head slightly, looking as if he was not moved. That meaning was very clear: you are not worthy of us to take action yet. Indeed, Yuan Zheng did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. What did 7-9 Dao tribulation count for? Their combat powers were all no less powerful than true sovereign heaven. Overcoming a 7-9 Dao tribulation was almost guaranteed. Yi Yuan was similarly indifferent. Suddenly, he grinned. Hundreds of divine essence swords instantly spread out, charging right into the battlefield. Poo, poo, poo. His arrival was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. These guys who fought to a draw with Yang Qing were obliterated by Yi Yuan in a few exchanges. Yes, it was not killed. It was wiped out. Of course, everyone did not notice that each time Yi Yuan killed someone, he would use the Dao sword to suppress a drop of blood essence. His action was extremely secretive. Even true sovereign heavens could forget about discovering it too. Meanwhile, Yang Qing was extremely shocked from watching. He cried out, "You!" Became stronger again. Through the 7-9 Dao tribulation, the baptism for Yi Yuan was huge. By borrowing the power of the Dao tribulation, his strength had indeed improved further. His universe sword formation became stronger. The 12 people died out in less than 100 breaths. And Yi Yuan also collected 12 drops of blood essence. His mission for this trip was considered to have been successfully completed. All of them were 12 half-step true sovereign heavens. Furthermore, they were the blood race's elites. These blood essences were much more precious than what he had collected before. Then Yi Yuan extended his finger again and beckoned at the three people. The provocative intent became seemingly even stronger. Chapter 2822, Bloodline Prowess. Yi Yuan did not have many words, but that contemptuous attitude was even worse than Yang Qing's. But on the blood race's side, there was really no one who dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yan Meng three people. Only the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons could deal with Yi Yuan. What bullshit Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, the blood race's trash came up with a ranking and think that they are invincible under the heavens. Come, have a fight with your grandpa Yang if you have the ability. This time, let's fight one-on-one. Seeing Yi Yuan's boundlessly imposing appearance, Yang Qing became unhappy. He was originally planning on sweeping the blood race away. In the end, Yi Yuan took the limelight. He was currently irritated in his heart. Yuan Zheng revealed a look of amusement and said to Yan Meng, "Go and play with them." Yan Meng nodded slightly and said, "This kind of drudgery can only be done by me." Yuan Zheng smiled and said, "Who asked you to be the weakest? Go and play casually. This kind of trash, they think that they can fight with the 100 Sons after killing a few trash. Let them witness what's called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons." Yan Meng also smiled slightly, his figure suddenly turning into a blood-colored streak, rushing towards Yang Qing. Before he reached, Yang Qing already felt an endless blood energy, locking onto his entire being. The cheekiness on Yang Qing's face disappeared into thin air at this time. What replaced it was a serious expression on his face. In his eyes, Yan Meng was like an ancient desolate beast. He was stronger than anyone he had ever met. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent in the same rank. Yang Qing did not hold anything back, urging Spear Dao rule and destruction rule to the peak. This spear was his pinnacle work. Yan Meng wielded a blood-colored long sword in his hand and said with a disdainful look, "Spear technique is pretty good and already attained quintessence. But, compared to the 100 Sons, it's too weak." In virtually a blink of an eye, two powerful forces clashed together. Yang Qing's body was abruptly smashed, flying out. PTTFT. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Yang Qing's mouth. Under one strike, he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. Furthermore, a strand of blood energy burrowed into his body just now. He was already inflicted with blood corruption poison. Yan Meng looked toward Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Ant-like trash also dare to compete with eagles. Kid, originally, you could have slipped away after making a show of force. But, since I've made a move, you can stay behind here. No matter what schemes and intrigues you all have, in front of absolute strength, it's all in vain." In his view, Yi Yuan was laughable. Provoking the 100 Sons, then one would have to be prepared to bear their fury. Defeating Yang Qing in one move, the blood race's side was completely boiling over with excitement. How can a lowly race like humans possibly be the blood race's match? Lord Yan Meng is mighty. Let this punk know that our blood race's heavenly majesty is inviolable. Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Try to be arrogant again now. Being suppressed too heavily previously, how could the blood race army be willing to let it go after being given the opportunity at this time? They let loose a wave of mocking towards Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. Indeed, the combat power that Yan Meng displayed was too strong. When Luo Chuan saw this, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "This kid clearly knows that there are the 100 Sons in the army, and he actually still dares to provoke. He probably doesn't know that the various races, heaven's chosens who died in Yan Meng's hands had already exceeded what fingers can count." Bloodspirit smiled and said, "Ning Yi, that fool, wants to use a few geniuses to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now, I'll make him suffer a double loss. With the 100 Sons around, even if this punk wants to run, he can't escape too." The blood race's current strategy was to remain unmoving like a mountain. No matter what approach you took, I'll only guard the spatial passageway firmly. But huddling up like this also let Yi Yuan they all have space to be unbridled. However, the crushing combat power that Yan Meng displayed also broadened everyone's horizons. Yang Qing's strength was not weak, but he completely could not stand up to a single hit in front of Yan Meng. And Yan Meng was merely ranked the last among the trio. Far away in the void, several figures were hiding. Wei Liang, Dan Fei, and the rest were also paying attention to the situation of this battle. Yi Yuan willingly risked his life. It was naturally impossible for them to let such an opportunity go. Once the blood race's emperor realm powerhouses took any action, they would immediately seize the opportunity to win the war. But very sadly, the blood race's emperor realms were like cowardly turtles, completely unmoved by it. At this time, when Wei Liang saw that Yang Qing was defeated in one move and furthermore, sustained serious injuries, he could not help saying with a cold smile, "Warned them long ago that the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were not to be trifled with, but they didn't listen. Hoo-hoo, now, they seem to be enjoying the feeling of getting slapped. But the price is their own lives." The others were all silent, including Dan Fei. Indeed, they were very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. They all knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but the strength and reputation of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were accumulated through experiencing countless fights. It was absolutely not an unearned reputation. Each of these people, they were all the embryos of Emperor Realm. Furthermore, the one taking action now was merely the weakest Yan Meng. Yan Meng looked at Yi Yuan, as if looking at a dead person, and said coolly, "I know that you cultivate Dao sword and are very powerful, having once killed Han Guang with one sword. If you unleash this sword, you might still have the strength to fight a battle. How about it? Want to give it a shot?" He knew that the Dao sword was formidable. He naturally also knew that that was Yi Yuan's final trump card. Once executed, then he would definitely have to die here. Looking at Yan Meng who was posturing suavely, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "If you only have this bit of strength, then I really wouldn't need the Dao sword to deal with you. Are you sure that you're not letting that strongest one come out?" Yan Meng had a disdainful look as he said, "Still want to posture on your deathbed? I haven't even used my full strength when dealing with that punk. And he was already brought down. Now, I'll let you witness my true power." Finished talking, Yan Meng's blood-colored long sword swung, a terrifying blood energy dyed even the horizon red. In this region of space, it even seemed a little withered. Blood-colored withering, Yan Meng unleashed a sword move. This sword was several times stronger than the one that dealt with Yang Qing just now. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that Yan Meng actually did not use his full strength yet when he was dealing with Yang Qing. The muscles on Yi Yuan's body were rapidly withering away. This kind of power was unlike the power of rules but was incomparably terrifying. And right at this moment, Yuan laughed coldly. The dragon might on his body suddenly rose to the sky. That power directly pushed that endless blood color out. Yuan's body emitted a faint azure color light. Dragon might materialized. The moment Yuan's dragon might came out, it directly suppressed that terrifying blood color. Everyone's faces changed again. It turned out that what Yuan was strongest in was not the universe sword formation. Dragon might surrounded Yuan's body. He looked at Yan Meng and said coolly, "Transcending tribulation the last time, my bloodline transformed. I haven't tested the true power of a battle soul level bloodline yet. Today, I'll test it out on you." 9 heavens, dragon transformation fist. Yuan gave a cold cry, directly throwing a punch out, meeting Yan Meng's blood-colored long sword. 2 terrifying forces instantly collided together. Then Yan Meng was directly blown up, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The power of a battle soul level bloodline was utterly formidable. Chapter 2823, Defeating Saint Sovereign 100 Sons again. That cloud of blood mist attempted to recondense, but Yuan smashed a punch out again. The void trembled. The blood mist was directly wiped out. However, a drop of blood essence was suppressed by Yuan with the Dao sword and put away. Yan Meng, who was still unparalleledly domineering just now, was thoroughly killed by Yuan in one exchange. The entire blood race camp was deathly silent. Yuan's mouth curled, and he said lightly, "Do the so-called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons only have this bit of strength? I still have plenty of strength that hasn't been used yet." Yuan said these words from the bottom of his heart. He thought that Yan Meng could receive a few of his punches, but he did not expect that he failed to receive even a single punch. From battle spirit level bloodline to battle soul level bloodline, this was a qualitative leap. The power of Yuan's dragon race battle skill increased by more than 10 times. Furthermore, Yuan's bloodline power was simply the jinx of the bloodline power. At least, in the same realm, Yan Meng was unable to use the power of blood energy to threaten him at all. How can this be? The Saint Sovereign 100 Sons didn't even last one exchange. This guy is actually of the battle soul level dragon race bloodline. This is practically impossible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. This guy is clearly a human. Why would his dragon race bloodline be so powerful? In the blood race camp, a series of puzzled voices suddenly came over. This scene before their eyes had seriously subverted their understanding. In their imagination, even if Yuan had some strength, he could at most fight fiercely with Yan Meng for a few dozen rounds before being defeated. Who could have thought that Yan Meng did not even manage to last one round? The impact that this strong contrast brought to them was too strong. Even Bloodspirit, this commander-in-chief, did not come back to his senses for a while too. Hiding in the void, the gazes of a group of Emperor realm powerhouses shot toward Wei Liang very strangely. Wei Liang's old face immediately did not know where to go. Emperor Dan Fei was here. He did not even dare to rebut. Before his void had faded, Yuan already slew Yan Meng. What a resounding slap! A hint of surprise flashed across Emperor Dan Fei's eyes and he said, "I didn't expect this boy to actually be of the battle soul level true spirit bloodline. It looks like he benefited greatly from overcoming the 7-9 Dao tribulation the last time. Dragon race bloodline, even among chaos true spirit bloodlines, it's a paramount existence too. The improvement of bloodline is extremely difficult. I didn't expect that a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven can actually reach this point. Zuo Chen, you really picked up a treasure." Zuo Chen did not speak when he heard it but sighed softly. Everyone understood what he meant. He was sighing about Yuan's identity as a divergent cultivator. No matter how strong he was, his achievements would ultimately be limited. Furthermore, the more powerful he was, the heavier the heavenly punishment he would suffer. He was a good sapling. It was just a shame that he was a divergent cultivator. He took Yuan in as a personal disciple. It was more for the sake of redeeming the extreme medicine sect's reputation. And Yuan was also borrowing his influence and power to sit firmly in the seat of great commander. Everyone was just making use of each other, that was all. As for master and disciple feelings, there was no such thing. Of course, if Yuan was not a divergent cultivator, Zuo Chen would definitely view Yuan in a different light. A genius who could casually kill a Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, he would be an extremely sought-after existence everywhere he went. Only that way would it be considered for him to have really picked up a treasure. If the two of you don't dare to come out and fight, go back. Don't say anything about the Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns being invincible under the heavens in the future. It's really shameful. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Shang and Yuan Zheng, who were far away, as he shook his head and said. That appearance was too hurtful. Wu Shang and Yuan Zheng's faces became black as the bottom of a pot. This scene earlier had indeed brought to them a huge shock. Who could have thought that the powerful Yan Meng was actually so weak to not even be able to withstand a single blow? Even someone as strong as Yuan Zheng had no confidence in his heart anymore. These two people stood in midair, unable to leave nor stay, awkward to the extreme. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's still that sentence, one-on-one. I'll challenge the lot of you by myself. If you all feel that you're not strong enough, there's no harm adding a few dozen more. This Yi will meet all at the same time." Pa, 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 pa. It was as if slapping sounds sounded out in the air. Yi Yuan quoted Yang Qing's words and was unparalleledly domineering. He was not cheeky like Yang Qing, but the words he uttered were unparalleledly domineering. These words were established on an invincible aura. The bluster's arrogant bluster was beaten down in front of Yi Yuan's absolute strength until there was not an unscathed spot. Now, they had no qualifications to be proud at all anymore. Didn't you see that the two remaining Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns did not even dare to answer? Yang Qing clutched his chest and said with a gloomy face, "Fucking hell, the limelight got snatched by this guy again. He's so strong, but he actually left me in the lurch just now. This damn guy, I'll trample him underfoot one day and ravage him back and forth." He discovered to his dismay that the gap between him and Yi Yuan was getting bigger. But Yuan Zheng's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, "You don't need to go to us. I don't believe that Wu Shang and I, two people, joining hands aren't your match." Yi Yuan felt some regret in his heart, but he still extended a finger and beckoned at the two. That appearance was scornful to the extreme. "Yuan Zheng, don't show off momentary bravery. This boy wants to goad you into making a move. The two of you hurry up and get back to camp, ignore these guys." Just as Yuan Zheng was prepared to make a move, Blood Spirit said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, it was equivalent to the blood race yielding. As the Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns, how prideful were Yuan Zheng two people in their hearts. It was still fine if Blood Spirit did not say anything, but the moment he said it, they wanted to fight even more. Humph, our Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns' prestige can't be blasphemed. Yuan Zheng gave a cold snort and stepped into the sky, directly taking out a large blood-colored bell and covering Yi Yuan with it. At the same time, Wu Shang also tuned into a mass of bloodwater, enveloping toward Yi Yuan. The moment the large blood-colored bell came out, heaven and earth rumbled, and blood energy rose to the sky. Grade 2 Grand Mist Treasure. This power was significantly stronger when compared to Yan Meng. The two people were on a completely different level, adding on Wu Shang's bloodwater that seemed to have come out from the netherworld. When the blood race powerhouses saw it, their hearts could not help quivering, feeling more hopeful. Yi Yuan did not care about this astonishing momentum in the slightest. It was still the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. His Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist had already cultivated to the 3rd level and had boundless power. Now, Yi Yuan could blow apart true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses by relying on the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. The power of Bloodline was no joke, only to see him throw both fists out, smashing towards the two people respectively. The sound given off by the large bell shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Yuan Zheng spurted a mouthful of blood mist wildly, his figure flying out backward. Wu Shang was worse when compared to Yuan Zheng. His stream of bloodwater was directly blown up by Yi Yuan's punch. Wu Shang revealed his figure, his entire complexion incomparably pale. Clearly, he had suffered considerable injuries. One punch defeated the Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns again. Yuan Zheng's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said in a solemn voice, his strength likely already approaches the Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns' top 50 powerhouses. The two of us joining hands are absolutely not a match either. Chapter 2824, Tastefully Loathsome. The large blood-colored bell emitted a series of bell chimes, reverberating throughout the heavens. Every time it rang, Yuan Zheng would spurt a mouthful of blood wildly. As for Wu Shang, he was unable to get close at all. Yi Yuan's strength could not be cracked at all. This scene shocked everyone deeply. Ha ha ha, blood races trash, weren't you guys very arrogant just now? What's the matter now? All gone mute. What bullshit, Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, in front of us Azure and Yi combo, they can't withstand a single blow at all. The invincible in the same rank that your grandpa Yuan was talking about earlier is our Azure and Yi combo. When the two of us join hands, we're unmatched among Saint Sovereign heavens. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Yongqing suddenly became excited. Again, this kind of opportunity to posture and slap faces, he would not let it go. Hence, this Azure and Yi combo appeared bafflingly. Everyone could not help rolling their eyes. But no one could refute it. Right now, Yuan Zheng two people were currently being abused madly by Yi Yuan. They did not even have the chance to fight back. The hope of the blood race's powerhouses that had just ignited, it was directly extinguished by Yi Yuan's immense strength. Blood Spirit saw that the situation was not good, and his figure moved, about to charge toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had been guarding against the blood race this side long ago. Before Blood Spirit could move out, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed, smashing a punch towards the two. The void trembled. Yuan Zheng two people were smashed into pieces by Yi Yuan with one punch before they had time to scream. By the time Blood Spirit rushed over, Yi Yuan already brought the two people's blood essence as well as the large blood-colored bell and made his getaway. Looking from far-away figures of Yi Yuan and the others, Blood Spirit had immense hatred. But he did not dare to chase after the deaths of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. This was absolutely a huge matter in the blood race. Yuan Zheng three people dying here was an extremely troublesome thing to him as well. It was not that Saint Sovereign 100 Sons never died before, but they were often killed by the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses. There were really not many who died at the hands of someone in the same rank. Of course, there were those who were defeated. But, directly being obliterated by someone in the same rank, that was a joke. It was not that there were none stronger than the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons in the same rank. But wanting to kill them was far too difficult. But today, this joke actually happened before their eyes. In the blood race camp, people were shocked to the extreme. Damn it, how could a guy from a remote continent be so powerful? Blood Spirit said hatefully. When Han Guang saw this scene, he started dumbfoundedly and mumbled, "This brat, in just a few days of not seeing him, how could he have become so strong?" He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He kept crying out for revenge, but if he really went out, he probably would not have been able to return. As for ordinary bloodkins, they were even more shocked to the core. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, those were all god-like existences in their eyes. Now, they were actually slaughtered by someone. That's the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, they died just like this. That guy is only just middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. He hasn't even reached upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. After he reaches grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, that will truly be invincible in the same rank. How could such a monster appear in the Heaven One Alliance? This guy will definitely be our blood race's formidable enemy in the future. The blood race had always had a sense of superiority in front of the Heaven One Alliance. But now, their sense of superiority was ruthlessly trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan. When the advantage of revival no longer existed, the blood race also did not appear as powerful anymore. At least, Yi Yuan could disregard the blood race's advantage of revival. Ha ha ha, you bunch of weak chickens, come out and fight again if you have the ability. What bloodline is powerful? What #1 race across all the heavens? You guys can really brag. Got beaten by your grandpa Yong until you don't even dare to release a fart anymore. Don't you all have 100 sons? Only 3 came out now. Call those in front out too. My Azure and Yi combo will beat the shit out of them all the same. Why is nobody talking anymore? Your grandpa Yong is an expert that's lonely and desolate as snow. Also, that guy just now called whatever blood spirit, right? Just you wait. After your grandpa Yong breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll beat you into blood dregs. After blood spirit returned, Yong Qing rode Shao Qing out again. The blood race's powerhouses were all angered until they had livid expressions. But they really could not send anyone out anymore. No matter how Yong Qing taunted them, the blood race's side had no reaction at all. Let him shout. We'll just shut the camp. Whoever dares to yell about going out to fight again will immediately be sentenced to death. Blood Spirit gave a death order with a cold face. Hence, no one dared to call anymore. In reality, even if Blood Spirit did not give the order, nobody would dare to call about going out to fight anymore as well. Got to be kidding, even the Saint Sovereign 100 sons died. Send who else out to fight? But it was really aggravating. Yang Qing's mouth was really loathsome until it was unbeatable. His strength was not considered top-notch, but his taunt skill was really invincible under the heavens. He clearly suffered serious injuries, but looking at his smug appearance, how did he look like an injured person? The Blood Race Army's powerhouses were all beyond furious, but there was nothing that they could do. In the void, the Heaven One Alliance's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all stunned. These few little fellows actually beat the Blood Race until they did not dare to go out. Although the Blood Race was apprehensive of them sneak attacking, Yuan, they all relied on real ability to make the Blood Race huddle up at home too. Including Dan Fei, they were all extremely shocked. Although they knew that Yuan was a divergent cultivator and had powerful strength, being powerful to this extent still exceeded their expectations. No wonder this guy dared to come and provoke them. He was really fully prepared. There's really no one coming out. Don't blame your grandpa Yang for not giving you a chance. If there's really no one coming out, your grandpa Yang is leaving, Yang Qing said with a look of regret after scolding for half a day. This half a day, he did not repeat a single sentence, scolding extremely satisfyingly. Scolding people like this and others could not even rebut, how enjoyable. Alright, go back, they don't dare to come out anymore, Yuan also said with a look of regret. Seeing Yuan few people's departing back views, the Blood Race powerhouses could finally heave a sigh of relief. These few gods of plague finally left. Yeah, I was scolded by this guy until I was even doubting life. Say, you guys, are we really very weak? At the Northern View City's camp, Wei Liang slammed his fist heavily and said excitedly, really exhilarating. This seat has experienced hundreds of major and minor battles, but there hasn't been once that feels as good as this time. The action of blocking the door this time was really incomparably liberating. Even these Emperor Realm powerhouses, were incomparably excited too. The battle with the Blood Race was too depressing. You clearly killed the opponent. In the end, the other party resurrected immediately. The next battle, they would similarly deal with you in their strongest state. But once you got inflicted with blood corruption poison, it was basically waiting for death. Yuan directly killed 3 Saint Sovereign 100 Sons in this fight and killed close to half the Chiliarchs. This was killing absolutely. The other party did not even have the chance to revive. Furthermore, the Blood Race army was blocked in the camp and scolded. And they did not even dare to release a fart. Utterly satisfying. This kind of victory was really satisfying. Although the scale of this battle was not large, it was incomparably liberating. An Emperor Realm powerhouse said with a loud laugh, ha ha ha, it's really great. Yuan's crushing victory feels really great. Also, Yang Qing, that punk is loathsome, but he's very tastefully loathsome. It's still my first time seeing the Blood Race like cowards, not daring to even release a fart. Relieving. Too relieving. You didn't see. It's silent in the Blood Race camp. Each and every one of those soldiers, they were flushed red but couldn't vent it. Ha ha ha, really too great. Each of the Emperor Realm powerhouses felt amazing. They thought that Yuan was in incredible danger in this fight. How could they know that a few little fellows actually brought such a relieving battle? Furthermore, this fight had huge harvests. Eliminating 300 Saint Sovereign 100 Sons and close to half the Chiliarchs, this held even greater significance than annihilating an army of 50,000. Chapter 2825, Done. I, Saint Exalt Azureski, wielded my long spear and killed the Blood Race army until their helmet and coat of mail were in utter disarray. Those whatever bullshit Saint Sovereign 100 Sons couldn't even last one exchange under my spear, and they were thoroughly obliterated. On a small dirt mound, Yang Qing had a look of exultation, describing his heroic valiantness. Around him, many Heaven One powerhouses were surrounding him, listening until they felt an upsurge of emotion. Yang Qing's strength was indeed strong, virtually invincible in the Heaven One army. Therefore, his words sound fantastical, but it was still very convincing. Of course, he grafted all of Yuan's contributions onto himself. I, Saint Exalt Azureski, shouted loudly, who dares to come and fight? That bunch of Blood Race trash immediately shut themselves in. Sigh, invincibility is really lonely. Yang Qing gave a long sigh, with quite the air of a lonely expert. He had been invincible for too long and naturally developed the air of an expert. When not being detestable, he really had quite the air of a general. Saint Exalt Azureski is well deserving of the name Azureski, making our human race's awe-inspiring reputation renown. Awesome, great, Didn't expect that our Heaven One Alliance will also beat the blood race until they don't want to step out of the door. Saint Exalt Azureski is mighty. For a time, praises lingered incessantly. Yongqing immersed into this kind of praise, unable to extricate himself. This kind of feeling, he had enjoyed it countless times but would never tire of it. On the contrary, he gladly endured the hardship. After Yi Yuan came back, he went into closed seclusion and did not exit. These few days, Yongqing had been boasting himself every day in the army camp. True sovereign heaven powerhouses naturally would not be bored enough to come and bother him. Hence, these few days, Yongqing's reputation became more and more resounding among the bottom-level soldiers. This matter was only known by Emperor realm powerhouses. In the beginning, everyone naturally did not believe it, but Yongqing obtained the token of the blood race's Chilyarch. This thing could not be faked. There were naturally more people who believed in it. TCH, Yongqing, can you please have some face? I was wondering why you couldn't be found these few days. It turns out that you ran here to brag. Right at this time, a discordant voice came over. The moment everyone looked, it was little dragon girl Jingfei. The moment Yongqing saw Jingfei, he secretly thought to himself, shit. Why did this girl come here? Those soldiers felt an upsurge of emotion when they listened and had long already believed Yongqing. The moment they heard her at this time, they became indignant. A soldier called her into question, girlie, what the hell do you know? Saint Exalt Azureski has the token of the blood race's Chilyarch in his hands. This is the symbol of their identity. Without killing the other party, it's impossible to get it. Jingfei rolled her eyes. This bunch of guys was bluffed by Yongqing into becoming his hardcore followers. She was just about to open her mouth to provide an explanation, but there was a blur before her eyes, and Yongqing already arrived in front of her. Hoo, Jingfei girlie, you came to find me to ask for something, right? Let's go then, find another place to talk about it. Yongqing covered Jingfei's mouth and dragged her, and was about to leave. Jingfei was not Yongqing's match at all. She had her mouth covered and could not speak, but this really could not stump her. The blood race's Chilyarch did die, and the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons died too. But they were killed by my big brother Yi Yuan. This guy is just a nobody waving a flag and shouting for cheers, that's all. Asmal and exquisite sea conch flew out, the voice immediately spreading throughout the barracks. All the soldiers exchanged glances when they heard it. It was great Commander Yi Yuan. Isn't he a heavenly alchemist? Why is his combat strength so strong too? This lass is great Commander Yi Yuan's younger sister. She naturally fantasizes that her big brother is a hero. Oh, so that's how it is. There was still no one who believed it. Jingfei became anxious and immediately shouted through the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, Yongqing, you dare to seize my big brother Yi Yuan's credit. Do you still want to resolve your blood corruption poison or not? The moment Yongqing heard, he immediately jumped up and said excitedly, this guy really found a way. Jingfei could finally speak. Looking at him, she said with a sneer, is there anything that my big brother Yi Yuan can't do in this world? He made me come find you to go and test the medicine. Yongqing said excitedly, then what are we still waiting for? Come on. Finished saying, he ignored the dumbfounded crowd too, disappearing with a flash. Jingfei glanced at the soldiers hatefully and said with a look of anger from their failure to live up to expectations, you bunch of fools, misled by people with a few words. My big brother Yi Yuan is a divergent cultivator, his strength being formidable. Someone like Yongqing, he can beat him up with one hand. Yet, you guys still believed his rubbish. Humph. Finished talking, she left too, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. Yongqing was poisoned by the blood corruption poison, inflicted with the blood corruption poison, and he could still be as brave as he said. It turned out that they were all fooled. It turns out that the one who did those things was actually Great Commander Yi Yuan. Great Commander Yi Yuan is really impressive. Just how long had he joined the Heaven One army? He already made 3 great miraculous achievements. This kind of big victory is really a tribute to our Heaven One's divine might. It's so amazing. Just now, did that lass say that the blood corruption poison can be resolved? Suddenly, the entire place became deathly silent. The moment Yongqing entered the room, he was virtually about to suffocate. Within the room, there were one powerful aura after another, making him virtually unable to breathe. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. It was just that the gazes were somewhat strange. Like looking at a little white rat. All right, begin. Dan Fei said coolly. But, in this calm voice, it exuded strong anticipation. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pointed at the board in front of him and said to Yongqing, lie down. All right. Yongqing lay on the panel, seeming somewhat cramped. This room was too terrifying. These guys were definitely all Emperor Realm powerhouses. Upon lying down, a bloody aura hit him in the nose. A wooden basin was placed in front of Yi Yuan. Water was filled in the wooden basin. To be exact, it was blood water. Scarlet red, it looked shocking. Yi Yuan was long prepared. As soon as Yongqing lay down, starlight shone brightly, and the Xuanji 9 leaves acupuncture technique started. Only to see him reach his hand out in focus, divine essence needles passed through the blood water. The divine essence needles were actually dyed red in an instant. Following that, the fantasy-like acupuncture technique began. The acupuncture technique this time was greatly different from when he imparted to the others before. These few days, he carried out an in-depth analysis of blood essence. The blood essence of Yuan Zheng these people had more reference value. The blood essence of the blood race, the stronger they were, the more powerful and the more vigorous it was. Previously, Yi Yuan already had a framework for treating the blood corruption poison. This time, with an even better reference, he found the method very quickly. The reason why Yongqing got injured and he did not take action, it was actually to make him be this little white rat. It was easier to get started on an acquaintance. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yongqing's strength was extremely strong. His ability to resist the blood corruption poison was also stronger than the others. He was naturally a very good experiment subject. This basin of blood water was actually medicine water refined by Yi Yuan with the blood essence of the blood race assembled with several dozen kinds of grade 5 heavenly medicines. This medicine water coupled with his improved Xuanji 9 leaves, it could completely cure the blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan's technique was dreamlike and mystical. Even a hint of surprise flashed across in Zuo Chen's eyes. He was a grade 8 heavenly alchemist. How sharp was his eyesight? The virtues and faults of this technique were clear to him at a glance. Sigh. Zuo Chen could not hold back and heaved a sigh again in his heart. A shame that he was a divergent cultivator. This kind of alchemy path genius would definitely be a grade 8, or even a grade 9 heavenly alchemist in the future. Truly a shame. One divine essence needle after another fired into Yongqing's body. Yongqing emitted muffled groans continuously. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's divine essence needle suddenly stopped, the stellar power dissipating with a loud bang. A hint of wild ecstasy flashed across Yi Yuan's face, and he said, it succeeded. Chapter 2826, Yi Yuan's requirements. It was not just Yi Yuan. All of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present, their chests heaved unevenly, their faces revealing looks of ecstasy. The blood corruption poison in Yongqing's body had already completely dissipated into thin air. Everyone knew what this meant. During these thousands of years, powerhouses that died under the blood corruption poison were too many to count. Even around these Emperor Realm powerhouses, there were many people who died from the blood corruption poison too. But, even if they had the ability to access the highest heavens, they were powerless to do anything about this too and could only passively watch their loved ones and friends die. That feeling of powerlessness drove people insane. But now, they finally saw hope. Yi Yuan resolving the blood corruption poison absolutely had trans-era significance. This signified that they did not need to fear the blood corruption poison anymore. This meant that the millions upon millions of Heaven 1 powerhouses were able to be reborn. This also signified that even more powerhouses would be born. The significance was far too great. The Heaven 1's various races had many geniuses. They could originally have stepped into the Emperor realm. But, because of the blood corruption poison, they perished. Now, with Yi Yuan's method, those geniuses poisoned by blood corruption poison were able to stand up again. Too remarkable. Truly too incredible. With this method, what are we still scared of the blood race for? Ha ha ha. For thousands of years, the difficult hurdle that numerous heavenly alchemists failed to overcome after advancing and filling the gaps left by fallen comrades was actually overcome. Impressive. Impressive. In the engagements with the blood race in the future, there's no need to be overly cautious anymore either. Succeeded. It really succeeded. Ha ha ha. Wei Liang started laughing agitatedly. As he laughed, his eyes actually became wet. Wei Yun, if you were still alive, how great would it be? How great? Wei Liang choked. An exalted Emperor Realm powerhouse actually cried, crying like a child. Zuo Chen came to his side. Patting his shoulder, he urged, Wei Yun will also be happy in the afterlife. Wei Liang nodded slightly but still could not resist silently shedding tears. Yi Yuan knew that Wei Liang's impression of him was not good, but he did not expect that his reaction was actually so intense. Seeing Yi Yuan's puzzlement, Dan Fei explained, Wei Liang and Wei Yun, two brothers, were once the extreme medicine sect's peerless twin prides, the two people's feelings being extremely deep. Especially Wei Yun, he was reputed to be the genius with the greatest hope of stepping into hegemon realm, but sadly, back then, when they were still at true sovereign heaven, Wei Yun was accidentally poisoned by the blood corruption poison in a great battle, and he fell in the end. This matter is still Wei Liang's hard knot till this day. Actually, not just Wei Liang, each and every one of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present had somewhat wet eyes. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present all came over from being weaklings too. Fighting fiercely for several thousand years, who didn't have a few loved ones and friends die around them. Now, they found a way to resolve the blood corruption poison, but their loved ones and friends could not return anymore. How could they not feel vicissitudes of emotion? Yi Yuan, you found the way to resolve the blood corruption poison. There's no greater merit, Dan Fei said with a solemn face. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I found it, but this method can't be applied in a large scale at all. In order to refine this basin of blood of flame crystal, it already depleted 1/3 of the blood race blood essence. This basin of blood of flame crystal can at most treat 1,000 people's blood corruption, poison. Even if the effects of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sun's blood essence is stronger, it can at most treat 5,000 people. After that, it will become useless. The blood race's blood essence is too difficult to obtain. Presently, the biggest issue was still the blood race's blood essence. This blood of flame crystal was Yi Yuan's own invention. The most important ingredient added to enhance it was the blood essence of the blood race. This time, although he obtained some quality blood essence, it was still too little and not enough to use at all. And the blood race would not give him this kind of opportunity anymore. This was also to say that the next time someone got poisoned, he would have no way of curing. At present, there was only half a month left before the 3-month deadline. The blood race side was still increasing its troops. The number of troops at present already surpassed 25,000 people. While on the human side, there was only around 40,000 people left. These 40,000 people were already the limit that the Heaven One Alliance was able to transfer over. After the spatial passageway was exposed, over at the Absolute Heaven barrier there, the blood race launched an incomparably fierce offensive. It was for the sake of not letting the Southern Front transfer troops over. If the Absolute Heaven barrier was breached, whether or not the spatial passageway was broken would not hold much meaning anymore too. Therefore, the Northern Front's war affairs currently has at most only left with one last battle. The last great battle, nearly 10,000 people died. Among them, a very large portion was poisoned by blood corruption poison. Currently, in the army, there are merely 4,000 to 5,000 people poisoned by blood corruption poison. Just nice, we can carry out the final great battle. Putting aside how significant the blood of flame crystal was, even for this battle, you've rendered a great achievement too. You've merely entered the alliance for just over a month but already made 4 miraculous contributions. Speak, what rewards do you need? Dan Fei said. Talking up to here, Dan Fei also had to sigh with admiration. In a short 1 month plus, Yi Yuan first breached the blood race's defensive front, triggering heavenly punishment to send the information. Then he created arrows that reversed the war. Then, he killed the Saint Sovereign 100 Suns as well as many chiliarchs. Lastly, you even created the blood of flame crystal. These 4 great achievements, any one of them was a virtually impossible to accomplish mission. Calling it 4 great miraculous achievements was not overboard too. Yet, these 4 great miraculous achievements happened on Yi Yuan alone. Dan Fei had fought for many years and made countless achievements. But, compared to Yi Yuan's 4 great miraculous achievements, it still paled greatly in comparison. And Yi Yuan merely completed these in slightly over 1 month. He had to admit that if there wasn't Yi Yuan, the Heaven One Alliance would probably find it hard to hold on this time too. The entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would probably fall into enemy hands. This kind of achievement was not what a measly little great commander position was sufficient to be a reward. But, to use what to reward, Dan Fei really could not think of it. Therefore, he simply asked Yi Yuan himself. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I want to enter the extreme medicine sect and browse all of the sect's alchemy classics. Dan Fei was taken aback and said, just this. He thought that Yi Yuan would demand an exorbitant price, but he did not expect that he actually only had this request. Of course, the extreme medicine sect's alchemy records were not what everyone could peruse. Want to enter it and read extensively, one must have sufficient status. But this was all too easy for Heaven One Alliance. Furthermore, compared to the miraculous achievements that Yi Yuan had made, it was utterly not worth mentioning. Yi Yuan nodded his head seriously and said, just this. Of course, I also won't let the extreme medicine sect suffer a loss. I have quite a few alchemy classics in my hands too. I'll make copies and read 'em it to the extreme medicine sect. This sentence made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. The big shots present were all not fools. Yi Yuan could take out a heaven-defying acupuncture technique like the Xuanji 9 leaves. How could he not have had any fortuitous encounters? But this kind of lucky chance belonged to those who obtained it. Other people could not pry into it. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually so generous to take it out as a payment to the extreme medicine sect? Chapter 2827, Let me try. Ha ha ha, am cured. There isn't any blood corruption poison in my body at all. Levin thought that I was dead for sure. I didn't expect that I actually didn't die. Great Commander Yi Yuan is mighty. Great Commander Yi Yuan is incredible. Great Commander Yi Yuan rendered amazing merit. He's really our Heaven One's great hero. Following one blood corruption poison victim after another being cured, the entire Heaven One camp was boiling over with excitement. Previously, even if the blood corruption poison was being suppressed, the camp had never been this crazy before too. All of the Heaven One soldiers seemed to be having a carnival. No one thought that the blood corruption poison could actually really be cured one day. This was just like a terminal illness being completely cured. That feeling of despair to a new lease on life was sufficient to make people excited until they went mad. Hence, Yi Yuan's prestige in the army reached the peak in an instant. Those soldiers who were cured practically regarded Yi Yuan as a god. The difficult hurdle that could not be overcome for thousands of years was overcome by Yi Yuan. The terminal illness that no one had ever cured was cured by him. Zhao Chen hugged Qiao Yiping and said agitatedly, "Good brother, we can fight side by side again in the future. This time, we have to join forces properly and kill until the blood race is trembling in their boots." Qiao Yiping nodded agitatedly and said, "Boss, rest assured. We've mustered up enough strength this time. We'll definitely teach the blood race bastards an unforgettable lesson. It's all thanks to great Commander Yi. Without him, there's no need for us to fight this war anymore too," Zhao Chen said. Great Commander Yi is truly divine. Something that the extreme medicine sect didn't accomplish for thousands of years, he did it. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Mentioning Yi Yuan, Qiao Yiping and the brothers around him were all incomparably respectful. This kind of respect came from the bottom of the heart. One time, twice, thrice, 4 times. Yi Yuan used one miracle after another and conquered everyone. Using half a month's time, Yi Yuan led Xiao Shan and the rest and completely cured over 4,000 soldiers in the army who were inflicted with blood corruption poison. At this time, there was already less than a month left from the spatial passageway completely stabilizing. Furthermore, the blood race was still continuously sending large forces through the spatial passageway. Awur brooked no delay. After experiencing the initial most excitement, clouds of sorrow started shrouding the upper echelons. Can't drag on anymore. The southern front has already sent news that the war is very tough, and the casualties extremely heavy. Just a while ago, Hegemon Windthunder was injured by the Hegemon Shi of the blood race, his injuries very severe. The southern front there transferred another 10,000 people over. This is already the limit, Dan Fei said in a solemn expression. Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor realm powerhouses present changed one after another. Even hegemon-level powerhouses were seriously injured. The tragic plight of the Southern Front war could be seen. These 10,000 people were even squeezed out through the crevices between their teeth. After all, once the Northern Front was lost, the absolute heaven barrier would also lose its meaning of existence. During this period of time, the blood race had 3 more Emperor realm powerhouses come over through the spatial passageway. The war this time will probably be even harder. Zuo Chen similarly said with a worried look. No matter how difficult, we have to fight too. Even if our Northern Front army fights until the last soldier, we have to destroy the spatial passageway too. Otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable. Dan Fei said decisively. He understood that this fight would be even more miserable than that previous battle. Because in his fight, both sides had no way out anymore. Especially the Heaven One Alliance. Therefore, even if it was Dan Fei, this commander-in-chief, he was also prepared to die in battle. Zhuo Chen nodded his head and said, "Fight. Naturally have to fight. Nobody is afraid of dying. But right now, the most crucial problem is how can we destroy the spatial passageway. According to the last encounter, we can't get close to the spatial passageway at all. This time, the hope is even more bleak." The moment these words came out, even Dan Fei fell silent too. In the last great battle, 15 people fought 10 of the Blood Race's Emperor Realm powerhouses, but they still did not take the upper hand. Now, the other side added 3 more. It was naturally even more impossible. They could not even come into contact with the spatial passageway, let alone talk about destroying it. Ming Yi, 50,000 troops versus 30,000 troops, how confident are you? Dan Fei suddenly looked toward Ming Yi and asked. He was the highest commander of the Saint Sovereign Army and naturally had the qualifications to take part in this conference too. Apart from him, there were also 6 great commanders, including Yi Yuan. Although the Saint Sovereign Army were cannon fodders, if the army's side won, and the Emperor Realm powerhouses there held out, they could destroy the spatial passageway too. Ming Yi's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, honestly speaking, not even 30%. These 30,000 troops are all elites among elites, their combat power extremely strong. Although we resolved the blood corruption poison, it's still very difficult to kill them. This 30% confidence is still. Because Yi Yuan killed Yuan Zheng 3 people and close to half of the Chiliarchs. Otherwise, we don't even have 10% confidence. As he said, he looked toward Yi Yuan, full of gratitude. Yi Yuan killing Yuan Zheng 3 people and those Chiliarchs was not just venting frustration so simple. It was also of great strategic importance. These people's combat power naturally went without saying. And they also played a sea-stabilizing needle effect in the Saint Sovereign Heaven Army. Yi Yuan killing them was equivalent to destroying the Blood Race's war banner. It was of great significance. The reason why the battle previously suffered heavy losses was because of the eruption of the blood corruption poison on the one hand. On the other hand, it was because the Blood Race's combat power was extremely strong. In front of Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, these people were naturally too weak to stand up to competition. But, to ordinary soldiers, the combat power of the Blood Race was strong. And on the Heaven One Alliance's side, the majority were transferred over temporarily. They were much worse in terms of combat power. However, because of Yi Yuan, the entire army's cohesiveness reached the peak currently. Hearing Ming Yi's words, Dan Fei's expression became a little uglier. Could it be that there was really no hope at all? Everyone fell silent. Why don't I give it a try? Suddenly, a voice broke the death-like silence. When all the Emperor Realm powerhouses heard that, they looked over one after another. The one speaking was precisely Yi Yuan. "You, this kind of great battle, what function can you alone play?" Dan Fei shook his head and said. He knew that Yi Yuan had extremely strong combat power, but a great battle of several tens of thousands of Saint Sovereign Heavens, if they really fought, even a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven would be bombarded into residue too. What use did a mere Yi Yuan have? Yi Yuan, Master knows that you have good intentions. However, miracles can't happen over and over again. The great battle this time, you don't take part in it. At present, only you can seize the Blood Race's blood essence, and set it aside for use later. Saving more companions is the right thing to do. Zhuo Chen said. Yi Yuan was a treasure. He could not die. At that time, once he got targeted by a true Sovereign Heaven, that would be very dangerous. The refinement method of the blood of flame crystal, as well as the new acupuncture technique, Yi Yuan had already imparted them to Xiao Shan and the rest. But, without Yi Yuan, they were unable to suppress the Blood Race's blood essence. They were naturally unable to refine the blood of flame crystal. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm saying, I have a way to destroy the spatial passageway. But the prerequisite is that I can reach the spatial passageway there. Therefore, I need everyone to help me hold off the Blood Race's powerhouses. Chapter 2828, Decisive Battle Begins, Heaven One's Desperate Situation. More than a dozen figures were currently moving swiftly through the air. These dozen over figures were naturally the 15 Emperor Realm powerhouses from Heaven One. I say, We pinned all of the hope on a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. Isn't it taking things a little too trivially? Lu Feng said. Lu Feng was the Heaven One Army's number 3 figure, his status second only to Dan Fei and Zhuo Chen. Although Yi Yuan joined the alliance not long ago, he rendered amazing merit and created too many impossible miracles. This current situation, apart from gambling, we have no other choice either. Hu, Wei Liang, didn't you turn your nose up at Yi Yuan before? Why are you speaking up for him now? Dan Fei scoffed. Wei Liang's old face turned red, and he said, either way, I feel that this boy is confident. Lu Feng snorted coldly and said, how can a mere middle Saint Sovereign Heaven possibly destroy the spatial passageway? Want to destroy the spatial passageway? It has to at least gather the full power attacks of 5,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens before it might be achieved. Dan Fei nodded and said, over at Yi Yuan there, it's just a solution born out of desperation. This seat doesn't harbor much hope. The Saint Sovereign Heaven army has no hope in the first place as well. The most important thing is still our side. At that time, I'll tie down 2 Emperor Vast Heavens and create a chance for you all. Once there's a chance, you guys immediately get out of the battlefield and go destroy the spatial passageway. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They knew that Dan Fei was planning to exchange for a glimmer of opportunity with death. Suddenly, figures flashed, and more than 10 figures blocked the way. Dan Fei's expression turned dark and he said in a cold voice, Li He, this battle, there's no rest until we're dead. The one in the front was precisely the blood race's leader, Li He. Dan Fei, you and I are also considered old acquaintances already. Can we still not know each other? With our strength, we can at most just perish together. But, after you die, this seat won't die, Li He said with a relaxed smile. There were only so many Emperor Realm powerhouses. Dan Fei and Li He were old enemies too, knowing each other through and through. If an ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse was threatened like this, then they would definitely have some fear. But this kind of threat was not considered a threat to the blood race at all. It was because they could not kill the opponent. Humph, whether or not you'll die, we'll only know after fighting. Dan Fei gave a cold yell and was about to attack. But Li He was not in a hurry and said smilingly, no rush, Dan Fei. Your opponent isn't just this seat alone. This time, this seat even found you an opponent. While speaking, there was a vibration in the void. Another elegant figure stepped out of the void. Seeing the arrival, Dan Fei's pupils constricted, and he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Lotusware. A woman was dressed in blood-colored long robes, giving people a cold but breathtaking feeling. She looked at Dan Fei, using a talking down tone as she said coolly, Dan Fei, this seat has come over, so you absolutely have no chance to destroy the spatial passageway. Give up on this. Withdraw now, and this seat can still leave you with your life. Dan Fei's expression was extremely ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, dream on. Even if I die, this seat also won't let your blood race succeed. Lotusware was indifferent and said coolly, forgot to tell you, but Lord Mei has already entered the passageway. He will arrive in at most a day. The moment these words came out, the expressions of all of the Heaven One powerhouses changed wildly. Mei was one of the blood race's Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm, the top 100 ranks were called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. While Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm similarly had a ranking, it was Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens, they were the strongest 10 people in Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm. These 10 people were major figures whose reputation could truly shake the heavens, their strength formidable to the extreme. Mei was ranked 10th. He was a famous butcher, his strength being incredible. The Heaven One powerhouses that died in his hands were too many to count. Mei entering the spatial passageway indicated that the spatial passageway was already very stable. The blood race sending him over, it was to play the role of stabilizing the world. If he really came over, then this battle had no suspense anymore. If you feel that you can take the passageway away from this seat's hands within a day, then you can very well come and give it a shot, Lotusware still said coolly. But Dan Fei was already burning with anxiety in his heart. There was absolutely no hope for him regarding this. Lotusware's strength, he was clear about it. She was even 30% stronger than Li He. These two great heavyweights joining forces, their side here had absolutely no hope. Then there was only counting on the Saint Sovereign Heaven army that side. But, with the current stability of the passageway, 5,000 people might not be able to take it down too. Even if they could take it down, could they get through? Could it be that heaven truly wanted my heaven one continent to perish? A wave of despair could not help rising in Dan Fei's heart. Suddenly, a figure flashed across his mind. He said that he could destroy the spatial passageway. Could he really do it? No, it was impossible. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was simply impossible to destroy such a stable spatial passageway. But this boy had created miracles time and again. Maybe this time, he could do it too. No idea. Why? A tiny hint of hope sparked in Dan Fei's heart. He hoped that this boy could really create a miracle. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold, and he shouted fiercely, "Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy. For the sake of Heaven One's glory, there's no regret in dying." No regret in dying. All the Emperor Realm powerhouses called out in unison, charging towards the blood race. "Ha ha ha, you bunch of blood race trash. Your grandpa Yang said before, after breaking through to true sovereign heaven, I'll definitely kill you all until you cry for your daddy and mummy." Weak. Too weak. Above the void, it was a melee. The Heaven One army and the Blood Race army fought in close quarters. The killing was extremely tragic. In this battle, both sides had to conquer or die. There was no path of retreat at all. Each soldier was fighting for their life. Yang Qing's long spear was imbued with a soaring resolve, killing the Blood Race's three great true sovereign heaven until they steadily lost ground. Hence, he started showing off again. The last time, after Yi Yuan administered treatment for him, Yang Qing had blessings come to him in the disguise of misfortune and finally broke through the final layer of windowpane paper, breaking through to the true sovereign heaven realm. After reaching true sovereign heaven, Yang Qing's combat power soared and could directly deal with middle true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Now, he was fighting three great peak lower true sovereign heavens by himself. He overwhelmed his opponents until they could not catch their breath. Just as he was being pleased with himself, a dragon roar cut across the firmament, smashing towards one of the true sovereign heaven. That lower true sovereign heaven was directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Great Commander Yi Yuan is mighty and domineering. Great Commander Yi Yuan's combat power is unparalleled, dominating the world. Kill, kill, kill. The blood race is merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs, kill. After a punch, a series of frenzied cheering came over. The Heaven One army's morale rose to the peak at once. Currently, Yi Yuan had already become the spiritual pillar of the Heaven One army. His every movement and action affected the morale of the soldiers. This punch earlier, Yi Yuan killed a true sovereign heaven as a saint sovereign heaven. How imposing and domineering was that? Hence, the momentum soared. Ah, Yi Yuan, you snatched sovereign Azureski's limelight again. This sovereign won't let you off. Yang Qing cried out strangely. Yi Yuan's punch was indeed domineering just now. But, being able to kill a true sovereign heaven with one punch was because Yang Qing strained most of the opponent's energy. It was just that those soldiers did not care about these at all. The person was killed by Yi Yuan. They acknowledged Yi Yuan. Yang Qing was originally being pleased with his posturing but was overshadowed by Yi Yuan all at once. He could not help being depressed to the extreme. Chapter 2829, Rest assured, brothers. All true sovereign heaven commanders, kill that boy at all costs. Bloodspirit had clearly realized the danger of Yi Yuan too. At the first instant Yi Yuan exploded, he gave the order to kill Yi Yuan. But a large number of true sovereign heaven powerhouses crowded around Yi Yuan. Those commanders, great commanders, as well as Ming Yi, this commander-in-chief, had seemingly given up common four, gathering around Yi Yuan one after another. Younger brother Yi, this exalt will return this life to you. Hope that you don't disappoint this exalt. Song Miao, are you crazy? Hoo, this life of mine is no longer mine a long time ago. As long as it can stop your blood race. What does a wretched life count for? Song Miao directly broke away from the battlefield and fought together with a blood race true sovereign heaven of similar strength. The two people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, seeing flesh and blood. At this time, Song Miao did not hold back in the slightest bit. It was completely a fighting style that risked his life. Not just Song Miao, Ming Yi had long already clashed with the blood race's commander-in-chief, Bloodspirit. Two great half-step Emperor Realm powerhouses fought until the sky darkened and the earth dimmed. Bloodspirit wanted to break through Ming Yi and kill Yi Yuan, this scourge, but was forcibly sealed in place by Yi Yuan with a life-risking fighting style. He had no time to spare for other things at all. The blood race did not fear death, but it did not mean that they allowed others to kill them freely. A powerhouse like Ming Yi, as long as given the opportunity, he would completely obliterate Blood Spirit. Blood Spirit's strength was a notch above Ming Yi's. But Ming Yi did not care about getting injured at all and cared even less about getting poisoned with the blood corruption poison. He completely had a fighting style that showed no regard for his life. Blood Spirit was incomparably shocked in his heart. Were these guys all mad? Cultivation reaching the quasi-emperor realm, how difficult was that? These guys actually had no qualms about dying. Ina blinked, Ming Yi's body was riddled with scars. Meanwhile, Blood Spirit was almost blown apart by him several times. Old Zhang, I'll lock this guy down. You don't have to care about me. Just directly blow the two of us up. An Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven 1 powerhouse used all of his strength and locked down a blood race Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, making him unable to move. Old Zhang had tears in his eyes, but he slammed a punch out without the slightest hesitation. The Bloodkin plus the Heaven 1 Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately turned into nothingness. This kind of killing was playing out everywhere. The battlefield was like a meat grinder. Powerful Saint Sovereign Heavens were simply too weak to stand up to competition under this meat grinder. The Heaven 1 powerhouses did not care about death at all. Even if it was death, they had to inflict serious wounds on the Bloodkins too. Although the Blood Race army were all elite powerhouses, they could not bear the madness of the Heaven 1 army too. The numbers of the Heaven 1 army could be seen reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, they did not care at all, especially the army around Yuan. When one of them died, they would be replaced by another. They were like one sharp knife after another, stabbing viciously into the Blood Race army, tearing open a gap in the Blood Race army very quickly. A true Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was directly wiped out by the Blood Race. The muscles on Yuan's face twitched, but his hands did not slow down, taking out a Blood Race Saint Sovereign Heaven with one punch each. As long as he did not encounter true Sovereign Heavens, he was simply like a tiger entering a flock of sheep in the Blood Race army, mowing down all resistance. However, the true Sovereign Heavens around him were reducing one by one. Yuan could not help but sigh in his heart. What capability did he have to actually be able to make these people entrusted him with life and death? For the sake of his one sentence, the Heaven 1 warriors used their lives to carve out a bloody path. Yes, such frenzied killing was for the sake of killing out an opening in the Blood Race army, to let him charge over. Ming Yi, Song Miao, Zhao Chen, Chao Yiping, and even Xiao Shan and Dao Chen, they were all defending by his side. All the 50,000 troops disregarded their lives, just for the sake of paving a way for him. Yuan's heart was dripping blood. Ha ha ha, great Commander Yi, Chao Yiping's life was given by you. I'll return it to you now. Great Commander Yi, you must destroy the spatial passageway and show our Heaven 1's might. Chao Yiping was long already wounded and on the verge of dying. Currently, divine essence bloomed on his body, his small world collapsing with a loud bang, directly blowing the Bloodkin opposite him into fragments. That Bloodkin still wanted to recondense, but he was killed by Zhao Chen with one punch and completely wiped out. That Chao Yiping, who was saved by Yuan, really died this time. Zhao Chen had tears in his eyes, but his gaze was incomparably firm. Clearly, he was long already used to this kind of life and death. On the battlefield, they were not whatever Saint Exalt powerhouses at all, just cannon fodders. If the death of cannon fodders could have some meaning, that was pretty good too. They were not unable to face life and death. It was just that they were not willing to die incompetently on the sickbed. Yuan clenched his jaws tightly and said in a solemn voice, "Good brother, Yuan won't let you down." Over there, Blood Spirit had also come to realize it. His expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Ignore the others. Everyone, stop Yuan at all costs." Under his word of command, there were suddenly countless more Blood Race powerhouses around Yuan. Those true Sovereign Heavens were all held back. As long as true Sovereign Heavens did not disturb him, he would be able to rush over. Yuan's aura skyrocketed, one fist force after another firing out, akin to claps of thunder. The Blood Race's Saint Sovereign Heavens died in waves. With how strong the Blood Race was, those soldiers had never had such painful experiences before too. For a moment, they were actually cowed by Yuan. Who's coming to seek their doom? Yuan shouted coldly, his figure suddenly rushing forward, akin to a demon god. The Blood Race soldiers ahead actually opened up a path involuntarily and let Yuan rush over. When Bloodspirit saw this scene, he could not help stomping his feet angrily and said in alarm and fury, "Are you all pigs? Kill him, kill him." Although he also knew that even if Yi Yuan rushed over, it was impossible to cause any damage to the spatial passageway too. But the apprehension toward Yi Yuan in his heart still left him uneasy. But, even if he was uneasy, there was nothing that he could do as well. It was because the Blood Race army was already afraid of Yi Yuan. These few years, the Blood Race's battles had always been overwhelming. They had never experienced such a bitter fight before. Therefore, Yi Yuan's strength already made them fearful. On the contrary, the Heaven One army's side had an unstoppable momentum and was not afraid of death, and actually suppressed the Blood Race for some time. One should pick soft persimmons to knead. Those Blood Race Saint Sovereign Heavens were also clear in their hearts that even if Yi Yuan went over, it was useless too. In that case, let him go over then. As long as the others did not go over, it was impossible for Yi Yuan alone to destroy the spatial passageway. Yi Yuan punched out again, directly wiping out the 3 Blood Race Saint Sovereign Heavens in front of him that did not want their lives. There was already no one in front. The Blood Race army was killed until he passed through. He finally came out. Ming Yi discovered this scene too. Disregarding the injuries on his body, he said in wild ecstasy, "Yi Yuan, hurry up and go. Leave this side to us. Yi Yuan, it's entrusted to you. Even if I drain my last drop of blood, this Song won't let them advance a single step too." Song Miao said with his entire body covered in blood. Yi Yuan nodded seriously and said in a solemn voice, "Everyone, rest assured. This Yi definitely won't let the brothers' blood to flow in vain." Finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 2830, It's So. Tech. Lotusware cried out delicately, a red light flashing on her dainty finger. A terrifying force directly exploded in the air. Dan Fei, who was her opponent, was directly blown away. Dan Fei vomited blood from his mouth. There was not an unblemished spot on his body from head to toe. Facing a powerhouse like Lotusware, he unleashed all of his abilities and was unable to gain any upper hand too. This seat knows your plan. You're very hardworking, but just based on your strength, you can't tie this seat down. Lotusware looked at Dan Fei, her words carrying a faint mockery. She naturally knew about Dan Fei's plans. It was just that since she came, there was no more hope for the Heaven One Alliance. Dan Fei already used his final ultimate move, but he was still not Lotusware's match. Li He was freed up. Zhuo Chen and Lu Feng joined hands before they barely managed to resist him. As for the rest, that went even more without saying. The Heaven One Alliance's Emperor realm powerhouses had all fallen into a crisis. In less than a moment after Dan Fei dies, Lotusware would be free, and it would be even more hopeless for the others. Dan Fei had a decisive look, and he said coolly, "It's only death." Finished saying, he ignored the injuries on his body and broke through in the direction of the spatial passageway again. His goal was not to kill Lotusware. It was just to destroy the spatial passageway. Unfortunately, he was unable to get past Lotusware. Suddenly, his figure stopped. Lotusware also frowned slightly and said, There's a fish that escaped the net. Bloodspirit, this fellow, is really a good for nothing." Dan Fei's heart stirred, knowing that it was Yi Yuan who rushed over. Emperor realm powerhouses could sense heaven and earth. Their divine sense covered an extremely vast radius. The moment Yi Yuan came over, they discovered it. Dan Fei roused himself, undoubtedly seeing hope amidst despair. Seeing Dan Fei's appearance, Lotusware said disdainfully, "Are you thinking too much? A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, even if he reaches the spatial passageway there, what can he do? Moreover, this seat has already sensed that Lord Mei is already not far from the entrance of the passageway." Dan Fei's brows furrowed slightly. This was not good news. Once Mei arrived, even if Yi Yuan had the ability to access the highest heavens, there was only death too. Seeing the change in Dan Fei's expression, Lotusware said with a light smile, "Looks like you still harbored some hope in this little fellow. Forget it, this seat will end him and completely cut off your hope." Dan Fei's expression changed wildly, but it was already too late. Lotusware attacked right away. She just flicked her fingers. A shocking force tore across the sky and flew straight for Yi Yuan. Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses, even if it was just a casual strike, obliterating a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven did not take any effort at all too. Dan Fei did not hesitate in the slightest, throwing a palm out fiercely. A similarly terrifying force flew out swiftly, wanting to intercept Lotusware's force. Lotusware did not stop it either, smilingly slightly. She said, "It's no use. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven is no different from a mosquito. Even if you intercept it, the aftershock is sufficient to kill him several times over too." Her voice had yet to fade when a loud boom came over from the horizon. The terrifying energy undulation was seemingly like fireworks, exploding until all the spiritual energy in the sky was shaking incessantly. "Lotusware, you." Dan Fei was furious to the extreme. The hope that he just saw was throttled just like this. He understood that no matter how heaven-defying the Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was also impossible to survive under this kind of aftershock. "Hee, a little interesting. You're very furious. It looks like you really cared about that Saint Sovereign Heaven, little fellow. Now, do you feel very despaired?" Lotusware had a rare laugh as she said. Seeing her opponent's despair gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Not just Dan Fei, the other Heaven One Emperor realms' faces all had looks of despair. It looked like this little fellow was indeed somewhat different from the rest. However, there was already no point. Suddenly, Lotusware's expression changed, and she cried out in surprise, "MN. Not dead, how is this possible?" Yi Yuan's aura that had just disappeared actually reappeared after it disappeared. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's aura was already very close to the spatial passageway. A hint of wild elation appeared on Dan Fei's face. "Terrific lad, you're great." Reaching the Emperor realm, Dan Fei no longer had joy nor sorrow a long time ago. But at this time, he really wished to clap his hands in joy. He looked at the surprised expression on Lotusware's face and felt great. Previously, he did not take Yi Yuan's plan seriously at all. But now, Yi Yuan was already his, the Heaven One Alliance's last hope. Lotusware gave a cold snort, her figure moving and about to rush toward Yi Yuan. But, how could Dan Fei be willing to comply? His figure moved, stopping Lotusware. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the two people fought together once more. Far away, Yi Yuan looked across the sky with lingering fear in his heart too. That wave of energy undulation just now was too terrifying. Luckily, he utilized spatial rule in advance to escape by cunning maneuvering, escaping this calamity. For Yi Yuan to dare pat his chest and say that he could destroy the spatial passageway, he was naturally not boating. In reality, there were really not many in the 33 heavens who could match up to Mitn in terms of spatial attainments. Mitn was born from chaos. The moment he was born, he was hegemon realm. At his prime, he had once cultivated spatial rule to the realm of grand completion, soaring to the sky and tunneling underground. He was capable of doing anything. Destroying the spatial passageway was as difficult as ascending to heaven to others. But to him, it was as easy as turning his hand over. He imparted Yi Yuan a few spatial secret arts. It was to be used to destroy the spatial passageway. These few spatial secret arts were extremely profound. It was equivalent to analyzing spatial rule in depth. If the average person learned it, it would be hard to achieve results without hundreds of years of hard work. However, Yi Yuan was similarly amazingly talented in the path of space. So learning it yielded twice the results with half the effort. This move earlier was called transfiguring teleportation. He could directly open up a spatial passageway within a certain radius, achieving the effect of instantaneous shifting. Yi Yuan studied and applied it with full vigor, avoiding Lotusware's blow nimbly. In front of him was an enormous spatial door, perched above the sea. Yi Yuan had long sensed its existence. It was just that when he arrived before it, he was still shocked by it. Clearly, the person who opened up the spatial passageway had extremely terrifying strength. Yi Yuan's transfiguring teleportation only opened up a spatial passageway within a short distance. But, this person opened up a large-scale spatial passageway from outside of the absolute heaven barrier. When comparing the two, it was simply like an apprentice meeting a great sorcerer. However, although the other party had exceedingly formidable abilities, the application of spatial rule was similar. Just like how machine computations were extremely complicated, but in the end, it was merely ones and zeros. As long as he knew that computational rules, he could always analyze them. Of course, speaking of it was easy, but it was still too difficult for Yi Yuan. But this was not an issue. Yi Yuan did not understand, but Mitn this hegemon understood it. "How is it, senior?" Yi Yuan asked. "It's so-so," Mitn said disdainfully, This blood race hegemon realm's understanding of spatial rule is also just the degree of superficial knowledge. If it was me, your heaven one won't have any chance to turn the tables at all. These words sounded arrogant, but Yi Yuan knew that Mitn was not bragging. The spatial rule that he explained to Yi Yuan, that really cut with penetrating criticism. Even Yi Yuan also lamented at his inadequacy. Since he said that it was so, then it was really so. Chapter 2831, Buried Alive. The situation at Emperor Danfei there doesn't seem too good. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to damage the passageway, his gaze looking toward Danfei there instead. The battle over there was too fierce. He could feel it clearly here too. Not just Danfei alone, the other people's situation was not very good too. Yi Yuan even sensed that Heaven One's side already had an Emperor realm that died. Even if he damages the passageway, the Heaven One's Emperor realms are still not the blood race's match. Under this kind of circumstances currently, the Southern Front can't dispatch powerhouses over at all. The destructive power of these blood race Emperor realms is too strong. If they slaughtered willfully at the Northern Front, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine, Yi Yuan said with a frown. You brat, what do you want to do? Mitn said with a headache. I say, Senior, once space collapses, can it bury these blood race Emperor realms alive? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Mitn covered his face with his hand, feeling his head swell bigger. However, he still said, the blood race has powerful life force. They might not die, but to be seriously injured is a certainty. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right, let's do it. Mitn said, they might not die, but your hope of survival isn't high. Yi Yuan grinned and said, don't kid me. With your elderly self around, how could I die? Finished saying, Yi Yuan immediately turned into a stream of flowing light and tunneled into the spatial passageway. A moment later, the spatial passageway emitted waves of intense tremors. Over at the blood race side, the expressions of Lotusware and the rest changed drastically. Not good, that Saint Sovereign Heaven brat actually really damaged the spatial passageway. Li He, end the fight swiftly, don't drag on anymore. Lotusware said in a cold voice. Li He there was fighting 1-on-2, but he firmly took the upper hand too. Originally, he was not in a hurry to defeat Zuo Chen 2 people because that would cost a considerable price. But at this time, he could not care much anymore. It was only to see blood light shine brilliantly on his body, directly giving up defending and unfolding a frenzied killing. Zuo Chen 2 people were forced back by Li He until they steadily lost ground, vomiting fresh blood wildly. While on Danfei's side, Lotusware suffered several heavy blows too, and directly crippled him. Then, she flew towards the spatial passageway. Danfei felt helpless in his heart. He was only left with half a life at this time and could not even move a muscle. He was unable to go save Yi Yuan at all. On the other side, explosion sounds rumbled without ceasing. Li He was blown up by Zuo Chen with one punch, but he also gave Lu Feng a fatal blow. Lu Feng died right away without even screaming out. Zuo Chen also suffered heavy injuries, and he lost the power to fight again. Li He recondensed his physical body. Ignoring the injured Zuo Chen, he pounced over towards the spatial passageway too. The rumbling noises from the spatial passageway became more and more intense and already faintly showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the spatial passageway itself was already close to being stable. Yi Yuan's destruction seemed to find it difficult to succeed for a while. Lotusware 2 people's figures were like lightning, tunneling into the spatial passageway at once. Danfei smiled bitterly and said, we're too useless. At this time, it's when Yi Yuan needs help, but we can't help him at all. Zuo Chen also sighed and said, could it be that it's going to fall short of success at the last stage just like this? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and recover your injuries. Even if we wage our lives, we have to complete the mission too. Danfei said in a solemn voice. The 2 people each swallowed a grade 8 heavenly pill and recovered their wounds. It was just that they were injured too badly. It was hard to recover for some time. Damn it, how can a mere Saint Sovereign Heaven destroy a hegemon realm's spatial passageway? Looking at the spatial passageway that was riddled full of holes, Lotusware was incredibly furious. Li He also had a solemn expression as he said, even if he's proficient in spatial rule, it's impossible to do this too. There's something strange about this kid. Lotusware said in sullen anger, enough crap, hurry up and find this boy and kill him. Otherwise, the consequences of letting him continue destroying like this would be too ghastly to imagine. There, in the passageway ahead, a figure was faintly discernible. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? When Lotusware saw Yi Yuan, she was overjoyed. As long as she saw him, wouldn't her killing a saint sovereign heaven be easily accomplished? Punk, where are you running? Lotusware's clothes fluttered, pursuing Yi Yuan like lightning. Old hag, with just the likes of your middling ability, you also want to kill your Grandpa Yi. From ahead came Yi Yuan's cold laughter. Why was it Grandpa Yi? Got led astray by Yongqing, that fellow. However, in this spatial passageway, it was really not easy for Lotusware to want to catch up to Yi Yuan. Lotusware gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. A terrifying power instantly exploded around Yi Yuan. The spatial passageway shook and actually became even more unstable. Li He shouted fiercely, Lotusware, are you mad? This guy failed to destroy the spatial passageway. Could it be that you want to destroy it? Lotusware's expression was very ugly too. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so slippery. That attack just now, even if it was a peak true sovereign heaven, they would be directly erased too, but it failed to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was like a fish in water in this spatial passageway. Killing him really took a lot of effort. Old hag, you just have this bit of ability. What bullshit, Emperor Vast, heaven, it's nothing more than this. Yi Yuan still laughed coldly as he said. Lotusware's expression turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, Punk, don't you get cocky. There's Lord Mei currently hurrying over ahead, this seat wants to see when you can escape until. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, what rubbish, Lord Mei. If he comes, Grandpa Yi will round you all up in one fell swoop. You bloodkins, each and every one of you, you are outwardly strong and inwardly weak, being simply a bunch of weaklings. I also don't know what you're showing off about. Lotusware said with a cold smile, boy, you can only indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue. But Li He's expression was ugly as he said in a solemn voice, he's really not indulging in a contention of mouth and tongue. Yuan Zheng, the three of them couldn't even receive a move from him. When Lotusware heard that, her expression could not help changing, immediately being choked badly. This kid was actually so strong. Suddenly, Lotusware sensed a powerful aura ahead that was currently speeding over swiftly. Lotusware was overjoyed and said loudly, Lord Mei, this boy is currently damaging the spatial passageway, please take action and stop this boy. Rest assured, leave it to this seat. A coarse voice came from the gloomy depths of the passageway. There was a wolf ahead and tigers behind. Yi Yuan seemed to have no way out anymore. Very soon, a blood energy that made people suffocate hit the nose from in front. Yi Yuan virtually could not stand firm when he was hit by this blood energy. Suddenly, his figure stopped, and he simply stopped running. Lotusware, two people stopped 10,000 feet away from Yi Yuan and said smugly, boy, continue running. See if this seat doesn't tear your mouth. That powerful aura in the depths of the passageway arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan looked at Lotusware and suddenly smiled. This smile made Lotusware's heart go, thump. Old hag, you're thinking too much. I can easily destroy this spatial passageway. But do you know why I'm not destroying it? Did you think that I was joking with you earlier? Actually, I want to round you all up in one fell swoop. Yi Yuan gave a light laugh and suddenly threw a punch somewhere in space. The entire spatial passageway started shaking violently. The entire space started collapsing. Chapter 2832, Great Victory. Arg, a sharp and miserable scream echoed through the spatial passageway. Within the spatial passageway, it was like dominoes. A chain reaction happened, and it collapsed with a loud bang. And the energy of the space collapse went from the 1, in the beginning, to the level of atomic fission later on. This level of collapse, the energy undulation was already comparable to the all-out attack of a peak Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse. Such strength, even Mei, this Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens powerhouse, did not dare to brush it off lightly too. Due to the intense explosion, half of Lotusware's body was directly blown away. Li He's entire person was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. However, their fearsome regeneration ability restored them to health again. Except, it was still futile. That horrifying to the extreme explosion was omnipresent. Revive once, explode once. Until the back, Li He was already unable to revive and completely obliterated by the energy of the spatial collapse. This Blood Race Northam Front Army's highest commander was buried alive by Yi Yuan just like that. Little bastard, your mother will definitely kill you. Lotusware screamed sharply. Her current situation was also unbelievably tragic. The violent spatial collapse bombarded her until she was powerless to fight back. As for the Mei who was opposite, he had a struck senseless look. What did I come for? He came in a threatening manner and only saw a saint sovereign heaven, then he was blown up. He had monstrous strength. He could still resist the initial collapse. But toward the back, the energy undulations of the collapse became stronger and stronger, and even he was blown up too. Shit, who can tell me what happened? Before Mei finished speaking, his head was blown apart. But very soon, he grew another head. However, it was similarly futile. Emperor Sakra heaven and hegemon realm seemed to only have the difference of one realm, but the gap in between was like heaven and earth. Amidst this vast energy undulations, peak Emperor Sakra heavens were just small rowboats too. Time and again, Mei finally could not revive his body anymore and was completely wiped out. One of the Emperor Sakra 10 heavens, Mei, lost his life at Yi Yuan's hands. A little earlier, Dan Fei and Zuo Chen, 2 people consumed heavenly pills, and their injuries took a turn for the better very quickly. The 2 people did not care much and were going to enter the passageway. However, just as they arrived at the spatial passageway, horrifying explosion sounds suddenly came from inside the passageway. Dan Fei 2 people's expressions changed. Before they had time to react, they were immediately sent flying by an air billow. Furthermore, the explosion noises in the passageway grew stronger and stronger. The 2 people exchanged a glance, their eyes full of shock. Was this Yi Yuan's doing? Zuo Chen swallowed his saliva and asked. Should be, right, Dan Fei said uncertainly. Then how did he do it? No idea. This energy undulation that spread out can even blast us flying. Then the energy level in the passageway has probably already reached Emperor Sakra heaven, right? Most likely, more than that. This spatial passageway collapsed from the inside. The energy level in the depths of the spatial passageway can probably kill Emperor Sakra heavens easily. Even if the person who came is Mei, it's likely certain death too. As Dan Fei said, he himself also felt that it was incredulous. According to this level of energy undulation, the people who entered should have already all died out. Was this really done by a measly little saint sovereign heaven? Dan Fei 2 people felt like they had experienced a dream. They had not woken up from this dream until now. It was because everything that happened before their eyes was seriously too fantastical. Zuo Chen swallowed his saliva again and asked, does that mean that our mission is completed? Completed? Hoo-hoo, more than completed. It's perfect. Li He is dead, Lotusware is dead, Mei is dead too. Our mission was impeccable and flawless. Talking until the back, Dan Fei started trembling agitatedly. It was originally impossible for this sort of thing to happen to a Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. Each Emperor Realm powerhouse was very important. Even in the blood race, Emperor Realm powerhouses could not just die like that too. The deaths of Mei 3 people did not just concern this battle presently. It would also produce a subtle impact on the battle situation on the Southern front too. This was an impeccable victory. Zuo Chen also understood, but he was still unable to fully believe it. That moment when Lotusware appeared, he already despaired. Lotusware's strength was too strong. Her appearance completely squelched the hopes of the Emperor Realm powerhouses. As for the Saint Sovereign Heaven army there, they actually did not harbor much hope. With 50,000 troops versus 30,000 troops, wanting 10,000 people to rush over, this was virtually something impossible. However, in this kind of desperate situation, an insignificant Saint Sovereign Heaven completed the final hit. Perhaps Yi Yuan was not an ordinary Saint Sovereign Heaven, but in front of this kind of great battle, he was still insignificant. However, this insignificant Saint Sovereign Heaven completed an act that shocked the world. This kind of conclusion, it was not over the top to call it a miracle. Then, Yi Yuan Zuo Chen muttered. Dan Fei's expression changed, the wild elation from before instantly vanishing. Right, even Mei died inside, could Yi Yuan still survive? The energy undulations inside could kill Emperor Realm powerhouses. Furthermore, it was continuous without ceasing. It was impossible for Yi Yuan, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, to survive. Logically speaking, a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven exchanging for such a glorious victory was an amazing bargain. But, no idea why, Dan Fei could not get happy. He even felt that with Yi Yuan dying inside, this battle was no different from a defeat. Perhaps, it was because he created too many miracles. Cough, cough, cough. Right at this time, a series of intense coughing sounded out behind them. The two people suddenly turned around, only to see someone who was riddled full of holes standing there. Yuan, you didn't die. The two people exchanged a glance, their eyes full of unrelenting shock. This guy actually came out alive. Holy shit, energy undulations that could even blow an Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse to death, he actually came out alive. You guys wanted me dead so much. Cough, 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 Yuan said huffily. Ha ha ha. No, nope, my good disciple, my good disciple. Zuo Chen was agitated until he was rambling, rushing up to hug Yuan and planting a kiss on his face that was covered in blood. Sadly, Yuan did not have the strength to fight back at all, being badly disgusted by him. Hey, do you have some weird fetish or something? Stay further away from me. Yuan pushed Zuo Chen away and said in disgust. This scene looked comical, but it was very warm. Dan Fei, who was by the side, also had an agitated look as he said, "Terrific lad. You're amazing. The boast that you made is actually really realized. In this battle, our Heaven 1 gained a complete victory. There are probably quite a lot of people on the blood race side who are going to puke blood." Ha ha ha. Talking until the back, Dan Fei could not resist letting out a loud laugh. This satisfactory victory really gave people great satisfaction. Chapter 2833, Shocking Absolute Heaven. Outside of the Absolute Heaven barrier, on the distant Thundercry continent, an army of several 100,000 blood race members was awaiting eagerly for battle already, blood energy surging to the sky. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present reached as many as several hundred. A figure stood proudly in the void, covering the sky with only one hand. The spatial passageway was slowly taking shape in precisely his hand. This person was the blood race's hegemon realm powerhouse, Bloodsky. Beside Bloodsky, a youth in a blue shirt said with a smile, "Brother Bloodsky really has excellent means. The stabilizing of this spatial passageway is brought forward half a month earlier than expected." Bloodsky said proudly, "That's of course. This seat's spatial divine abilities can traverse the void like walking on flat ground. If not for that Heaven 1 continent has dozens of hegemon realms joining forces, this seat only needs half a day to open up this spatial channel." Opening such a spatial passageway was really not easy. Not only did one have to avoid the absolute heaven barrier, it even had to be able to accommodate hegemon realms and countless blood race troops. Without corresponding attainments in spatial rule, it was absolutely impossible to succeed. Bloodsky, this blood race hegemon, had always been wandering the heavens and only came to Grand Brightjade complete heaven recently. Failing to conquer Heaven 1 for a long time, a restless mood also spread in the blood race. Therefore, Bloodsky's arrival immediately made him sought after like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Of course, hegemon realm powerhouses proficient in spatial divine abilities were worthy of it. There were many hegemons across the heavens, but those who were experts in spatial rule were scanty few. Bloodsky was definitely worthy of being a major power. The youth in the blue shirt gave a thumbs up and said, "Amazing, Brother Bloodsky." Bloodsky's mouth curled, and he said, "A trivial matter. There are at most still 3 days, and then the passageway will be able to completely stabilize. The army will be able to march right in without resistance. Qing Yao, the hegemon blood that the clan promised this seat, you mustn't go back on your words." Qing Yao hurriedly said, "Brother Bloodsky is worrying too much. You're our blood race's spatial major power right now. How could the clan possibly go back on our word?" Bloodsky snorted coldly and said, "I reckon that you all won't dare either." But right at this moment, Bloodsky's expression suddenly changed. Petite. Bloodsky seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his entire person shooting backward, fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Before Qing Yao had time to think too much, he heard intense explosion sounds coming from the spatial passageway. His expression changed wildly, and he roared loudly, "Retreat!" It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. A gust of strong wind blew past. Tens of thousands of troops were directly sent flying out. The spatial passageway directly exploded above the void, sweeping up terrifying air billows. Of course, this air billow could not harm him. But his expression was incomparably ugly. It was because the spatial passageway had completely collapsed. In order to open up the spatial passageway, the blood race expended a huge amount of resources. Now, it was actually all for naught. "Brother Bloodsky, what's going on?" Qing Yao said in a solemn voice. Bloodsky suffered a backlash, sustaining considerable injuries too. He said in a solemn voice, the spatial passageway was damaged by someone from inside. The other party is at least hegemon realm. This spatial passageway is completely ruined. Qing Yao's expression changed, and he said, how is that possible? Heaven One's hegemon realms are currently all at the absolute heaven barrier. Bloodsky shook his head and said, it's definitely a hegemon realm. Furthermore, the other party has extremely profound attainments in spatial rule. Otherwise, it's impossible for the spatial rule that I constructed to completely collapse. The collapse of the spatial passageway and the spatial passageway being damaged, they were two completely different things. This kind of caving-style collapse could only be accomplished if one's comprehension in spatial rule reached an extremely terrifying level. If it was not a hegemon realm, Bloodsky would not believe it even if he was beaten to death too. With regards to Bloodsky's words, Qing Yao naturally would not doubt it. He was proud, but it was impossible to lie about this kind of thing too. Could it be that Heaven One continent has a new hegemon realm that appeared? No can do. This matter is extraordinary. I'll go report to Lord Wang Zuo. Qing Yao had a solemn look as he turned around and left. Absolute heaven. Barrier. It extended for no idea how many tens of thousands of miles. This place was Heaven One continent's final barrier and also Heaven One continent's last hope. At this time, it appeared somewhat quiet in the absolute heaven barrier. Divine Lord is heavy-hearted today. Could it be that you're worried about the war on the northern front? In the absolute heaven barrier, a voice suddenly came over. Heaven One Alliance, the highest commander was revered as the common lord and addressed respectfully as Divine Lord. Heaven One's Divine Lord was Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's number 1 hegemon realm, Shui Ziming. After a long time, a male voice that was full of energy said, this seat has heard of Bloodsky's name before. His spatial divine abilities are transcendent, catching up to hegemon mitn of back then. This time, if not for a little fellow taking the risk of death to deliver the message, our Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven would be finished. But even so, this seat doesn't harbor any hope for this last battle too. Everyone, be mentally prepared. Sigh, this seat has let the Northern Front's warriors down. Inside the absolute heaven barrier, it fell into silence for a moment. These hegemon realms were all clear about the Northern Front's war situation. But they were unable to change anything. These few days, the Southern Front experienced several great battles. Hegemon realm powerhouses fought many times, and both sides had losses. As for ordinary soldiers, the casualties were beyond count. They could not leave. A hegemon powerhouse spoke up, Divine Lord doesn't need to blame yourself. Dan Fei, they all have a fair idea about this in their hearts. Our Heaven One's men don't have any who clings to life and fears death. Divine Lord let out a sigh and said, this seat can sense that the Northern Front's war has already died down. Most likely, it has already ended. He did not continue saying the words at the back, but the others all understood that the Northern Front had most likely fallen completely already. The absolute heaven barrier's hegemon realms fell silent again. A hegemon realm suddenly sighed and said, sigh, the Northern Front being captured, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven is in imminent danger. In the future, we can only take it one step at a time. Reporting. Suddenly, a voice sounded out, reverberating throughout the entire absolute heaven barrier. Divine Lord's heart went thump. He knew that the Northern Front's outcome came. Even if he was hegemon realm, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's number 1 person, he was also flustered at this time. After all, the outcome of the Northern Front was too important. Although he knew that there was not any hope, he still hoped that he could hear a not so bad news. Fei Hong, what's the situation, over at Dan Fei there? Divine Lord said in a solemn voice. Zhang Fei Hong, the number 1 person beneath hegemon. Heaven One Alliance, hegemon realms held down the fort at the absolute heaven barrier. And below the highest commander was Zhang Fei Hong. When Zhang Fei Hong heard the Northern Front's war report, he came to the absolute heaven barrier straight away and informed the various great hegemons through the absolute heaven barrier. Hearing Divine Lord ask, Zhang Fei Hong forcefully suppressed the surging in his heart, and said loudly, replying Divine Lord, Your Excellency, the Northern Front's Dan Fei won a great victory. The spatial passageway completely collapsed. The Northern Front no longer has any more worries. Killed Mei, one of the Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. Killed an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse, Lotuswhirl. We completely wiped out the Blood Race's Northern Front army. The dozen over Emperor realm powerhouses that entered Heaven One through the spatial passageway and 30,000 troops are completely annihilated. Our Heaven One alliance is mighty. Zhang Fei Hong, This Emperor Sakra Heaven's #1 person, was currently excited until his arms and legs were waving around. It was as if a child who got praised by an adult. But the absolute heaven barrier fell into a death-like silence. Without a doubt, the hegemons were all shocked by this news. This news was too shocking until it could not be surpassed. Fei Hong, this kind of thing can't be joked around. Divine Lord's voice was practically trembling. Chapter 2834, Terrifyingly High Seniority. This sort of thing naturally could not be joked about. Therefore, when Zhang Fei Hong finished giving the detailed war report, these hegemon realms felt that happiness came so suddenly. Indeed, the Northern Front's battle was too low level. But, in terms of importance, it was not at all inferior to the Southern Front. Furthermore, the Northern Front's battle was extremely dangerous. Even if they could win, that would be a Pyrrhic victory too. However, he did not expect that the Northern Front actually obtained a great victory that was utterly satisfying. An elegant voice said agitatedly, "This lad is stellar." A female hegemon said boorishly, "You stinking scholar, what are you being refined for?" Yi Yuan is amazing. Too amazing. A remarkable feat without rival. A big reward. There must be a big reward. Send this seat's hegemon order. Yi Yuan's contributions are unparalleled, saving Heaven 1 from extreme misery, overcoming the raging tides. He'll be placed under extreme light pavilion and become this seat's personal disciple. An aged and hoary voice came over. The woman before said in a cold voice, "Humph. Old fogey Cloudmount, you really calculated well. The matter previously, we haven't settled scores with you yet." In absolute heaven barrier, a series of dry coughing came over. That old voice appeared slightly embarrassed as he said, "Cough, cough, men all make mistakes, horses all stumble. Although this seat's alchemy Tao is unparalleled, a clever wife can't cook a meal without any rice. Yi Yuan is originally my extreme medicine sect's disciple. Now, he became this seat's disciple. It's also considered making amendments, right?" "Bullshit. Don't think that your mother doesn't know. Your extreme medicine sect has all become unbelievably cocky because you all came up with this suppression method. Yi Yuan urged you all, and you all didn't listen either, resulting in the great defeat. Now, what's the use of belated action?" But the female hegemon was unrelenting after gaining the momentum. What they were talking about was naturally the matter of using true spirit blood to suppress the blood corruption poison previously. That matter caused an extremely adverse impact. Not just the Northern Front, the Southern Front similarly suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the news from the Northern Front there was sent over in time, avoiding a macroscopic loss. This matter, Yi Yuan also performed deeds of valor. Therefore, old fogey Cloudmount's move was actually exactly the same as Zuo Chen's method. Boosting Yi Yuan's status was for the sake of making the extreme medicine sect's face look a little better. However, Yi Yuan became a hegemon realm disciple all of a sudden. That seniority was a little frighteningly high. At this time, Divine Lord spoke up. He said, "All right, stop arguing, this matter, Senior Cloudmount was indeed in the wrong, but he also wholeheartedly had the alliance in mind. Sister Ji Yun, don't keep clinging onto it." Divine Lord speaking up, that female hegemon could only stop talking. "Senior Cloudmount, this seat isn't opposed to you wanting to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple. But this matter had best be dealt with in a low-profile manner. Otherwise, you'll be harming a meritorious subject and chill everyone's hearts. Furthermore, this boy's talent is astonishing. Once he steps into Emperor Realm, he'll be a major combat force too. Therefore, even if he's a divergent cultivator, don't need to treat him as a sacrificial piece too." Divine Lord continued saying to Cloudmount. Although the absolute heaven barrier stopped the blood race army, but both sides had fought fiercely for several thousand years. There had also been quite a few blood race powerhouses who infiltrated the Heaven 1 continent. There was no lack of powerhouses among them. Once they excessively assisted Yi Yuan to grow, these bloodkins would probably assassinate Yi Yuan at any cost. It's still Divine Lord who has ample considerations. I'll do as Divine Lord says. Pinnaspring, I'll leave this matter to you. Cloudmount hesitated for a bit and said, "Yes, Master." In the absolute heaven barrier, a voice answered. Since it was inside the absolute heaven barrier, then it was a hegemon realm powerhouse. This person actually addressed Cloudmount as his master, his seniority could be seen. Even Divine Lord had to address him respectfully as his senior when he saw him too. This kind of old monster actually took Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. That meant that Yi Yuan and those at the hegemon realm were peers already. This seniority was really frighteningly high. In reality, the extreme medicine sect had two great hegemon realm powerhouses. One was Cloudmount, the other was his disciple, Joe Pinnaspring. These two people were aloof from worldly affairs and shut themselves away from the world. Yi Yuan became Cloudmount's disciple. In the extreme medicine sect, even if the sect master saw him, he would have to call Yi Yuan as martial uncle, respectfully too. The current Northern View City had long already become a sea of joy. Once Lotusware and Li He died, the remaining Blood Race Emperor realms did not pose any threat at all. After Dan Fei and Zuo Chen slightly recovered their injuries, it would not be difficult to kill them. The Emperor realm experts were victorious. The remaining Saint Sovereign Heaven army went even without saying. No matter how high the numbers, it was futile too. Therefore, an unprecedented great victory was achieved at the northern front. And all these were thanks to Yi Yuan. At present, Yi Yuan's prestige in the northern front army was like the noonday sun, even surpassing the highest commander, Dan Fei. It was because they all knew that even Dan Fei, this Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse, could not accomplish such an astonishing great reversal either. However, Yi Yuan could not cheer up. Although this battle was a great victory, the Heaven One army also suffered heavy casualties. Many people that Yi Yuan was familiar with, like Chao Yiping, all fell. Northern View City Lord, Song Miao, also died in battle in the end because of holding back a blood race true sovereign heaven. Especially Song Miao, he was Yi Yuan's savior. His death made Yi Yuan very upset. When in the lower realms, Yi Yuan had also once resisted foreign enemies several times. But at that time, while his strength could not dominate the war, it could at least influence the course of the war. But now, he was as insignificant as an ant. He could not influence the course of the war in any way. As for this time, it was actually just being lucky enough to be there at the time. He knew that war was cruel, but it was still his first time experiencing it so intimately. In order to protect him, while he killed his way out of the heavy encirclement, one comrade after another fell down around him. Those scenes were still vivid in his mind until now. People all said that it was him who overcame the raging tides, dominating this unprecedented great victory. But Yi Yuan understood that it was not him alone fighting. Without those heroes who died, could he have killed his way out of the heavy encirclement? Therefore, after the great battle ended, Yi Yuan was very low profile. He used the blood race blood essence collected in the great battle and refined a batch of blood of flame crystals again, treating those poisoned soldiers. There was also a large batch that he had Dan Fei send to the southern front to treat the soldiers over there. The soldiers over there were the ones who needed this thing the most. The remaining time, Yi Yuan imparted the complete Xuanji 9 leaves to Xiao Shan and the rest. He planned to leave for the extreme medicine sect after imparting it. Yi Yuan desperately wanted to increase his strength. In this kind of great battle, only powerful strength could affect the war situation. He understood that this time, there was suspicion of gaining advantage by trickery. Only when one truly became powerful could they reduce the number of deaths around them. And right at this time, Joe Pinnaspring descended. Of course, it was not his main body. It was just a wisp of his clone. However, even if it was a wisp of his clone, it was also terrifyingly strong. He did not alarm too many people. He just convened the Emperor realm powerhouses as well as the army's few great commanders. With regards to Joe Pinnaspring's arrival, Dan Fei and the rest were incredibly shocked too. With the northern front suffering a setback, the blood race carried out a frenzied counteroffensive. The southern front's war was very tense. At this time, Joe Pinnaspring actually split off a wisp of clone and came to the northern front to praise the army. It could be seen how important the various hegemons regarded this great victory. Chapter 2835, Words Shocking the Listeners. This seat came here today to accept a disciple on Master's behalf. The first sentence that Joe Pinnaspring said when he opened his mouth stunned everyone present. It was because his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan. That meaning was self-explanatory. It was not Joe Pinnaspring taking in a disciple. It was Joe Pinnaspring's master taking in a disciple. This was too shocking. Those present were all Heaven One's upper echelons. They naturally knew who Joe Pinnaspring's master was. A hegemon realm was actually accepting a disciple on his master's behalf. This was also to say that he had to address Yi Yuan as his apprentice brother. The Emperor realm powerhouses present virtually had an urge to vomit blood. This was also going too over the top, right? Especially Zuo Chen, he simply wanted to cry but had no tears. This is my disciple, alright. Have you guys considered my feelings when accepting disciples? He was still my disciple just now. In a blink of an eye, he became my ancestor. The war report wrote very clearly that I've already taken him in as a disciple, alright. Is this really okay? If he still did not have the mind to teach Yi Yuan before this battle, but after this, he was really moved by the idea of accepting Yi Yuan as his disciple. However, now that he did, there was no more chance. To hegemon realms, all were ants. Not entering hegemon, one would never have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath with them. Moreover, Zuo Chen was just a mere emperor vast heaven powerhouse. Zhou Pinnaspring looked toward Yi Yuan and said coolly, Yi Yuan, my master is Grand Bright Jade. Complete Heaven's Alchemy Path's #1 person, Hegemon Cloudmount. He knows that your alchemy path talent is astonishing and wants to take you in as a disciple. Are you willing? Yi Yuan was also very surprised by this. This bunch of hegemon realms were also too good at playing, right? However, he immediately shook his head and said, not willing. Gah, this sudden great reversal made everyone unable to react. It resulted in everyone making all kinds of strange noises. Even Zhou Pinnaspring also looked at Yi Yuan extremely surprisedly. This boy seemed to really be somewhat extraordinary. Acknowledging Hegemon Cloudmount as his master, that was how many heavenly alchemists dream. Even Zuo Chen, who was present, did not dare to have such an extravagant hope too. It was because Hegemon Cloudmount had stopped accepting disciples a long time ago. Unless some heaven-defying to the extreme prodigy really appeared in this heaven-one continent, otherwise, he would not make an exception. But, this kind of opportunity, Yi Yuan rejected it without even thinking. This was indeed too surprising. He said with a serious face, Yi Yuan, do you know what kind of existence Master Cloudmount is? If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it for life. Yi Yuan also had a serious face as he nodded and said, I know. However, I refuse. He was not a fool. Could the master of a hegemon be an ordinary person? Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's #1 person, even placed across all the heavens, that was also absolutely a Titan-level existence. However, Yi Yuan had his own principles. Dan Fei shouted coldly, Yi Yuan, are you crazy? Do you know what you rejected? Even Zuo Chen also said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, don't fool around. This is an opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step. You're a divergent cultivator, with Ancestor's ability, there's absolutely no problem in guaranteeing that you enter Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm. As he said, he bowed to Zhou Pinnaspring and said, Master Pinnaspring, taking into account that this boy is young, don't stoop to his level. The other Emperor Realm powerhouses also urged Yi Yuan one after another, asking him not to be headstrong. This kind of opportunity, which of them were not envious? But Yi Yuan rejected it flatly. It was putting on too much air. Zhou Pinnaspring looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly smiled. Interesting, very interesting. Can you tell me why you refused? Yi Yuan said calmly, firstly, I've already acknowledged Master Zuo Chen as master. My words are my bond. If I change masters at this time, it's undoubtedly betraying my master. Hearing this, Zuo Chen was incomparably moved in his heart too. It was true that he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. But, in front of a hegemon realm, he was nothing. Hegemons would not care about what he thought. But Yi Yuan could be considerate of him, even rejecting such a huge temptation for this. How could he not be moved? At that time, he only took Yi Yuan in for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's reputation. He believed that Yi Yuan also knew. But now, Yi Yuan could do this. This made people have no choice but to admire him. Zuo Chen could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This disciple was the right call. But, the more it was so, the more he could not hold Yi Yuan back. Master. Zuo Chen was just thinking of opening his mouth to speak but was stopped by Zhou Pinnaspring with a hand gesture. He said to Yi Yuan, continue. Yi Yuan said, secondly, I know that the hegemons want to reward me with this, but the contributions this time wasn't made by me alone. Without the brothers fighting with their lives, I simply could not have killed my way out of the heavy encirclement with my power alone. I understand that in the eyes of you hegemons, whatever true sovereign heaven, Saint Sovereign Heaven, we are all ants. Even Emperor Realm powerhouses are similarly ants too. But, without them, Heaven 1 would have long been finished. Just based on you all, these hegemons, you can't stop the Blood Race army. Therefore, Yi Yuan isn't worthy of taking credit for this. These words made everyone present visibly moved. Especially Ming Yi and the few other great commanders. They immediately gave rise to a feeling of how a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. These words reached the depths of their hearts. All along, they had been cannon fodders. But cannon fodders had the use of cannon fodders too. Regardless of whether it was Hegemon Realm or Saint Sovereign Heaven, they were all protecting Heaven One. After this battle, everyone was celebrating the victory. But apart from those Saint Sovereign Heaven, who would still remember the valiant souls who died on the battlefield. But Yi Yuan engraved it in his heart. This boy was worth entrusting. This was the voice in everyone's hearts. Yi Yuan did not stop. He continued, thirdly, I entered the extreme medicine sect for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's alchemy classics. I have my own Tao in the path of alchemy. Therefore, there's no difference to me whoever I acknowledge as master. Hiss. Within the great hall, the sounds of cold air being sucked in and breathed out. This third point was too arrogant. Incredibly arrogant. The first 2 points touched people and visibly moved people. But the third point was really too monkeying around. Especially Zuo Chen, he was almost crying. I was just feeling touched. You slapped my face sonorously in a blink of an eye. It turned out that you didn't plan on treating me as a master at all. But, thinking about it, they were all smart people. Yi Yuan probably never counted on him, this bargain teacher, at all from start to end. Yi Yuan, what nonsense are you saying? Get the hell out. Zuo Chen shouted coldly. It was clearly berating, but actually, it was protecting Yi Yuan. These words were too treasonous and heretical. This one in front of them was a hegemon. Did he freaking not want his life anymore? Yi Yuan gave Zuo Chen a glance, slightly touched in his heart. Ha ha ha. Zhou Pinnaspring suddenly laughed loudly. Zhou Pinnaspring's heart thumped, secretly thinking, not good. Now, a hegemon was really going to get angry. If you refuse, then just refuse. Why did you have to give such a bloody reason? Well said. Zhou Pinnaspring laughed loudly and said, Yi Yuan, this seat really likes you more and more. The journey of Tao is extremely profound. But only by treading out one's own Tao can one reach the apex. Although your realm is low, your heart is clear as a mirror. A shame, a shame. If you weren't a divergent cultivator, how great would that be? But Yi Yuan said, so what if I am a divergent cultivator? The path that others couldn't get through, I, Yi Yuan, might not be unable to clear it. Chapter 2836, Your father will beat you to death. What did you say, you impudent brat? You actually refused to be this seat's disciple. He's rebelling. Ah, it's infuriating this seat to death. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, how many geniuses want to acknowledge this seat as master? This seat didn't even care about them. Today, I was actually rejected by a Saint Sovereign Heaven. This seat is definitely going to beat him to death. Definitely going to beat him to death. Hearing Hegemon Pinnaspring's reply, Hegemon Cloudmount was angered until he stomped with rage. Of course, this scene was actually within Zhou Pinnaspring's expectations too. This master of his valued face the most. When accepting disciples, they absolutely had to be geniuses among geniuses. Ordinary people could not enter his sights at all. Each of the disciples that Hegemon Cloudmount took in, they were powerhouses whose reputation shook a region. It had always been his pride and also his capital for showing off. Honestly speaking, the Hegemon realm really could not be taught. Therefore, Zhou Pinnaspring agreed with Yi Yuan's words very much. Of course, he was able to step into the Hegemon realm. On the one hand, it was because he was amazingly talented. On the other hand, there was indeed an inseparable relationship with Hegemon Cloudmount. Therefore, even if he had stepped into Hegemon realm, Zhou Pinnaspring was still very respectful toward Hegemon Cloudmount. Hegemon Cloudmount's conditions for accepting disciples were extremely harsh. Especially after him, his conditions became even more hair-raisingly harsh. It was not unexpected. With a precious gem in front of him, Hegemon Cloudmount's horizons became even higher. Therefore, Hegemon Cloudmount had already not accepted disciples for more than 100,000 years. This time, he took Yi Yuan in as a disciple groundbreakingly, and Yi Yuan actually refused. How could his face remain intact? Ha ha ha, old fogey Cloudmount, I didn't expect that you'll have this day too. Retribution is really great. An old voice came from inside the absolute heaven barrier. Hegemon Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said with a sneer, old fogey Blacksun, stop making wisecracks here. Zhao he that dumbass can't do it. Even if you mock me for 10,000 years, he can't make it too. Humph. The moment Hegemon Blacksun heard this, he burst into fury and said, "You blind old thing, Zhao He is extremely talented. Even if you don't take him in, he's already a grade 9 heavenly alchemist currently as well. Don't think that this Sikh doesn't know what you're cooking. No matter how poor Zhao He's talent is, could it be that it can't compare to a measly grade 5 heavenly alchemist?" Hegemon Cloudmount chuckled and said, "Honestly, he really can't compare at all. I've looked at the formula for the blood of flame crystal. It's absolutely a stroke of wonder. Disregarding other things, even if it's the current Zhao He, under the circumstances that he has blood race blood essence, he might not be able to develop it too. This boy has brilliant perception. Otherwise, do you think that this Sikh will really take anyone in as my disciple?" "You bullshit." Hegemon Blacksun was choked until he could not speak. Hegemon Blacksun was Thundercry Continent's hegemon, revered due to his martial Dao. Zhao He was Hegemon Blacksun's descendant. He was not interested in martial Dao, but he was very interested in alchemy Dao. Back then, Zhao He knelt for a month in front of Hegemon Cloudmount's door, wanting to acknowledge Hegemon Cloudmount as his master, but Hegemon Cloudmount did not take him in too. Later, Hegemon Blacksun moved out in person, and Hegemon Cloudmount still did not agree. Hegemon Blacksun had always been brooding over this matter. However, Zhao He also lived up to expectations later and cultivated to Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm, becoming a grade 9 heavenly alchemist. Hegemon Blacksun felt very relieved and even came to find Hegemon Cloudmount to show off. But Hegemon Cloudmount turned his nose up at it and straightforwardly said that grade 9 was already the limit for Zhao He. It was absolutely impossible to improve any further. He really wanted to show off. After Zhao He stepped into Hegemon Realm, he would come and show off again. Hegemon Blacksun got a rebuff and a stomach full of anger. After going back, he spent a great deal of effort to groom Zhao He. But Hegemon Cloudmount seemed to have foresight. After Zhao He entered grade 9, his improvement became extremely slow. Hegemon Blacksun spent a huge price, but the results were very weak. This face was slapped resoundingly. This time, seeing Hegemon Cloudmount treated this way, he naturally could not resist coming out to slap his face. In the end, he got slapped again. In reality, Hegemon Cloudmount stood at the apex of alchemy Dao. His horizon was naturally not what the average person could compare to. Zhao He was also not really a worthless thing. Otherwise, it would also have been impossible for him to step into the realm of grade 9 heavenly alchemist. But that was it. But Hegemon Cloudmount ignored the furious Hegemon Blacksun and calmed down. He asked Joe Pinnaspring, "How do you feel after seeing this boy?" Joe Pinnaspring was silent for a moment, and he assessed, "Extraordinary." Hegemon Cloudmount said in surprise, "Oh, you're actually so optimistic about him." He knew that this disciple of his also had extremely high horizons. He did not care about ordinary geniuses at all. It was because he himself was a prodigy that shocked the world. Being able to be evaluated like this by him, it could be seen that Yuan's talent was really amazing. Joe Pinnaspring nodded and said, "If not for that he's a divergent, this disciple feels that he should be able to step into the realm of Hegemon." Not just Hegemon Cloudmount, the other Hegemons were shocked too. Hegemon could not be said casually. Often, not one Hegemon could be born in several hundreds of thousands of years too. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there were many Emperor Sakra heavens. But the Hegemons were scanty few. Being able to be evaluated by Joe Pinnaspring like this, Yuan was absolutely up to par. But, the only thing that was a pity was that, divergent cultivator. Then did he reject this seat from the heart or was it intentional? Hegemon Cloudmount suddenly asked. This question was somewhat subjective, but Hegemon Cloudmount did not care. In front of Joe Pinnaspring this Hegemon realm, it was impossible for the slightest fluctuation of Yuan's emotions to deceive him. The reason that Yuan gave was very ample, but actually, it was all not counted as reasons. Hegemon Cloudmount was not an ordinary Hegemon realm powerhouse. In alchemy, he was the absolute authority. Hegemon Blacksun was a super powerhouse on the same level as him, but he also acknowledged Hegemon Cloudmount's alchemy Dao. Otherwise, he also would not have made Zhao He enter his tutelage. Being accepted as a disciple by this kind of overlord, that was countless people's long-cherished goal. One had to know, even the extreme medicine sect master did not have the qualifications to enter his tutelage too. Some people like to play petty tricks, thinking that this would make them be regarded higher. Of course, this kind of action was just bumptious. How could they possibly deceive the visual prowess of hegemon realms? Joe Pinnaspring said, "This boy's heart is loftier than the sky. Most likely, he really turns his nose up at Master." He also said that walking all the way until today, it was virtually all him comprehending Tao himself. There's no difference, who becomes his master. Absolute heaven barrier trembled. Hegemon Cloudmount was enraged. "Motherfucker. Your father has lived to this ripe old age and haven't met such an arrogant punk before. Your father is already arrogant enough. This brat is even more arrogant than your father." Not agreeing, "Your father will go find him personally. If he still doesn't agree, your father will beat him too." Death. A streak of flowing light flew out of the absolute heaven barrier, heading all the way north. Zuo Chen smacked Yi Yuan into the ground with a slap and scolded him angrily, "Are you a pig? Such a fine opportunity, you actually don't want it. Do you know who Hegemon Cloudmount is? Do you know how many people across the heavens and myriad worlds cry and yell about wanting to acknowledge him as their master? Angering your father to death. Angering your father to death. Your father will definitely beat you, this disappointing thing, to death today." Chapter 2837. Your arrogant appearance looks a lot like this seat style back then. Facing Zuo Chen's anger, Yi Yuan did not blame him, but he felt warmth in his heart instead. After the last battle, Zuo Chen had already sincerely regarded him as his personal disciple. Hence, that was why he would be so angry. On the path of cultivation, changing masters was extremely common. It was not a big deal. As long as it was not betraying one's master and sect, they would not be criticized by people. It was in man's nature to strive for better. This was natural law. Zuo Chen examined his own conscience. If it was him, he would have agreed without the slightest hesitation. But Yi Yuan, this fellow actually rejected him. "Master Zuo, he really doesn't have anything that he can teach me. Or should I say, do you have anything that you can teach me?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Zuo Chen was just venting his anger. He naturally would not really hurt Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked miserable right now, but actually, it was all external wounds. The moment Zuo Chen heard, he immediately exploded and said with a cold smile, "Hoo, what a cocky brat. You think that by developing a blood of flame crystal, you're invincible under the heavens. Don't talk about ancestor. As a grade 8 heavenly alchemist, am I, your master, not enough to teach you yet?" Yi Yuan looked at Zuo Chen and said coolly, "I've already touched the threshold of profound grade." Zuo Chen was currently blowing his top. When he heard this, he could not help being stunned, immediately looking at Yi Yuan with a look like looking at a monster. True grade was not the end of alchemy Dao. Above true grade was profound grade. Reaching Emperor realm, the medicinal effects of ordinary heavenly pills was negligible. Even if it was true grade heavenly pills, the effects were greatly discounted on Emperor realms too. Profound grade was the exclusive heavenly pill for Emperor realm powerhouses. True grade heavenly pills fused the power of great Tao in it and possessed unimaginable medicinal effects. However, this was just a preliminary use of heavenly Tao power. Wanting to really attain a higher level, one must reach profound grade. Profound grade could excavate even greater possibilities on the foundation of heavenly medicines, medicinal effect. If true grade could unleash 120% of heavenly medicines effect, then profound grade could unleash twice or even triple the medicinal effect. It was just that from true grade to profound grade, the span was huge. Yi Yuan naturally did not understand these things before. But, after encountering Mitn, he naturally learned about it. Below Emperor realm, it was simply impossible to reach profound grade. Because if one wanted to refine profound grade, they needed to have an extremely deep understanding of alchemy Dao. Not reaching grade 7 heavenly alchemist realm, wanting to refine profound grade heavenly pills was simply a fool's talk. Of course, there were also extremely few heaven-defying geniuses who were able to refine profound ground before Emperor realm, such as Joe Pinnaspring. This matter had once caused a great sensation, but, even if it was Joe Pinnaspring, he also reached this step when he was at peak true sovereign heaven. At that time, he was already not far from Emperor realm. But what realm was Yi Yuan at now? Middle Saint Sovereign. This brat had not even broken through to Upper Saint Sovereign heaven. Grade 5 heavenly alchemist refining profound grade heavenly pill. It sounded like a fantasy tale no matter how one listened. Seeing Zuo Chen's dumbfounded appearance, Yi Yuan said coolly, going to the extreme medicine sect is also for the sake of breaking through to profound grade. Otherwise, when you took me in as a disciple previously, I might really not have agreed to it." Face-slapping sounds could be heard in the air. The two of them becoming master and disciple just happened to be due to the situation. Although now, the two people's friendship had grown, it could not change their original intentions. Regarding Yi Yuan agreeing with Zuo Chen, it was indeed just for the sake of entering the extreme medicine sect to enrich himself and break through the shackles. True grade was hard, profound grade was naturally even harder. Even if it was Yi Yuan, wanting to break through to this step was not easy either. Yi Yuan was smacked away by another slap. Zuo Chen said angrily, "Will you die if you don't tell the truth? You treacherous disciple, angering your father to death. Your father will beat you to death." Zuo Chen was smacked flying with one slap. A figure suddenly appeared. He shot Zuo Chen a glance and said coolly, "Impudent brat, to actually dare hit your grandmaster, you're the treacherous disciple. You deserve to be hit. Your father's disciple can only be beaten by your father." The arrival was a sagely-looking old man. Who could it be if not Hegemon Cloudmount? Of course, this was a clone too. Zuo Chen's entire body trembled and he said in shock, "Are you Ancestor Cloudmount?" Hegemon Cloudmount said coolly, "It's naturally this seat. You're Zuo Chen." Zuo Chen knelt down with a thud and said tremblingly, "The disciple pays respect to Ancestor Cloudmount." Hegemon Cloudmount was totally different from Joe Pinnaspring. He was the extreme medicine sect's legend, an undefeated myth. Even if Joe Pinnaspring advanced to Hegemon Realm, he was unable to be mentioned in the same breath with Hegemon Cloudmount too. Hegemon Realm, their movements and traces had always been elusive and secretive. But Joe Pinnaspring was the sect's disciple in the first place, a rising star from the younger generation. Everyone was not unfamiliar with him. There was naturally lesser awe and fear. But, with regards to Hegemon Cloudmount, that was different. He was an old monster-level powerhouse. One should not look at how Zuo Chen was an Emperor vast Heaven Realm powerhouse. If he wanted to meet Cloudmount, that was impossible. But today, Hegemon Cloudmount actually came in person for Yi Yuan. Hegemon Cloudmount ignored him but looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Impudent brat, why haven't you knelt when you see your master?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This old fellow was so shameless. He had clearly rejected the offer already. This guy was still harping on and on about being his master. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I've already made it very clear to Hegemon Pinnaspring, I won't acknowledge you as master." Hey, what high-sounding sentiments. You said you're not acknowledging and you're done. Do you know how many people cry and wail, requesting for me to take them in as a disciple? Yi Yuan had a helpless look as he said, "These 2 days, I've already heard until my ears grew calluses. But what does that have to do with me? I admit that, you're very formidable, but in the future, I might not be unable to catch up to you. I might even surpass you." Hearing this, Zuo Chen's hair stood on end. "I don't know him," he was whispering vigorously in his heart. But, the moment Cloudmount heard, he let out a loud laughter and said, "Indeed arrogant enough. Looking across the heavens and myriad realms, there really aren't many who dare to speak to this seat like this. Kid, you're different from Pinnaspring, that reticent thing. You suit this seat's taste very much. Your arrogant appearance looks a lot like this seat's style back then. Ha ha ha, I'll definitely be taking you in as a disciple." Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. He was really not interested in acknowledging a master. Even back then in the Heavenspan world, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, that kind of apex existence, also addressed him as his brother. And he also forged a path that connected to the heavens without any surprise. Now, in the 33 heavens, Yi Yuan was confident that he could also do this. Especially after obtaining those records in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Yi Yuan's horizons were broadened, and he already had a hazy direction about his path of alchemy. Those few decades before leaving Rainclear Continent, Yi Yuan had accumulated for a long time and also obtained tremendous improvement in alchemy Dao. "Apologies, I really don't have plans to change masters," Yi Yuan still shook his head and said. Cloudmount pointed at Zuo Chen and said coolly, "If you don't agree, this seat will send him to the front lines right away. You should know, fighting with the blood race has 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. Oh right, also, those friends around you. The front lines are severely lacking people. Since they are a part of Heaven 1, they should serve the Alliance, wouldn't you agree?" Hegemon Cloudmount revealed a cunning fox-like smile. Yi Yuan's face turned black. This old man was so shameless to actually use this kind of method to force him to concede. Chapter 2838, Getting Slapped. Yi Yuan looked at Hegemon Cloudmount and sighed as he said, "Senior Cloudmount, just what do you want before you're willing to give up?" Cloudmount grinned and said, "Very simple, a competition. If you win, this seat will leave right away. If I win, you'll be this seat's disciple obediently. Otherwise, heh." Cloudmount looked toward Zuo Chen with an unfriendly expression, while the latter's beck shrank back. "Why am I always the one getting hurt? Ancestor, making Yi Yuan compete with you, this is too bullying." Zuo Chen could not resist saying. Cloudmount snorted coldly and said, "Would this seat bully a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Kid, this seat will compete in Tao elucidation with you, the Tao elucidation of grade 5 heavenly medicines. As for what kind of heavenly medicines, feel free to choose." Cloudmount's domineering appearance really resembled Yi Yuan a little. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Okay, I agree to it. However, acknowledging you as my master or not can't be determined by winning or losing." Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Then how do we decide?" Yi Yuan said, "As long as you can convince me, I'll naturally acknowledge you as my master. Otherwise, there's no talk." Cloudmount smiled coldly and said, "Bullshit. You're all talk but no promises. Even if this seat beats you, if you refuse to admit it, what can this seat do to you?" But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, "This Yi still has this bit of integrity. You're an alchemy overlord to begin with. Winning against me is within reason. But if you don't win me by much, why should I acknowledge you as my master?" Cloudmount thought about it and nodded. As he said, "You make some sense. All right, do as you say. I reckon that you can't play any tricks in front of this seat either." Yi Yuan naturally did not have the intention to play tricks. Hegemon Cloudmount had already come in person. Yi Yuan was still slightly touched in his heart. At present, he was already clear about how great the disparity was between Hegemon and Saint Sovereign Heaven. In the eyes of Hegemon realms, Emperor Sakra Heaven were just ants, let alone Saint Sovereign Heavens. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also understood that at this point, it was likely impossible for Yi Yuan to want to refuse it anymore. Yi Yuan had pride, but it did not mean that he was stupid. Under the circumstances where there was no great life and death enmity, why was there a need to offend a Hegemon realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan also felt it. Cloudmount attached quite a lot of importance to him. It was completely different from Zuo Chen's attitude before. He felt that the problem was with the blood of flame crystal. Yi Yuan spent quite a lot of time and effort on this formula before developing it. Even if it was Zuo Chen, he only felt that the reason why Yi Yuan could come up with the blood of flame crystal was that he could get the blood race's blood essence. It showed that his horizons were insufficient, and his cultivation base was still not enough. But Cloudmount was different. As a Hegemon realm, Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven's Alchemy Overlord, how could he not even have this bit of visual prowess? Hence, Yi Yuan also wanted to see how big the gap between him and an overlord was. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, directly pulling out an unadorned golden lotus. Unadorned golden lotus was a very precious grade 5 heavenly medicine. It contained extremely complicated rule fragments. The so-called Tao elucidation was drawing out the rule fragments in heavenly medicines and displaying it in front of people. The more that was shown, it naturally meant the stronger the heavenly alchemist's strength. You could only draw it out if you grasped this portion of rule fragment. Yi Yuan's technique naturally went without saying. The unadorned golden lotus in his hand was like a flower, slowly blooming. The multicolored rule fragments presented themselves in an orderly manner before Zuo Chen and Cloudmount's eyes. Zuo Chen's pupils constricted. Only then did he understand what Yi Yuan meant by saying that he had touched the threshold of profound grade. This kid already had half a foot into profound grade. He was only a foot away from entering the door. Of course, it was also this step to enter the door that became Yi Yuan's current bottleneck. He wanted to enter the extreme medicine sect and read extensively, precisely for the sake of breaking this shallow layer of a bottleneck. Yi Yuan breaking through to profound grade was only a matter of time. Even if he did not enter the extreme medicine sect, he believed that before long, he could puncture this layer of window pane paper too. This kid was too heaven-defying. He was just middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. What Cloudmount saw was naturally even more different. His face was very calm, even carrying thick mockery and a look of disdain. But the twinkle in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Hegemon Cloudmount was shouting crazily in his heart, "Genius! Peerless genius. A genius even more monstrous than Joe Pinnaspring. This kid's affinity was only 67. This rascal was elucidating Tao almost completely based on instinct. Furthermore, it was so perfect and impeccable. When Joe Pinnaspring was at grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist, he absolutely could not achieve this level. One had to know, Joe Pinnaspring's affinity had reached grand completion Holy Realm long ago. Was affinity reaching 100 the limit? Above 100, there were still 3 realms. Spirit Realm, Profound Realm, and Holy Realm. Joe Pinnaspring's affinity was a freak among freaks and had long already reached the peak of Holy Realm, unable to rise any longer. But even so, when Joe Pinnaspring was at grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist, he could not compare to Yuan 2. Tao elucidation was just one aspect of refining pills. But Tao elucidation could tell how far a Heavenly Alchemist walked on the path of alchemy. Very clearly, Yuan had already walked very, very far. No wonder this boy was so wild and arrogant. He indeed had the capital to be insolent. Such a genius was simply unreasonably monstrous. His affinity was clearly not up to scratch, but he was more impressive than others. Tell me, was it not aggravating? The geniuses that Cloudmount had seen before were as many as schools of carps crossing the river. But he had never seen before such a prodigy who took his breath away. This trip was the right call. Of course, he would not say these. Hegemon realm had to have the reserved manner of a hegemon realm. No matter how genius you were still an ant in front of this seat. No idea how long had passed either. Yuan's Tao elucidation finally ended. The unadorned golden lotus seemed to be peeled open, forming an enormous flower, magnificently beautiful. Yuan reeled off the cocoon, guiding the rule fragments in the unadorned golden lotus out, presenting it in a flower shape. Zhuo Chen sucked in a cold breath. Even if it was him, he also could not do better than Yuan. Impressive. Truly incredible. Brat, I really have nothing that I can teach you. Zhuo Chen said somewhat dejectedly. He was indeed more powerful than Yuan in alchemy. Furthermore, he could even refine profound grade heavenly pills. But Yuan would not take much time to reach his level. With or without him, this master, it was actually all the same. Yuan fished out another unadorned golden lotus, threw it to Cloudmount, and said, "Your turn." Cloudmount did not catch it. Only to see a streak of light flash past, the unadorned golden lotus returned to Yuan's hand again. "No need," Cloudmount said coolly. Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Cloudmount, are you conceding defeat?" A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Cloudmount's mouth and he said, "Conceding defeat? Ha ha ha, you brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget about this grand bright jade complete heaven, even across all the heavens and myriad worlds, how many dare to make this seat admit defeat? Today, I'll let you witness what's true alchemy Tao." Finished saying, Cloudmount's palm raised up. A flame landed on the unadorned golden lotus that Yuan refined. It was as if the unadorned golden lotus was watered with a catalyst, starting to grow crazily. 1 flower became 2, 2 flowers became 4, 4 flowers became 8, the rule flowers in the house became more and more, and increasingly gorgeous as if walking into a garden. This spectacular scenery made people feel an upsurge of emotion, refreshing and gladdening the heart. This technique was tyrannical to the extreme. Yuan's expression finally changed. His pupils constricted, his heart virtually about to stop beating. Was this the realm of a chaos heavenly master? Chapter 2839, A formidable master had no incompetent disciple. Done posturing, Cloudmount looked at the Yuan with a shocked expression, secretly taking delight in it. "Who asked you to scare your father just now? Now, your father will intimidate you too. Having a bit of ability, do you really think nothing of others? Really think that Chaos Heavenly Masters were to be trifled with?" Above grade 9 Heavenly Alchemist was Chaos Heavenly Master. Missing the word alchemist, the terror of Hegemon Realm Heavenly Alchemists could be seen. Reaching Hegemon Realm, developing great Tao was at their fingertips, already breaking away from the domain of medicine. Up in the heavens and down below the earth, nothing could not be refined. To Chaos Heavenly Masters, they could even forcefully refine their opponents, their strength terrifying to the extreme. However, Hegemon Cloudmount felt incredibly guilty. This move looked incredible, but it was somewhat taxing to this clone. In order to suppress Yuan, he really exerted all of his strength. "Brat, are you convinced?" Cloudmount said coolly. Only then did Yuan come back to his senses and look toward Cloudmount with a look of shock. It turned out that heavenly alchemists could reach such a transcendent realm. Hegemon Cloudmount's Tao elucidation was already on a totally different level from Yi Yuan. This was like answering a question. Yi Yuan just answered it in a routine manner, but not only did Cloudmount answer it, but he also expanded on it and eventually turned it into an extremely perfect and complete major topic. It was worlds apart. In Alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan had always thought that he did not lose to anyone. But this time, he was really convinced. Kid, your talent is pretty good. Maybe one day, you'll really be able to reach this seat's realm. But Alchemy Tao is infinite. With someone giving you guidance on the path ahead, you can take many less detours, isn't that so? Hegemon Cloudmount said coolly. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath but arrived before Zuo Chen and kowtowed 3 times respectfully, saying sincerely, one day as master, a master for life. From now on, you're still Yi Yuan's, master. Yi Yuan had never acknowledged a master in alchemy before. Once acknowledged, Yi Yuan naturally would not kick him to the curb after he outlived his usefulness too. There was no real master-disciple relation between him and Zuo Chen, but there was the name of master and disciple. Now, he was going to acknowledge Cloudmount as his master, but he had to make Zuo Chen call him Grand Master. That was not what a man would do. Zuo Chen's face was full of emotion, and he said with a nod, boy, with this sentence from you, it's enough. Witnessing Yi Yuan's talent and strength, Zuo Chen naturally would not be haughty anymore. Accepting Yi Yuan as a disciple was not Yi Yuan making a profit, but him profiting. Seeing this scene, Hegemon Cloudmount did not stop it but was slightly moved in his heart. Looking at it now, the reason why Yi Yuan kept rejecting it before, it was not brushing him off. His misgivings toward Zuo Chen probably accounted for a large part of it. This boy's character and disposition was all the best choice. Hegemon Cloudmount's appraisal of Yi Yuan went up a few more points. Only after finishing kowtowing to Zuo Chen did Yi Yuan arrive in front of Hegemon Cloudmount and kowtowed 3 times again, saying, Disciple Yi Yuan pays respect to master. Haha, good disciple. With this seat accepting a disciple, I normally would inform the world and all the heavens to come and congratulate. However, present circumstances differ from before. For the sake of your safety, we need to keep a low profile. The blood race has many powerhouses lurking within the absolute heaven barrier. If they find out about your identity, they will definitely come and kill you at any cost. Therefore, you also have to be careful yourself. Understand? Hegemon Cloudmount said. Hegemon Cloudmount continued, since master accepted you as a disciple, I naturally have to gift you a greeting gift. You're about to enter profound grade soon. This seat will demonstrate to you what's profound grade. This way, it will be much easier for you to break through. Finished saying, Hegemon Cloudmount flicked his sleeves grandly and started refining the unadorned golden lotus. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Did Chaos Heavenly Masters all refine heavenly medicines like this? But very soon, he converged his mind and placed his mind and body on the unadorned golden lotus. Only to see the unadorned golden lotus gradually transform, turning into a heavenly pill. An incredibly profound aura flowed around the heavenly pill. He seemed to have grasped something but failed to grasp it at the same time. It was seemingly like a castle in the sky. He felt that this layer of windowpane paper had already been poked through. Of course, he had not broken through yet. However, he could already see what was profound grade through that tiny gap. His refinement was not carried out randomly but with a definite target in mind. He went in the direction of Yi Yuan's Tao elucidation, slowly guiding, letting Yi Yuan cross this river himself. He did not impose anything on Yi Yuan. He just acted in accordance with the flow. What Yi Yuan was walking was his own Tao. It had nothing to do with him. Very soon, an ordinary, but also not ordinary heavenly pill appeared before Yi Yuan. Understood, Cloudmount said. Understood. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, understood what? Profound grade is also Tao. However, it's just an extension of Tao. The water will flow naturally when the channel forms. A hint of a proud smile flashed across Cloudmount's face. This boy was too monstrous. To ordinary heavenly alchemists, the divine ability that he displayed where there was nothing in the world that could not be refined, it was absolutely shocking. This kind of divine skill was exclusive to Chaos Heavenly Masters. Ordinary people would definitely be immersed in it. Didn't you see that at the side? Zuo Chen was still immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. This boy's heart was like a clear mirror. He was too clear about what he wanted. Although Yi Yuan was also shocked at his means, he placed all of his focus on profound grade. Therefore, Yi Yuan really understood. He understood what profound grade was. As for breaking through, that was merely something that would happen naturally without extra effort. After Yi Yuan went to the extreme medicine sect and entered the scripture library, he would probably be able to break through before long. If not for his guidance, Yi Yuan would probably have to study for more than 10 years in the scripture library before he could puncture this layer of windowpane paper. Perhaps even longer. True grade to profound grade was far too difficult. Many Emperor Realm heavenly alchemists could not attain it yet, let alone Yi Yuan, this saint sovereign heaven. It was not that if you reached the bottleneck, you would be able to break through very soon. Breaking through in 10 years, Yi Yuan was already a monster among monsters. Many Emperor Realms were stuck at this hurdle for thousands of years. Of course, Yi Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart. Acknowledging this master was the right call. This hegemon Cloudmount was absolutely an expert in teaching disciples. That guidance just now could not be done just because one's realm was high. A high realm and teaching disciples were two completely different things. Some people's realms were extremely high, but the disciples under them were each lousier than the last. Some people's realms were not high, but they could have disciples spread all over the world. Knowing how to teach and not knowing how to teach, the difference was too great. Hegemon Cloudmount's cultivation realm was not only incredibly high, but he also had the knack for teaching disciples too. No wonder he could bring up Joe Pinnaspring, this chaos heavenly master. A bout of casual giving pointers saved him decades of hard work. This was not what the average person could do. Alright, this is settled. This seat will be heading back to. The Southern Front's war is too tense. Master's clone can't leave for too long. You go to the extreme medicine sect first and enter the extreme light pavilion. Over there, Pinnaspring has already arranged things for you. The remaining road, you can just walk on your own. After you come to the absolute heaven barrier, this seat will give you more pointers. Yi Yuan was touched in his heart. Hegemon Cloudmount could be said to have taken an extraordinary risk for him. With his clone leaving during the war, it was equivalent to diminishing one's own strength. Once he really encountered a formidable enemy, it would be very easy to get injured. Many thanks, Master Cloudmount. Yi Yuan said sincerely. Hegemon Cloudmount smiled and said, "You, boy, didn't let Master down. This trip wasn't in vain." After he was done talking, Hegemon Cloudmount's figure swayed, and he disappeared. Yi Yuan pushed Zuo Chen. Zuo Chen abruptly startled awake and said blankly, "Ancestor Cloudmount." He left. Yi Yuan gave him a look and said crossly, "Stop thinking. Immersing in it will damage your Dao heart." Zuo Chen was suddenly shocked. Chapter 2840, Standing by and Watching People Die. Master Zuo, take care. You brat, this seat is at any rate Emperor Realm too. Don't make that face as if it's a parting of life and death, alright? Hoo-hoo, old man Zuo, you accepted a good disciple. Humph, don't talk rubbish. Yi Yuan's current identity isn't the same anymore. Emperor Dan Fei became embarrassed and immediately shut up. The matter of Yi Yuan becoming Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple, they knew about it too. When they learned about this news from Zuo Chen, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. Hegemon Cloudmount had not taken disciples for more than 100,000 years already. This time, he actually came over personally for the sake of a measly little saint sovereign heaven. It could be seen how highly he valued Yi Yuan. Just as Emperor Dan Fei said, Yi Yuan's current identity was different. In terms of seniority, they had to call Yi Yuan Grand Master. On the contrary, it was Zuo Chen who did not need to call him like this. At this time, it was already time to leave. The southern front was strained. Dan Fei and the other Emperor Realm powerhouses had to head to the southern front immediately to fight. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan and a few others were going to the extreme medicine sect. After this parting, he also did not know whether they would meet again. Yi Yuan was naturally sentimental. Zuo Chen played it down, but he knew that the southern front was very dangerous. Forget about Emperor Realm, even Hegemon Realms might fall too. Kid, over at the sect's side, this seat has already made arrangements for you. After arriving at the sect, your senior apprentice brother Hua Zong will arrange everything. This matter of Ancestor Cloudmount accepting you as a disciple, you shouldn't publicize this matter either. His identity is too exalted. He's the Tom in the blood race's side. Once exposed, the blood race will definitely kill you at any cost. Therefore, you're still this seat's disciple on the surface. Understand? Zhuo Chen exhorted. Yi Yuan nodded and said, this disciple understands. The two groups of people split up. Yi Yuan brought Yang Qing and the others, and they headed straight to the extreme medicine sect. The extreme medicine sect was located at East Victory Mountain Range, east of the Heaven One continent. The landscape was endowed with natural spirits, gathering heaven and earth spiritual energy, being a holy land for cultivation. The Heaven One continent was extremely vast. Something as large as the Rainclear continent was only 1/10,000th as the Heaven One continent. The Grand Bright Jade complete Heaven's three vast continents, plus the area of the ocean, was simply immeasurable. On the three continents, there were originally 7 great hegemon-level sects. The Heaven One continent had the most. It had 3, and the extreme medicine sect was one of them. However, 4 out of the 7 great sects had been destroyed. Now, there was only the Heaven-seeking sect, extreme medicine sect, and Nine Suns sect left. And the blood race marched north. Nine Suns sect was the first to bear the brunt. Most of its territory was occupied by the blood race. In the past, the 7 great sects were divided. When it came down to race extermination, they had no choice but to join forces too. It was also under this kind of circumstances that hegemon realm powerhouses joined forces to build the absolute heaven barrier and resist the enemy. In contrast, the blow that the extreme medicine sect suffered was actually not considered great. Therefore, the current extreme medicine sect was still a prosperous scene. When Yi Yuan and the rest passed through the transmission array and reached East Victory Mountain Range, it was already half a month later. Tisk tisk, truly well deserving of being a hegemon-level sect. This magnificence, this aura, in the future, hegemon Azureski, will definitely dominate here. Yang Qing looked at that magnificent hall that towered into the clouds and said passionately. PFF'd. Big Yellow and Jingfei, two people both laughed at the same time. Yang Qing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, what are you guys laughing about? This sovereign has already stepped into true sovereign heaven. Within 10,000 years, this sovereign will definitely step into hegemon realm. Jingfei said gleefully, bullshit. If you want to say Big Brother Yi Yuan cultivating to hegemon realm, I'll believe it. But you, no chance. Yang Qing was furious and said to Yi Yuan, punk, come. Let's fight one-on-one. If I don't beat you until you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, then I'm not called Sovereign Azureski. Yi Yuan did not speak. Dao sword appeared indistinctly between his brows. Yang Qing's expression changed, and he hurriedly took a few steps back and said with a cautious look, you're acting shamelessly. What kind of hero are you considered by using the Dao sword? In a frontal confrontation, after he stepped in true sovereign heaven, Yi Yuan was definitely not his match. He was not an ordinary true sovereign heaven. In the previous great battle, he had once battled 3 people alone and even overpowered his opponents. Although Yi Yuan was able to jump realms in battle, that also depended on who the target was. True sovereign heavens were not to be trifled with. But, if he used the Dao sword, that was completely different. One had to know, back then, one sword from Yi Yuan cut down the middle true sovereign heaven Han Guang. Therefore, when Yi Yuan utilized the Dao sword, Yang Qing immediately yielded. When Jingfei saw the situation, she laughed herself even harder into fits and said, what rubbish Sovereign Azureski. You're just relying on that your realm is a little higher. If you have the ability, fight with Big Brother Yi Yuan at the same realm. Big Brother Yi Yuan will give you a handicap of 1 hand. Oh, no, give you a handicap of both hands and both legs and you're not a match for him too. Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, humph. He's just relying on that he's a divergent cultivator. You rest assured, this sovereign absolutely won't let him catch up. When he reaches Emperor Sakra Heaven, this sovereign would have already reached the hegemon realm. At that time, I'll ravage him then. Yi Yuan ignored Yang Qing and already drifted down, frowning slightly. In front of the extreme medicine sect's gates, large batches of wounded people were gathering over from all directions, wails filling the land. A youth who was injured all over carried another youth as he pleaded bitterly to an extreme medicine sect disciple, extreme medicine sect's living bodhisattvas, I beg you, let us enter. If my younger brother is still not saved, he'll be dead for sure. The youth on his back was already on his dying breath, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. But at this time, the extreme medicine sect sent people to block his path and did not let these people go up the mountain at all. The extreme medicine sect disciple whom he was pleading with had an impatient look. Pushing him away, he said in a cold voice, "What's the hurry? What's the hurry? He's merely a lower saint sovereign heaven. Do you know how many people are waiting for treatment on the mountain now? Wait here, if you dare to cause any more trouble, don't blame us for not being courteous." When the youth who got pushed saw his younger brother's appearance, his heart burned with anxiety, and he directly knelt down to that extreme medicine sect disciple and said, "Your Excellency, I beg you, save my younger brother. He only became like this because of fighting with the blood race at absolute heaven barrier. You can't stand by and watch people die." The extreme medicine sect disciple smiled coldly and said, "In that case, you're all heroes. Open your damn eyes and take a look. Of those that the extreme medicine sect is treating now, who isn't a hero resisting the blood race? Go away, keep causing trouble and you'll be killed without amnesty." That extreme medicine sect disciple drew his blade, a cold aura swept out and made everyone's expressions change. Right at this time, the youth's younger brother suddenly vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his eyes rolling up, looking as if it was hopeless for him. The youth's expression changed greatly and he said in a panic, "Zhang Yi, you have to hold on. We're already reached the extreme medicine sect. They will definitely save you." That extreme medicine sect disciple's expression was indifferent. Clearly, he did not have the intention of stepping forward to heal him. All around, many people had looks of lament and resentment, all glaring at the extreme medicine sect disciple angrily. But they clearly did not care. Just some ants, what could they do to them? These days, the Southern Front had fallen into a frenzied great battle. The blood race launched wave and wave of assault, Heaven One's side suffered heavy casualties. As the number one alchemy sect, the people coming to the extreme medicine sect to seek medicinal treatment naturally came and went in endless streams. The entire extreme medicine sect had already reached a state of full load operations. They seriously could not accommodate so many people anymore. Hence, they naturally had to choose who to treat. The army that the Southern Front formed, those were all the various major sects, disciples, their strength far surpassing these itinerant cultivators. But the real numbers were still these nameless itinerant cultivators. They might not be strong, but they also formed all kinds of organizations and were killing the enemy on the front line. These people in front of them were firstly without background, and secondly, they were without strength. They would naturally be stopped outside the mountain pass gates. Right at this time, Yuan arrived next to the youth's younger brother with a flash. It was only to see stars lit up. The Xuanji 9 leaves suddenly activated. One divine essence needle after another entered Zhang Yi's body. Very soon, Zhang Yi stopped puking blood, and his aura also became much more uniform. Chapter 2841, Too Incredible. After finishing these, Yuan took out a heavenly pill and directly melted it in water, took out a small cup, and let the youth's younger brother drink it. The complexion of the youth's younger brother, who was originally on his dying breath, became rosy very quickly. Everyone stared at Yuan without moving their gaze, their eyes going from doubt to surprise. That extreme medicine sect's disciple's reaction was the fastest. He naturally knew what Yuan was going to do. Originally, he had a disdainful look. But very soon, his expression became solemn. An expert, this acupuncture technique was much stronger than even many of the top disciples in the sect. Also, that heavenly pill, it was definitely peak true grade. Was this here to challenge the dojo? Divine Doctor, that kid was practically about to meet King Yama just now. Now, he actually lived. What formidable medical skills, truly the means to revive the dead. This master is a virtuous doctor, saving the wounded, not like the extreme medicine sect, standing by and watching people die, humph. Seeing Yuan having such miraculous methods, waves of exclamations immediately came from all around. Of course, they also showed contempt for the extreme medicine sect while they were at it. One refused to help people in mortal danger. The other had a doctor's benevolence. The level was immediately established. "All right, bring your younger brother to go and rest for a while, and he'll be fine," Yuan said to the youth. When the youth saw that his younger brother had come back to life, his two eyes went red with agitation. Kneeling down in front of Yuan with a thud, he said, "Many thanks, Master, for your life-saving grace. Zhang Song's life will be sold to Master." Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, go on. There are still many people who need treatment here, don't delay." Finished saying, he said loudly, "People who are on the verge of dying, come in front of me to queue up in haste. You're not allowed to hold a position without being qualified. Otherwise, kill without mercy. This yell immediately attracted an uproar. Those Saint Sovereign Heavens who were seriously injured on the verge of death, immediately rushed forward together. The wounded present were not less than 10,000 people. But those who were truly about to die were naturally in the minority. Very soon, those people came in front of Yi Yuan and lined up in a snaking queue. Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique, coupled with true-grade heavenly pills melted in water, virtually worked like a charm. The surrounded cries of exclamations were continuous. The extreme medicine sect disciple who was in front was called Xianxia, a half-step true sovereign heaven powerhouse. At this time, Xianxia's expression became increasingly uglier. This punk clearly came to the extreme medicine sect to slap faces. The people that we did not take in, you treated them to earn fame. Furthermore, it was even in front of the mountain pass gates of a behemoth like the extreme medicine sect. Were you freaking nuts? He came in front of Yi Yuan, using his blade to point at Yi Yuan. He said in a cold voice, "Brat, here isn't the place for you to show off. Hurry up and get lost, otherwise, you'll get it." Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Big Yellow, dole out a small punishment, break his legs." Xianxia was just about to sneer and mock Yi Yuan. Did you eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? To dare beat the extreme medicine sect's disciple in front of the extreme medicine sect's mountain pass gates? However, his eyes blurred. Big Yellow's hoof already arrived. The extreme medicine sect's half-step true sovereign heaven was naturally very strong. But who was Big Yellow? He already killed his way into history's top 1000 in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was already rare for him to have a match in the same rank. This hoof directly kicked Xianxia's entire person flying. Then Big Yellow followed after swiftly. Xianxia's two legs snapped in response. Xianxia screamed miserably. Everyone was stunned, including those people who came to seek medical treatment. Beating the extreme medicine sect's disciple in front of the extreme medicine sect's gates, was this person a fool? The extreme medicine sect was a hegemon-level powerful sect. Even in the era of the 7 great hegemon-level sects, the extreme medicine sect was a top major sect too. The extreme medicine sect's hegemon realm powerhouses reached as many as 4 people. Apart from hegemon Cloudmount and hegemon Pinnaspring, there were also 2 martial path powerhouses. This kind of behemoth, even hegemon realms did not dare to easily provoke it. Now, it actually had its front door blocked by a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven and got slapped in the face. You really dared to break my legs. Everyone attack together for me. Dice this punk into pieces. Xianxia roared angrily. As an extreme medicine sect's disciple, how revered was his status? Some fellow who popped out from God knows where actually broke his legs. There were hundreds of Saint Sovereign Heavens maintaining order in front of the mountain pass gates. Hearing the order at this time, they immediately swarmed forward. Sovereign Azureski is here. Who dares to act wildly? Yang Qing's long spear swung horizontally. The power of a true Sovereign Heaven suddenly bloomed. The footsteps of those Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples abruptly stopped. Everyone present was inexplicably shocked again. It was not because Yang Qing was powerful, but they were shocked by his boldness. You were also too freaking domineering, right? A mere true Sovereign Heaven dared to posture at the extreme medicine sect's door. The extreme medicine sect's true Sovereign Heavens numbered at least 8,000, even if not, there should be over 5,000. Maintaining order, the extreme medicine sect did not send powerhouses over. Because in their view, no one dared to make a move in front of the extreme medicine sect's gates at all. Who knew that someone made a move? Xianxia endured the intense pain and said with a cold smile, "Hoo, Sovereign Azureski, how awe-inspiring. Are the few of you really bullying my extreme medicine sect for not having anybody? It was not that the extreme medicine sect doesn't have anyone. It's that you stood by and watched people die, ruining the extreme medicine sect's reputation. Breaking your legs is teaching you a lesson on your teacher's behalf." Yi Yuan treated a person and opened his mouth to say lightly. Xianxia said furiously, "Who the hell do you think you dare? To also be fit to lecture me? Go and invite Martial Uncle Wu Zhang they all over. I want to see what right a measly little middle Saint Sovereign Heaven has to be so impressive." Under Xianxia's word of common for, there was immediately someone who returned to the mountain pass gates. Yi Yuan and the rest did not stop him either. With this, those wounded were not calm anymore. While this master was impressive, he was a little too impressive. You also didn't take a look. Where was this place? To still want to teach people's disciple a lesson. Master, you'd better leave quickly. Your great kindness, we're endlessly grateful. But the extreme medicine sect can't be provoked. Yeah, Master, you're a virtuous doctor, we all remember firmly in our hearts. Hurry up and go, or it will be too late. The extreme medicine sect is a hegemon level sect. There are countless true sovereign heavens in the sect. The few of you can't gain any advantages. The surrounding wounded urged one after another, asking Yi Yuan and his companions to leave. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, no worries. Even if their teachers came, I'm scared that the people they call over don't have enough weight. Everyone toppled. You were posturing too much. If their sect randomly sent a few true sovereign heavens over, they would crush you guys to death. There was naturally no one who would think that this measly little saint sovereign heaven before their eyes was the extreme medicine sect's ancestor's disciple. Even if this identity could not be known to the outside world, the seniority of Zuo Chen's disciple was also extremely high. When Qian Nan heard it, he snickered and said, "Hoo, I really broadened my horizons today. In that case, I'll see if you can still be so impressive after our teacher arrives." Very soon, more than 10 true sovereign heavens flew over in a threatening manner. A youth in blue long robes shouted coldly, "Who is it to dare act wildly before our extreme medicine sect's mountain pass gates?" Blue robes were the attire of true sovereign heaven disciples. The arrival was precisely Wu Zhong, middle true sovereign heaven powerhouse. When Qian Nan saw that Wu Zhong came, he immediately became emboldened and said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, "This master, my teacher is here. I want to see how you teach me a lesson." Martial Uncle Wu Zhong, it's this punk who damaged our extreme medicine sect's reputation in front of the mountain pass gates, and he even broke my legs, saying that it's teaching me a lesson on my teacher's behalf. Wu Yang's expression turned cold, the pressure of a true sovereign heaven directly pressed down on Yi Yuan's body as he said in a solemn voice, "Where did this impudent thing come from? Are you courting death?" Yi Yuan ignored him and still administered the needles as he said with his back facing him, "As the management of the mountain pass gates your responsibility." Chapter 2842 Kneel. Listening to you, do you also want to denounce me publicly for crimes? Wu Zhong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile. "Why, can't I too?" Yi Yuan still said coolly. Wu Yang's expression turned cold, and he said, "Showing you a bit of color and you really opened a dye shop. A mere saint sovereign heaven boasting shamelessly in front of our extreme medicine sect, who gave you the courage?" Yi Yuan still did not turn his head back and said coolly, "The extreme medicine sect is one of Heaven One's only remaining fruits, and it is also the #1 alchemy path sect. In the war with the blood race, the extreme medicine sect's disciples gained great prestige because they fought bloody battles on the battlefield and treated countless wounded. But you all ignored tens of thousands of wounded and stood by as you watched people die, hearts like stone. The extreme medicine sect's face has been utterly lost by you all." Everyone could not help nodding one after another when they heard it. The extreme medicine sect's reputation had indeed reached its peak after the war. Only the extreme medicine sect's disciples fought at the front lines and had countless casualties, they even healed countless wounded. In terms of prestige, the extreme medicine sect was currently the well-deserved #1 major sect. But it was also precisely because of this that the extreme medicine sect had many disciples who became conceited and condescending. Dao Chen and the others from before, and the Wu Zhong and the others too, they were all like this. To really discuss merits, Wu Zhong, these people had meager cultivation realms. How much merit could they have? But they relied on the extreme medicine sect's record of merits and damaged the extreme medicine sect's reputation. Now that Yi Yuan entered the extreme medicine sect, he could naturally interfere. Moreover, the likes of Wu Zhong and Qian Nan were incomparably cold-blooded, passively watching these people die without caring about them. This was diametrically opposed to the medicine Dao that Yi Yuan upheld. It was not something that he could tolerate. When Wu Zhong heard, he did not get angry but smiled instead and said, "Oh wow, you, a mere saint sovereign heaven, is bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. It's just that if you want to posture, did you pick the wrong place to do it? Who the hell do you think you are? To dare lecture this sovereign?" Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was crazy. If you lecture the saint sovereign heaven Qian Nan, forget it. Now, his martial uncle came, and you still lectured him. These 10 people were all true sovereign heaven powerhouses. You only had one true sovereign heaven here. Wu Zhong could not be bothered to talk nonsense either, directly making a hand gesture. More than 10 true sovereign heavens rushed forward. That commotion was very shocking. The surrounding people lamented. Asked you to run away long ago, you didn't run. Now, you can't escape even if you want to run away. But right at this time, a figure suddenly blocked the paths of Wu Zhong and the rest. When Wu Zhong saw the arrival, he could not help being overjoyed and said, Wu Zhong, pays respect to Martial Uncle Hua Zong. Paying respect to Martial Uncle Hua Zong. Paying respect to Grandmaster Hua Zong. Those true sovereign heaven and saint sovereign heavens bowed one after another. Hua Zong was Zuo Chen's personal disciple. Although he was only grand completion true sovereign heaven realm, he was the personal disciple of Zuo Chen, this big shot. So he was one generation higher than Wu Zhong in terms of seniority. Of course, Wu Zhong had nothing to complain about either. Hua Zong would step into Emperor realm before long. Emperor Cloud Heaven, even if it was the weakest Emperor Cloud Heaven realm, it was also not an unimportant character in the sect anymore. Therefore, Hua Zong's status in the extreme medicine sect was not low. Hua Zong nodded slightly, considered to have responded. But Wu Zhong said in great joy, Martial Uncle Hua Zong came just in time. This boy is trying to win popular support in front of our extreme medicine sect's gates, slandering the extreme medicine sect and even breaking our extreme medicine sect's disciples' legs. Martial Uncle, please uphold justice and take this boy down. Wu Zhong was a wily old fox too. Since Hua Zong came, this matter would naturally have Hua Zong take charge. Want to beat or kill, it was all up to him. Hua Zong did not react. He just said lightly, kneel down. Wu Zhong and his fellow disciples were taken aback and said, Martial Uncle Hua Zong. Hua Zong's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, kneel down. Wu Zhong naturally did not dare to contradict Hua Zong. He could only kneel down unwillingly and said, I wonder how this disciple has offended Martial Uncle Hua Zong. Martial Uncle, please make things clear. Hua Zong ignored him but turned to Yi Yuan and said, Junior apprentice brother Yi, do you want my help? One sentence, and everyone was extremely shocked. What did he call? He actually called this master as his junior apprentice brother. No way, right, although this lord is true sovereign heaven, that sovereign Wu Zhong calls his martial uncle, it can be seen that his status in the extreme medicine sect is extremely high. He's actually calling a saint sovereign heaven junior apprentice brother. Like this, wouldn't that Wu Zhong have to call Master Yi martial uncle too? Amazing. No wonder Master Yi had a lecturing tone all along. It turned out that his identity is actually so frightening. The extreme medicine sect is well deserving as the present Heaven One's #1 major sect. It's indeed still of high moral standing and commands universal respect. It's just that some monks recited the scriptures wrongly. We've blamed the extreme medicine sect unjustly. One junior apprentice brother immediately caused the entire place to burst into an uproar. Before this, there was seriously no one who dared to think so. A mere saint sovereign heaven, what the hell did he count for in the extreme medicine sect? Although the extreme medicine sect was not a super major sect like the Labyrinth Divine Palace, they still had tens of thousands of saint sovereign heaven disciples. It could be said that saint sovereign heavens were as plentiful as dogs in hegemon level sects. To those upper echelons, they would not go and care about the life and death of saint sovereign heavens at all. Wanting to stand out from among saint sovereign heaven, there was only defying the heavens all the way, and reaching the emperor realm. If not, one at least had to kill their way to the forefront among true sovereign heavens too. Therefore, no one ever thought that Yi Yuan was the extreme medicine sect's upper echelon. Yet, he was. The moment his identity became clear, the surrounding people also finally understood why Yi Yuan kept on lecturing Wu Zhong and Qian Nan. These guys brought shame upon the extreme medicine sect's name. Yi Yuan could not stand it and was slapping their faces. One sentence immediately shifted these people's negative emotions towards the extreme medicine sect completely away. As for Wu Zhong and the rest, they were completely dumbfounded. Junior apprentice brother, isn't martial uncle Hua Zong Grandmaster Zuo Chen's youngest disciple? When did another junior apprentice brother pop out? Wu Zhong was stunned. In other words, we were all posturing to our martial uncle earlier. Just now, I was still scolding, who the hell do you think you are? Wu Zhong only felt bitterness in his mouth. In the extreme medicine sect, heavenly alchemists were revered as supreme. Martial artists took second place. And Zuo Chen was also an extremely strong existence among grade 8 heavenly alchemists, his status being extremely high. Otherwise, even if Hua Zong was a personal disciple, Wu Zhong would not be so respectful either. After all, he had a master too. But now, he actually offended Grandmaster Zuo Chen's disciple. This was a disaster. When Hua Zong greeted, Yi Yuan still did not turn back and just said coolly, "Then I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Hua. This junior apprentice brother is currently administering needles and can't get up to pay respects to senior apprentice brother. I hope that senior apprentice brother is magnanimous. After healing these wounded, we'll talk again." Hua Zong nodded slightly and said, "As it ought to be. Wounded people, come over to my side." Hence, these two people started treating those wounded. Hua Zong was a peak grade 6 heavenly alchemist, his strength being extremely formidable. Otherwise, he would not have been taken in by Zuo Chen as a personal disciple too. He had also just arrived and did not see Yi Yuan treating the rest before. However, when Zuo Chen summoned him, he told him about some of Yi Yuan's characteristics. This Xuanji 9 leaves was one of them. Therefore, the moment he saw stars revolving around, he knew that Yi Yuan was here. But, at this time, he divided a portion of his energy to focus on Yi Yuan there and was incredibly shocked in his heart. What swift and fierce technique! Chapter 2843 Help him brag. Junior apprentice brother's alchemy Dao realm is likely quite a bit stronger than me. No wonder master repeatedly exhorted me to definitely take good care of junior apprentice brother. He's just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist. When he reaches my realm, he might even have a chance to compete with Hegemon Pinispring back then. Seeing Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique, titanic waves set off in Hua Zong's heart. It was just that he did not know that in Ancestor Cloudmount's heart, the current Yi Yuan already surpassed Zhou Pinispring back then. With regards to his master's orders, Hua Zong was very perplexed in his heart. That tone was actually like, somewhat ingratiating himself with junior apprentice brother. Previously, he had some indignation and disdain in his heart. But now, it completely dissipated. The two people were both exceedingly formidable people. When they took action, it was naturally extraordinary. However, the numbers were too many. The two of them also used a full day before completely healing those severely wounded people. Meanwhile, Wu Zhong and the rest knelt there just like that, being at a loss on what to do. After treating the last person, Yi Yuan got up and said loudly, "Everyone, the extreme medicine sect won't stand by and watch people die. You all came over from the southern front too. You know how fierce the war is, over there. There are too many wounded being sent back, resulting in the present situation. However, everyone rest assured. You all wait here first. This Yi will arrange for manpower to come over and carry out treatment on everyone according to your injuries. Everyone, please observe order. That way, more people can receive medical treatment." "Okay, many thanks for your help, Master Yi. Master Yi, rest assured. We just came to seek medical treatment. We won't make trouble. We trust the extreme medicine sect's credibility. We'll wait right here." When he was done speaking, those wounded people immediately made their attitudes known. These people were all moved by Yi Yuan. Originally, with Yi Yuan's identity, he did not need to care about them at all. But Yi Yuan did not shirk from hardship and treated hundreds of people. These people naturally trusted what he said. However, Hua Zong, who was by the side, frowned slightly. However, he covered it up very quickly. Some things were not appropriate to say in front of so many people. Yi Yuan had not entered the sect yet. He probably did not know how complicated things were inside this kind of hegemon level sect. Finished saying, Yi Yuan came before the kneeling Wu Zhong. Wu Yang's expression was extremely ugly, but he could only call out, "The disciple pays respect to martial uncle." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I wonder if I'm qualified to teach you a lesson now." Although Wu Zhong was unhappy in his heart, he still nodded and said, "Martial uncle is naturally qualified to teach this disciple a lesson." His strength was not strong in the sect, and his status was not high. Otherwise, he also would not have been sent to guard the mountain pass gates. Therefore, he could not afford to provoke someone with Yi Yuan's identity. "Good that I'm qualified. You listen up. The Heaven One continent is presently united against outsiders, making no distinctions between each other. These people, they are all our comrades in arms. As the number one major sect in the world, our extreme medicine sect should naturally also shoulder the responsibility of being the number one great sect. The extreme medicine sect's prestige, that's all forged bit by hegemon, ancestors and emperor realm powerhouses. You guys are just sitting idly and reaping the fruits of others' labor. These people are staying in the rear, you don't know the cruelty of the front lines at all. If you all have also experienced the death of your loved ones and witnessed the power of the blood race, you guys wouldn't be so cold anymore. Today, in front of all the extreme medicine sect disciples present, I'll report this to the extreme light pavilion and let you all go to the absolute heaven barrier to experience what's called cruelty, and what's called comrade in arms. Hua Zong, who was by the side, was dumbfounded with shock from listening. Was this junior apprentice brother too naive or too arrogant? A few hundred saint sovereign heavens present, more than 10 true sovereign heavens, you said dispatch and they would be dispatched. Nah, massive sect, the relationships were complicated and confusing. Saint sovereign heaven was still alright, but behind true sovereign heavens, there were more or less the shadows of emperor realm powerhouses. He touched one or two people. With Zuo Chen's face, there was naturally no one who dared to talk behind his back. But, touching several hundred people at once, even Zuo Chen could not suppress it too. Reporting to Extreme Light Pavilion, you really dared to say something like that? Did you really think that this extreme medicine sect was run by your family? Hua Zong felt a headache coming. This junior apprentice brother had not even entered the sect and already caused considerable trouble. Of course, he did not feel that Yi Yuan had the ability to do this. But the tall talk was already released. At that time, if it could not be completed, then where would Master Zuo Chen's face go? However, these words received the unanimous cheering of those seeking medical treatment when it was uttered. Master Yi is mighty. Well done, Master Yi. The faces of Qian Nan and the rest punctured these people's hearts deeply. Therefore, when Yi Yuan said it, they naturally clapped their hands in joy. Wu Zhong and the rest had respectful faces, but they were sneering endlessly in their hearts. No idea where this country bumpkin came from either. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted in the extreme medicine sect after acknowledging Emperor Zuo Chen as his master? There were no less than 100,000 extreme medicine sect disciples. So many disciples, the factions in it went without saying. The larger the sect, the more complicated and confusing the relationships. If you were Emperor Realm, there might really be some deterrent force when you said this. But you were just merely a puny little grade 5 heavenly alchemist, that was all. No matter how high your talent was, could it still affect the decision of the upper echelons, eckless and blind? Young people indeed hungered for fame and reputation and liked posturing. It was just that. Have you considered your master's feelings when you postured like this? Wu Zhong knelt, the corners of his mouth sneering as he said, I leave it up to martial uncle to deal with. Hua Zong frowned slightly and said with a wave of his hand, all of you withdraw. Switch to another batch of people to come and maintain order. Wu Zhong kowtowed to Hua Zong and brought people and withdrew. Along the way, Wu Zhong had a disdainful look as he said, Hoo, really a very stupid and naive boy. Does he think that by acknowledging Grandmaster Zuo Chen as his master, he transformed from a swallow into a phoenix? Doesn't he know that in the Emperor Sakra Heaven, there's still Emperor Sakra Heaven and also Hegemon Realm? Qian Nan also smiled coldly and said, this boast was over the top. We got to help him brag about it after going back. Otherwise, it can't show the prowess of this Grandmaster. The moment Wu Zhong heard, a hint of a smile could not help surfacing on his face. Yeah, this boy embarrassed him so hard today. If he did not repay it, it would really let him down too much. Although on the surface he could not afford to provoke Yi Yuan, he could still play some cheap tricks in the dark. Such as letting everyone know about the brag that Yi Yuan made. At that time, see how this guy cleans up the mess. Furthermore, after Zuo Chen knew about this, he would definitely view Yi Yuan in a different light. As for Zuo Chen's face, sorry about it, that wasn't our business anymore. He, Wu Zhong, had no relations with Zuo Chen whatsoever. After Wu Zhong and the others left, Hua Zong also led Yi Yuan away from the mountain pass gates. He noticed that although there was already no one maintaining order, these 10,000 people were still orderly. Furthermore, there were still many wounded people rushing over from all directions. Among them, some powerhouses even took the initiative to appear and help maintain order, classifying these wounded into categories. Seeing this scene, Hua Zong also sighed emotionally. He knew that Yi Yuan's way of doing things was correct, but for some things, his strength fell short of his wishes too. Chapter 2844 Song Qingyang. Junior apprentice brother, you just entered the sect. Some things should originally not be said to you. But, you caused a lot of trouble for Master. Hua Zong said with a solemn expression. Oh, why do you say that? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Hua Zong was even angrier at his failure to live up to expectations. But Master repeatedly exhorted to definitely take good care of junior apprentice brother. Clearly, he valued him greatly. So he could not flare up too. Junior apprentice brother just came to the sect. You're probably not clear about many things yet. The extreme medicine sect has many people, the faction standing in great numbers. Although these people's cultivation realms aren't high, they more or less have some forces behind them. You want to dispatch them to the front lines. It's probably not realistic, but you already put the word out just now. Wu Zhong they all will definitely blow the matter up. At that time, we won't be able to clean up the mess, and Master's face will be utterly lost. Hua Zong said in a solemn voice. Hua Zong killed his way out from Saint Sovereign Heaven one step at a time too. That was how he was taken in as a disciple by Zuo Chen. With regards to the petty tricks of Wu Zhong these people, his heart was clear as a bright mirror. This kind of method to deal with Emperor realm powerhouses, that was equivalent to seeking death. But, to a newbie who just entered the sect, it proved effective every time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother, I feel that the extreme medicine sect is still too easy and comfortable. At present, we're being confronted by a formidable enemy, but the extreme medicine sect hasn't even gone to the front lines. This isn't appropriate. Wu Zhong they all are just the first batch. I feel that later, our extreme medicine sect's disciples can be sent to the front lines in batches. You got to know that places where you can increase strength the fastest. Hua Zong opened his mouth wide, having a dumbfounded look on his face. Not answering the question, forget about that, this kid actually still wanted to make everyone take a tour to the absolute heaven barrier. Was he crazy, with just the likes of you, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Or did you think that you are the extreme medicine sect master, and you are giving directions to the nation here? Hua Zong smiled bitterly and said, Junior apprentice brother, if this matter isn't resolved, Master will be furious when the time comes. It isn't a good thing to you either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother, rest assured. I have a score in my heart. You have a score my ass. Hua Zong secretly cursed in his heart. This brat was really hopeless. What kind of eyes did his master have to actually take fancy on this kind of fool? Brother will say up to here. Junior apprentice brother, take care of yourself. Hua Zong's tone also became unfriendly. This kind of person who was rash and indiscreet, furthermore, closed his ears off to other people's words, he really did not know what he should do. Hua Zong settled Yi Yuan down and immediately left. East Victory Mountain Range occupied a vast area with countless spiritual veins. Zuo Chen's lineage also had their own dojo, Zanyang Peak. The residences of Yi Yuan and Yongqing few people were on Zanyang Peak. After Yi Yuan returned to his own residence, a middle-aged man dressed in green Dao robes appeared out of thin air in the house just like that. Current sect master, Song Qingyang, pays respect to martial uncle. This middle-aged man actually directly clasped his hands and said to Yi Yuan, if someone was here, they would definitely be frightened until their jaws dropped. This middle-aged man in green shirt was an Emperor Sakra Heaven Overlord, a Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven Mighty Expert, as well as the current sect master, Song Qingyang. He actually bowed to a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. Of course, Song Qingyang's face had some unnaturalness. A supreme powerhouse like him carried out the etiquette of a disciple to a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. He also had bitterness that he could not say out. Ancestor Cloudmount, his elderly self, really knew how to look for trouble, to actually take a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven in as a disciple. Wasn't this killing people? Yi Yuan was currently in closed seclusion and thinking. Hearing Song Qingyang's voice, he slowly opened his eyes and said, I've troubled Lord Sect Master. Song Qingyang hurriedly said, Martial uncle is killing Qingyang. Your ancestor Cloudmount's personal disciple, so you're naturally Qingyang's senior too. Some trivial matters are what Qingyang should do. Song Qingyang coming over was naturally arranged by Zhou Pinnaspring. Zhou Pinnaspring reminded him repeatedly that this junior apprentice brother was remarkable and highly favored by ancestor Cloudmount. Even if he was the sect master, he did not dare to be careless in front of Yi Yuan too. Even if he knew that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator. Ili talking about it, Song Qingyang was hegemon Cloudmount's god knew how many generations of disciples already. But he already cultivated to grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven and could barely manage to call Cloudmount Grand Master. Therefore, when he saw Yi Yuan, he could only call martial uncle too. In the extreme medicine sect, the sect master was not the real person in charge. Above the sect master, there were actually still two great powers. The first was naturally hegemon realms, and the second was the extreme light pavilion. Only after that did it reach sect master. Inside the extreme light pavilion were all some old monsters. Some were former sect masters, and some were the sect's elders, etc. However, those able to enter Emperor Sakra Heaven, the majority of their strength was grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven. These people were in closed seclusion all year round or wandering outside, assaulting that fleeting and ephemeral hegemon realm. The extreme light pavilion's other two hegemon realms originated from the extreme light pavilion. And Joe Pinnaspring was also a member of the extreme light pavilion before promoting to hegemon realm. Yi Yuan was the person that Cloudmount appointed to enter the extreme light pavilion. Regardless of seniority or authority, he was above Song Qingyang. Hence, he could only be careful. It was just that, being like this to a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, Song Qingyang felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Lord Sect Master doesn't have to be like this. Although Yi Yuan's realm is low, I'm not an insensible person. Normally, you can just treat me as an ordinary disciple. I'll also be respectful to Lord Sect Master. I entered the extreme medicine sect primarily to enter the scripture library. Hence, I'll be entering closed seclusion soon, Yi Yuan said with a smile. After hearing this, Song Qingyang's heart eased up slightly. He was afraid that this youth's status was high and would carelessly interfere in the sect's affairs. Then he, this sect master, would really be awkward. However, Yi Yuan entered the sect just to enter the scripture library. Song Qingyang hurriedly said, then I'll have to make martial uncle feel wronged. The matter that happened outside the sect, Qingyang already knows. After arranging for martial uncle to enter the extreme light pavilion, I'll make the arrangements. Yi Yuan smiled and said, many thanks, Lord Sect Master. Song Qingyang nodded slightly and said, then, shall we enter the extreme light pavilion right now? Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Song Qingyang flicked his sleeves and disappeared with Yi Yuan. A figure took large strides into Wu Yang's residence and said with a loud laugh, Wu Zhong, I heard that you got taken care of by a Saint Sovereign Heaven. Ha ha ha, nice one. This person was Wu Yang's diehard follower, Zhou Qun. Zhou Qun's strength was not that strong, being comparable to Wu Zhong. But he was a capable person. In the extreme medicine sect, some people were very well informed. Zhou Qun was one of them. Hence, when Wu Zhong suffered a loss, he was the first to know. When Wu Zhong saw Zhou Qun, he snorted coldly and said, I was just about to go find you. You came just in time. Zhou Qun smiled and said, are you going to take this martial uncle of ours down a notch? Wu Zhong smiled and said, it's still you who understands me. Zhou Qun chuckled and said, you rest assured. This is my specialty. In less than a day, this matter will definitely rage all over the city. Even those Emperor realm powerhouses will know. At that time, I want to see how this martial uncle of ours gets down from the stage. Chapter 28:45 Exiled to Absolute Heaven Barrier. Very soon, a piece of news spread like wildfire. Master Zuo Chen's new disciple, Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist Yi Yuan, instructed to exile several hundred of the sect's disciples to the Absolute Heaven Barrier. The moment the news came out, it immediately incurred a wave of ridicule and mockery. Who does he think he is? He can utter something that sounds so overconfident. Hoo-hoo, he acknowledged an amazing teacher. It's understandable. Goodness gracious, if they got sent out, what to do about it in the future? Should we go to Zanyang Peak to grovel to this Grand Master? How wise is ancestor Zuo Chen? How did he accept a hothead as a disciple? In less than half a day, this wind had already swept through the extreme medicine sect. One should not look at how the extreme medicine sect was huge. The speed of news spreading was not slow at all. In the extreme medicine sect, going to the absolute heaven barrier was a very taboo thing. After all, nobody wanted their own sect's disciples to go to the front lines and court death. Of course, extreme medicine sect had nearly half of its disciples that were resisting the blood race at the absolute heaven barrier. It was just that the disciples that went to the absolute heaven barrier were mostly the warring faction, while most who stayed behind to defend the sect were from the conservative faction. Like Zuo Chen, he was a typical example of the warring faction. Over 70% of the disciples under him were at the absolute heaven barrier. Therefore, although Zanyang Peak was big, there were actually not many people. The conservative faction's opinion was not to fight but to groom a large number of powerhouses in the sect and accumulate strength. Over these years, the extreme medicine sect strengthened the nurturing of martial arts and had indeed also groomed a large group of Emperor Realm powerhouses. This way, the conservative faction's status became even more stable. Hence, Yi Yuan wanting to exile these people actually touched the interests of the conservative faction. They naturally would not let Yi Yuan get his way. Many Emperor Realm powerhouses also scoffed in derision when they received this news. A brat who was still wet behind his ears thought that he could cover the sky with one hand after entering the sect. Why did Zuo Chen take in this kind of moron as a disciple? The news spread fervently, while Wu Zhong and Zhou Qun had smug faces. Martial Uncle Zhou's ability is truly remarkable. It's just been half a day, and that Grand Master of ours has already become the laughingstock of the entire sect. Qian Nan said ingratiatingly. Zhou Qun had a proud look as he said, a trivial matter. But this piece of news spreading so quickly wasn't just my credit alone. Someone is adding fuel to the fire. Wu Zhong nodded his head and said, Zuo Chen, that old thing raises a hue and cry every day about making the sect's disciples go to the front lines and deliver themselves to death. He's very stubborn. It looks like this brat obtained his true legacy. But we have got to thank this brat too. Zuo Chen, that old fellow is going to lose his face this time. Speaking of this, Wu Zhong was very pleased with himself. When talking, he did not have the slightest respect for Zuo Chen, this Grand Master, either. In reality, they were very disgusted with Zuo Chen and could even be said to abhor him. Behind the scenes, they were not stingy with talking about these warring factions. Furthermore, news spread so quickly. Zhou Qun clearly did not have this much ability. There were Emperor Realm powerhouses adding fuel to the fire. Clearly, there were also people happy to see Zuo Chen get deflated. Serves him right. Zuo Chen, that old thing, keeps calling for us to go to the absolute heaven barrier every day. God knows how many people in the sect hate him to death and wish for him to die at the absolute heaven barrier. This time, we can just nice watch a show. Zhou Qun also said with a look of contempt. Wu Zhong smiled and said, what's laughable is that kid. Does he really think that just by having high seniority, he can cover the sky with one hand? Those more formidable than Zuo Chen in this extreme medicine sect are not just one or two people. Oh right, Zhou Qun, who do you think gave us a push from behind this time? Zhou Qun smiled and said, asking me, don't you know it? Apart from that one, who else could it be? Wu Zhong laughed and said, Zuo Chen, that old fogey, repeatedly tried to drag Emperor Qin Shan into the water. Emperor Qin Shan has hated him to the core a long time ago. Apart from him, there's really nobody else. After this time, that Yi Yuan will have a hard time in the sect. Maybe Emperor Qin Shan will find a reason and directly send that punk off to the absolute heaven barrier. The few people were currently laughing away when the door was directly kicked open by someone. A youth with a shoulder strap walked right in. Wu Zhong was just about to lose his temper, but when he saw the arrival, he could not help drawing a cold breath. A foreboding premonition welled up in his heart. Senior apprentice brother Ling, gracing us with your presence, I wonder what instructions you have. Wu Zhong said with an ugly expression. The arrival was called Ling Zhong, a law enforcement hall disciple. Law enforcement hall disciples had great authority. This Ling Zhong was in charge of the true sovereign heaven and below disciples of the few dojos nearby. Ling Zhong coming at this time, he probably came looking for trouble. Could it be that Yi Yuan, that punk, knew that he boasted too much, so he mobilized the law enforcement hall to come deal with him? Until now, he also did not believe that Yi Yuan could exile all of them to the absolute heaven barrier. Such a large movement, it was bound to be unanimously opposed by the conservative faction. Previously, the warring faction had already done so. In the end, they naturally ran into a wall. Ling Yang's expression was frosty as he said, Wu Zhong, bring your men and assemble at Heart Serenity Peak, and immediately set off for the absolute heaven barrier. The expressions of the three people present changed wildly at the same time, their eyes full of shock. That brat really did it. Could it be that those Emperor Realm powerhouses all did not care? Could it be that the conservative faction was just passively watching the warring faction be pleased about it? "I want to meet Martial Uncle Yunhai." Wu Zhong gritted his teeth and said. Emperor Cloud Heaven Powerhouse, Zheng Yunhai, was Wu Yang's backer. At this time, it was impossible that he did not protect him. However, Ling Zhong still said coldly, "Don't bother. You don't have to hold on to hope either. This order was personally passed down by Sect Master. No one can protect you." "What? Sect Master?" Wu Zhong somewhat doubted his own ears, his eyes full of shock. Why would Sect Master that kind of paramount existence care about this kind of trivial matter? But Wu Zhong knew that Ling Zhong absolutely would not joke about this. Nobody could afford to make this kind of joke. Although the Sect Master was not the supreme authority, hegemon realms in the Extreme Light Pavilion basically would not care about things. Under normal circumstances, Sect Master was the highest adjudicator in the Extreme Medicine sect. No one dared to provoke His Majesty. Ling Zhong said coldly, "Wu Zhong, move faster. You only have an hour. If it's delayed, you don't have to go anymore either." Finished saying, Ling Zhong turned around and left. He did not need to look at Wu Zhong either. No one dared to defy the law enforcement hall's orders. Otherwise, the consequences would be much more serious than going to the absolute heaven barrier. Wu Yang's heart turned ashen. This was not giving him any chance at all. But why was this happening? He really did it. But why would it be Sect Master? Wu Zhong said with a look of despair. He made this matter known to everyone. Originally, he wanted to give Yi Yuan and Zuo Chen a slap. Slapping the face of an emperor vast heaven powerhouse, thinking about it made people a little excited. But now, the matter blew up so big. The one who got slapped was him instead. By the side, Zhou Qun's expression was similarly very ugly. A chill ran down his spine. He seemed to have provoked a remarkable person. Him not getting named showed that he had escaped a calamity. But the matter of him spreading the news could be investigated as long as one had the intention of looking into it. Right now, he only wanted to become transparent. Chapter 2846 Little Martial Uncle. Yi Yuan's joke of wanting to exile Wu Zhong was currently being mocked by the entire sect. Very soon, another explosive news came. Wu Zhong, those few hundred people were really exiled. That group of people who offended Yi Yuan in front of the mountain pass gates, none of them managed to escape. The Extreme Medicine sect burst into an uproar from top to bottom. How did that boy do it? This time, it's actually Saint Sovereign personally giving the order to punish a group of true Sovereign Heavens and Saint Sovereign Heavens. The boast that he made is really accomplished. This matter blew up so big. In the end, Wu Zhong himself became the biggest joke. How laughable. No way, right, it's a few hundred people. They got exiled just like that. Could it be that the Extreme Medicine sect's wind direction is starting to change? In my view, this matter was likely Zuo Chen personally speaking up. He has extremely high hopes of advancing to grade 9 Heavenly Alchemist. If he were to really fly off the handle, Sect Master has to give him some face too. It's just that Zuo Chen pampers this little disciple a little too much, right? With Sect Master personally giving the order, this caused a mighty uproar in the sect from top to bottom. Wu Zhong and the rest were merely a group of small fries. Nobody cared. Presently, at this critical juncture, such an order seriously made people's minds fall into a reverie. All along, the conservative faction and warring faction could be said to act independently and defiantly. Sect Master's attitude had always been impartial too. But this time, directly exiling a few hundred people, it was still the first time after the war. Although the Extreme Medicine sect had close to half of its disciples at the Absolute Heaven Barrier, the vast majority voluntarily took part in the war. Those who were not willing to participate in the fight were usually not forced to, under normal circumstances. But this time, it changed. Did the wind change, or was it really just for a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? But no matter what, the boast that Yi Yuan put out was truly realized. The situation that Wu Zhong and Zhou Qun painstakingly created not only did not let Zuo Chen's lineage become a joke, but it also fulfilled their wishes instead. Now, the entire sect knew that Zuo Chen won. Then would the warring faction have the upper hand? When Hua Zong heard this news, he was stunned. He wondered whether he heard wrongly or not. Saint Sovereign actually personally gave the order to exile Wu Zhong and the others for a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. He thought of Zuo Chen right away. Other than Zuo Chen, who else could have such power? But this also deeply reflected how much his master valued Yi Yuan. Third Senior. Apprentice brother, Zhu Yan, patted Hua Zong's shoulder and said with a bitter smile, the few of us should go and meet this little junior brother together. Master has always taught us that apprentice brothers should help each other and be close as a family. But now, little junior brother just entered the sect, and he got left out to dry by us. Most likely, his elderly self is very enraged, right? There were 5 senior apprentice brothers present. Just earlier, they were still discussing how to deal with this matter. They did not expect that it had been resolved. Furthermore, it was even with such a fierce method. Zhuo Chen took in a total of 16 disciples, but 5 had already died in battle. At present, there were 5 that remained in the sect, with 3rd senior apprentice brother Zhu Yan as the eldest. The remaining were all following Zhuo Chen to fight at Absolute Heaven Barrier. These 11 people, only Hua Zong alone was true sovereign heaven. The rest were all Emperor Realm powerhouses. When Zhu Yan and the rest heard about this, they were very angry too and did not have the intention of going to meet Yi Yuan at all. But now, reality slapped them in the face. Reality proved that Master's concern toward Yi Yuan was even stronger than they imagined. Hua Zong smiled bitterly and said, "We can only do this. It looks like this little junior brother of ours is really beloved by Master." These words were a little sour. Zhuo Chen's requirements of them senior apprentice brothers were very stringent. He had never done this kind of pampering thing before. Zhu Yan and the others very naturally pinned this on Zhuo Chen. Although they were also somewhat doubtful whether Zhuo Chen had so much weight to make sect master personally give the order, this was the most logical explanation. Zhu Yan said coolly, "Being able to be valued so much by Master, little junior brother must have aspects that surpass others. Rather than being sour about it here, it's better to work hard and increase our strength and strive to make Master view you in a different light." This time, sect master personally taking action might also be that the wind direction changed. Absolute Heaven Barrier's war situation might not be optimistic. Hua Zong was startled and hurriedly said, "Senior apprentice brother lectured well." It was junior apprentice brother who was rash. The senior apprentice brothers 5 people came to find Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan was not around. Zhu Yan and the rest were afraid of new formed cracks forming between them and Yi Yuan and could not leave immediately either. They could only wait in Yi Yuan's residence. At this time, Yi Yuan already entered the Extreme Light Pavilion. The Extreme Light Pavilion was formed in an independent space. When Yi Yuan entered inside, he only felt spiritual energy fill his body. The heaven and earth spiritual energies here were several dozen times that of the outside world. One had to know, the East Victory Mountain Range was one of Heaven One Continent's limited major spiritual veins, its spiritual energy being extremely abundant. And the spiritual energy here was even more terrifying. The sun and moon circled this place, forming its own world. It was clearly an amazing work. Yi Yuan had a feeling that this place was where the extreme medicine sect's true foundation lay. Song Qingyang brought Yi Yuan and went straight into a great hall. Countless memorial tablets were enshrined in the great hall. Yi Yuan could not feel death chi from these memorial tablets. Instead, there was an incomparably sacred feeling. The Extreme Light Pavilion is where the foundation of the extreme medicine sect lies. Only pavilion elders and the sect master have the qualification to enter this place. The memorial tablets enshrined here are all our extreme medicine sect's predecessors. Those whose cultivation reached grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven will leave behind a wisp of source aura on their deathbed. In the course of time, this place became the extreme medicine sect's land of destiny. Our extreme medicine sect also prospered with each passing day. Although Ancestor Cloudmount said to let you enter the Extreme Light Pavilion, you must pay respects to the predecessors and obtain their recognition before you're considered the Extreme Light Pavilion's pavilion elder. Song Qingyang said. Yi Yuan's heart also turned somber as he listened. There were no less than 3,000 memorial tablets before this eyes. So many grand completion Emperor Sakra Heavens had actually appeared in the extreme medicine sect. Yi Yuan heard Mitn said before that source aura was the crux to step into Hegemon realm. Only by reaching grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven could one have the possibility of comprehending source aura. Such a precious thing, these predecessors could actually bear to leave them in their own memorial tablets. It was also no wonder that the present extreme medicine sect was like the noonday sun. This is the new disciple that Master newly accepted. Just Saint Sovereign Heaven, Master his elderly self is really impressive, to actually find such a brat for me to be a junior apprentice brother. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred, an old man who was emaciated like a stick appeared in front of him, sizing him up and down with a hint of amusement in his eyes. This old man gave Yi Yuan an unfathomable feeling. Although he was the same as Song Qingyang, both Grand Completion Emperor Sacra Heaven, Yi Yuan had a feeling that he was much more powerful than Song Qingyang. Yi Yuan felt that this person might be able to break through to Hegemon realm at any time. When Song Qingyang saw the old man, he immediately bowed and said, "Disciple Song Qingyang pays respect to Pavilion Elder Clearcloud. Martial Uncle Yi, this is Ancestor Cloudmount's eldest disciple, your eldest, senior brother, Li Clearcloud." Yi Yuan's heart turned somber, and he said with a bow, Yi Yuan offered greetings to eldest senior brother. Li Clearcloud's mouth curled, and he suddenly yelled loudly, "Little bastards, all come out for me and pay respect to your little martial uncle. Do you all think that you can get through this hurdle? Humph humph, if that old fellow finds out, you guys will get it." With his roar, one figure after another suddenly appeared in the great hall, their expressions very awkward. Each and every one of those who came out had extremely powerful auras. But compared to Li Clearcloud, they were still a notch inferior. But, compared to Song Qingyang, they were significantly stronger. One look and you could tell that these people were very old, it was just that their expressions were a little ugly. Paying respects to little martial uncle. An old man with age spots all over his face bowed toward Yi Yuan with an embarrassed look. Chapter 2847 Power of Blessing. Paying respect to little martial uncle. These extremely old extreme light pavilion elders all bowed towards Yi Yuan with unwilling expressions. But in their hearts, they had cursed Hegemon Cloudmount several times over. This old man actually took a Saint Sovereign Heaven in as a disciple. Where would their old faces go? A bunch of old men with half a foot into Hegemon realm actually called a Saint Sovereign Heaven as their martial uncle. The scene was too beautiful until you did not dare to look. Seeing these people's behavior, Song Qingyang immediately felt much more comfortable in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Clearcloud secretly sighed in relief. Luckily your father joined early. Otherwise, I would also have to call this little fellow martial uncle like this bunch of little bastards. These guys' seniority, they are all very low. It's just because they cultivated to Grand Completion Emperor Sacra Heaven and also entered the Emperor Sacra Heaven that they can call you as their martial uncle. Otherwise, they won't even be able to call you that, Li Clearcloud said casually. By the side, the old faces of the group of pavilion elders turned bright red. In front of Li Clearcloud, they really did not have the capital to be proud. Your matters, Joe Pinnaspring, that little imp has already told me. You're very good. This time, you've rendered great contributions for the Alliance. Them calling you their martial uncle is also worthwhile. In our lineage, there are only me and Joe Pinnaspring, two people left. The rest are all dead. So right now, in the extreme medicine sect, apart from that old man, me, and that little rascal, your seniority is the highest, understand? Li Clearcloud continued explaining. Many thanks for explaining, eldest apprentice brother. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, but he was very shocked in his heart. He naturally understood what the phrase all dead that Li Clearcloud talked about meant. As long as one did not reach the Hegemon realm, there would always be doubt tribulation falling. Furthermore, it would get stronger and stronger. Each in Grand Completion Emperor Sacra Heaven, cultivation realm could not rise anymore. There was only overcoming tribulation continuously. Therefore, those disciples of Hegemon Cloudmount all died under the Tao tribulations. But Li Clearcloud entered his tutelage the earliest, and yet, he was still alive all the way until now. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was. Was just that Yi Yuan was very puzzled. Li Clearcloud was so heaven-defying. Why could he not break through to the Hegemon realm? Li Clearcloud seemed to have seen through Yi Yuan's puzzlement and said with a disdainful look, Joe Pinnaspring, that rascal thinks that his talent is outstanding. Actually, it's also just like that. Talent, this kind of thing, can't be eaten as food. Immense accumulations erupting, understand? Your eldest senior brother, me, my talent isn't great, but I win in that I advanced gradually and entrenched myself at every step, walking step by step until today. I've outlasted all the people in the same generation till they died. I've also weathered out those younger than me. Furthermore, barring no accident, I'll outlast you too. Ha ha ha. Don't look at how your eldest senior brother, I, am inferior to Joe Pinnaspring, that rascal currently. Once I break through to the Hegemon realm, I can beat him until he has to look all over the ground for his teeth. Furthermore, don't look at how I haven't reached the Hegemon realm. If I really fight, I'm not weaker than some of the weaker hegemon realms. I can barely be considered a hegemon realm too. The moment Yuan heard, he grinned and said, eldest senior brother, you might not be able to outlast me. Li Clearcloud smiled and said, divergent cultivators all say that, but in the end, they all died. Since time immemorial, Grand Completion Emperor Sakra Heaven divergent cultivators have appeared before. But hegemon, realm divergent cultivators had never appeared before. Therefore, I can definitely outlast you. Yuan was still unmoved and said with a light smile, then let's wait and see. Li Clearcloud smiled and said, you brat, you're indeed a little interesting. No wonder that old man took fancy on you. Enough nonsense. Step forward and pay respects to the forefathers. Be careful, this hurdle isn't easy to get through. Yuan nodded slightly and walked over toward the memorial tablets. There was a futon placed before the memorial tablets. Yuan arrived before the futon and knelt straight down. Yuan gave 3 kowtows toward the memorial tablets and could not help feeling somewhat perplexed in his heart. Wasn't it said that it was difficult to pass? It seemed like there were no surprises. Could it be that it had not arrived yet? Eldest senior brother, did I do anything wrong? Eldest senior brother. Yuan got up, turned to look at Li Clearcloud, and suddenly discovered that Li Clearcloud was staring at him dumbfoundedly. Not just him, all of the pavilion elders present as well as Song Qingyang, all had an expression like they had seen a ghost. Yuan was currently feeling uncertain in his heart when the entire great hall suddenly lit up. He could not help turning around to look and discovered that those several thousand memorial tablets all gave off a dazzling light. Yuan felt as if a profound and inscrutable thing had descended on his body. As for what this was, Yuan could not put his finger to it either. But Yuan felt that there was an additional trace of vague connection between him and these memorial tablets. His brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that this was the test? Eldest senior brother. When he turned to look at Li Clearcloud again, Yuan discovered that the expressions on his face became even more exaggerated. That kind of shock already could not use words to describe. Yuan had a blank look, not knowing what was going on. Very soon, those lights dimmed down. But that trace of vague connection was still there. Yuan looked toward Li Clearcloud, quietly waiting for his explanation. Li Clearcloud swallowed his saliva hard and revolved around Yuan a few times, as if wanting to see through Yuan. It shouldn't be. How is this possible? No matter how I look, there's also nothing out of the ordinary. What right does this kid have to surpass me? As he looked, Li Clearcloud shook his head, his mouth muttering non-stop. How could Yuan still not understand? He seemed to have done something incredible. However, he really did not know what had happened. Suddenly, Li Clearcloud moved closer to Yuan and asked, "You punk, are you a freak? No matter how I look, you're also not that kind of world-shocking genius. Why can you get all the predecessors, recognition?" Yuan frowned and said, "As all the predecessors, recognition very hard." Li Clearcloud jumped right up and scolded, "Brat, stop posturing. The recognition of all the predecessors isn't hard. It's simply impossible. There are a total of 3,892 memorial tablets here. As long as you obtain the recognition of 1/5, it's considered passing the test. But nobody has ever obtained all the recognition. Do you know who obtained the most recognition before you?" Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "That must be you, eldest senior brother." Li Clearcloud smacked his thigh and said, "Ha! Boy, you're really clever. Senior brother, I obtained a total of 3,023 predecessors, recognition. It's even more than our master. Joe Pinnispring that rascal, there's even less need to talk about him. There were only 2,631. What capability do you, boy, have to actually pass with all the votes?" Yuan had a blank look and asked, "What does this recognition represent? Just what kind of test is this?" He still could not make neither head nor tail until now and completely did not know what it was testing. "Little Martial Uncle, the Extreme Light Pavilion's test actually places the most weight on character and disposition. Of course, talent, potential, and other aspects all have a comprehensive consideration. This is a feeling from the unseen world. It can't be described with words. If one has to say it in words, it's making more predecessors like you and bestow upon you the power of blessing. Of course, making everyone like you is something impossible. Therefore, the predecessors who don't like you will stand in the way of you paying homage. If the predecessors that like you are a lot, it will naturally press down this obstruction. But the strange thing is that when you were paying homage earlier, there was actually no obstruction at all. Furthermore, you obtained the blessing power of all the predecessors. This is too inconceivable. Song Qingyang explained, his words carrying immense shock. Truly, they had never heard before of anyone who could accomplish this. What was the most difficult thing in the world? That was naturally to make everyone like you. Although the predecessors could not represent everyone, but making over 3,800 predecessors like you at the same time, this was absolutely something extremely difficult. But Yi Yuan did it. Chapter 28:48 Coincidental and Inevitable. Hearing Song Qingyang's explanation, Yi Yuan seemed to have understood something. The reason why he obtained the unanimous recognition of these predecessors, it was probably still because of the striking righteous air that existed in his body. Walking all the way here, Yi Yuan had saved the common people from misery and suffering time and again, developing an impressive righteous air. Not just that, in these 2 lifetimes, the people that Yi Yuan saved with alchemy Dao could not be counted at all. There were likely not many cultivators that could match up to his merit. Cultivators were mostly selfish. The stronger one was, the more they tended to consider their own interests. But Yi Yuan sought a clear conscience when doing things. Just like outside the mountain pass gates, it originally did not concern Yi Yuan, but he meddled in other people's business. The power of origin stowed in these memorial tablets were originally masterless objects. But they had already formed a unified whole. It could form some kind of resonance with this striking righteous air that Yi Yuan developed unknowingly. Thus, that was how Yi Yuan obtained all of the predecessors' recognition. What's blessing power? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Do you feel that you've established a trace of connection with these memorial tablets? Yi Yuan nodded his head. Li Clearcloud continued, these predecessors' memorial tablets carry the destiny of the sect. Therefore, your destiny will also be bound together in a common cause with the sect. The stronger the sect is, the stronger your destiny too. Similarly, your destiny will also nourish the sect. In addition, when you encounter a desperate situation, it will automatically trigger this mysterious power, and the predecessors will block the fatal blow for you. Although the strength of the predecessors who left behind the origin power didn't reach hegemon realm, after so many years of accumulation, the power formed by these memorial tablets already reached a very terrifying level. It absolutely won't lose to top hegemon realm powerhouses. Of course, the power of blessing still has the most important function, which is helping you comprehend the power of origin. Over 3,000 great Daos, over 3,000 origin power. That's an endless fortune. Yi Yuan was also incredibly shocked when he heard. He did not expect that this power of blessing was actually so monstrous. He also finally understood why the extreme medicine sect was so powerful. Wanting to step into the hegemon realm, the power of origin was a hurdle that could not be avoided. But the power of blessing could actually help comprehend the power of origin. Actually, before the war with the blood race, the extreme medicine sect already faintly showed signs of being Grand Brightjade complete heaven's #1 great sect. 4 great hegemons, this was something that no hegemon level sect had. If time was given, it might not be impossible for the extreme medicine sect to grow into a super sect like the Labyrinth Divine Palace. In that case, eldest senior brother being able to transcend the Tao tribulation many times is also because of the power of blessing. Yi Yuan looked toward Li Clearcloud and said with a smile. Li Clearcloud nodded and said, that's right. Yi Yuan smiled and said, then I wonder how my power of blessing compares to eldest senior brother. Li Clearcloud's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, there's no comparison. Because nobody has ever received the blessing of all the predecessors. Yi Yuan beamed and said, in that case, I'll be much more confident when facing the heavenly punishment in the future. It looks like it won't be easy for eldest senior brother to want to outlast me. Li Clearcloud's expression turned blacker. He got slapped in the face. But Li Clearcloud knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. His power of blessing was far worse than Yi Yuan's. But even so, he still relied on the power of blessing and lived until now. Then what about Yi Yuan? Thinking about it, he shook his head again and said, it's no use. Although the power of blessing is strong, no matter how strong it is, it's also not stronger than heavenly Tao. If heaven wants to eliminate you, it's useless no matter how strong the power of blessing is. Yi Yuan grinned and said, there's no point in arguing. Wouldn't we know if we test it out? Finished saying, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, and he went out of the Great Hall. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura rose crazily. He was actually going to break through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. In reality, Yi Yuan could have broken through long ago. It was just that taking the initiative to call down heavenly punishment the last time made Yi Yuan almost lose his life. The Tao Tribulation this time was even stronger than before. It was at least 8-9 Tao Tribulation. Hence, Yi Yuan needed to store up and accumulate strength. At present, with the power of blessing, Yi Yuan naturally did not have so many misgivings anymore. Tao Tribulation arrived as expected. The terrifying pressure made even Li Clearcloud give a sidelong glance. How did this boy provoke heavenly Tao? A mere middle Saint Sovereign Heaven is actually going to transcend 8-9 Tao Tribulation. Li Clearcloud also said in surprise. It was not that he had not seen before divergent cultivators. But, such a freakish divergent cultivator, it was really still his first time seeing. 8-9 Tao Tribulation, normally, only true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses had the qualifications to transcend it. Furthermore, it was even slightly stronger lower true Sovereign Heavens. Very soon, Tao Tribulation fell, the power was even greater than before. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan brought out the Tao sword and slashed a sword on the Tao Tribulation. The Tao Tribulation collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan had a stunned look. When did his Tao sword become so strong? Following that, one Tao Tribulation after another fell down. Yi Yuan chopped out with a sword again. The Tao Tribulation collapsed once more. Yi Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Was this the mysterious power of the blessing power? But he clearly did not feel that he was more powerful. The power of his Tao sword was still the same as before, but why? Could he shatter the Tao Tribulation so easily? By the side, Li Clearcloud's eyes went wide. What kind of bullshit sword technique is this boy using? Each sword slashed onto the weak spot of the Tao Tribulation. This boy clearly doesn't have such sharp eyesight, but he could accomplish this. Even if it's the power of blessing, this is also too monstrous, right? Li Clearcloud said indignantly. 8-9 Tao Tribulation, it was just some rule power descending. It was not invulnerable. These Tao Tribulations were masterless things without consciousness. It was naturally impossible for there to be no flaws in the utilization of rules. Therefore, Tao Tribulation had weak points too. It was just that to Yi Yuan, it was simply impossible to discover these weak points. Unless one reached an extremely high realm and had an extremely deep comprehension of rule power, only then could one detect it. Only then could one resolve a major problem with little effort, easily shattering the Tao Tribulation. But each of Yi Yuan's sword moves chopped on the weak point of the Tao Tribulations randomly. If this kind of strange thing happened once in a while, forget it. But, it actually happened to Yi Yuan for every sword. A coincidental thing became an inevitable thing. This was terrifying. How sharp were Li Clearcloud's eyes? He saw through the root of Yi Yuan being able to easily shatter the Tao Tribulations with a glance. It was just that he was incomparably shocked in his heart. The enhancement of this power of blessing was also too scary, right? Song Qingyang was stunned too. Yi Yuan's strength was clear to him at a glance as well. This 8-9 Tao Tribulation was absolutely not easy for him. But now, it was like a piece of cake. When could Tao Tribulations be overcome like this too? This luck is too heaven-defying. Even if there's the enhancement of the power of blessing, it shouldn't be like this too. Most likely, this boy's own destiny is extremely strong to begin with. Now, with the blessing power of all the predecessors enhancing, that's why it's terrifying to such an extent. The corners of Song Qingyang's mouth twitched a few times, his expression seemingly strange as he said, right now, if lower true sovereign heavens were to fight with Yi Yuan, they would probably vomit blood, right? Chapter 2849 Bullying to the Doorstep. A great destiny wielder plus the power of blessing, this, simply has no solution. Not just lower true sovereign heaven, I'm afraid that if middle true sovereign heaven encounters this boy, they will vomit blood too. Yeah, although Yi Yuan can't do anything to a middle true sovereign heaven, if the middle true sovereign heaven wants to kill him, it's simply dreaming. I suspect that if this boy goes to a mystic realm right now, will he be able to find treasures if he went to relieve himself? Those martial nephews of Yi Yuan were rambling away, finding it hard to hide the shock in their hearts. This luck was really going to defy the heavens. One could say that the entire extreme medicine sect was standing behind Yi Yuan now. Wanting to kill him, you would have to ask the extreme medicine sect's predecessors. With the augmentation of the sect's destiny, it would be hard even if Yi Yuan wanted to die. These grand completion Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouses were all envious until they wanted to smack Yi Yuan to death. Very soon, the tribulation clouds scattered in disgrace, as if feeling some kind of deep helplessness too. Yi Yuan's realm also broke through smoothly, reaching Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. He came before Li Clearcloud rather excitedly and said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, this power of blessing is really very useful. When you transcend tribulation, is it like this too?" Li Clearcloud's face turned black, immediately wanting to ignore Yi Yuan. Was it like this? But it was already very impressive to have one time under 10 rounds of doubt tribulation. He was simply cheating. If he transcended tribulations like this for all future realms, then would the first divergent cultivator hegemon in history be born? It was not impossible. He thought that the bet that Yi Yuan made with him would only be realized after a very long time. He did not expect that the face slapping came so quickly. It was likely not easy to outlast Yi Yuan. He was a wielder of great destiny to begin with. Now, having obtained the power of blessing too, it would really be hard to die even if he wanted to. Li Clearcloud threw a small and exquisite jade sword over, saying in a muffled voice, "I don't want to talk to you. Take this jade sword and hurry up and go. Also, don't come to the extreme light pavilion if you have nothing to do. Either way, your realm is still lacking. It's no use to come here too." The others nodded one after another, deeply feeling that way too. This guy seemed to purely be here to bully people. Finished saying, Li Clearcloud did not give Yi Yuan the chance to talk at all, flicking his sleeves. Yi Yuan was sent out of the extreme light pavilion space. Ellipsis. Yi Yuan plopped his buttocks onto the ground and grimaced in pain. This Li Clearcloud was really merciless. Yi Yuan felt that he was very innocent. Wasn't it just transcending a tribulation? Was there a need for each and every one of you to look like you're bound by a common hatred for an enemy? Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings. He returned to his residence. The means of an Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouse was really fantastical. Even with his spatial rule attainments, he did not figure out how he returned. He was holding the extreme light jade sword in his hand. This was the token of an extreme light pavilion's pavilion elder's identity and also the key to enter the extreme light pavilion. The location of the extreme light pavilion was very secret. Ordinary people did not know at all. However, Yi Yuan had the extreme light jade sword in his hands. As long as it was within the boundary of the extreme medicine sect, he could enter the extreme light pavilion at any time. With the extreme light jade sword, Yi Yuan was one of the most powerful people in the extreme medicine sect. Suddenly, Yi Yuan heard a din outside. "Zhu Yan, after messing around for a long time, this little junior brother of yours is a coward. It's also just bullying some juniors. When it really comes down to exchanging blows with his peers, he doesn't even dare to let out a fart. Martial Uncle Zuo Chen is so protective of him like a hen protecting her chicks. I was wondering what kind of alchemy genius he was. After messing around for a long time, he doesn't even dare to show his face." At this time, Zanyang Peak was surrounded by many people. Most were Emperor realm powerhouses. There was also a minority who were true sovereign heavens. But the words were rather impolite. Zhu Yan's brows were tightly furrowed, and he said, "Wang Lin, stop showing off here. If you have the ability, let's have a contest. Little junior brother just entered the sect, and you all are bullying to the doorstep like this. Do you really treat our lineage like we have nobody?" But Wang Lin was not angry and said with a smile, "My junior apprentice brother Lu is grade 5 realm 2. How can fighting with a peer be bullying to the doorstep? You all don't even dare to have this kind of competition. Are you not cowardly turtles? Zhu Yan, if you were to admit that your lineage's people are all cowards in front of all the senior and junior apprentice brothers, we can turn around and leave." The expressions of Zhu Yan and the few senior apprentice brothers were ugly to the extreme. While by the side, Hua Zong's face was flushed red, wishing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. This Wang Lin was Emperor Qin Shan's eldest disciple. Emperor Qin Shan was Emperor Zuo Chen's sworn enemy. The two people's strengths were comparable, and their status in the sect was similar too. They were also backbone figures of the conservative and warring factions. They could be said to be incompatible like water and fire. Previously, Emperor Qin Shan added fuel to the fire with regards to Yi Yuan's matter, planning on making Zuo Chen lose a great deal of face. In the end, he himself ended up dusty and dirty in appearance. Everyone was perfectly clear about those affairs in the sect. Having lost so much face, Qin Shan was naturally not willing to let the matter go. Just nice. His youngest disciple exited seclusion and his alchemy path strength improved greatly, so he came to bully to the doorstep. Who was his youngest disciple? Lu Daoyi, Extreme Medicine Sect's Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemists #1 person. Before Yi Yuan entered the sect, Lu Daoyi was the Extreme Medicine Sect's man of the hour. He challenged the entire Extreme Medicine Sect's Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemists by himself. In alchemy, he could be said to have fought all over the Extreme Medicine Sect and was unrivaled. Even many Grade 6 Heavenly Alchemists were not his match either. Back then, Zuo Chen and Qin Shan were both very optimistic about Lu Daoyi and wanted to take him in as a disciple. As a result, Lu Daoyi still chose Qin Shan in the end. After he got the title of #1 Grade 5, he immediately went into closed seclusion. This closed seclusion was 10 years long. Just a few days ago, Lu Daoyi just exited seclusion. Before he could display his ability, Yi Yuan just happened to have arrived. Under Qin Shan's hastening of influence, Yi Yuan merely entered the sect for less than half a day and was already the man of the hour in the entire Extreme Medicine sect. Qin Shan naturally could not swallow this insult. Didn't he send Lu Daoyi to come and challenge him? It was just nice. It also let Lu Daoyi display his strength after leaving seclusion. On the one hand, it showed that he, Qin Shan, could teach disciples. On the other hand, it was also to let the conservation faction obtain more say. You look, only by secretly developing in the rear, could one produce experts. Of course, Lu Daoyi did not let Qin Shan down either. He came to Zanyang Peak to challenge Yi Yuan. In the end, Yi Yuan just happened to have gone to the Extreme Light Pavilion. Zhu Yan and the rest just happened to be here. It was naturally impossible to let Yi Yuan, this newcomer disciple, step forward. Lu Daoyi did not talk rubbish either, directly issuing Hua Zong a challenge letter to compete in alchemy with him. In the end, Lu Daoyi won. His alchemy strength already surpassed Hua Zong all round. A Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist actually defeated a Grade 6 Heavenly Alchemist. How could this not make people sigh with admiration? One had to know that Hua Zong was not an ordinary Grade 6 Heavenly Alchemist. He could be ranked within the entire sect. Otherwise, why would he have been accepted by Zuo Chen as a cross-generation disciple? In order to slap the face of Zuo Chen's lineage, Wang Lin deliberately spread the news and attracted many sect powerhouses. In the end, Lu Daoyi shocked the world in one battle, crushing Hua Zong. Hence, that was why Hua Zong was so ashamed. Hua Zong's fists were clenched tightly as he said, "Third senior brother, it's all my fault. If my strength wasn't lacking, we also wouldn't be humiliated by people like this." Zhu Yan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Striving harder after knowing humiliation is what a real man does." Hua Zong clenched his jaws tightly and nodded his head. But Zhu Yan felt a headache too. This situation currently was not easy to resolve. At this time, a voice broke the silence. "Hey, each and every one of you, what are you quarreling about at my residence? You guys, do you still want people to cultivate or not? Do you have any civic mindedness or not?" The moment Hua Zong looked, he could not help staying dumbfoundedly. "Little junior brother. When did you come back?" With this, everyone's gazes all looked toward Yi Yuan simultaneously with a whoosh. Chapter 2850, Didn't think that you're this kind of person. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Previously, Yi Yuan was clearly not at his residence. With so many people surrounding here, where did Yi Yuan pop out from? Even Zhu Yan, this Emperor Realm powerhouse, was very surprised too. He did not detect Yi Yuan's return in the slightest. But Wang Lin and the rest seemed to be greatly invigorated. The perpetrator came out. "Aren't you, Zuo Chen, amazing? Don't you dote on this disciple? Today, I'm going to slap your face ruthlessly in front of the entire sect." Wang Lin looked toward Zhu Yan with a look of amusement and said, "Didn't you say that he wasn't around? Now, what do you still have to say?" Zhu Yan had an awkward look. Looking toward Yi Yuan, he had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations. "Didn't you know how to hide for a bit? Running out at this time, wouldn't it confirm, cowardly turtle, this term?" Lu Daoyi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a snicker, "You're Yi Yuan. I even thought about what kind of incredible genius you were. After messing around for a long time, it's just a cowardly turtle." Yi Yuan looked at Lu Daoyi and said coolly, "Who are you?" Lu Daoyi smiled smugly and said, "Don't know who I am. Listen up, I'm Lu Daoyi, Extreme Medicine Sect's Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemists #1 person. Very soon, I'll become the #1 person among grade 6 heavenly alchemists. I only have one goal, and that's Ancestor Pinnaspring. I'll step into profound grade before stepping into Emperor realm. Got to say, this self-introduction was very impressive. It was because daring to put Joe Pinnaspring as a goal was a very courageous thing in the first place. Furthermore, and Lu Daoyi had this capital. He was just grand completion Saint Sovereign Heaven and already defeated a powerhouse like Hua Zong. When he reached grand completion True Sovereign Heaven, he might not be unable to step into profound grade. Logically speaking, Lu Daoyi should be hated by many for being so arrogant. But there was none at all. Lu Daoyi really underwent a complete change after the closed seclusion this time. I didn't expect that he set Ancestor Pinnaspring as his goal. It sounds very arrogant, but it's really very promising. I heard that Ancestor Pinnaspring could already defeat the top grade 6 heavenly alchemists in the sect when he was at grade 5 realm. Martial Uncle Qin Shan took in a good disciple. Although we're grade 7 realm, we might get caught up to by him if we're careless. In the battle previously, Lu Daoyi exhibited a formidable alchemy path strength. After 10 years of closed seclusion, he really underwent a complete transformation, shocking the world with one battle. Even the Joe Pinnaspring back then was likely not much stronger than Lu Daoyi. Maybe when Lu Daoyi reached grand completion True Sovereign Heaven, he would really step into profound grade. When Yi Yuan heard, he chuckled inwardly. Was profound grade very hard? He said coolly, so incredible. Since you're already #1, what did you come to find me for? Lu Daoyi said coolly, I just exited seclusion a few days ago and heard that a peerless genius at the same rank joined the sect. I naturally have to come and defeat him. Otherwise, how can my title of #1 be confirmed? But, seeing you, I'm very disappointed. You're not worthy to be my opponent at all. These words were partly true and partly false. He indeed looked down on Yi Yuan, feeling that Yi Yuan was not worthy of being his opponent. But the other half was in order to infuriate Yi Yuan and then to slap his face mercilessly in front of everyone. This way, it would feel amazing. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan did not continue at all and said coolly, oh, since that's the case, then what are you still waiting here for? You can go. The moment these words came out, everyone could not help being stupefied. So cowardly, even Zhu Yan and the rest were also stunned. Following, they felt so ashamed. Why did their master take in such a disciple? He was too lacking in gutsco. If Lu Daoyi was True Sovereign Heaven, then forget it. But Lu Daoyi was just Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if he clearly knew that he was not a match, he also could not concede defeat under this kind of circumstances. Otherwise, how would others view their master? How would people view you? Furthermore, Yi Yuan had just entered the sect for a day. Even if he lost, it was not considered disgraceful either. But Yi Yuan did not follow up at all. They were disappointed, unbelievably disappointed. Lu Daoyi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a big laugh, in that case, you admit defeat. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I never said this. Lu Daoyi was stupefied again and said, since you're not admitting defeat, then compete in a match. Yi Yuan continued to shake his head and said, leave. I won't compete with you. Because there's no meaning at all. Lu Daoyi could not help laughing as he said, in that case, you're being completely shameless. Whatever you think. Yi Yuan had waned interest and turned around and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. This Lu Daoyi could not muster up his interest at all. Yi Yuan did not even have the desire to slap Lu Daoyi's face. Was winning Hua Zong very impressive? Was sating Joe Pinnaspring as a goal very impressive? It was just that Yi Yuan's behavior was simply stubbornly hanging on in the view of the others. Clearly not a match and did not even dare to compete, but was not willing to admit defeat. It was difficult for this kind of person to have great accomplishments. I even thought what kind of remarkable disciple Martial Uncle Zuo Chen took in. Looking at it now, it's simply disgraceful. Even if he loses after competing in a match, we won't look down on him either. At least, he had the courage. But now, he's clearly not a match and even refused to admit defeat, hoo-hoo. WLL, T the hell, Martial Uncle Zuo is really blind, bringing a coward back and even protecting him like a treasure. Yi Yuan's departure set up a mighty storm. Zhu Yan and the rest wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. This was a complete and utter humiliation. After Wu Zhong and the others were exiled, their perception of Yi Yuan immediately improved significantly. But now, it immediately returned to before emancipation. No, it was even worse than before emancipation. This was not losing your own face, this was losing their master's face. Lu Daoyi laughed loudly and said, Senior apprentice brother Zhu Yan, Uncle Zuo Chen was wise all his life, but I didn't expect that he would have times where he's blind too. This kind of trash, Lu Daoyi, don't even have the desire to smack his face. Senior apprentice brother Wang, let's go. Wang Lin smiled and said, indeed, this kind of person, junior apprentice brother will be bringing disgrace upon yourself by taking action. Let's go. As he said, Qin Shan's lineage left straightaway. There was already no need to compete in this match. The effect was far better than beating Yi Yuan. Zuo Chen's lineage probably would not be able to lift their heads for a very long time. Furthermore, Lu Daoyi defeating Hua Zong in this battle would surely shock the entire sect. Their goal had already been achieved. At Yi Yuan's residence, Zhu Yan was very unhappy and said in a solemn voice, Junior apprentice brother Yi, how can you be like this? You got to know that who you're representing isn't just yourself. There's also master. If you admit defeat, fine then. But you didn't concede and also did not accept the challenge. Master's face has been utterly lost by you. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said smilingly, Third senior brother, I really can't muster interest in that Lu Daoyi. Competing with him is a complete waste of time. Zhu Yan was stunned and could not help laughing as he said, in that case, you feel that you're better than him. Yi Yuan nodded his head naturally and said, that's of course. Zhu Yan's smile became a sneer and said, since you're stronger than him, why didn't you compete then? Yi Yuan said coolly, because he's too weak. Zhu Yan could not resist laughing loudly and said, ha ha ha, even your senior apprentice brother, don't dare to say that Lu Daoyi is weak. You're actually saying that he's weak. Junior apprentice brother, you disappoint me too much. I really didn't expect that you're such a person. Finished saying, Zhu Yan flicked his sleeves and left. Chapter 2851 Shooting Down an Ancestor. With regards to the indignation of Zhu Yan and the others, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously either. He was not familiar with these people to begin with. There was no need to pay too much attention to their feelings. After Zhu Yan these people left, Yi Yuan immediately went to the scripture library and started browsing the extreme medicine sect's alchemy records. The extreme medicine sect focused on alchemy, their scriptures being extremely plentiful. It could be said to be enough to fill a house to the rafters. The extreme medicine sect scripture library was divided into martial and alchemy. And the alchemy scripture library was a full 7 stories high. Of course, entering a different floor required different permissions. As Zuo Chen's disciple, Yi Yuan's authority was naturally great and could directly climb up to the 6th floor. As for the scripture library, the extreme medicine sect's limitations were not too great. Alchemy Dao was different from martial Dao. It was not about giving a person a secret book, and then he would be able to ascend to heaven in one step. The things recorded in alchemy classics were also greatly different from the things recorded into martial arts classics. Some of the profound things, even if let a person look, he might not be able to understand it too. Only by accumulating little by little could one go from the easy to the difficult and complicated, reaching the pinnacle. But not having many limitations did not mean that there were no limitations. The 7th level's classics, that was all the foundation of the extreme medicine sect. Only those with the highest authority could browse them. After Yi Yuan entered the scripture library, he did not stop at the lowest level but went straight up to the 6th level. Yi Yuan was only half a step away from profound grade. What he needed now was a spark of inspiration to break through this shackle. Ordinary classics could consolidate his foundation, but it was unable to serve as any advice. Therefore, he went straight to the 6th floor. Alchemy classics were not like martial arts classics, being classified into levels. Just as the 100 Herbs Illustrated Handbook, it could be said to just be the list of some heavenly medicines. But its preciousness was enough to place it at the 7th level. In the 6th level, there were naturally some records that Yi Yuan could not understand. But he understood the vast majority of it. It was because of the realm he had already reached. Above profound grade, it was even more vague and insubstantial. That level of records was incredibly precious and would naturally be placed at the 7th level. Of course, Yi Yuan knew that there were even higher level books placed in the Extreme Light Pavilion. That place, only the Extreme Light Pavilion's pavilion elders had the qualifications to browse through. However, those books were still too distant for Yi Yuan. There was naturally no need to consider them for now. At the 6th level, there were not many people reading the classics. It was basically some Emperor realm powerhouses. The moment Yi Yuan entered the door, it immediately attracted sidelong glances. It was not that there were no grade 5 heavenly alchemists able to go up to the 6th floor. Lu Daoyi had this qualification. But, even Lu Daoyi would not go up to the 6th level either. The alchemy records here were not suitable for him. Therefore, seeing a Saint Sovereign Heaven come up, these Emperor realm powerhouses were all extremely surprised. Yi Yuan ignored these people's gazes, going straight for the bookcases and starting browsing through. All kinds of jade slips were placed on the bookcase. Next to the jade slips, there were the names and profiles of the records, which were clear at a glance. Yi Yuan swept a glance and casually picked up a profound grade heavenly pill detailed explanation, and started reading. Young man, it's not good to reach beyond your grasp. Profound grade heavenly pill is a realm that you're currently unable to touch. Better to lay down the foundation honestly. That's the right way. Suddenly, a voice transmitted over next to Yi Yuan's ear. Upon turning his head to look, it was an old man in black robes. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said smilingly, "Many thanks to Ancestor for your teachings." This disciple got it. Although he said so, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of leaving. This black-robed old man's strength was unfathomable. Yi Yuan could not see through. He had likely already reached Emperor Sakra Heaven realm. Hence, Yi Yuan called him Ancestor. The black-robed old man frowned and said, "Boy, are you turning a deaf ear to this seat's words?" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say honestly, "Ancestor, this disciple came here in order to break through to profound grade." The moment this was said, many Emperor realms immediately laughed out loud. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven said that he wanted to break through to profound grade was really hilarious. These people, had already reached Emperor realm and had not broken through to profound grade yet. It was fine if he did not say anything. But the moment he said this, the black-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "Not only are you reaching beyond your grasp, you're even wildly arrogant and conceited. Who's your master?" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only say, "My master is Zuo Chen." The black-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "Does Zuo Chen that brat have eyes but couldn't see? How did he accept such an ignorant brat to be a disciple? Go to where you should go. Don't disturb other people's reading here." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Ancestor, I'm just here to read. I didn't disturb others. It's you who disturbed the others." This boy was really arrogant. Did he not know who this person in front of him was? Even if he did not know, to dare call Zuo Chen, that brat, and even said that he had eyes but could not see, could he be an ordinary person? "You actually dared to talk like this?" The black-robed old man gave a cold laugh when he heard that. He said, "Hoo, well done. Even if Zuo Chen that brat is in front of this seat, he also wouldn't dare to talk like that. Young friend, you really have a lot of balls." Yi Yuan said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, "This disciple is just speaking the truth. This disciple has the right to enter the 6th level. I naturally have the right to read here. Even if this blows up to sect master there, I'm not in the wrong either. Ancestor, you don't have the authority to make me leave. If Ancestor, you, insist on making this disciple leave, then I can only go to the law enforcement hall to redress my grievance." The black-robed old man's face was already black as the bottom of a pot. This brat actually brought to the law enforcement hall to suppress him. He was making him leave for his own good. Not only did this brat not appreciate the kindness, but he was also even messing with him. If this matter really ended up at the law enforcement hall there, he really could not explain it clearly. With Yi Yuan's identity, he indeed had the qualifications to read the records here. He was the Alchemy Scripture Library's manager. If he really chased Yi Yuan out, that would be his fault. The law enforcement hall would embarrass him. He, an exalted Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse, actually made things difficult for a Saint Sovereign Heaven. This could not be justified no matter what. Ha, good, very good. This seat wants to see how you break through to profound grade realm. You're called Yi Yuan, right? This seat has remembered you. Later, this seat will ask Zuo Chen that brat how he teaches disciples. The black-robed old man flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded group of Emperor realm powerhouses. This kid is too amazing to actually shoot down Elder Fan Li until he's speechless. What amazing, I think that he's courting death. Elder Fan Li is the sect master's senior apprentice brother, his seniority being extremely old. This kid offended him, even martial uncle Zuo Chen can't protect him too. Hoo, Actually, I also really want to see how this boy breaks through to profound grade realm. Yi Yuan naturally knew that Fan Li was doing it for his own good, but he told the truth and the other party did not believe him and even wanted to chase him away. Sometimes, geniuses were so helpless. Since you want to see, then I'll let you see. Yi Yuan did not think too much either, divine sense sinking into the jade slip and started reading carefully. Very soon, the matter of Yi Yuan not daring to accept Lu Daoyi's challenge, but that he was too stubborn to admit defeat, was known across the entire sect. Originally, a measly little saint sovereign heaven naturally would not attract people's attention. But the commotion caused when Yi Yuan entered the sect was too big. Even if he did not want to attract attention, he could not. This matter continued to ferment. Very soon, Zuo Chen's lineage became the laughingstock of the entire sect. When sect master gave the order personally, there naturally would not be people who thought that it was Yi Yuan's face. Hence, the vast majority of the people felt that this was Zuo Chen. Being partial to Yi Yuan. Now, who he was shielding was actually this kind of coward. Wouldn't it be a joke? On the other hand, Lu Daoyi's grand words also spread across the extreme medicine sect swiftly, shocking everyone. Lu Daoyi's domineering exit from seclusion could be said to have become a sea-stabilizing divine needle of the conservative faction. Although he was just a grade 5 heavenly alchemist, his battle achievement already closed in on the number 1 genius, Zhou Pinnaspring. This showed that the conservative faction's way of doing things was correct. If they could nurture another hegemon realm in the rear, it would absolutely have a profound impact on this war. On Tiansong Peak, Qin Shan said with a loud laugh, "Good. Good disciple, Master indeed didn't misjudge you. This time, you really gained face for Master." These 2 days, he was really riding on the crest of success, getting his fill of the limelight. Even when some Emperor Sakra heavens saw him, they also greeted warmly with smiling faces. Lu Daoyi smiled and said, "Master, the marvelous thing is still at the back. From tomorrow onward, I'll challenge the sect's grade 6 heavenly alchemists. I want to let everyone know that I, Lu Daoyi, am the number 1 genius after Ancestor Pinnaspring. I want to let everyone know that Master's opinion is the correct one." Chapter 2852 Entering Profound Grade, Extreme Medicine is shocked. "I lost," a grade 6 heavenly alchemist said dejectedly. In the next second, the whole audience was shocked. This is already the 18th consecutive win. Goodness gracious, this Lu Daoyi is going to defy the heavens. Grade 6 heavenly alchemists are almost being swept away by him. His impressiveness really wasn't bragged about. Maybe he can really catch up to Ancestor Pinnaspring's footsteps. It's pretty close. Emperor Qin Shan really took in a fine disciple. Speaking of which, Emperor Qin Shan is on par with Emperor Zuo Chen to begin with. But now, the gap is widened. These 2 disciples are really, one is in the sky and the other on the ground. For half a month in a row, Lu Daoyi won 18 matches in a row, shocking the entire sect. Leaving seclusion this time, Lu Daoyi was domineering to the extreme, and he really fought all over the extreme medicine sect and was unrivaled. These 18 people were all existences who rose above the masses among grade 6 heavenly alchemists. Lu Daoyi being able to win all the battles, he was definitely powerful to the extreme. Even when compared to the Zhou Pinnaspring back then, it was not far off too. Back then, Zhou Pinnaspring truly swept across grade 6 when he was at peak grade 5. In contrast, Emperor Qin Shan's old adversary, Emperor Zuo Chen's disciple Yi Yuan, was really far too lacking. A mother relied on her son to be noble, while a master relied on his disciple to be noble one. If one could bring up a hegemon realm powerhouse, that would absolutely be infinitely glorious. Hey, did you guys hear? That newly accepted disciple of martial uncle Zuo Chen, Yi Yuan, entered the scripture library and made public that he's going to break through to profound grade. Martial uncle Fan Li urged him with good intentions, and he even shot martial uncle Fan Li down. It's really making me die of laughter. There's still such a thing. Ha ha ha, the disciples under martial uncle Zuo Chen's tutelage when compared to martial uncle Qin Shan has always been a notch stronger. If not for senior apprentice brother Meng Yudian death in battle, their lineage would firmly suppress Qin Shan's lineage. But now, they really completely lost face all the way to their grandmother's home. Isn't that so? When that Yi Yuan entered the scripture library, he went straight up to the 6th level. That's absolutely max posturing points. Grade 5 heavenly alchemist stepping into profound grade realm, if it can really be done, that will really shock the entire Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. Ha ha ha, how hilarious. That boy is also an interesting one. Talking about Yi Yuan, everyone burst into laughter. Because of Qin Shan and Zuo Chen's relationship, Lu Daoyi would naturally be used as a comparison too. Not comparing was still fine, but upon comparison, the difference was really too big. One was like the sun in the sky, being incomparably dazzling. The other was like the dust beneath one's feet, being bleak and dim. Especially Yi Yuan's personality, it was what made people denounce the most. Puffing himself up at his own cost and reveling in it, he became everyone's laughingstock. In this whole world, most likely apart from himself, there was no one with this sense of superiority anymore. Tomorrow, I'll challenge senior apprentice brother Wang Ji. At that time, all senior apprentice brothers please show up and support. Lu Daoyi surveyed the surroundings and said loudly. With this, it shocked everyone even more. He's actually going to challenge Wang Ji. Impressive. Wang Ji is ancestor Pei Zhen's disciple, he can definitely rank among the top 10 in grade 6. It looks like Lu Daoyi still has strength to spare. With this, there will really be a good show to watch. Previously, who Lu Daoyi challenged were all the disciples of grade 8 heavenly alchemists. But some grade 9 heavenly alchemists similarly had grade 6 disciples. Of course, the eyesights of grade 9 heavenly alchemists were pickier. The grade 6 disciples that they took in were naturally stronger. Wang Ji was one of them. Lu Daoyi's challenges set off bigger and bigger waves in the sect. Even some veteran Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses have already started to pay attention. Once the strength that Lu Daoyi displayed reached a certain level, Qin Shan, this small household, naturally would not be able to accommodate him anymore. At that time, those grade 9 heavenly alchemists would be moved too. Regarding the outside world's disturbances, Yi Yuan was completely clueless. These few days, he had been immersing in the sea of alchemy Dao all along, unable to extricate himself. The extreme medicine sect was well deserving of being the #1 alchemy sect. The records on the 6th level were truly incomparably vast. Compared to that incomplete labyrinth divine palace, the alchemy records here were clearly more comprehensive and more complete. Furthermore, countless profound grade powerhouses had appeared in the extreme medicine sect's history before. Their handwritten notes were also stored in the scripture library. These were valuable assets. Yi Yuan could even distinctly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the realm of profound grade. It was just that all of his seriousness was pretending to be profound in other people's eyes. Either way, profound grade could not be broken through to in a day or two, just you pretend, see when you can pretend until. Senior apprentice brother, I heard that you got shot down by a junior recently and didn't even dare to let out a fart. The one talking was Fan Li's junior apprentice brother, Miao Chuan, and he was also Song Qingyang's junior apprentice brother. He was closer to Fan Li. Hearing that he got deflated, he specially came to see him. Fan Li's face was black as the bottom of a pot, and he said in a solemn voice, the juniors now don't know how to appreciate kindness too much. I saw that his strength was meager, and so I asked him to consolidate his foundation and take care not to reach beyond his grasp. In the end, he used the law enforcement hall to pressure me. Hoo-hoo, I'm currently really looking forward to how he breaks through to profound grade. Miao Chuan smiled and said, Senior apprentice brother, rest assured. After this boy comes out, this junior apprentice brother will definitely give vent to your anger. There's no trouble that my law enforcement hall can't look for. Miao Chuan was the law enforcement hall's great protector. His strength naturally could not be underestimated. The law enforcement hall's view was fairness. No matter who it implicated, it would take an impartial approach to all. But the law enforcement hall's authority was also immense. If they really wanted to use the sect rules to find trouble, not many could escape it. Fan Li nodded and said, I'll leave this matter to you. Senior apprentice brother, I have lived to this ripe old age. Yet, I've really never seen such an arrogant junior before. A mere grade 5 heavenly alchemist wants to step into the realm of profound grade 2. If he really breaks through, I'll smack my mouth into shambles. His voice had yet to fade when Fan Li and Miao Chuan's expressions suddenly changed. Inside the scripture library, a profound and inscrutable undulation quietly descended. Did someone break through to profound grade? It wouldn't be that boy, right? Miao Chuan said. Impossible. This is definitely someone else breaking through. Right now on the 6th level, there are several who are stuck at the bottleneck of profound grade. Fan Li denied it right away. Grade 5 Heavenly Alchemist reaching profound grade, how was this possible? Didn't that mean that Yuan was even more monstrous than Ancestor Pinnaspring? It was absolutely impossible for this kind of thing to happen. The two people's figures appeared on the 6th floor at the first moment. In the next moment, the two people's expressions were indescribably wondrous. It's really him. How is this possible? Grade 5 realm breaking through to profound grade. This boy is truly so monstrous. Fan Li asked a series of questions to hide his current shock. But it could not be hidden. This scene was seriously too shocking. The entire scripture library was in an uproar. He really broke through. It turns out that he wasn't boasting. He's really amazing. Grade 5 realm breaking through to profound grade, he's even more monstrous than Ancestor Pinnaspring. We ridiculed him for half a month. After so long, we're the dumbest ones. This is an ancient Chinese saying, where in the palace, a mother's status is directly tied to the son's. Chapter 28 53-dimensional level blow. True grade entering profound grade was a huge leap. Just as Holy Son Kang Yongning back then, he had long already stepped into the realm of true grade at greater sublime heavenly stratum. His aptitude was naturally significantly worse when compared to the extreme medicine sect's disciples. In the extreme medicine sect, to be an expert, entering true grade was the most basic requirement. But there were scanty few who stepped into profound grade from true grade. The vast majority of heavenly alchemists barely managed to step into profound grade when they were at grade 8 realm. There were even some who could not break through to profound grade at all. Those who broke through to profound grade at grade 7 realm were all peerless geniuses. Being able to advance to profound grade at initial stage grade 7, those were all geniuses among geniuses, targets of heavy grooming by the sect. This kind of geniuses had the possibility of reaching peak grade 9 in the future. Grade 6 realm reaching profound grade, other than Zhou Pinnaspring, there were really not many of them who could be found. Lu Daoyi's ultimate goal was just to step into the realm of profound grade before grade 7. It could be seen from this how difficult it was for true grade to enter profound grade. As for a grade 5 realm profound grade expert, it was simply unheard of. Profound grade was a kind of heavenly pill grade, and also a kind of realm. Reaching profound grade showed that one's understanding of alchemy Dao already attained a higher level, and the person had a chance to pry into that fleeting and ephemeral realm of chaos heavenly master. The current Yuan already entered a state of forgetting oneself, allowing alchemy Dao rule to strike him. Taking this step was only a matter of course. But Yuan's pursuit went far beyond profound grade. The realm of Cloudmount blooming flowers with a single thought had broadened Yuan's horizons, opening another window for him. He was still reading the book, still immersed in Dao. As for when he broke through, he was completely unaware. He was still immersed in the knowledge of the Jade Slip, but the extreme medicine sect had long already exploded. This news was like Cloudmount's blooming flowers with a single thought, instantly sweeping across the entire sect. As for the news of Lu Daoyi's beating Wang Ji, it was instantly drowned out. All 19 battles, all victories. More than half of the grade 6 realms were swept across by him. The imposing momentum that Lu Daoyi used more than half a month to create was instantly crushed by Yuan's breakthrough. Although I scorned him, he died because of me. This matter was completely and utterly a dimensional level blow. He and Lu Daoyi were originally not in the same dimension. With regards to Lu Daoyi's actions and his challenges, Yuan did not pay attention to it at all. But Yuan's breakthrough had completely shattered his limelight without the slightest mercy. At this time, there was already no one who would go and pay attention to a genius disciple who viewed Zhou Pinnaspring as his goal. It was because there was already a genius who completely surpassed Zhou Pinnaspring. Yuan's surpassing was not a little bit, but it was an all-round surpassing. Before this, the extreme medicine sect's record was entering profound grade at peak grade 6. But now, Yuan directly refreshed this record to grade 5. Increased it by a full major realm. Hoo-hoo, go to one corner and play. In the eyes of true geniuses, there was only surpassing, and it was not chasing. In Yuan's eyes, there were no opponents at all. Hence, he naturally would not waste his energy and go compete in alchemy with Lu Daoyi as well. When Qin Shan's lineage heard this news, everyone was petrified for a full quarter of an hour. Yuan, this jumping clown, had long already been tossed to the back of their minds by them. In their eyes, Yuan was never an opponent. Their opponent was Zhuo Chen. Giving Yuan a blow was just in order to make Zhuo Chen look bad. That was all. It had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. But the weakling without the slightest sense of existence in their eyes became the most dazzling pearl on East Victory Mountain Range. This kind of contrast made them feel despair. Especially Lu Daoyi. Oh, since that's the case, then what are you still waiting here for? You can go. Leave. I won't compete with you. Because there's no meaning at all. Whatever you think. Yi Yuan's calm and collected tone seemed to still be echoing in his ears. It sounded so ridiculous at that time. But now, they finally understood that it was not stubbornness and not stubbornly hanging on, but that he did not treat him as an opponent at all. At this very moment, when Lu Daoyi recalled half a month ago, it was as if Yi Yuan's eyes did not have him at all. He, this peerless genius after Zhou Pinnaspring, was directly overlooked. The one who ignored him was a rookie, whose realm was even lower than his. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Daoyi mumbled under his breath, clearly unable to accept this result. But this news had already been confirmed. Furthermore, it was the scripture library's ancestor Fan Li who personally verified it. At the time of the breakthrough, there were also many people who saw it. I'm not convinced. I'm going to challenge him. Lu Daoyi suddenly roared and rushed out. Qin Shan flicked his sleeves, and Lu Daoyi returned to where he was. Qin Shan looked at Lu Daoyi, his expression seemingly complicated. Heaving a light sigh, he said, Daoyi, forget it. Although it's very demoralizing to say this, Master has no choice but to tell you, it's impossible for you to defeat him in your lifetime. You guys are too far apart. Lu Daoyi spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly and fell to the ground with a loud bang, passing out. When the group of senior apprentice brothers saw this scene, their faces had some reluctance. Master, is being so straightforward too demoralizing to little junior brother? Wang Lin could not resist asking. Qin Shan sighed again and said, he's completely not on the same level as Yi Yuan in alchemy. Even Grandmaster Pinnaspring is likely not on the same level when compared to Yi Yuan too. If Daoyi doesn't realize this point, then his road of alchemy Dao will collapse here, and he can forget about improving another inch. In reality, his talent is really very high, and he even has hope of catching up to Grandmaster Pinnaspring. There's no need to compare to that one. If he understands this point, he'll still have great accomplishments in the future. It's just that, it's probably very, very difficult. Qin Shan was a genius too. He naturally knew about the pride of geniuses. The more genius one was, the prouder they were. Hence, Extreme Medicine Sect's proudest person was Zhou Pinnaspring. Lu Daoyi's talent was comparable to Zhou Pinnaspring. How could he not be proud? However, the more it was so, the harder it would be to extradite himself when faced with such a blow that left him black and blue all over. Whether or not he could walk out of it, that would depend on how strong his inner heart was. Qin Shan bursting this bubble was hoping that Lu Daoyi would re-establish after destruction, striving harder after knowing humiliation. Otherwise, he could not think of other ways. But even so, this difficulty was still too high. A hint of indignation flashed across Wang Lin's eyes, and he said, on what basis? On what basis could that punk break through to profound grade? He's just grade 5 realm. Recalling that scene from half a month ago, he felt that Yi Yuan was very laughable at that time. But now, he felt that Yi Yuan's posturing level was lofty and out of reach. Many people like to pretend to be aristocrats after becoming rich, demonstrating their extraordinariness from before and after. However, true aristocrats would never show off. True aristocrats were very low profile. Hence, when a local tycoon ran into a true aristocrat, that was really losing face all the way to their grandmother's house. They were like this. Qin Shan's face also had a hint of unnaturalness. Clearly, he did not dare to believe it either. Yeah, what right does he have? The matter blew up so big. Most likely, over at the absolute heaven barrier that side, they all will be shocked too, right? Qin Shan muttered. Chapter 2854 The Beauty is Betrothed. Old Fart Cloudmount, you really picked up a treasure. I didn't expect that this kid is actually so monstrous, entering profound grade at grade 5 realm. Hegemon Cloudmount's face was full of smugness, but he said, he's a little talented, but him being able to break through to profound grade so quickly, that's all due to my credit. The other hegemons shut up very sensibly. This guy was unbelievably pretentious. Back then, when Hegemon Pinnaspring advanced to Hegemon Realm, this old man showed off so much, wanting the whole world to know. These people were victims of it. It was also that the war had erupted now. Otherwise, This old thing would definitely show off again this time, making sure the whole world knew. They had never heard before of a grade 5 realm profound grade expert. When these hegemons heard this news, they were naturally inexplicably shocked in his hearts. Grade 6 realm profound grade experts would still emerge occasionally, whether or not they could become hegemons, just as Lu Daoyi. But grade 5 realm profound grade experts were unheard of. Ha ha ha, you all these fellows, in spite of how each and every one of you put on airs, you're really inferior to me, Cloudmount, in teaching disciples. This time, this seat is going to coach a divergent cultivator hegemon realm. Not that I'm saying you guys, us old things might not be able to make any improvements in 10,000 years. Why not spend more effort on teaching disciples? Produce a few more hegemons and we wouldn't have to toil so hard anymore either. Quote ellipsis ellipsis quote dot. Just you show off, can't we just ignore you? Could hegemon realms be coached? If they could be coached, then Heaven One continent would not have ended up in this plight too. Seeing everyone remain quiet, Cloudmount smiled and said, Pinnaspring, what do you think? This brat's talent really surpasses yours. Joe Pinnaspring said, whether it's success or failure, it still has to depend on afterward. Cloudmount smiled and said, hoo, it looks like you're jealous too. Indeed, for so many years, it's not that there were none who surpassed you at grade 6 realm, but later, they all faded into the crowd. But this little junior brother of yours, I feel very optimistic about him. Joe Pinnaspring smiled and said, what Master said is right. This disciple is indeed a little jealous in my heart. However, in this present situation, if little junior brother can reach the hegemon realm, it will indeed be a great thing to us. Cloudmount chuckled and said, those juniors in the sect have probably all gone crazy from fighting now, right? But they all don't know that this kid has already been claimed. When they discover Yi Yuan's identity, their expressions must be very fascinating, right? Ha ha ha, Yi Yuan, this seat is the sect master's senior apprentice brother. My seniority is the highest in the sect. If you acknowledge me as your master, you'll be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. Don't listen to him, this old punk's strength is too weak. That's why he has to guard here in the scripture library. I'm different, I'm the strongest one other than sect master. If you acknowledge me as your master, you can obtain countless resources. Yi Yuan, in the path of cultivation, one mustn't just rely only on talent. One should rely on resources more. What bullshit resources do you have? Yi Yuan, this seat is in charge of the extreme medicine sect's alchemy resources. As long as it's heavenly medicines that you need, there's nothing that this seat can't get. It's tremendously beneficial to you if you acknowledge me as your master. 5 alchemy path powerhouses were currently surrounding Yi Yuan. These 5 people were the 5 people with the most illustrious authority in the extreme medicine sect apart from Song Qingyang. Fan Li was Song Qingyang's senior apprentice brother, but among these 5 people, he did not have much advantage instead. Of course, those Emperor Realm powerhouses on the scripture library's 6th floor were all chased out. It was better for this scene in front of them to not be seen by people. Miao Chuan and Fan Li were the closest, but currently, Fan Li was glaring at Miao Chuan fiercely, as if going to tear him into two. It was because Miao Chuan was his greatest competitor in fighting for this disciple. As for the disdain at the beginning, it was long already tossed beyond the 9th layer of heaven by them. This kind of disciple was hard to come across in 10,000 years. Yi Yuan swept a glance and suddenly smiled and said, Ancestors, why didn't sect master come? At virtually the same time, the 5 people's expressions turned black. Why, looking down on the few of us? You punk, you're too full of yourself. One should know, even when Hegemon Pinnaspring was unrivaledly talented back then, when he was at Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm, no one showed any interest in him either. Hoo, don't misunderstand my words. My meaning is, the few of you probably don't have the qualifications to take me in as a disciple. Yi Yuan continued. The 5 people exploded at once. Brat, you're really full of yourself. In this extreme medicine sect, apart from the few of us, who else had the qualifications to take you in as a disciple? But in the next second, the expressions on their faces instantly became fascinating to the extreme. It was because a small and exquisite jade sword appeared in Yi Yuan's hand since no idea when. The extreme light jade sword. Why would this puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven have the extreme light jade sword? An extreme light jade sword was something that only the extreme light pavilion's elders had. Thinking up to here, the 5 people could not help shuddering. To think that this one in front of them was actually an extreme light pavilion elder. How was this possible? Fan Li's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said ferociously, Song Qingyang, you bastard, to actually dare scam your father. Song Qingyang, you'll give birth to a son without an anus. Song Qingyang, fuck you. The few people practically burst out swearing at the same time. Very clearly, Song Qingyang knew about this. But he did not warn them. Logically speaking, after Yi Yuan did such an astonishing thing, Song Qingyang should have come over right away. Yi Yuan said coolly, martial nephews, it's not that sect master had the intention to hide it. This was what master instructed. The few of you are all the extreme medicine sect's upper echelons. Please don't spread this matter. Master, who was this boy's master? Fan Li's expression was embarrassed as he said, Pavilion, Elder Yi, may I ask, your master is? Hegemon Cloudmount. The 5 people were collectively speechless. They thought that this was probably Hegemon Pinnaspring's disciple. That was why he had the qualifications to enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. Who knew that he was actually Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple? Hegemon Cloudmount had already not accepted a disciple for over 100,000 years. Paying respects to little martial uncle. The 5 people gave Yi Yuan a deep bow while having fascinating expressions. It was too much of a freaking scam. On the other side, Zhu Yan and the rest were sitting on pins and needles, their expressions similarly very fascinating. After getting this news, their reactions were virtually cut from the same cloth as Emperor Qin Shan that side. Collectively petrified, too impressive until they were unable to digest it in a short time. It turns out that, what little junior brother said was true. Zhu Yan's face was full of bitterness as he said, Lu Daoyi was really too weak. Not just Lu Daoyi, even he, Zhu Yan, was similarly too weak. When Yi Yuan said this, they scoffed in derision and were full of disdain. But, when Yi Yuan broke through to profound grade, everything became a matter of course. Hua Zong similarly smiled bitterly and said, no wonder little junior brother couldn't be bothered to take action. Lu Daoyi can't muster up his interest at all. In our view, Lu Daoyi is amazingly talented. But in little junior brother's view, he's not worth mentioning at all. What have we done? Zhu Yan smiled bitterly and said, after little junior brother exits seclusion, I'll personally admit my mistake and apologize. Us senior apprentice brothers are too unqualified. Chapter 2855 Yang Qing's Rise. I eliminated you, but it had nothing to do with you. This was a tragic story. The outside world raged wildly in a violent storm, but it did not have the slightest to do with Yi Yuan, although it was all because of him. Yi Yuan's closed seclusion was 10 years long. For 10 years, Yi Yuan seriously studied the alchemy records that he could read on the 6th level. He gleaned considerable benefits. Profound grade was indeed another realm. Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao had already taken shape a long time ago. One pill, one world. But worlds had distinctions of superiority too. Just like the 33 heavens and the planes across the heavens, they were not worlds on the same level. Profound grade heavenly pill, the heavenly pill was still that heavenly pill, but the level was already completely different. It was just like, forcefully raising their original small world by a level. The medicinal properties of the heavenly pill naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. After Yi Yuan exited seclusion, the proud son of heaven, Lu Daoyi, from 10 years ago, had long already faded into the crowd. Of those true sovereign heavens who were once defeated by him, someone had already stepped into Emperor realm. Many of his peers had also broken through to true sovereign heaven and stepped into the ranks of grade 6 heavenly alchemist. However, the piece of news concerning Yi Yuan breaking through to profound grade was still limited to within a certain scope in the end. It was because no one took him in as a disciple. Logically speaking, this kind of amazingly talented genius, there would at least be extreme light pavilion elders, or even hegemon realm powerhouses who took them in as a disciple. But there were none. The reason was very simple. Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator. Someone who was destined to die, someone who was destined to be unable to step into hegemon realm, was not worth paying attention to. No matter how genius you were. The people of the outside world naturally did not know that all the upper echelons in the sect had once fought to take him in as a disciple. They were even more unaware that Hegemon Cloudmount had long already taken him in as a disciple. Hence, in many people's view, the sect was deliberately suppressing Yi Yuan. Because of this kind of unprecedented major event, the sect actually did not have any movements at all. Thinking about it, It made sense too. You, a trash who was unable to break through to Hegemon Realm, actually turned a genius who had extremely high potential to become Hegemon Realm into a good-for-nothing. Preposterous. Therefore, the moment Yuan exited seclusion, he drew all manners of strange gazes. This guy is clearly occupying the latrine and not taking a dump. Isn't that so? He can't become Hegemon himself but caused others to be unable to become Hegemon. This is making others have no alternative path to take after he reached the end of his rope. Lu Daoyi is completely crippled. He didn't make any advancement for 10 years. Sigh, an originally good sapling for Hegemon Realm got ruined by him just like this. Hearing these discussion voices, Yuan was stupefied too. Who was Lu Daoyi? What did him getting crippled had to do with him? In Yuan's eyes, Lu Daoyi was just an insignificant minor character. He could not be bothered to remember him at all. Yuan, you finally exited seclusion. Ha ha ha, you don't know how awe-inspiring I, Lord Qing, have been in these 10 years. Just as Yuan was absent-minded, a loud laughter sounded out. No need to look and one would also know that Yang Qing had arrived. Sure enough, hearing that Yuan exited seclusion, Yang Qing brought Big Yellow, Shao Qing, and Jingfei immediately came over. Yang Qing entered the extreme medicine sect too and became the extreme medicine sect's disciple. As for Jingfei, the three of them, because they were of the true spirit lineage, they only stayed on Zanyang Peak with the identity of servants. Yang Qing was still as show-offy as before. Yuan ignored him but asked, "They all said that I ruined Lu Daoyi. Who is Lu Daoyi?" The moment these words came out, the whole place fell into a dead silence. It turned out that you crippled him, but you didn't even know who he was. You're too much. Yang Qing had a strange look too as he said, "Do you really not know? Or are you feigning ignorance?" Yuan was speechless as he said, "I entered closed seclusion as soon as I entered the sect. It's also not that you don't know. When did I ruin Lu Daoyi?" Yang Qing was speechless as he said, "Have you forgotten? Before you went into closed seclusion, Qin Shan's lineage came to challenge you once before." Upon saying that, Yuan remembered it. It seemed like there was really such a thing. "Oh, it's him, but I didn't agree to compete in alchemy with him either. How did I cripple him?" Yuan said speechlessly. Yang Qing laughed loudly and said, "Wasn't it still because you broke through to profound grade? You don't know how stirred the entire sect was when you broke through to profound grade 10 years ago." Lu Daoyi had always believed that he was number 1 in grade 5, and even wanted to catch up to Ancestor Pinnaspring. In the end, he was given a direct blow by you. Hearing that when he got the news that you broke through to grade 5, he vomited blood on the spot and used 2 years' time before getting off the bed. During these remaining 8 years, he has also been like a walking corpse, without making any improvement in 10 years. If this isn't your fault, who else can you blame? The muscles on Yuan's face twitched. What did this have to do with him? Just this bit of psychic. He still wanted to catch up to senior apprentice brother Pinnaspring. Although Yuan did not know about Joe Pinnaspring's past, he believed that Joe Pinnaspring absolutely would not be so fragile. The stronger the opponent was, the stronger you should be. Your father had not even made a move, and you already fell down. With just this, you still wanted to break through to Hegemon Realm. Yuan waved his hand and directly filtered Lu Daoyi out. Turning to size Yang Qing up, he said, "It looks like you're living pretty well these 10 years. Many extreme medicine sect disciples around immediately fell down. This guy was too posturing. Could you freaking not feel any guilt at all? You ruined a Hegemon Realm sapling." The moment Yang Qing heard about himself, he immediately had a look of exultation and said, "That's right. Elder brother, I am an Emperor Sakura Heaven Powerhouse's personal disciple now. In terms of seniority, you still have to call me martial uncle." Yuan's expression was strange as he said, "Oh, which Emperor Sakura Heaven is blind to actually take you in as a disciple?" It was dead silent all round again. "Are you freaking courting death? You were clearly just a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven. You actually dared to say that an Emperor Sakura Heaven Powerhouse was blind." Yang Qing snorted coldly and said, "Lord Qing, I swept across True Sovereign Heaven Realm these 10 years. At present, I've already fought into the top 50 on the True Sovereign list. Even Grand Completion True Sovereign Heaven Powerhouses have been challenged by me. Elder Brother's superior performance has moved a bunch of Emperor Realm Powerhouses. Many Emperor Vast Heaven Powerhouses wanted to take me in as a disciple but were intercepted by Great Emperor Jia Zi. Great Emperor was the honorary name for Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouses. Speaking of Yongqing's ranking, it was originally not so heaven-defying that it could obtain the favor of a great emperor. But, during these 10 years, his improvement was the fastest among the sect's martial arts powerhouses. Yongqing's talent was indeed extremely terrifying. The Rainclear continent limited his talent. Entering a hegemon-level sect like the Extreme Medicine sect, his talent revealed itself very quickly. In these 10 years, Yongqing's great Dao rule improved extremely fast. From the initial most zero interest shown by everyone, to rising up prominence later on, then to sweeping across true sovereign heavens, he only used 10 years. In 10 years, his cultivation realm only increased to peak middle true sovereign heaven, but his combat power was off the charts. Grand completion true sovereign heaven realm powerhouses were virtually swept away by him. His ranking in true sovereign heaven also jumped straight up to the top 50 from a few thousandth place. One had to know, in a huge sect like the Extreme Medicine sect, how terrifying was it to rank in the top 50. Hearing these, Yuan was not surprised. He knew that Yongqing was tremendously talented. In terms of martial arts talent, he was not even much worse than him. Of course, he did not have his great destiny, so his combat power was significantly worse than his. But, entering the Extreme Medicine sect made up for the inadequacy in his destiny. In this place, there was no shortage of heavenly pills, no shortage of cultivation methods, no shortage of martial techniques, no shortage of opponents, nothing was lacking. Hence, his talent started showing. Yongqing liked to brag, but sometimes it was also not really bragging. Yongqing, you still have the heart to show off to a good-for-nothing here. Hoo-hoo, if I were you, I'd hurry up and pack my things up and make a run for it. This way, maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. When Yongqing had a look of exultation, a mocking voice sounded out in their ears. Chapter 2856 owed so much contribution points. Hearing this voice, Yongqing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Zheng Qian, who the hell do you think you are? To also dare scold others a good-for-nothing. Grand completion true sovereign heaven and you were beaten by your grandpa Qing until you had to search the ground for your teeth. You have the cheek to call out too. Zheng Qian did not care either, saying with a snicker, isn't some guy who can't advance to hegemon realm a good-for-nothing? A grade 5 realm profound grade expert actually doesn't have the sect's ancestors take him in as a disciple. Ha ha ha, what a big joke. As for you, you can't jump around for more than a few days, no matter how genius of a person you are. My lord Qing, if you have the ability, posture to senior apprentice brother Luo Hao. Yongqing's expression instantly became very ugly. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, what's wrong, Yongqing? Zheng Qian smiled and said, trash, you don't know it yet, right? Yongqing killed senior apprentice brother Luo Hao's biological younger brother. Now, the two of them have already arranged a life and death battle, which will be carried out the day after tomorrow. Senior apprentice brother Luo Hao is ranked 4th on the true sovereign list, a half-step emperor realm mighty expert. Do you think that he has hope of surviving? In the Extreme Medicine sect, grand completion true sovereign heavens were as plentiful as oxen fur, but half-step emperor realms were very, very few. Reaching half-step emperor cloud heaven meant that there was very high hope of stepping into emperor cloud heaven. Hence, the majority of those able to reach this step were geniuses. And Luo Hao was even above average among them. Yongqing was practically already matchless in grand completion true sovereign heaven. The vast majority of those ranked in front of him on the true sovereign list were half-step emperor realm. With Yongqing's current cultivation realm strength, it was definitely impossible to beat them. Furthermore, Luo Hao was even a top powerhouse among half-step emperor realms. True sovereign list rank 4th, that was an existence that might step into emperor realm at any time. Yuan looked at Yongqing and said, you can't win. Yongqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. This posturing could not continue anymore. Geniuses had a limit too. It was impossible to jump realms and challenge limitlessly. How long can you last? Yuan asked again. One move. Yongqing was full of bitterness as he said. He had challenged before half-step emperor realm powerhouses, but the gap was still too big. True sovereign list, half-step emperor realm was a watershed. Even if one was ranked 1 in grand completion true sovereign heavens, it was also impossible to be a match for a half-step emperor realm. Hence, the gap between Yongqing and Luo Hao was tremendous. Yuan smiled and said, if let you break through to grand completion true sovereign heaven, would it be enough? Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and he said in pleasant surprise, of course it's enough. If I can reach grand completion true sovereign heaven, I can definitely pummel him until he has to search the ground for his teeth. The expression of Zheng Qian, who was next to them, changed too, but very soon, he smiled again and said, tisk tisk, profound grade expert is indeed very domineering when talking. However, Trash, if I didn't guess wrongly, you don't seem to have contribution points yet after entering the sect, right? Even if you want to refine pills, how will you exchange for heavenly medicines without contribution points? At this time, Wang Lin appeared from God knows where and said with a smile, it's not just no contribution points. He even owes the scripture library 54,450 contribution points. Although martial uncle Zuo Chen gave notice, you've already exited seclusion now and should repay the contribution points. Yi Yuan, for a very long time after today, you'll probably be refining heavenly pills for the sect for free to repay the contribution points. Yi Yuan was stupefied. There was still such a thing. Yi Yuan really did not know about this. It was naturally impossible for the extreme medicine sect's disciples to make endless demands. A major sect of close to 100,000 people, the consumption every day was astonishing. Without contribution to the sect, one naturally could not get the resources that they deserved. Yang Qing had run all over the place these few years too, risking his life to earn contribution points. That was why he improved rapidly. In reality, the scripture library did not allow credit charges. But Yi Yuan's seniority was too frightening. There was naturally no one who would say anything about him. According to Yi Yuan's identity as Zuo Chen's disciple, he had 300 starting contribution points when he entered the sect. In the scripture library's 6th level, each day required 15 contribution points. Therefore, Yi Yuan could only last for 20 days. Later, he revealed his identity to Fan Li and the rest, and they became even more afraid of mentioning about contribution points. To the outside, they just said that Zuo Chen gave notice. That was why they allowed Yi Yuan to overdraft on the contribution points. But, after he exited seclusion, these contribution points all had to be repaid. Speaking about it was coincidental too. Wang Lin was in charge of these matters in the scripture library. So these things that were on the surface, he knew about it. Hearing that Yi Yuan exited seclusion, he naturally had to come and collect the debt. Fan Li, these big shots naturally would not care about these trivial matters. Of course, if Yi Yuan went to give notice, this would not be a problem. But his true identity would probably be exposed. Zheng Qian was also stupefied when he heard it, immediately laughing and said, 54,000 contribution points. Ha ha ha, Trash, you're really broke. Even if you refine pills for the sect without sleeping or resting, you'll also need more than 20 years before you can repay these contribution points. You can't even fend for yourself anymore. You still want to meddle in Yang Qing's affairs. Trash is trash. Yi Yuan's expression was strange as he said, as 50,000 contribution points a lot. Yang Qing nodded his head helplessly and said, it's too much. In my 10 years, I spent 7 years doing the sect's missions and only barely managed to get 17,000 over contribution points in total. More than 50,000, you're really prodigal. Earning contribution points was very hard. The reason why Zheng Qian said 20 years was because he knew that Yi Yuan could refine profound grade heavenly pills. Otherwise, it might not even be repaid after 50 years. Zheng Qian could not help laughing loudly when he heard that and said, Yang Qing, just wait to die. Moreover, this trash merely broke through to profound grade for 10 years. It's totally impossible for him to refine profound grade heavenly imperial pills currently. Also, to refine profound grade heavenly imperial pills, the price of each grade 5 heavenly medicine isn't lower than grade 6 heavenly medicines. Calculating it, it will at least be tens of thousands of contribution points too. Therefore, you can give up on this. The dawn that Yang Qing had just seen was completely shattered by Zheng Qian. What Zheng Qian said was completely right. The heavenly medicines that heavenly imperial pills needed were too valuable. If it was in the past, it was still alright. Now, Heaven 1 was waging war with the Blood race. The remaining territory was only 2/3 of Heaven 1 continent. It was very hard for the sect to enter the Blood race's territory to harvest heavenly medicines. Hence, the price of these heavenly medicines would naturally be even more expensive. Wang Lin also smiled and said, Yi Yuan, go and report to Grey Fate Peak now. Otherwise, I'm going to report to the law enforcement hall and have them come and take care of you. Yi Yuan crippled Lu Daoyi. Now, seeing Yi Yuan's good friend be killed was also a delightful thing. Yongqing heaved a sigh and said, Yi Yuan, I appreciate your good intentions. The trouble that I caused, I'll bear it myself. Yi Yuan said coolly, can't even last one move, what the hell can you bear? Leave this to me, you don't have to worry anymore. Have a good sleep later and wreck that whatever Luo Hao the day after tomorrow for me. With regards to Yongqing, Yi Yuan could trust him. This guy looked unreliable, but he had a sense of propriety when doing things. Yongqing definitely did not indiscriminately kill Luo Hao's younger brother. There must be a reason for this. With his relationship with Yongqing, how could he possibly look on indifferently with folded arms? Even if he revealed his identity, he would save Yongqing too. Of course, that way, his own safety would have no more guarantee. However, if he had to use seniority to pressure people with this minor thing, then he would also be too defeated. Chapter 2857 Exchange. How much were 50,000 contribution points? Calculating in this manner. For true Sovereign Heaven disciples, when they went out on a very dangerous mission once, the contribution points were between 300 and 500 points. This kind of mission was basically 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. Being able to do it twice a year was already the limit. If it was an ordinary mission, it would be pushing the limit for there to be 100 or 80 points. In Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples, their difficulty in obtaining contribution points was clearly greater. Even if Yi Yuan was heaven-defying and more formidable than Yongqing, he would need at least several decades before he could finish repaying too. Therefore, Yi Yuan's words simply sounded like a ridiculous joke to the others. Ha ha ha, leave it to you. You repay your own contribution points before talking. You came just in time. Senior apprentice brother Guo, Yi Yuan has already exited seclusion. He owes the sect more than 54,000 contribution points. It's time to pay it back. Wang Lin said with a loud laugh. At this time, a figure walked out. It was a law enforcement hall's disciple, Guo Fang. He came precisely on orders to capture Yi Yuan to repay his debts. Since you broke through to profound grade, fine then, come and refine pills. Guo Fang and Wang Lin were on good terms to begin with. Furthermore, Guo Fang's master had received Qin Shan's kindness before. He would naturally stand on Wang Lin's side. The contribution points owed to the sect naturally have to be repaid. But, it was not to the extent of being captured to repay the debt as soon as one left seclusion. A large sect did not lack those few tens of thousands of contribution points either. Guo Fang looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, Junior apprentice brother Yi, please come. Many people there were all watching a show. Even the law enforcement hall had moved out. Could you still overturn the heavens with this? Obediently refine pills to repay the points. Who knew that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm not going. The moment Wang Lin heard, he immediately grinned. What I wanted was for you to not go. Sure enough, Guo Fang said coolly, whether to go or not isn't up to you. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course it's up to me. Guo Fang said, in that case, Junior apprentice brother Yi is forcing this Guo to take action. Don't think that with martial uncle Zuo protecting you, you can look down on the law enforcement hall. If my law enforcement hall wants to capture someone, martial uncle Zuo can't stop it. Guo Fang was a half-step emperor realm powerhouse too. His ranking was lower than Luo Hao, but he was ranked 9th too. Wouldn't dealing with a Yi Yuan still be a piece of cake? And the law enforcement hall had a transcendent status in the extreme medicine sect. Regardless of whether it was alchemy path powerhouses or martial path powerhouses, they all could not afford to provoke. Seeing this, Wang Lin and Zheng Qian smiled even brighter. Yi Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, isn't it just 50,000 plus contribution points? Isn't it done if I repay it today? How big a matter is it, to make you all look self-righteous? It's really scary. Wang Lin laughed loudly and said, isn't it just 50,000 plus contribution points? Ha ha ha, do you think that you're an Emperor Realm powerhouse? Even if it's an Emperor Realm powerhouse, it's also impossible to conjure 50,000 contribution points out within a day. Not scared of spraining your tongue from talking big too? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and looked at Guo Fang and said, I'm going to earn contribution points now. Do you want to follow or not? Guo Fang's brows furrowed slightly, and he nodded his head and said, if you want to delay the time, that's up to you too. But it's only limited to today. Yi Yuan had just exited seclusion today. If he could repay it today, he would naturally have nothing to say. If he directly captured him, it would go against the rules instead. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, turning around and leaving. The Merit Hall, the place where the extreme medicine sect issued missions into exchange for contribution points. This method of contribution points was also the way in which the vast majority of sects maintain normal operations. No matter how large the sect was, it was not a bottomless hole either. Over time, resources would ultimately be consumed. Hence, each disciple had the duty of maintaining the operation of the sect, including the sect master. At this time, a large group of people flooded into the Merit Hall at once, immediately attracting countless gazes. Yi Yuan came before the mission desk and directly opened his mouth, saying, "I'm Emperor Zuo Chen's disciple, I want to see Martial Uncle Feiwen." Chen Feiwen, Merit Hall's top person in charge, and also Zuo Chen's senior apprentice brother. Yi Yuan naturally did not know him. It was Yang Qing who told him. That disciple was merely Saint Sovereign Heaven. Upon hearing that he was Zuo Chen's disciple, he naturally did not dare to be neglectful. Very soon, Chen Feiwen came out and sized Yi Yuan up and down. "You're Yi Yuan, I heard that your talent is extremely monstrous. It's a shame that you're a divergent cultivator. What are you finding me for?" Chen Feiwen asked. Yi Yuan said, "I'm here to exchange for contribution points." Chen Feiwen frowned and said, "I remember that you seem to have just exited seclusion, right? Haven't even taken on missions yet. What are you using to redeem contribution points?" Chen Feiwen naturally did not know ordinary Saint Sovereign Heavens. But Yi Yuan's reputation was too great. It was impossible for Chen Feiwen not to hear about him too. "Heh, Martial Uncle Feiwen, Yi Yuan owes the scripture library 54,000 contribution points. He says that he can earn it in a day. We feel that he's formidable, so we followed to take a look." Wang Lin interjected at an appropriate time. Chen Feiwen was stupefied and could not help laughing as he said, "Brat, bragging isn't a good habit. Forget about you, even if it's this seat, it's impossible to earn 50,000 contribution points in a day too." Wang Lin smiled and said, "Martial Uncle, Yi Yuan is a person who creates miracles. Maybe he really has the ability to earn 50,000 contribution points in a day." Chen Feiwen knew that he was not on good terms with Yi Yuan and also discerned the mockery in his words. He looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Oh. What are you using to earn 50,000 contribution points? Take them." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath either, flicking his sleeves grandly. A pile of jade slips instantly appeared on the ground, piling up as high as a small hill. These jade slips were precisely acquired by him in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. In the 50 years before he came to Heaven One Continent, he had been studying these things too. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to reach profound grades so quickly. The grade of these jade slips was not high. It was also about the same as those jade slips on the 5th and 6th levels of the scripture library. But the things recorded in these jade slips were absolutely extraordinary. When the Labyrinth Divine Palace was at the height of its power and splendor, how glorious was that! Their alchemy path strength was only stronger and not weaker compared to the current extreme medicine sect. Ordinary things, they simply held it in contempt. Those able to be housed in the treasure depository pavilion were all treasures among treasures. Originally, Yi Yuan planned on directly donating these to the extreme medicine sect. But now, it seemed like redeeming for contribution points was pretty good too. The appearance of these jade slips made the room full of people jump in fright. What was this playing at? When Wang Lin saw, he could not help laughing and said, "I was wondering what capability you have. It turns out that it's just a bunch of lousy jade slips. In this grand bright jade complete heaven, what place could have more records than our extreme medicine sect?" Zheng Qian also smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Wang must be joking. He's planning on using numbers to score a victory. Think about it, even if one jade slip is worth 50 contribution points, 1,000 jade slips will be worth 50,000 too. But could one jade slip be worth 50 contribution points? The extreme medicine sect scripture library could be said to be filled to the roof with books. There were God knows how many jade slips of all levels. These jade slips were at the very most adding flowers to embroidery. That was all. It was not worth any money. Moreover, what good stuff could a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven have? Could his jade slips be more impressive than the records that those hegemon realms spent hundreds of thousands of years to collect? Chen Feiwen also smiled and said, Martial nephew Yi, if you want to use numbers of exchange for contribution points, I'm afraid that it won't pass. You got to know that the records in the scripture library, those were all screened through. Records that are second-rate can't enter the scripture library at all. Even if they enter, if it's not very valuable, it's at most giving you 3 to 5 contribution points too. Therefore, you'd best take these things back. Yi Yuan did not get angry either but smiled and said, Martial Uncle's words are a little too hasty. Why not pick one to take a look first? How about it? Chen Feiwen shook his head and said with a smile, fine. There's no harm in taking a look. Wang Lin and the others had mocking looks on their faces too. Just you hang on stubbornly. Hence, Chen Feiwen casually picked up a jade slip and sank his divine sense into it. Very soon, his expression changed drastically. This is actually the long-lost profound heart-entering dream chapter. Shock was written all over Chen Feiwen's face, and he looked toward Yi Yuan. This profound heart-entering dream chapter was definitely able to reach the level of entering the scripture library's 6th level. Furthermore, it was an excellent piece. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected it and said with a smile, Martial Uncle, take another look. Chen Feiwen's hands trembled, his eyes when looking at Yi Yuan again became different. You wouldn't be telling me that so many jade slips are all on the same level as the profound heart-entering dream chapter, right? While being half dubious, he could not resist picking up another jade slip. His expression changed again. Chapter 2858 Words hell-bent on shocking people to death. Vintage. It was still a vintage. They were all vintages. Chen Feiwen looked at one after another. He was shocked until it could not be any greater. A small hill-like pile of vintage records. Then would there be any that's there to make up the numbers inside? Chen Feiwen grabbed one inside. This was even more incredible. He had never even heard of the name before. However, based on the records logged in this jade slip, he could tell that it was extremely precious at a glance. Seeing Chen Feiwen, who became increasingly more shocked, Wang Lin and the others finally could not laugh anymore. You wouldn't be freaking acting out a play with Yi Yuan, right? 1 or 2, I believe. 3 or 5, I believe too. But, don't tell me that in this hill-like pill of jade slips, it was all filled with incredible records, right? Suddenly, Chen Feiwen stopped his movements. Looking at Yi Yuan with a solemn face, he said, Martial Uncle Yi, this matter is of utmost importance. It concerns the sect's prosperity and decline. I can't make a final decision anymore. I'll go and report it to the sect master right away and have him make the final call. Finished saying, he immediately flashed away, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. This already rose to the level of the sect's prosperity and decline. Martial Uncle, could you not exaggerate things to raise an alarm? Just a bunch of lousy jade slips, was there a need? A moment later, Song Qingyang came, Fan Li came, several of the sect's big shots all came. It was a matter of the sect's prosperity and decline. They could not refrain from making their moves. With regards to Yi Yuan, Song Qingyang was already speechless. My little ancestor, can't you keep a lower profile? How did things end up as some major matter that caused a great sensation in the entire sect? Facing the look in Song Qingyang's eyes, Yi Yuan returned a helpless look. I didn't want to either. But, since someone forced me to take contribution points out, then I could only begrudgingly agree. These things should be enough for him to do whatever he pleases in the sect after redeeming for contribution points, right? When Song Qingyang and the others arrived at the merit hall, they picked up those jade slips that piled up like a small hill. The more they looked, the more solemn their expressions were, and the more shocked their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan. Did this guy dig up all the alchemy Dao treasures across the heavens? Too impressive. Each of these jade slips was worth a fortune. They could not be measured in monetary terms at all. Of course, they were unable to be measured using contribution points too. With these alchemy records, one could even create another extreme medicine sect. Song Qingyang already could not find the words to describe Yi Yuan. It was as if only the word, impressive, could showcase Yi Yuan's prowess. Seeing the expressions of the group of big shots changing one after another, Wang Lin they all finally broke down. Everyone present was curious about just how incredible these jade slips that Yi Yuan took out were. Including Wang Lin they all. They lost so unwillingly. Song Qingyang put down the jade slip in his hand, spat out a turbid breath heavily, and said to Yi Yuan, the value of these jade slips are simply incalculable. How about this? The sect won't reward you contribution points anymore either. From now on, whatever you need, ask the sect directly. All kinds of resources that you need to cultivate, the sect will supply it limitlessly. The moment these words came out, the whole place was shocked. Was it so amazing? This reward was too freaking amazing. What were contribution points? Those who entered the sect could not do without it. Within the sect, everything that you did revolve around contribution points. Regarding this point, the sect master, elders, even the extreme light pavilion and hegemon realms were all like that. Did the sect master need contribution points for whatever heavenly medicine he needed? If the sect master wanted something from the sect, then he would have to exchange for it by taking out the corresponding value. But Song Qingyang's words meant that from today onward, Yuan no longer needed to worry about contribution points. He could take whatever he wanted. Too crazy. Yuan was only grade 5 realm currently. After he stepped into Emperor realm, or even reached Emperor Sakra heaven in the future and needed those grade 9 heavenly medicines, was it still taking whatever he pleased? It was because the use of these books was too great. Song Qingyang did not doubt in the slightest that these records were able to advance the extreme medicine sect's alchemy path strength by a significant deal. After today, all of the Emperor realm powerhouses in the sect would probably make a headlong rush to enter the scripture library and borrow these records. Their strength would advance by leaps and bounds for some time to come. Looking at things from a broader perspective, Yuan taking these alchemy records out would let the strength of the Heaven One Alliance side rise tremendously. It would have enormous significance on the war as a whole. Therefore, the contribution points were already impossible to measure. And exemption from contribution points, this had probably never happened in the history of any major sect before. In the history of the extreme medicine sect, Yuan was the only one. This little martial uncle was really amazing. How many earth-shattering major things had he already done as soon as he entered the sect? I agree, these records are too precious. Using it can practically make a fresh start elsewhere and create another extreme medicine sect. This reward isn't overboard, Fan Li said with a nod. I have no objections either. Hurry up and arrange it. I'm going into closed seclusion right away. With these things, I might be able to comprehend origin. Miao Chuan was too impatient to wait. I agree too. The few big shots present were virtually unanimous. Then the whole place erupted into an uproar. Crazy. Really insane. Did you hear it? Create another extreme medicine sect. This Yuan is simply incredible. This guy really has tremendous fortune, to actually be able to obtain so many treasures. Wang Lin, they all have set the explosives on fire. With this, they blew themselves up until nothing remained. The whole place was in an uproar, discussing animatedly. The scene before their eyes was seriously too shocking. Especially Fan Li's comments, it practically drove the extreme medicine sect disciples present crazy. This guy was insane, right? The things that could establish a sect, you gave it to the sect just like that. People were all selfish. The value of these things was sufficient to move them. Starting a sect and establishing a faction, standing proudly at the apex. Who did not want this sort of thing? Just as everyone was inexplicably shocked, Yuan waved his hands nonchalantly and said, no need. These jade slips, I planned on donating them to the sect in the first place. It's just that after entering the sect, I was anxious to break through to profound grade and forget to deal with them. Now, it's great. Sect Master, I'll use them to exchange for 54,450 contribution points. In addition, just reward me with some grade 5 heavenly medicines will do. In the next second, the whole place became dead silent. Even Song Qingyang was stupefied on the spot too. Was this boy crazy? He was actually going to donate these treasures to the sect free of charge. These were all priceless treasures. You gave them away so casually. Although they were on the receiving side, Song Qingyang still felt that it was too rash and too improper. Prodigal. As for 54,450 contribution points, what the hell did that count for? Why, you're not joking, right? The corners of Song Qingyang's mouth twitched slightly as he said. He had already been completely defeated by this little martial uncle. Yuan shook his head and said, when I acknowledged Master Zuo Chen as my master, I told him that I'll be giving these treasures on me to the sect. In return, I'll get to freely browse inside the scripture library. Now, since I've already entered the scripture library, everything naturally don't have to be mentioned anymore. However, I have a request. These jade slips that I donated are open to all sect disciples for free. Chapter 2859 Most difficult in history. This guy is crazy, right? That's limitless contribution points. With limitless resources, cultivation speed will advance by leaps and bounds, and he can use countless grandmist treasures to arm himself. He actually doesn't want it. Donating so many records, it's just for him to repay the scripture library's contribution points. What a waste. However, Wang Lin and the others, their faces are also slapped resoundingly. You could say that again. Wang Lin wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into right now. Didn't you say that 50,000 contribution points were very hard to get? I could earn 500,000, 5 million, 50 million, but I don't want to. I just want 50,000 contribution points. How is it? Does your face hurt? Song Qingyang was speechless. This little martial uncle was too good at posturing. However, he still shook his head and said, "No way, that way, the sect will owe you too much. This kind of treasure is astonishing. If it was an ordinary disciple and the sect profited at his expense, then fine. But who was Yi Yuan? Little martial uncle, even if you gave me, I would not dare to take it too." Yi Yuan naturally knew what he was thinking about and said with a smile, "If sect master feels that you owe me too much, then I have a suggestion. I wonder if sect master is willing to listen to it." Song Qingyang nodded and said, "Say it." Yi Yuan said, "Now that a great enemy stands before us, if we're still fettered by old conventions, it's no different from committing suicide. Since our extreme medicine sect is an alchemy overlord, then we should shoulder the responsibility of an alchemy overlord. I feel that some of the sect's resources can be opened up to the entire Heaven One. Such as the scripture library, such as some training grounds. This was a big move. What a sect relied on to establish itself across the heavens were these resources. Therefore, no matter which sect it was, they would be very stringent with these resources. Yi Yuan could easily enter the scripture library, that was because his status was high enough. For ordinary disciples, even if it was staying in the scripture library for a day, they would have to budget it stringently, let alone people outside of the extreme medicine sect. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to share these resources in the scripture library with Heaven One continent. This was simply insane. Many disciples looked at Yi Yuan like looking at an idiot. Who did you think you were? When was it your turn to come and meddle in this sort of thing? Suddenly, a figure appeared, pointing at Yi Yuan's nose as he scolded, "Impudent! Yi Yuan, who the hell do you think you are? How the sect operates, how can it be what you can speak recklessly about? These resources are all where our extreme medicine sect's foundation lies. Opening it up to the entire Heaven One is severing the sect's foundation. You have malicious motives." This person was none other than precisely Qin Shan. This mighty emperor vast heaven expert went onto the playing field personally. However, Yi Yuan did not know him. He just said with a strange expression, "Did you turn dumb from cultivation? If I want to sever the sect's foundation, would I still take these things out?" Qin Shan's face turned black, and he said in a great rage, "Conceited brat. You have no respect for your elders and engage in wild talks here. You should be punished for your crimes." At this time, an Emperor Sakra Heaven sect elder suddenly spoke up, "Sect master, this boy is too haughty, treating his elders with contempt. He should be killed." He was called Zhang Yuandao, a backbone figure of the conservative faction. Yi Yuan's words displeased him greatly too. Not just him, Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted the strong opposition of the conservative faction. Immediately, the spearheads of all the Emperor Realm powerhouses pointed at Yi Yuan. At present, the majority of the Emperor Realm powerhouses remaining in the sect belong to the conservative faction. Therefore, their voices of condemnation toward Yi Yuan grew higher than the previous wave. It was virtually one-sided. Out of their mouths, Yi Yuan became a criminal who committed the most heinous crimes, and they would not be content with anything less than killing him. Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was finished. Incurring public wrath, Zhuo Chen could not protect Yu Tu. Although Song Qingyang and the group of upper echelons had calm faces, there were indescribable peculiarness in their hearts. Disrespecting elders, your father doesn't even dare to be so unbridled in front of little martial uncle. You guys are really awesome. However, Yi Yuan's words indeed had too great an implication. They had no choice but to be cautious. It was just that with Yi Yuan's identity, since he said this kind of words, was that the will of the ancestors. All shut up for me. Song Qingyang yelled coldly. The world became quiet. He said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, the implications of this matter are too great. This sect master can't make the decision. But I'll report your idea to the Extreme Light Pavilion and let the pavilion elders make a final decision. Yi Yuan said with clasped hands, then I'll have to trouble sect master. Everyone burst into an uproar again. Were the heavens changing? The suggestion given by a saint sovereign heaven was actually going to be reported to the Extreme Light Pavilion. Too crazy. It was as if countless face-slapping sounds had sounded out in the air. While Zhang Yuandao, Qin Shan, and the rest were staring with their mouths agape. Sect master and the group of big shots would actually care about a junior's view. Even if you donated these treasures, you could not use it to put pressure on the sect too, right? But very soon, everyone felt relieved. After all, having donated these treasures, sect master was letting Yi Yuan's face look a little better for the time being. Reporting to Extreme Light Pavilion, Yi Yuan, such a good opportunity just now. It would have been great for you too. Exchange for an imperial extreme pill too. In order to posture, you're not even caring about your brother anymore. Yang Qing said weakly. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, imperial extreme pill for what? The sect's heavenly pills are also nothing more than this. I'll refine a better one for you and let you posture and slap faces, alright? Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, is this for real? Yi Yuan nodded and said, of course it's real. Zheng Qian sneered and said, hoo, what high-sounding sentiments. Who do you think you are, to actually look down on the sect's heavenly pills? Don't forget, you're only grade 5 realm. So what if profound grade? Can you refine profound grade heavenly imperial pills? What a joke. Wang Lin similarly said disdainfully, hoo, in the entire extreme medicine sect, there's only you, one heavenly alchemist. Profound grade expert, how formidable. Yi Yuan gave Wang Lin a glance and suddenly said with a smile, senior apprentice brother Wang, doesn't your face hurt? Wang Lin was taken aback, his face really turning somewhat hot. He was seriously too oppressed. Targeting Yi Yuan time and again, in the end, this guy slapped his face each time. How shameful. You guys can naturally mock me. However, you have to be prepared to be slapped by me. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Entering the sect for 10 years, how many earth-shattering major things had Yi Yuan done? Starting from the first day, Yi Yuan had already caused a great sensation. Then, each time was more impressive than the last, and each time more sensational than the last. Until now, it was as if the entire extreme medicine sect was revolving around Yi Yuan. What right did a divergent cultivator trash have? What heavenly medicines did he take? Qin Shan asked with a solemn face. Crane Needle Profound Tea, 5-Directional Divine Rain. Wang Lin reported a series of heavenly medicine names, his gaze full of mockery. Qin Shan could not help being stupefied when he heard it and said, infinite comprehensive pill. Wang Lin smiled and said, exactly so. This boy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just broke through to profound grade for 10 years and he dares to refine the infinite comprehensive pill, which is known as the most difficult in history. Ha, that Yang Qing is probably going to be scammed to death by him. Qin Shan also could not help laughing as he said, this boy, really, infinite comprehensive pill, even if I take action, being able to refine true grade is already pushing it to the point of bursting. Where does he get the courage to dare refine this? Chapter 2860. I feel somewhat bloated. Below the life and death stage, there were streams of people. Originally, this battle was just between Luo Hao and Yang Qing, two people. It would not have attracted too much attention. But, because of Yi Yuan, the influence of this battle became huge. Even Yang Qing himself admitted that he could not last a single exchange with Luo Hao. Then could Yi Yuan defy the heavens? Incredible. It seems like in the sect, there's no one who can refine the infinite comprehensive pill at all. Is that Yi Yuan going to defy the heavens? What a joke. He's the youngest profound grade powerhouse in history. How can a mere infinite comprehensive pill stump him? Heh, this Brad really talks big. A series of mocking voices came from below the stage. The corners of Luo Hao's mouth could not help curling slightly when he heard these discussion voices. Why was the infinite comprehensive pill called the hardest in history? It was because it was an extremely rare all-attributes heavenly pill. What was called an all-attributes heavenly pill? After consuming it, one's strength would skyrocket in all aspects. Divine essence, great Tao rule, the power of rules, origin divinity, physical body, so on and so forth, these aspects would all have an all-round improvement. This kind of heavenly pill sounded fantastical, even somewhat frightening. Of course, because it had such a heaven-defying medicinal effect, its refining difficulty was also the hardest among same-rank heavenly pills. The difficulty was hell level. How difficult was it? A grade 8 heavenly alchemist like Qin Shan could not refine a profound grade infinite comprehensive pill too. He could refine true grade, but the medicine effect of true grade was basically only a little better than nothing to true sovereign heavens. The difficulty was high, but the medicinal effect was ordinary. Only by reaching profound grade could it truly have a heaven grade effect. Hence, in the extreme medicine sect, there wasn't such a heavenly pill at all. It was not that nobody could refine it, but exalted hegemon realms would not run over to refine a grade 5 heavenly imperial pill for you, right? Furthermore, the heavenly medicines that the infinite comprehensive pill needed were extremely precious too. They were even more valuable than some grade 6 heavenly medicines. This was because they were too rare. It was also that this was a super sect like the extreme medicine sect. For ordinary sects, they would not be able to even collect the heavenly medicines. Therefore, when they knew that Yuan was going to refine the infinite comprehensive pill, the entire sect scoffed with derision. 2 days ago, Yuan slapped the faces of everyone in the sect. Today, everyone came to watch Yuan become a joke. Below the stage, Yongqing appeared somewhat anxious. The life and death battle was about to begin right away, but Yuan still had not come. What are you looking at, Yongqing? You wouldn't really think that Yuan can bring the infinite comprehensive pill and come help you change your fate, right? Luo Hao arrived before Yongqing and said with a snicker. Yongqing said with a cold snort, mind your own business. Luo Hao's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, Yongqing, just you show off. After getting on the life and death stage, you'll know what's called despair. You killed my younger brother. I'm going to sentence you to eternal damnation. Yongqing's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, your younger brother colluded with the blood race and butchered his own species, committing countless crimes and misdeeds. Landing in my hands, I couldn't let him live. Even if we do this again, your father will still kill him without fail. When he was carrying out missions, he accidentally discovered that Luo Hao's younger brother was cultivating with human blood, his methods being extremely cruel. The ordinary martial artists who died at his hands were beyond count. Yongqing was normally casual, but with regards to this sort of thing, he really would not be careless. Hence, he killed Luo Hao's younger brother. Who knew that this person was actually Luo Hao's younger brother? Before his younger brother died, he sent Yongqing's information to Luo Hao. In the end, the two people sowed a reconcilable enmity. Before Luo Hao's younger brother died, he did things cleanly. Yongqing did not bring back any evidence. Me one. With regards to Yongqing killing someone from the same sect, as long as it was outside the extreme medicine sect, there wasn't this restriction. This way, the two people each stuck to their own versions and could only use a life and death battle to resolve it. When Luo Hao challenged him, Yongqing was not a cowardly person either. Directly accepting it, although he clearly knew that he was not a match. Luo Hao gave Yongqing a glance and said coolly, keep framing charges. Very soon, you won't be able to talk anymore. Time slowly trickled by. Yuan still did not have the intention of showing up. Luo Hao leapt onto the life and death stage and shouted, Yongqing, the hour has come. Why haven't you come up in haste to prepare to die? Yongqing's mouth curled, and he said, there's still 15 minutes. What are you anxious about? Haha, Yongqing, stop struggling. Yuan boasted too much. He absolutely won't dare to come. Zheng Qian said with a loud laugh. In reality, that was what everyone thought. The hardest in history was not said for fun. To profound grade powerhouses, this was a hell-level difficulty too. Yongqing, give up hope. If Yuan dares to come, your father will pluck my head off for you to kick like a ball. Wang Lin also said with a cold smile. Yongqing gave him a glance and said coolly, Grandpa Qing has remembered what you said. While he said so, Yongqing's heart was also a little nervous. Time was almost up. Yuan did not even show a hint of a shadow. Son of a bitch, hurry up and come. If you don't come, your father is going to die. Yongqing cursed wildly in his heart. Luo Hao smiled coldly and said, delaying the time can't change the final outcome. Forget it that he doesn't dare to come. Even if he really refines the infinite comprehensive pill, you'll definitely die today beyond doubt too. As he said, He arrived in front of the judge and said with clasped hands, "Martial uncle, the time has come." That Emperor Realm powerhouse nodded slightly and said to Yang Qing, "The time is up. Yang Qing, take the stage." Yang Qing's face turned black. This punk really stood him up. Fuck me. However, he also knew that he could not drag the time anymore. Helpless, he could only leap onto the stage. Catch. Just as he was dangling in the air, a streak of flowing light flashed and flew straight over. Yang Qing was overjoyed, swiping a vial with a grab and landing on the stage. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Qing immediately opened up the vial and downed it in one gulp. Everyone did not have time to determine whether or not that was the infinite comprehensive pill. And only at this time did Yi Yuan's figure slowly appear. This guy really came. That thing just now was the infinite comprehensive pill. This guy would not have randomly gotten some heavenly pill to posture, right? Luo Hao's expression changed, and he said to the judge, "The time is up. Martial uncle, please announce the immediate commencement." The judge nodded and said, "Getting on the life and death stage, life and death are your own responsibility. Begin." Luo Hao did not feel that Yi Yuan could really refine a profound grade infinite comprehensive pill, but he would not give Yang Qing the chance to refine the heavenly pill. This was the life and death stage. It was no laughing matter. Whether or not it was, it would not be too late to verify after Yang Qing died. Ha! Luo Hao slashed a saber over, immediately stirring up the wind and clouds. 3 power of rules were immediately performed by him to the extreme. He was a genius. The moment this saber came out, forget about Yang Qing, even his senior and junior brothers, who were similarly half-step Emperor Realm, absolutely could not block it too. One saber and they would be met with a violent death. But, when he saw that playful look in Yang Qing's eyes, his expression could not help changing wildly. Over here, Yang Qing's entire body instantly ruptured when the medicinal pill entered his abdomen. He only felt as if his soul was about to ascend. That liberating feeling made him unable to hold back a groan. Too wonderful. In virtually an instant, he felt as if his strength was like a rising tide. It was rising sharply and crazily. I feel somewhat bloated. Chapter 2861. Who asked you to posture? Yang Qing was really bloated. He felt like he was a balloon, being inflated with air at a very rapid rate. This heavenly pill was too amazing. At the place where Yang Qing was standing, space exploded. Stones flew everywhere. Under Luo Hao's saber, there was no chance to get lucky at all. Dead, definitely dead. No matter how amazing the heavenly pill is, it's also impossible to skyrocket instantly. There has to be a process to digest the medicinal strength, says. True, Yi Yuan must have come at this time deliberately. Either way, Yang Qing will be dead too. We also can't investigate what kind of heavenly pill he consumed. Indeed a divine scam, to be able to scam his teammate like this. How swift and fierce was Luo Hao's saber. This saber of his was simply a miracle in the eyes of others. Hence, Yang Qing had to die. But there were still many Emperor Realm powerhouses present. However, their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. Break, break, break. On the life and death stage, an angry roar suddenly came over. Yang Qing's figure appeared again, his entire body dyed in blood. Clearly, Luo Hao's move earlier had already inflicted heavy wounds on him. However, he ultimately still relied on the infinite comprehensive pill and evaded it. Although seriously wounded, his aura was rising crazily, and his realm actually directly broke through to upper true sovereign heaven. Furthermore, this realm was still increasing rapidly. His strength was skyrocketing, rising sharply in all aspects. Physical body, divine essence, power of rules, so on and so forth. Yang Qing actually evaded it. He was clearly not an opponent who could last one exchange with Luo Hao. How could he avoid this blade? The infinite comprehensive pill was so amazing. Yes, it was even more incredible than they imagined. Because when Yi Yuan was refining the pill, some mutation even happened. His power of blessing activated. The medicinal effect of this infinite comprehensive pill was 10 times that of ordinary profound grade heavenly pills. The powerful medicinal strength directly poured into Yang Qing's body, seemingly opening up the water gates of his realm, rising crazily. Furthermore, Yang Qing was in a very mysterious state currently. Originally, he could not keep up with Luo Hao. But now, Luo Hao's every movement and action was within his grasp. The reason why he was seriously wounded was that his bodily functions could not keep up with Luo Hao. But he still barely managed to avoid it. Humph. So what if you took the infinite comprehensive pill? I won't give you the chance to refine the medicinal effect. Luo Hao gave a cold snort, the saber momentum rising again. Hence, he unleashed his blade frenziedly. Each saber slash was stronger than the last. On the life and death stage, it was saber images everywhere, bedazzling people's eyes. But Luo Hao was panicking. Saber had saber momentum. A powerhouse like Luo Hao naturally knew how to utilize saber momentum even more. With each saber slash after another, his imposing momentum would rise to a very terrifying realm. Even the ranked 1 Cao Dian would not dare to let him accumulate saber momentum at his discretion too. But his saber actually got further and further away from Yongqing. Luo Hao is impressive. This grandson is definitely going to die without a burial ground. Well deserving of being the number 1 saber in true sovereign. Luo Hao, finish him off. Ha ha ha. What rubbish infinite comprehensive pill, too weak. Too weak. Those true sovereign heavens and saint sovereign heavens did not know the inner reason. Seeing Luo Hao's saber momentum get stronger and stronger, they cheered him on frenziedly. However, the face slapping came so quickly. Boom! Amidst the saber images, a streak of black light suddenly appeared. The saber images that filled the sky dissipated with a loud bang. Luo Hao's body directly collided with the protection screen like a kite with a broken string. Yongqing stood holding his spear, his imposing momentum surging to the sky, being incredibly domineering. Although he sustained rather severe injuries, it was like he had been reborn anew at this time. That sovereign Azureski, who considered himself without equal in the world, had returned again. Yongqing pointed at Luo Hao with his long spear and said indifferently, "What rubbish number 1 saber in true sovereign, weak to the max. From today onwards, your father is the number 1 spear in true sovereign." No, wait, it's number 1 in true sovereign. If you're not convinced, feel free to come and challenge, your father will receive it all. Just the likes of you trash also dare to posture in front of this sovereign, it serves you right to get slapped. Ha ha ha, Cao Dian, after I kill Luo Hao, do you dare to fight or not? The current Yongqing was inflated to the extreme. He felt that he was already invincible under the heavens. This infinite comprehensive pill was too amazing. Too amazing. Ever since stepping onto Heaven 1 continent, he no longer had that feeling of looking down upon the world in the past. But now, he finally regained this feeling. The king was undefeated. His strength had soared several hundred times over. Furthermore, it was an all-around improvement. His cultivation realm, he already reached grand completion true sovereign heaven. His physical body, it similarly reached grand completion true sovereign heaven. His origin divinity, it was also grand completion true sovereign heaven. Even in terms of power of rules, he achieved mastery, with Spear Dao and power of rules reaching peak rank 6 at the same time. The crux was that the soaring in strength did not let him feel fleeting and ephemeral, but it was incomparably solid instead. He had never seen before such an amazing heavenly pill. Yongqing knew that the heavenly pill that Yuan refined might be very impressive. But he did not think that the heavenly pill that Yuan refined would actually be so awesome. Below the life and death stage, Cao Dian's face became black as the bottom of a pot. Got to admit, Yongqing was seriously too capable of drawing aggro. This guy was currently boundlessly inflated. The most important thing was that his strength was sufficient to support his inflation. That spear just now, Cao Dian saw it clearly. He could not receive it. What shitty luck. Okay, I'll have a battle with you. Cao Dian was an extremely proud person too. How could he accept it to be provoked like this? Even if he clearly knew that he was not a match, he had to fight too. The strong would never fear challenges. Ha ha ha, Cao Dian, you have guts. But, from this day forth, you'll have to live under the shadow of this sovereign. Amidst the loud laughter, Yongqing sent out his long spear. Boom, Luo Hao, dead. The whole place was dead silent. There was only Yongqing's arrogant laughter. Did it end just like that? This was also too fake, right? Luo Hao was true sovereign heaven rank 4th. He actually did not even have the strength to fight back under Yongqing's hands. Previously, they were all mocking Yuan for overestimating his own ability to actually attempt to refine the most difficult pill in history, the infinite comprehensive pill. Now, not only did Yuan refine it, but he also used an extremely terrifying way to let Yongqing rise up crazily, was N. Yongqing himself also admitted that he could not last a single exchange with Luo Hao. But, after consuming Yuan's heavenly pill, he directly one-shotted Luo Hao. This kind of contrast really drove people nuts. How could you be so amazing, Owen? Wang Lin, Zheng Qian, Guo Feng, Qin Shan, and the rest had all turned their noses up at Yi Yuan previously, mocking him to the best of their ability. But now, those words seemed to have turned into slaps, slapping onto their faces crazily. Cao Dian, come up. Watch your grandpa Qing wreck you, Yang Qing said complacently. He was already inflated to the extreme. The former king was already being completely taken lightly by him. Hearing this, everyone really wanted to go up and slap his face. But they could not do it. Cao Dian, you definitely can't lose. Cao Dian went up the life and death stage with a black face. Yang Qing said to the judge, old man, borrow the life and death stage to use. Today, I'm going to reign over true sovereign heaven. Bang! The judge directly smacked Yang Qing into the dirt with a slap. Everyone felt incredibly satisfied. Who asked you to posture? Chapter 2862 expounding the pros and cons. You're full of yourself. The judge looked at the Yang Qing in the dust and said nonchalantly. It served him right. This was what everyone present was thinking. Yang Qing got to his feet, looking at the judge with an unfriendly expression as he said, humph humph. Old man, change is the only constant thing, the wheel of fortune turns. After my cultivation realm catches up to you, I'll definitely smack you into the ground. Smack him to death. Everyone was shouting in their hearts. However, the judge actually gave him a profound glance and said with a nod, boy, you're pretty good. I'll lend you this field. Yang Qing snorted again and said, don't think that lending the field can resolve the grudge, I'm very vengeful. The judge laughed loudly and said, all right. Then I'll wait for you. Yang Qing was not long-winded either, leaping onto the stage. Cao Dian also followed closely behind. The moment the two people made their moves, they were their strongest attacks. But this time, they saw Yang Qing's spear clearly. A domineering spear. It was only to hear a loud noise. Cao Dian shot out backward, but Yang Qing did not budge an inch. With one strike, the level was immediately established. Everyone was incredibly shocked. This was also too bloody freakish, right? I lost. Cao Dian threw down a sentence, turned around and left. The entire audience was in shock. With one heavenly pill, Yang Qing soared to the sky with one bound and became number one in true sovereign heaven. Unbelievable. What the hell kind of heavenly pill was this? Could you give me one? You trash, you mocked your grandpa Qing daily for the past few days. Now, does this slap feel good? Ha ha ha. Yang Qing put away his long spear and laughed rampantly. Those people who had mocked him before wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. How could they have expected this kind of heaven-defying rise? Yang Qing, what are you being cocky for? If not for Yi Yuan, what the hell are you? Zheng Qian said with refusal to accept it as final. Yeah, the impressive one is Yi Yuan. What does it have to do with you? You've performed all of his posturings, do you really think that you're very impressive? Everyone seemed to have found a relief outlet, rebutting Yang Qing frenziedly. Yang Qing did not care in the slightest and showed off. He said, your father can beat you all down by having such an awesome brother. If you're not convinced, bring it on. You make a lot of sense. I actually have nothing to say in reply. Why did we not have a brother like Yi Yuan? Hence, the news of Yi Yuan defying the heavens with one pill swept throughout the entire extreme medicine sect once more. The entire sect was incredibly shocked. Although the one who swept across true sovereign heaven was Yang Qing, everyone's discussion was more focused on Yi Yuan. It was because the one who created this miracle was Yi Yuan. Even those emperor realm powerhouses and high-level heavenly alchemists were all shocked too. Such a heaven-defying heavenly pill, how did Yi Yuan refine it? Even if it was an all-attributes heavenly pill, it would not be to an extent of being so heaven-defying too, right? Just what kind of additional material did Yi Yuan add? These people suddenly discovered that after Yi Yuan entered the sect, it seemed like all of the limelight had been snatched away by him alone. The infinite comprehensive pill was hailed as the hardest in history. Yi Yuan was just grade 5 realm, and he actually refined it. Not only did he refine it, but the medicinal effect was also mind-bogglingly amazing. Didn't this mean that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength already surpassed many grade 8 heavenly alchemists? This was a freaking joke, right? Didn't you just enter profound grade for 10 years? What right do you have to be so impressive? Of course, this kind of small scene had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. He had already entered the extreme light pavilion. As Hegemon Cloudmount's little disciple, the sect had no choice but to take his words seriously. Moreover, he just gave the sect such great kindness. Little junior brother, this matter affects the situation as a whole. The implications are too big, Li Clearcloud said with a solemn expression. A pavilion elder said, I disagree as well. If people learn our things and run out to establish a sect, then our extreme medicine sect will have many opponents out of the blue. Little martial uncle, your seniority is high, but some ideas are still too naive. In the extreme light pavilion, virtually all the pavilion elders were opposed to Yi Yuan's proposition. This kind of idea was too fanciful and fallacious. Creating many opponents out of the blue for themselves, this was a way of digging their own grave. This notion was already deeply entrenched in the hearts of people. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, pray tell, everyone. Since the Heaven One Alliance was established, how many powerhouses has our Heaven One continent given birth to? Which powerhouses did our extreme medicine sect give birth to? Li Clearcloud's brows furrowed, and he shook his head and said, our extreme medicine sect didn't give birth to any true powerhouses. There have even been hundreds of Emperor Realm powerhouses who have already fallen because of the war. As for the other sects, they are mostly the same. In fact, they are even worse off than us. That's it, Yi Yuan said calmly. After the Heaven One Alliance was established, it seemed like everyone was united. But until now, you're still only clearing away the snow in front of your own doors. Not only did our strength not get stronger, but we're also being weakened by the blood race non-stop instead. In contrast, the blood race grew stronger the more they fought, and their powerhouses got more and more. I don't know how long more the absolute heaven barrier can still resist, but if things continue like this, we probably won't be able to resist anymore. The extreme light pavilions. Pavilion elders had all gone to the front lines before and fought with the blood race. Over these few thousand years, quite a number of the extreme light pavilions' pavilion elders had actually fallen too. These were all origin powerhouses, with hopes of stepping into Hegemon realm in the future. As for the other sects, that went even more without saying. Many people in the sect have never been to the front lines before. They probably don't know the cruelty and dangers there at all, and they also don't have much sense of danger. In fact, they even think that our Hegemon realms are very strong, and they can keep the blood race's powerhouses outside of the absolute heaven barrier. But in reality, I saw strong worry on Master Cloudmount and Senior Apprentice Brother Pinnaspring's faces. Even existences of their level completely don't have the confidence to, right? At this current situation, the various major sects are still thinking of preserving strength, pending to stage a comeback. It's just that do they have this chance? I don't believe that those Hegemon realms can't see this. But I feel that Divine Lord is probably lacking an opportunity. Since nobody is willing to take the lead, then why don't our extreme medicine sect break this stalemate? Furthermore, I don't feel that opening up resources will cause huge losses to the sect. On the contrary, I feel that it can make us become stronger instead. The extreme medicine sect is an alchemy path Leviathan, but the other sects similarly have their own foundations. If we open up resources, it can let those small sects undergo a mutual exchange of resources. Our disciples are elites among elites. Could it be that they would lose to them? Yi Yuan said a whole bunch at great length, expounding on the pros and cons. Yi Yuan had already prepared these words for a long time, making those pavilion lords dazed from listening. Should these things be what you, a puny little saint sovereign heaven, consider? Hearing you speak, you directly substituted yourself as Divine Lord, His Excellency. However, each and every one of these pavilion elders was incredibly shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan's development was too big. When they were still conflicted about the sect's interests, Yi Yuan had long already jumped out of the sect and placed his horizons across the entire Heaven One continent, even the entire Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven. In reality, when Yi Yuan was at Northern View City, he had already understood from Zuo Chen in depth about the present situation. These plans, he had long already worked them out. Talking about it at this time, it was enlightening the benighted. Proposing something like this from the perspective of Divine Lord, that was incredibly difficult. It was because he had to balance the various great hegemons and could not let anyone suffer a loss in benefits. Otherwise, this alliance would be done for. But breaking this bottleneck from the extreme medicine sect could not be better. Once the extreme medicine sect did it, the situation would be broken. Divine Lord would be able to push the boat along the current and carry out a transformation on the entire Heaven One Alliance, achieving a fusion. Only this kind of fusion could let Heaven One become stronger. Otherwise, they could only be encroached upon by the blood race step by step, and then all of them would fall into the enemy's hands in the end. Chapter 2863 Breaking the Stalemate. With Yi Yuan defying the heavens with one pill, Yongqing swept across True Sovereign. This matter set off huge waves in the extreme medicine sect from top to bottom. But, before the aftermath of this matter had passed, a piece of news that was even more of a bolt out of the blue descended. This time, the ones who were shocked was not just the extreme medicine sect, but it was the entire Heaven One Alliance. The extreme medicine sect had opened up cultivation resources to the entire Heaven One Alliance. This news was too explosive. Of course, the one who got slapped the hardest were still the extreme medicine sect's disciples. Previously, they were all mocking Yi Yuan, thinking that it was impossible for this matter to be realized. Forget about the extreme light pavilion agreeing to it. Sect Master was just brushing him off and would not bring this matter up to the extreme light pavilion at all. Who knew that it was really brought up? However, they did not know that if Yi Yuan wanted to report it to the extreme light pavilion, he did not need Song Qingyang at all. Bringing it up was not strange. What was scary was that the extreme light pavilion actually really agreed. It's crazy, right? This is something that shakes the sect's foundation. The pavilion elders actually agreed. Where are the hegemon ancestors? Yi Yuan messing around like this, they're not going to control him too. Motherfucker. Got slapped in the face again. With regards to the extreme medicine sect's decision, everyone could not figure it out after racking their brains. What right did a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven have to have his suggestion be adopted after bringing it up? Furthermore, it was even such a major thing. The moment the news came out, the world was shocked. To itinerant cultivators and those small sects, this was absolutely a piece of huge good news. However, it was naturally impossible for this kind of release to be without additional conditions. For itinerant cultivators, those who used the extreme medicine sect's resources would be viewed as automatically joining the Heaven One Alliance and be subjected to the Heaven One Alliance's unified allocation of resources. Small sects must open their resources to the extreme medicine sect too. Furthermore, as long as they utilize the extreme medicine sect's resources, they would have to go and serve at the absolute heaven barrier for 3 years. All sects were members of the Heaven One Alliance. But Heaven One continent still had countless itinerant cultivators. These itinerant cultivators were a force that could not be overlooked. Among these people, there were brave ones who were killed at the absolute heaven barrier all year round. But there was still a very large part that was huddling up in the rear. This decision of the extreme medicine sect would immediately summon a large portion of itinerant cultivators. It would not do if they did not come. What did itinerant cultivators lack? Among itinerant cultivators, there were actually many geniuses. They suffered from a lack of cultivation resources, their cultivation realms having difficulty breaking through all along. If their cultivation realm did not break through, they would have to face endless doubt tribulations. Come one day, they would die. With the extreme medicine sect opening up resources, they would have hopes of breaking through their realms. In terms of cultivation resources, the extreme medicine sect was absolutely positioned right at the top. They were virtually number one across the entire Heaven One continent. Even the other two great hegemon-level sects could not compare to the extreme medicine sect too. Therefore, the extreme medicine sect's cultivation resources had a fatal allure. This kind of good thing, no one would refuse it. Hence, countless powerhouses were gathering over at the extreme medicine sect. Furthermore, this way of doing things brought huge prestige to the extreme medicine sect. The extreme medicine sect is well deserving of being an alchemy overlord. This great courage makes people admire them. The extreme medicine sect is too responsible. After my strength breaks through, I must go to absolute heaven barrier and showcase my abilities. Putting aside sectarian views and breaking hundreds of millions of years old established practices, the extreme medicine sect really has great breadth of spirit. Among these people, they were naturally people who had great experience and knowledge too. The extreme medicine sect having such an open attitude made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. They secretly swore to definitely head to the absolute heaven barrier. Every day, there were countless powerhouses gathering in front of the mountain pass gates. There was one more thing that made the entire extreme medicine sect hate Yi Yuan to the core. From now on, all of the extreme medicine sect's disciples would take turns going to the absolute heaven barrier. No matter whether you were of the conservative faction or not, you would have to be forced to the front lines in the future. Hua Zong was stunned when he got this news. He discovered that the boasts that Yi Yuan made were really realized one by one. This little junior brother was truly remarkable. Why was he, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, impressive to this extent? Did the conservative faction remain silent about this? The moment the news came out, the conservative faction immediately carried out a large-scale reverse play. They practically swarmed out in full force, joining forces to exert pressure on the sect. The conservative faction's forces practically occupied more than half of the extreme medicine sect. Once they joined hands, the power could be imagined. However, right at this time, a dharmic decree descended from the sky, shocking the entire extreme medicine sect. At this moment, that dharmic decree could be seen by the whole sect. The extreme medicine sect's 4 great hegemon realms joined hands to send down the dharmic decree, stating that the extreme light pavilion's decision was the will of the hegemon realms. With this, the extreme medicine sect boiled over. The 4 great hegemons were aloof from worldly affairs and had never expressed their attitudes with regard to this matter before. This time, they actually joined hands to send down the dharmic decree. No one could resist the will of the hegemon realms. Hence, they determined the world with one move, and the conservative faction's voice was directly suppressed by this dharmic decree. Ha ha ha, that boy indeed suits your father's appetite the best. This move of his is really played beautifully. The thing that even this seat can't do, he actually did it. In the absolute heaven barrier, hegemon Cloudmount's hearty laughter could be heard. However, not all the hegemons could hear this laughter. It was because his voice was actively being isolated. But Divine Lord His Excellency could hear him. I really didn't expect that this boy is actually so stunning, breaking the stalemate of several thousand years in one stroke. With this, those few stubborn old things will probably fly into a thunderous rage. Speaking of which, I really need to thank Yi Yuan properly this time, Divine Lord His Excellency said with a smile. Heh heh, Divine Lord Your Excellency, you mustn't just be all talk and no action. This seat has remembered these words, Hegemon Cloudmount said with a shady smile. The moment Divine Lord heard this, he could not help laughing as he said, You old fellow, could it be that this lord will still owe a Saint Sovereign Heaven Jr.? This time, Yi Yuan really helped out greatly. However, those few old fellows will probably be finding you. To settle scores, Cloudmount smiled coldly and said, Would your father be scared of them? If not for the few of them obstructing in every possible way, our new policy would have long been pushed forward. Why would we end up being so passive now? Humph, already at the juncture of life and death survival, those few old fellows are still so fettered by old convention. It serves them right to have their sects be wiped out. The absolute heaven barrier's hegemon realms were naturally not of one heart and mind too. The reason why it developed until the present situation where all hegemon realms joined hands, it was forced by circumstances. Why did the conservative faction have a market? Without hegemons supporting them, how could they be tough? Among these hegemon realms, Hegemon Cloudmount and the rest of this group were all of the warring faction. They hoped to break down the barriers between sects. The Heaven One Alliance was one family. But the vast majority of hegemon realms turned their noses up in disdain at this. These hegemon realms hoped that there must be autonomy between sects. Otherwise, their legacies would be buried in oblivion in the dust of history. Among them, the other 2 continents' hegemon realms especially dominated. Their sects had practically been annihilated already. Therefore, they had a very averse attitude towards this kind of merger. Divine Lord also advocated for breaking down the barriers, but he needed to borrow the strength of these hegemon realms to deal with the blood race, so it could only keep dragging on until now. But Yi Yuan's action completely broke this deadlock. Once the situation was broken, Divine Lord took the initiative. Then what right did Yi Yuan, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, have to be able to do something that even hegemon realms could not accomplish? The problem still lay with those treasures of the labyrinth divine palace. Ever since entering the sect, Yi Yuan pushed his momentum to the peak step by step. At the crucial moment, he threw out these labyrinth divine palace treasures. Under this kind of situation, the extreme medicine sect's conservative faction already could not make much noise anymore. It was because they needed those treasures too. They also needed to become strong. At this time, the moment the dharmic decree of Hegemon Cloudmount and the rest descended, it immediately suppressed all the voices in the sect. Chapter 2864 South Chi Giant City. Were not convinced. On what basis should we be the first batch to go to the absolute heaven barrier? Yeah, this matter was caused by Yuan. If wanting to choose someone to go, it should also be him who goes first. Just because Yuan donated a bunch of jade slips, he can get special treatment. In the law enforcement hall, a group of people was rioting non-stop. Zheng Qian, Wang Lin, and the rest were shockingly in ranks. The first batch of names headed to the absolute heaven barrier had already been issued. None of those who opposed Yuan could escape. Even Qin Shan, this grade 8 heavenly alchemist, was also sent to the front lines. Of course, it was not a coincidence. Yuan did it on purpose. These people jumped around the most. Of course he could not let them continue acting like tyrants. However, Yuan's goal was naturally not to send them to death. These people were all geniuses. Yuan did not deny it. Perhaps going to the front lines could make them improve at a great pace. It was just that the mortality rate at the front lines was also extremely high. Qin Shan had a black face as he said in a solemn voice, "Marshal Uncle Ming Tang, if you don't give an explanation today, even if it's defying the sect's orders, we won't hesitate." 2. Ming Tang was a law enforcement hall elder, an Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm mighty expert, his status being extremely high. Yuan's name did not appear in the name list of the first batch, so these people immediately blew up. Hence, they ran to the law enforcement hall collectively to make a scene. As the saying went, it was hard for the law to punish the collective. They all had this mentality. The overwhelming momentum was unstoppable, but making Yuan go was a must. Otherwise, they could not swallow this insult. Ming Tang glanced at Qin Shan and said coolly, "Have you all made enough noise?" Yuan, their party of 5 already left the sect a month ago and set off for South Qi Giant City. What kind of place was South Qi Giant City? The number 1 dangerous city below absolute heaven barrier. It was not that this city was very dangerous, but that this city's casualty rate was too high. Frighteningly high, the absolute heaven barrier blocked the blood race army. But when dividing Grand Bright Jade Complete Heaven into 2, how big was the absolute heaven barrier? This absolute heaven barrier was like a 10,000-mile Great Wall. It stretched even longer and more unbroken than a 10,000-mile Great Wall. However, to maintain the absolute heaven barrier, hegemon realm powerhouses needed to expend a considerable effort too. Simply put, the absolute heaven barrier was like a large net. The place where the hegemon realms were garrisoning, that was the nodal point of the large net. The node was naturally as strong as iron. But since it was a web, then there had to be gaps. The war between the blood race and Heaven 1 unfolded in these gaps. Incomparably cruel, Heaven 1 Alliance built one giant city after another in these defensively weak places, planting a large army of countless powerhouses. South Qi Giant City was the place with the largest loophole. Of course, it was also the most dangerous place. One could say that the army stationed there practically had no overlap with anyone from the first batch of army stationed there. The first generation army, from the high and mighty Emperor realm powerhouses to Saint Sovereign Heaven army, had all died out. One could imagine how dangerous South Qi Giant City was. In the rear, no matter which sect it was, their complexions would change colors at the mention of South Qi Giant City. No one was willing to go. It was because South Qi Giant City was equivalent to death. Not roughly equivalent. That place was absolutely an incomparably cruel and savage battlefield. That place was hell. Yuan actually went to South Qi Giant City. A Saint Sovereign Heaven, no matter how amazingly talented you were, you would also be an ant in South Qi Giant City. Lowly like an ant, there were no geniuses there, only dead people. Too cruel. Ming Tang's gaze swept over everyone's faces, and he said with a cold smile, "When you guys were afraid, others were already at the front lines." This elder feels that Yuan's opinion is correct. You these people crack yourselves up to be geniuses, enjoying countless glory, but you all don't know how cruel the front lines are. You all won't be able to grow up without experiencing the baptism of blood. Go on. With this, nobody spoke anymore. Yuan already went to South Qi Giant City. What else could they say? Where they were going to this time was Floating Light City. Although that place was the front lines too, it was not an absolutely dangerous place. There were 108 cities below the absolute heaven barrier. Among them, there were 9 giant cities. Cities that had the word giant were all brutal battlefields. And among them, South Qi Giant City was the most dangerous. This is South Qi Giant City. Sure enough, it's very cruel. Seeing the scene before his eyes, Yi Yuan could not help sighing lightly. Clearly, this place had just experienced a great battle. 10. The city walls that towered into the clouds, half of them were already demolished. Many high-level formation Dao masters were currently repairing the city walls. Outside the city, several thousand dead bodies were casually thrown around, looking ghastly. There weren't bloodkins because they would not leave behind dead bodies. Either die or revive. Many Saint Sovereign Heaven soldiers were currently collecting the corpses, their eyes faintly holding tears. But their gazes were full of resoluteness. The land outside the city took on a dark red hue as if it had already been dyed thoroughly with blood. This was not an adjective but a fact. Yi Yuan already heard about it before coming that red-colored dirt was the hallmark of South Qi Giant City. This place was dyed red by fresh blood. Yi Yuan few people did not see this great battle, but the degree of danger was clear just by thinking about it a little. This battle must have been extremely fierce. Yi Yuan had experienced the Northern Front battle, but that level of battle completely could not be mentioned in the same breath as this place. Big brother Yi Yuan, the blood race is so abominable. Jingfei wants to kill the enemy too, kill them all. Sniff, sniff, Jingfei immediately burst into tears when she saw the scene before her eyes. Too tragic. Even the Yongqing, who went about happy-go-lucky every day, also had a solemn and respectful face at this time. Yi Yuan, my blood is already burning. Yongqing said, yeah, me too. As he was talking, Yi Yuan gave a deep bow to this stretch of land. On top of the city walls, a gray-robed middle-aged man looked at the city wall that was currently being repaired, his expression being incredibly grim. Yi Yuan noticed him very quickly because his aura was extremely strong. He was definitely an Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm mighty expert. Hey, kid, you're new here, right? To dare come to South Qi Giant City, pretty gutsy. An easy-going Saint Sovereign Heaven soldier came up to greet warmly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, some things ultimately need people to do. This brother, didn't you come too? The moment the other party heard, he laughed loudly and said, I like to hear this. Little brother, you came to the right place. Our South Qi Giant City is the most soulful place. Fighting here, there are no regrets in death. I'm called Wang Yan. What are you called, little brother? Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, this little brother, Yi Yuan, is from the extreme medicine sect. Wang Yan waved his hand and said, South Qi Giant City has no sects, only brothers. Even if you were a flower in the extreme medicine sect, it's completely meaningless in this place, too. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said with a smile, what brother Wang says is right. This little brother has received the teachings. In a few sentences, Yi Yuan already felt the difference. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that in such a savage battlefield, humanity was gray and without luster, especially having just experienced a great battle. But Wang Yan seemed very relaxed, without the slightest psychological burden, talking in a jovial manner. Yi Yuan could feel that it was not that Wang Yan was heartless, but that he had qi in his heart. This qi was the soul of South Qi Giant City. When people come here, they would be infected by this place very quickly and be assimilated. Brother Wang, who is that? His bearing is extraordinary. Yi Yuan pointed at the middle-aged man on top of the city walls and asked. Wang Yan chuckled and said, you don't even recognize City Lord Feng Shaotian. How do you live? That is our South Qi Giant City's spiritual leader. Wang Yan's words were filled with admiration. Yi Yuan had some guesses long ago in his heart. It was indeed Feng Shaotian. This was South Qi Giant City's 10th City Lord. The previous 9 were all dead. They died in battle. South Qi Giant City's danger was not said for fun. Even an Emperor Sakra Heaven expert like the City Lord died over and over again. However, Feng Shaotian was different. This person completely grew up in South Qi Giant City. This was a god of war. When he entered South Qi Giant City, he was only true sovereign heaven realm. Before this, he was unknown too. But he grew up step by step during the battles with the blood race. His cultivation realm also advanced steadily, from true sovereign heaven to Emperor Cloud Heaven, then to Emperor Vast Heaven, and Emperor Sakra Heaven. All the way until presently, he became South Qi Giant City's City Lord. This was a true blue god of war. In each battle, he would lead his men in a charge, killing until the bloodkins were trembling with fear. Under this kind of battle intensity, for him to be able to live until now and even reach the peak realm of Emperor Sakra Heaven, it was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was also precisely because of this that he already became a god of South Qi Giant City, the idol in everyone's hearts. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "It turns out that he's City Lord Feng. But, looking at his appearance, he seems to be frowning heavily. Did he encounter some problem?" Wang Yan heaved a slight sigh and said, "The blood race is getting crazier, and also increasingly stronger. This time, they even collapsed half of the city walls. The city protecting Grand Array is badly damaged and difficult to repair. Without the city protecting Grand Array, we might not be able to stop the blood race army. The few big shots are currently having a headache." Chapter 2865 Too inefficient. Yi Yuan and Wang Yan were currently chatting when Feng Xiaodian suddenly shouted, "Brothers in the city, those who know Formation Dao, please gather below the southern city wall. I know too. City Lord Feng needs us. Let's hurry up." Virtually instantaneously, those powerhouses who knew Formation Dao flooded towards the city walls one after another. Yi Yuan witnessed what was called 100 responses to one call. Being able to serve Feng Xiaodian seemed to have become a kind of glory. "I'm not going to continue talking to you any longer. I'm a grade 5 heavenly formation master. City Lord Feng is summoning people. I need to go." Finished saying, Wang Yan ignored Yi Yuan and ran in haste. This level of Grand Array naturally did not need grade 5 heavenly formation masters originally. But now, Feng Xiaodian was clearly making a Hail Mary effort too. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and joined those heavenly formation masters too. Brother Yi is actually a heavenly formation master too. When Wang Yan saw that Yi Yuan came over, he could not help being very surprised. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I know a little bit." Wang Yan nodded and said, It's a crucial moment now. Those who have money offer money, those with strength exert strength. Later, you follow me. You can ask me anything that you don't understand." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank Brother Wang very much." Very soon, 1,000 heavenly formation masters gathered below the southern city walls. There were grade 5 and grade 6 experts. As for grade 7 and grade 8 heavenly formation masters, those already belonged to the top powerhouses. They were all repairing the Grand Array on the city walls. Feng Xiaodian cupped his fists to everyone and said, "Brothers, everyone saw it too. The city wall's city protecting Grand Array is badly damaged at present, almost paralyzed. The blood race is attacking us more and more frequently. In at most 5 days, they will make a renewed effort after failure. Without the city protecting Grand Array, it will be very hard for us to guard South Qi Giant City. Therefore, this Feng needs everyone's help." Those heavenly formation masters immediately replied, "Serving City Lord Feng is our honor." A hint of reluctance flashed across in Feng Xiaodian's eyes, and he gave a deep bow to the 1,000 heavenly formation masters. The cultivation realms of grade 5 and 6 heavenly formation masters were too low. There was a tremendous risk when repairing this kind of Grand Array that approached origin level. A single misstep and they would be drained dry by the origin power contained in the Grand Array. But at this time, Feng Xiaodian had no other choice either. Yi Yuan could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This place was really different. Feng Xiaodian merely gave a yell, and 1,000 heavenly formation masters stepped forward resolutely, without even a trace of hesitation. This was simply unimaginable in the extreme medicine sect. This was life-threatening. "This Feng will be counting on everyone," Feng Xiaodian said with a choke. "City Lord Feng doesn't need to be courteous. This is our responsibility," everyone said in unison. Got to admit, Feng Xiaodian was very charismatic. His every movement and action gave people an amiable and approachable feeling. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could tell that Feng Xiaodian attached great importance to his men, and it did not seem to be hypocritical. Very soon, there were many grade 7 heavenly formation masters that came over and brought these 1,000 over people away. The parts that grade 5 and 6 heavenly formation masters could repair were not many. But there was strength in numbers. Their participation would speed up the restoration of the Grand Array. One grade 6 heavenly formation master, bring along 10 grade 5 heavenly formation masters. The 10 of you grade 6 heavenly formation masters follow me to assist me in repairing the Grand Array. Whatever I make you all do, just follow, make sure not to act on your own, understood? A grade 7 heavenly formation master arrived in front of Yi Yuan and the rest, and he directly picked out 110 people and left. The others were the same too. This way of division could reduce the casualties to a minimum. This seat has already divided this piece of grade 7 heavenly formation's formation base. The 11 of you will be in charge of this area. Remember, you have to be super careful, make sure not to make any mistakes. The grade 6 heavenly formation expert who brought Yi Yuan said respectfully, "Yes, Lord Qi Li." This person was called Lu Yi. He was quite successful in the aspect of formations. With regards to Qi Li's order, Yi Yuan did not pay attention to it. He had already started to size this majestic heaven-shocking grand array up and down. Yi Yuan had similarly seen before many array formations with tremendous power in the Labyrinth Divine Palace's records. His knowledge and experience could not be mentioned in the same breath as these people. This city-protecting grand array was an extremely complicated interlinked grand array. Furthermore, it touched Origin Realm and was only a step away from a true Origin grand array. An interlinked grand array was not what a grade 9 heavenly formation master could set up. It must have been jointly produced through numerous heavenly formation masters. This grand array was linked to the absolute heaven barrier, sealing off all paths of retreat. If the blood race wanted to breach the absolute heaven barrier, there was only breaking through South Qi Giant City. It was just that South Qi Giant City had experienced a series of fierce battles. The power of this grand array was long already less than a tenth. After experiencing the previous battle, it was even more ruined now. It could be seen from this how terrifying the battle before they came was. Arg! Suddenly, a miserable cry came over, startling Yi Yuan awake. A grade 5 heavenly formation master was already devoured by the grand array. However, the others did not even turn their heads around. It was not that they were numb, but that they had to race against time. In South Qi Giant City, dead people were really something that was all too normal. Sorrow, this kind of emotion, was the most useless. If people died, then the dead had to be repaid in blood. Repairing the grand array meant that they could kill more bloodkins, and they would be able to avenge everyone. Kid, what are you still in a daze for? In South Qi Giant City, there's no time for you to grieve over losses. Hurry up and get to work. Lu Yi shouted coldly at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said, repairing like this, forget about 5 days. Even if it's 50 days, it can't be repaired entirely at all. Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly, thinking to himself that this new kid really had a lot of crap. The adults still did not know whether or not it could be repaired entirely. Was it your turn, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, to speak? That's not something that you should worry about. You just care about repairing. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Yi Yuan still did not have the intention of taking action. He just said lightly, these over 1,000 people aren't even enough to fill the crevices between the teeth. After the people die out, it's impossible to finish repairing too. And the repaired grand array will still be too weak to stand up to a single hit. This way, we're purely wasting time. Lu Yi exploded the moment he heard it and said with a cold smile, hoo, then you mean that we're resigning ourselves to doom here? New kid, I don't care where you're some bullshit genius from. In South Qi Giant City, just obey orders. Are you doing it or not? If you're not doing it, hurry up and get lost for your father. Yi Yuan did not get angry and just said coolly, give me an hour. I think I can repair the formation base here by myself. What Yi Yuan was referring to was the range of these 110 people, and not their 10 people range. The array formation that these 110 heavenly formation masters were working on reached several tens of thousands. Even if they did not sleep or rest, it simply could not be repaired without a day's time. Now, Yi Yuan actually shamelessly boasted that he could finish repairing in an hour by himself. Was this not a joke? Lu Yi laughed from extreme fury and said, kid, I think that you're not here to repair the grand array but here to cause trouble, right? Get lost, I don't have the time to listen to you boast here. Wang Yan also did not think that Yi Yuan could boast so much. Did you freaking specifically come to South Qi Giant City to posture? But you did not know that this place was not a place to posture at all, right? There was only killing and obedience here. Yi Yuan, here isn't the extreme medicine sect. You got to judge the situation when you're boasting, alright? Wang Yan urged. Yi Yuan said helplessly, I'm not boasting. Whether or not it can be done, the outcome will be seen in an hour. Also, I hope that everyone can stop. Repairing like this will only cost lives in vain. It's too inefficient. Ha, boy, what high-sounding sentiments. These 1,000 people stopping for an hour, do you know how much work is going to be delayed? Can you afford to bear this loss? Yeah, even the grade 9 heavenly formation master over there, Master Ziyong, can't help it. Are you, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, more impressive than him? Hurry up and get lost. If you keep messing around and delaying everyone's time, we'll directly send you on your way. For a moment, everyone's spearheads pointed at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2866 Breathtaking Repair. You mean that over 1,000 of us heavenly formation masters here, including a bunch of grade 8 and grade 9 heavenly formation masters, are not even as good as you, a puny little saint sovereign heaven? Lu Yi looked at Yi Yuan and sneered coldly. If you did not brag, then it was me who was boasting. A punk who had just arrived was uttering wild ravings, truly ignorant. Lu Yi was already prepared to make a move and send Yi Yuan off. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, instinctively wanting to reveal his identity as Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple. But that way, everything would become meaningless. He would not be able to continue staying in this South Qi giant city too. Suddenly, his gaze glimpsed the Feng Shaodian in the distance. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and he shouted, "You're right. I'm not targeting anyone. The heavenly formation masters here are all trash. Clearly don't need people to die, yet you insist on using human lives to stack it up. What are you all if not trash?" One speech shocked the entire city. Everyone put down the work in their hands and looked over here. Among them naturally included Feng Shaodian too. Hearing this, his brows could not help furrowing slightly. Where did this boy come from, being so arrogant? Lu Yi was stunned. This kid really dared to continue. Ha ha ha, ignorant thing, I think that you're simply here to cause trouble. The restoration of the entire Grand Array has been delayed by you alone. You deserve death. Lu Yi laughed with extreme fury, and his aura exploded and was about to exterminate Yi Yuan. Right at this time, he was stopped. The one who shouted at him to stop was precisely Feng Shaodian. Lu Yi hurriedly bowed and said, "City Lord Feng, this boy is deliberately disrupting the restoration of the Grand Array. This lowly one was just about to kill him, carry out capital punishment." Feng Shaodian waved his hand and looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Little brother, this place is the battlefield. You mustn't shoot your mouth off. If you can't do it, not just you, the sect behind you shall also suffer a great wrath." When Yi Yuan saw Feng Shaodian come over, he could not help letting out a sigh of relief. His judgment was indeed not wrong. The former posturing sentence was in order to attract everyone's attention, and the latter sentence was the crux to move Feng Shaodian. He cherished his men very much. Actually, he was not willing to send these people to death. If there was a way that did not let these people die and could also repair the Grand Array, he would naturally be willing to use it. Although he also knew that this possibility was very low. In reality, Feng Shaodian knew better than anyone that 5 days was not enough at all. If these over 1,000 people died, they would have died in vain too. But even if the Grand Array was a fraction stronger, they would be able to kill a few more bloodkins too. Was using 1,000 people to exchange for 2,000 bloodkins worth it or not? Of course it was worth it. This was a last resort that could not be helped. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I'm willing to write up a military writ. Give me an hour, I'll restore this whole stretch. If I can't do it, I'll atone for my crime with my death." "City Lord, Your Excellency, this boy is completely causing confusion in the morale of the troops. How can he, a measly little saint sovereign heaven, possibly do it?" "Yeah, City Lord, Your Excellency, stop talking nonsense with him. Time is being delayed by him. This boy might be the blood race's spy." Nobody believed Yi Yuan's words at all. Too nonsensical. One person doing the work of 100 people, furthermore, it only needed an hour. Boasting was not done like this. However, Feng Shaodian waved his hand and said, "For the sake of everyone's safety, this city lord is willing to gamble once. Even if I'm tricked, I won't hesitate either." Yes, he was completely gambling. Because even he himself also did not believe that Yi Yuan could do it. But he was willing to gamble. There were far too many people who died. A single less death, that was good too. It was also precisely this compassion for ordinary soldiers that made his prestige in South Qi Giant City extremely high. South Qi Giant City's cohesiveness and combat power were also extremely shocking. Feng Shaodian looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "There's no need to write up a military writ. If you trick us, this city lord will personally send you on your way." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and came right in front of a damaged stretch of Grand Array. Interlinked Grand Arrays were exceedingly complicated. Forget about a measly little grade 5 heavenly formation master. Even if it was a grade 8 heavenly formation master, it was hard to see through it too. These restoration works all had grade 9 heavenly formation masters designate an area first with a few small-scale array formation demarcated before they could complete it. No matter how complicated the array formation, it was also composed of one small array element after another. Those low-level heavenly formation masters could not see through it, but it did not hinder them from repairing the grand array. It was because these large formations were being analyzed little by little, until in the end, demarcated into some grade 5 and grade 6 small array formations. This was like an assembly shop. Each person was in charge of their own production processes. When all the pipelines were finished, the grand array would naturally be completed. These low-grade heavenly formation masters did not need to understand how these parts were produced. They just needed to install them. The ones who truly understood all these were the grade 9 heavenly formation masters. This region's restoration that Yuan was going to complete, the difficulty was not just the workload of 100 people. He even had to understand the principles of this entire area. And he was only grade 5. These heavenly formation masters were insiders. They naturally did not believe that Yuan could complete the restoration. Yuan did not make a move to repair but started observing the formation bases in this region, looking like a professional who knew what he was doing. This scene naturally incurred a series of ridicules. Lu Yi smiled coldly and said, putting on an appearance, "Forget about this load of 100 people. If he can complete one person's load, your father will go straight to the blood race's camp to kill the enemy." Qi Li also said disdainfully, "City Lord Feng has compassion for his subordinates, how benevolent. It's just that this kid is completely wasting everybody's time. Hoo-hoo, he already looked for 15 minutes and only looked at such a tiny bit. I want to see how he completes the repair within an hour." Yuan just continued looking like this. After looking for very long, he did not have the intention of making a move either. Logically speaking, this kind of restoration did not need to comprehend array formation at all. Yuan's way of doing things was completely unnecessary in the eyes of the others. Furthermore, didn't repairing need time? Such a complicated array formation, even if it was parsed until it was just grade 5 heavenly formations, that also required a huge amount of time to repair. Along with the passage of time, everyone believed more and more that Yuan was purely talking nonsense. Feng Xiaodian also shook his head unwittingly. Sure enough, was it still a failed bet? This kid was just a little talented. Then he had grandiose ambitions without real ability and engaged in empty talk. It seemed like it was really the case. However, he himself also did not harbor any hope, no. Outside of the absolute heaven barrier, the blood race army was currently gathering. This time, the blood race was prepared to take down South Qi Giant City in one stroke. Blood Promise, this blood race army's commander-in-chief, was an origin Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse. He had already fought with Feng Xiaodian for several hundred years. In the battle that had just ended, they paid the price of 13 Emperor Sakra Heaven deaths and forcefully riddled the city, protecting grand array full of holes. Hence, the blood race army gathered once more. They planned on bringing work to completion in one stroke. Absolute Heaven Barrier's passageway only had a very small gap. They were unable to send too many powerhouses in. But, time after time of wearing away, South Qi Giant City was finally tottering on its feet too. This time, this seat is going to perform a remarkable feat without equal. As long as we connect South Qi Giant City's passageway, our blood race will be able to reinforce troops to the Absolute Heaven Barrier without ceasing. Absolute Heaven Barrier won't be far from collapse too. Blood Promise was somewhat boiling over with excitement at this time. Having fought fiercely with Heaven One continent for several thousand years, they finally saw the dawn of hope. And the crucial battle was being realized by him. How could he not be excited? Congratulations, Great Emperor Your Excellency. Felicitations, Great Emperor Your Excellency. The subordinates gave their congratulations one after another. At this time, a figure returned. Blood Promise was filled with lofty sentiments as he said with a smile, "Is there any activities at South Qi Giant City?" That subordinate said, "Lord Blood Promise, South Qi Giant City has stopped repairing the city protecting Grand Array." Blood Promise said in surprise, "The city protecting Grand Array is their lifeblood. How can they possibly give up?" The subordinate said, "It's absolutely true. If Your Excellency doesn't believe it, you can go over and take a look. It has already stopped for an hour." Blood Promise laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Is this Feng Xiaodian indeed giving up? It looks like he has already come to his senses." The city protecting Grand Array no longer has the possibility of restoration. This seat won't give him the chat. 5 days. This seat only needs 5 days and I'll be able to recover to my peak state. In order to breach the city, this seat is going to expend 1 heavenly blood bead. An hour passed in a twinkle. At this time, Yuan was only left with the last 15 minutes. The surrounding jeering already became enraged, cursing him. 1 hour had been forcibly delayed by this fool. Why don't you go and die? Amidst countless cursing voices, Yuan suddenly made a move. One stream of divine essence after another was injected into that damaged Grand Array, without the slightest trace of stopping. Those who were weaker could not even see Yuan's movements clearly. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Were you here to be a freaking joke? Who repaired Grand Arrays like how you're repairing? Repairing the formation base required deducing the surrounding array elements bit by bit, and repairing it little by little. This was a colossal project that took a lot of time. But you're not even looking. In less than 100 breaths of time, Yuan already fired out God knows how many streams of divine essence. Then, he pointed at the void. That stretch of Grand Array was instantly lit up. Motes of array elements emerged again. This finger was like the Midas touch. Those heavenly formation masters discovered to their astonishment that the array elements had actually already linked up together at goodness knows when. The array elements were activated all at once, and then the formation base was consolidated, finally letting this large stretch of array formation be completely repaired. Too stunning. This move was like playing a game of Go. It was as if Yuan's moves previously were all planting foreshadowing. Then the final move completely linked up his large dragon into one, instantly activating the whole thing. This kind of means was simply fantastic. If it was a grade 9 heavenly formation master, accomplishing this was not hard. But Yuan was merely just a grade 5 heavenly formation master. He did not even understand the Grand Array. How did he do it? At this moment, the over 1,000 heavenly formation masters present were dead silent. They even discovered that the region that Yuan repaired was far greater than the area that he promised before. This was also to say that he alone used an hour's time to complete the load of 100 over people. This efficiency was simply divine. Could it be that this guy was a grade 9 heavenly formation master to begin with, and that he just concealed his strength? This move, even a grade 9 heavenly formation master could not do it too. Even if it was a grade 9 heavenly formation master, they would need to deduce it little by little too. Of course, their speed was on a completely different level than low levels. Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said, "This guy snatched all the limelight again. Ah, when can it my Lord Qing's turn to steal the limelight?" Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.